Chapter 509. She said slowly, "When I found Seraphis and was about to come back, I encountered an ambush by the Watchers on the way. Then, I fought with them and killed one of them." Chao Xing nodded slightly, having known about this through the battle information. "This is the trophy I got from the guy I killed. Here it is for you." After saying that, she took out a few things and handed them to Chao Xing. Obtained, Hero's Heart *1. Obtained, Scarlet Cloak, Orange *1. Obtained, Blood of the Strong *1. Obtained, Master Level Elemental Crystal *75. Wow, there is another Hero's Heart and an epic equipment. Chao Xing looked at the dragon speaker with admiration in his eyes. This woman is not bad, she knows the Gu family. The dragon speaker continued, "The body of the guy I killed was also brought back and is now in the basement. In addition, when I found Seraphis, an extremely powerful dragon asked me to tell you a message." What was it? Chao Xing looked at her in confusion. "It said that the next time the rules are out of balance, it will be in the permafrost sea." Hearing this, Chao Xing pondered for a moment, and a flash of inspiration suddenly came to his mind. The place where the rules are unbalanced, the Sea of Eternal Ice. The imbalance of the rules means that there may be new true gods dying next. And the Sea of Eternal Ice is Zhuama's territory. In other words, my previous guess is true. The next dragon to die may really be Zhuama. After reaching this conclusion, Chao Xing frowned and his eyes became a little solemn. After all, the death of any ancient dragon is very important, and may even affect the entire world. The death of the crystal dragon seems to have lowered the temperature of this world again. Moreover, if Zhuama is really going to die, will it have a deeper impact on this world and make the environment worse? If so, what should Chao Xing choose? Of course, he will definitely not help Zhuama fight against the 6 true gods. After all, Zhuama has a grudge against his subordinates. Moreover, this dragon has caused considerable damage to the survivors since the beginning. I don't know how many people died in the invasion of the Ice Nest monster. It is considered the enemy of all human beings on Blue Star. After a moment, he shook his head. Forget it, why think so much? Right now, I should prepare to deal with the Church of Light, and deal with the threats of the Blood Legion and the Watchers. As for Zhuama, we can put it aside for now. Thinking of this, Chao Xing turned his head and said, "I know, you performed very well this time. Take this and absorb it first." After saying that, he took out 10 sword language stones from his backpack. The dragon speaker stretched out her delicate hand and took it. After sensing it for a while, a look of surprise gradually appeared in her eyes. These stones seemed to contain the insights of a powerful being. Absorbing one can greatly increase the strength of my combat skills. As a well-informed being, she naturally knows the power of this sword language stone. 1 can increase 10%, and 10 can double the burst strength of her skills. Chao Xing chuckled, "You're right, this is a sword master's insight. It's very effective for people like you who use swords." The dragon speaker held it solemnly in his hand, and then said, "Thank you." Chao Xing waved his hand, and he took out a manual from his backpack. "Bing On, take a look at this book." The dragon speaker took it and asked in confusion, "This is?" Chao Xing explained, "It's also the thing of the sword master, and it contains various combat skills he recorded. See if you can learn it." The dragon speaker's eyes suddenly became serious after hearing this. She also knew the importance and preciousness of this manual, which was even far more precious than the 10 sword language stones. After carefully flipping through it, she shook her head. "No, this manual is not suitable for me. My swordsmanship tends to be open and close, and to defeat the enemy as quickly as possible. And the various swordsmanship recorded above requires 2 high skills." After hearing this, Chao Xing felt a little regretful. If Bing Lan could not learn, she would not be able to improve her strength to another level again. But it didn't have much of an impact. There were many people who used swords in Chao Xing's territory. Even if Bing Lan couldn't learn, there were other strong people who could make use of the manual. Chao Xing put the manual back into his backpack and said, "It's nothing. Just absorbing 10 sword language stones can also improve your combat power." Bing Lan nodded slightly. At this moment, Chao Xing seemed to remember something and said, "By the way, Bing Lan, welcome home." The woman seemed to be touched by the last sentence and stood still, not knowing how to respond. Then, she snorted, "I know. I have to arrange a place for Seraphis now, and absorb the sword language stone, so I won't stay here any longer." After saying that, she turned around and walked out of the Lord's castle. When the door closed, a system prompt appeared. "Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of the territory member, Dragon Speaker Bing Lan has been increased, and the current loyalty is 94. Seeing the prompt, Chao Xing smiled. Obviously, Binglan now has a strong sense of belonging to this territory. As Chao Xing said, this is her home, and the home of everyone in the entire territory. Sarah, come here. The phantom assassin quickly came to Chao Xing and whispered, Lord, please give me your orders. Chao Xing took out a dark red crystal and said, absorb this hero's heart. Yes, sir. Sarah took it respectfully, with a little excitement in her eyes. Because she knew that as long as she absorbed this heart of power, she would most likely have the strength of a hero. With the help of the Death Dagger, she even dared to fight against the existence of the Valkyrie level. In other words, Sarah could also have the invincible fighting power under the legend. Even she herself had never thought that she could break through to this level one day. She crushed it without hesitation. Crack! A strong breath of power spread out, making Chao Xing, who was not far away, feel his pores stretch. The vigorous power contained in the heart of power was also quickly absorbed by Sarah. In an instant, the rich shadow power spread from his body, and soon enveloped the entire Lord's castle. Darkness enveloped everything, causing Chao Xing to lose his sight. However, this situation only lasted for a moment. All the shadow auras seemed to be blocked by something and disappeared in an instant. Then, they were absorbed into Sarah's body. However, there was no system prompt, which also meant that her breakthrough failed. Sarah stared at the scene in front of her in a daze. I actually failed. Seeing this, Chao Xing didn't have any thoughts and said directly, nothing, it's normal for you to fail this time. After all, this thing only has a 50% success rate. And before, he had used various souls and hearts of power in succession, and they all succeeded. And Sarah's failure this time might be a good thing. It can be a cushion for the next few souls, and reduce the failure probability of other things. Go on, Sarah. After saying that, he took out another hero's heart. The dark elf took it solemnly, and swore in his heart that he would never fail this time. Crack! As the second heart of power was crushed, the pure power contained in it was absorbed by Sarah. The familiar dark aura spread, swallowing up the light of the entire Lord's hut. Chao Xing seemed to be in the darkness, and he couldn't see his hand in front of him. However, in this absolute darkness, the Valkyrie Marnina still radiated red light. Especially her red hair was even more eye-catching, like a torch of hope in the darkness. However, Marlene Nina also looked at Sarah. Because she had already felt that this assassin was undergoing a strong transformation. A few minutes later, a very penetrating breath suddenly burst out from Sarah's body. In the room, all the shadow power seemed to have found an outlet, rushing madly into her body. The darkness quickly dissipated, and Sarah's breath was also increasing at a terrifying speed. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, uses the hero's heart and transforms into an 8th level heroic creature, with basic attributes increased by 100%, and skill attack range increased by 100%. Note, after breaking through to the 8th level creature, each upgrade will gain an additional 1000 attack power bonus and 10% skill value. Note 2, 10% skill value is not just damage. Depending on the attributes of the skill, it can increase healing ability, amplification ability, etc. When the prompt appeared, Chao Xing's eyes showed surprise. It's done! Finally, I have trained an 8th level hero myself, haha. Sarah was also taking deep breaths at this moment, suppressing her excitement and surging strength. Breaking through to the 8th level was also a very meaningful thing for her. She came to Chao Xing respectfully and said, Thank you for your training, Lord. You have always been so good to me. Chao Xing smiled and said, It's nothing, you are my personal bodyguard, and making you stronger can protect me better. Sarah nodded solemnly and said, You are right, I am the most loyal shadow of the Lord. As long as my body can still move, I will not let anyone else hurt the Lord. Her eyes were extremely serious, as if she was reading some kind of oath. Seeing her serious look, Chao Xing had some teasing thoughts, and then reached out and pinched her pair of pointed ears, causing the dark elf's body to tremble. The expression on her face disappeared instantly, and turned into extremely shy. Lord. Chao Xing laughed, and didn't tease her anymore. Then he glanced at Sarah's attributes with anticipation. Phantom Assassin, Sarah Blade Dance. Race, Dark Elf. Level 700000/20 million. Level 8 Overlord. Detailed attributes, click to view. Strong beyond imagination. As soon as she broke through, she reached a 51,000 attack, plus a 100% critical hit rate, and an additional 100% burst damage. Now, any single strike can deal at least 150,000 damage. With a few random equipment effects and her terrifying attack speed, Sarah's DPS can reach 800,000 at least. Of course, The premise is that the enemy is controlled. If the enemy resists, the damage will be greatly reduced. However, the next monster siege is a good place to gain experience points. Sarah's level will also rise rapidly, and her attack power will soar again. Chaoxing sighed, "It's so comfortable. In this way, I have 3 hero-level units in my territory. Oh no, including Bingland's dragon, there are 4. Thinking of this, he felt more confident in dealing with the Blood Legion and the Watchers. Chaoxing smiled. Then he took out 3 drops of blood of the strong from his backpack and looked at the Valkyrie next to him. Marlenina, see if you can absorb this blood. The Valkyrie stepped forward, sensed it, and nodded slightly. An ethereal voice came from under the golden mask. Yes, master. I can feel that this blood can increase my lethality again. Hearing this, Chaoxing couldn't help but curl up his lips. Marianina's attack power is already over 80,000. These 3 drops of blood can easily make her attack power break through 100,000. In addition, Chaoxing still has many states that he hasn't added to her, so the limit attack power can even reach 110,000. When the time comes, a Lotus Sword dance will kill everyone in seconds? Chaoxing sighed. He waved his hand, and 3 drops of blood flew over. Start absorbing, Marianina. Yes. After saying that, the woman stretched out her left hand. 3 drops of blood containing pure power were drawn by her and merged into her palm. A few traces of blood appeared on her pale skin again. Buzz! A breath of lethality emerged. Your territory member, Marlenina, absorbed the blood of the strong. Basic attack power increased by 10%, remaining number of uses, 2. Your territory member, Marlenina, absorbed the blood of the strong. Basic attack power increased by 6%, remaining number of uses, 1. Your territory member, Marlenina, absorbed the blood of the strong. Basic attack power increased by 3%, remaining number of uses, 0. 3 consecutive prompts directly increased the basic attack power by 19%. Chaoxing was full of praise. Just like the items like the Heart of Life tree, the effect is the best when used for the first time, and will be reduced continuously afterwards, and will be completely ineffective after the 3rd time. However, it is already very good. At least, Marlenina's attack power has increased from 86,000 to over 100,000. When all the states are added later, a complete killing machine will be formed. Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction and said, "Okay, Sarah, go and rest for a while. Marlenina, you also go and ask my wife to arrange a room for you." Although the Valkyrie is just a corpse, she has her own consciousness and can think and fight. In Chaoxing's heart, she is a normal person, so naturally she should be treated well. Yes. The 2 women responded at the same time, and then left the Lord's castle. Chaoxing looked at the time. It was 16:32 in the afternoon, and it was getting dark. He was thinking about how to distribute the other 3 souls in the backpack. Obviously, one of the 2 commander souls should be given to Andrew. After all, according to the order of joining, it is his turn. Speaking of which, Andrew can also share everyone's combat experience because he has the 2 blessing skills Life Blossom and Thorns. His level has reached level 70. As for the other dominant soul, it is still to be considered. After all, there are many commander-level strongmen in his territory, and each one is very important. Each commander-level creature awakens in a different field after transforming into a dominant, such as Sarah's assassination domain, Marlenina's Valkyrie domain. But no matter which one, these domains are the most suitable for themselves. Especially for output-type professions, one domain can at least increase damage by 40%, plus 30% increase in basic attributes. It can be said that any dominant creature is far stronger than a commander-level creature. Shaking his head, Chaoxing decided to think about it later. Let Andrew use this commander soul first. So, he pressed the communication device on his ear and asked, "Andrew, come to the center of the territory to find me." A peaceful voice came to his ears. "Nature will listen to your call, Lord." After a while, a burly figure came over. "Lord." Chaoxing took a glance and found that this druid had already reached level 70. Without saying much, he took out the commander-level soul and threw it to him. "Andrew, use it to break through." The druid took it in a daze, but immediately reacted. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Lord." After that, he excitedly slapped his soul into his body. He had been looking forward to breaking through to the commander level for a long time. Buzz! With a wave of soul fluctuations, Andrew's body began to change. He grew white and soft hair, his limbs became extremely strong, and he grew claws. Then gray feathers grew on his body, his head became sharp, and a pair of avian pupils stared forward. After a while, dense leaves grew on his head, and his body quickly grew taller. These were the various forms that Andrew had activated all along. As if mobilizing some kind of power, all these forms were demonstrated once. At this time, black and shiny hair grew from Andrew's body again, and his limbs began to degenerate and gradually retracted into his body. Only a pair of dark legs remained outside. Then, a pair of black wings gradually grew out of its back. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing was amazed. Huh? Andrew has transformed into a new form of a commander. Is he a bird-like creature? And it seems to have the ability to fly. Andrew's new form is actually not bad. After all, it is a commander-level ability, which is definitely not bad. However, when the wings on his back grew halfway, a special change suddenly occurred. His body began to tremble violently, and a strong magical aura surged out of his body. All the black feathers dissipated instantly, and his skin gradually became rough and thick, and the color changed from the original cold white to a deep earthy brown. His body began to swell rapidly, and his muscles collided rapidly like a balloon, making a chilling gurgling sound. His limbs became strong and powerful, and his fingers and toes grew claws, like sharp blades, which easily cut the brick floor under his feet like cutting tofu. Roar! A low roar came out of Andrew's mouth. At this moment, all the strong men in the entire territory sensed a breath from ancient times. Cruel, violent, and terrifying. Chapter 510. The aura of cruelty, violence, and terror rose from this druid, especially the giant dragon that had just joined the territory. Seraphis could not help but roar. Roar! The dragon roared continuously, as if declaring its sovereignty. Chao Xing also raised his head at this moment, staring at this monster that was more than 10 meters tall, with hair standing up like steel needles, like a monster from a myth. Turtle, what kind of monster has Andrew become? No, it's the creature he mentioned last time, right? At the same time, Andrew seemed to gradually wake up. When the terrifying monster in front of him gradually opened its eyes, a pair of blood-red pupils suddenly looked forward, revealing endless wildness. Hoo! Every time it breathed, it seemed to be able to suck away the air within a few hundred meters in front of it, with a violent whistling sound. The powerful aura continued to spread. Your territory member, Andrew successfully transformed into a 7th-level commander-level creature. Basic attributes increased by 30%. For unknown reasons, activate the special commander-level skill, Shadow of the Behemoth. Seeing this prompt, Chao Xing was slightly surprised. Wow, it's really a behemoth. It can transform into this form at level 70. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? After all, this beast is too famous. In many ancient legends and stories, Behemoth has always been a symbol of power and terror. In the illusions, this monster is described like this. It walks like a mountain, and every step makes the earth tremble. It can easily destroy a city. Its body is huge and strong, as if it is made of steel, and its power is endless. Even dragons are no match for it. Whenever this creature appears, it will bring endless destruction and destruction. From this, we can imagine how powerful Behemoth is. However, this legendary creature is standing alive in front of Chao Xing. How can it not be shocking? However, this time Andrew activated only Shadow of Behemoth, just like Eilena's Frust form, which also has only a small part of the ability of this legendary creature. But even though it is only a small part, it is also a destructive ability for them. At the same time, Andrew also released from the terrifying monster form and returned to the peaceful druid. There was also disbelief in his eyes, and he looked at Chao Xing with disbelief. It's hard to imagine that when I was transforming, I should have transformed into the Storm Crow state. But for some reason, I was able to glimpse the existence of that prehistoric beast and borrow a little bit of its power. Although I can only borrow a little bit, this power is terrifying. Chao Xing was thoughtful. Unknown reason? That's really strange. However, this did not seem to have any effect on him. It's okay, Andrew. Anyway, this is a good thing for us. Andrew also said solemnly, You are right, respected Lord, the power of the behemoth will make me invincible. He also accepted this fact calmly. Then, Chao Xing looked at the attributes of his new form. Shadow of the Behemoth. After activation, it can transform into a behemoth with 200% health, 100% armor, and 100% attack power, and additionally activates skills such as Broken Claw, Passive, Death Trampling, Ancient Pursuit, Ancient Deterrence, etc. The transformation lasts for 100 seconds, and the cooldown time is 24 hours. Note, the power of the behemoth is extremely strong and brutal. When using this power, you need to control the time well, otherwise your consciousness will be dispersed by this power, and you will become a monster that only knows how to kill. Then, I looked at the 4 skill attributes again. Broken Claws, passive. When Behemoth uses its claws to attack the target, it will tear the enemy's armor, reducing its armor by 20%, which can be stacked up to 3 times. Death Trampling, Behemoth madly tramples the ground under its feet, forming a strong earthquake wave, causing 4 by 356% impact damage to enemies within 3,000 meters around. Cooling time, 120 seconds. Ancient Pursuit, Behemoth locks on the enemy, bursts out extremely fast speed and power in an instant, and drags the target tightly. Cooling time, 100 seconds. Ancient Deterrence, Behemoth emits an ancient roar, causing all enemies within a diameter of 5,000 meters to fall into a deterrent state, reducing armor by 30%, and there is a probability that the enemy will fall into a state of immobility. Cooling time, 150 seconds. After reading the attributes, Chao Xing was completely shocked. My turtle, it has such a terrifying increase just after the transformation, plus the skills that are more terrifying than the last. Based on this panel, dragons of the same level can only be pinned down by it, right? It is obvious that Andrew, who has transformed into a behemoth, will have extremely terrifying combat power. He can even fight against dominant creatures of different levels, especially his ability to weaken armor by percentage, which is really abnormal. This also means that even if a legendary creature is scratched by it, its defense will be greatly reduced. However, Chao Xing also noticed the note at the end. If you stay in the behemoth form for a long time, your will be dispersed, and you may even become a monster that only knows how to kill. This also made Chao Xing have new doubts. If my eternal power solidifies this form, can Andrew continue to do so? Thinking of this, Chao Xing said, Andrew, try to transform into a behemoth. Yes, Lord. After he finished speaking, his body began to change again. Thick limbs, needle-like hair, and a body that is more than 10 meters tall. Full of powerful deterrence. Your territory member, Andrew used Shadow of the Behemoth, and under the influence of the talent Eternal Power, this skill has become permanent. Note, in the permanent state, you can exit and close this form at any time. Seeing this prompt, Chao Xing's eyes showed doubts again. Since it can be solidified, can negative states be immune? He looked up. At this moment, Andrew's eyes were red, and he exuded a fierce aura, and he seemed to be completely unable to communicate. So Chao Xing said, Andrew, change back first. After hearing his voice, the ferocious monster seemed to regain some reason. The body shrank rapidly, and then turned into the peaceful druid. Without waiting for Chao Xing to speak, Andrew hurriedly said, Lord, after I transformed into a behemoth, I only felt a killing thought filling my mind. It makes me want to destroy everything. If I stay in this state for a long time, I might be completely dominated by this crazy idea and even lose the ability to hear your orders. There was still fear in his eyes. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Andrew, how long do you think you can maintain your sanity in this form? Andrew thought about it carefully, and then said, according to my estimation, it can last up to about 15 minutes. But after removing the transformation, I only need to rest for an hour or two to let my brain recover, and then enter this form again. Moreover, the duration of this state is determined by my mental strength. When my mental strength increases, I can extend this time again. Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. This state could only last for 100 seconds before it was forced to end. However, with the blessing of eternal power, Andrew's time to maintain sanity was greatly extended. A full 15 minutes, which was enough to last through a battle. And there was only an interval of 1 or 2 hours, which was much shorter than the previous 24-hour cooling time. Once Andrew breaks through to the 8th level, his mental power will increase significantly, and this time can be extended again. Later, it is just around the corner for him to be in the form of a behemoth. Thinking of this, Chao Xing was amazed. Not bad, Andrew. You go back and adapt to this power now. Yes. The druid respectfully left. The strength of the territory has been improved again, and Chao Xing is in a good mood. Next, he will do another important thing. That is to digest the dominant soul. During this time, Chao Xing has already thought of the candidate for the dominant soul. Press the communication device on the ear, and then say, Zilda, come to the center of the territory. TSK, you actually disturbed this queen's sleep. Wait for me to come. After a while, Chao Xing heard a series of crawling figures in his ears. Rustle, rustle. A tall figure slowly walked over, 8 slender legs swinging neatly, and the upper body of the human body was hot. It was Zirda. Behind this blood spider queen, there was a dense army of blood spiders. Soon, she came in front of Chao Xing and lowered her head slightly. Of course, this was not because she was looking down on Chao Xing, but because this woman was tall. As she was a member of the Blood Spider clan, her net height was almost 2 meters, and if she stood up completely, she would be almost 3 meters tall. What do you want me to do? Chao Xing did not speak, but looked at her with interest. What are you doing? You called me over here, but you didn't say anything. Are you teasing me? Hilda crossed her arms, as if she was a little embarrassed by his gaze, and tilted her head. Chao Xing smiled, and didn't plan to continue teasing her. Do you want to have stronger power? Hilda's eyes showed doubt, but she immediately realized something. Yes, she answered without thinking. As the former Blood Spider Queen, she was almost reaching the limit of her power in her previous life. Zierda's strongest strength was once an 8th level commander-level warrior. Now, she only needs to find her exclusive weapon, the Spider Queen Scepter, to almost have the peak combat power of the past. And because of Chao Xing's series of blessing abilities, in other words, she is now actually equivalent to the peak combat power of her previous life. It's just that the scale of the Blood Spider army is much smaller. Chao Xing directly took out a bright dominant soul from his backpack and placed it in front of Zierda. She stretched out a palm covered with black gauze, and then slowly took it, with surprise in her beautiful eyes. This is a master-level soul. Can I also transform to that level? Even this arrogant queen seemed very happy at this moment. After all, that is the master. The limit of the potential of most creatures. Even in her previous life, she did not reach this level. After a moment, Zierda seemed to realize that her reaction was too excited, which was inconsistent with the arrogant image she had maintained before, and she quickly straightened her face. Then she said softly, "Thank you." Chao Xing said happily, What are you talking about? I didn't hear you." The 8 compound eyes on Zierda's forehead turned and glared at him with a resentful look. In an instant, she was full of charm. Thank you. The voice was a little louder, and could be heard clearly. Chao Xing laughed and said, "Okay, let's start the transformation now." Zierda nodded gently. Then, she directly slapped this huge soul into her body. Including Chao Xing, he was also looking forward to whether Zierda could break through to the master level. After all, this soul was the biggest gain in this battle. Other failures were acceptable, but the failure of this soul would be a big loss. After waiting for about 3 seconds, Zierda's body suddenly erupted with a throbbing from the depths of her soul. At the same time, a red mist emerged from her skin. This mist contained a strong smell of blood, and it was still spreading. After a while, the blood mist filled the entire territory. Whether it was the members inside or outside, they all looked at this scene with surprise. Isabel in the room frowned slightly when she saw the bloody aura. This aura seemed to make her instinctively disgusted. She raised her staff and released a soft light to dispel the blood mist, making it thinner. The pressure on the staff was also relieved. At this time, Chao Xing asked with a look of doubt, "Is this movement successful?" At the same time, a strong soul wave burst out from Zierda's body. In an instant, the fighters in the entire territory raised their heads. Because they once again felt the oppression from the depths of their souls. It was the same oppression brought by Andrew when he transformed into a behemoth. This also means that the strength of Chao Xing's territory has once again ushered in a huge improvement. Your territory member, Zierda Bloodkiss, successfully transformed into a 7th level dominant creature with basic attributes increased by 30% and activated special ability, Blood Spider Queen Domain. Blood Spider Queen Domain. Increase the attributes of all blood spiders under your command, including yourself, by 20%, and increase the blood poison damage suffered by the enemy by 20%. Seeing the prompt, Chao Xing couldn't help laughing again. It feels good. 2 souls in a row have succeeded. It seems that Sarah's heroic heart that failed before has succeeded. Chao Xing also noticed the domain ability that Zierda gained after becoming a dominant creature. A full 20% attribute improvement, plus 20% blood poison damage. For this Blood Spider Queen and the blood spiders under her command, it is an all-round enhancement. Zierda stretched out her palm covered with black gauze, and small blood spiders crawled on it. It looks full of strange beauty. The woman licked her lips. Is this the power of the master level? Not bad. This time, I might really be able to sprint towards the legendary realm. Chao Xing's expression changed slightly when he heard the last sentence. Speaking of which, there is not a single legend in his territory. I don't know what special abilities this realm has besides being able to use divine power. What conditions are needed to break through? Shaking his head, Chao Xing decided to ask the old king if he had the chance in the future. As the only 2 legendary creatures he knew, he should know. Zilda, come with me, there is something else I need you to do. Okay. After saying that, The Blood Spider Queen followed Qiaoxing obediently. They went to the second ring area of the territory together, and a wooden door embedded in the ground appeared in front of them, which seemed to lead to the underground area. Qiaoxing was the first to open the door, and a staircase appeared in front of him. Then he was the first to get in. Tap tap, tap tap tap. In the dark basement, only Qiaoxing's footsteps and Zierda's irregular footsteps could be heard. Soon, they reached the bottom. Qiaoxing stopped and took out the energy torch. The blue light instantly illuminated the front. This is a spacious basement with a lot of space. It can accommodate dozens of people. A tall corpse appeared in front of the two, occupying almost half of the space. The purple-black shell, the protruding spikes, and the hideous and terrifying head, this corpse was the soul-devouring netherworm that was killed when Goblin Lu Yang was killed. It was as powerful as the 7th level commander. In this extremely cold world, even after so many days, there was still no sign of decay. It was as if it had just died not long ago, and the ferocious expression on its face was still vivid. At that time, because Zierda's level was not high, it could only hatch a commander-level blood spider of level 40, the giant blood spider. Because he was afraid of wasting it, Qiaoxing moved it back to the territory. Now, Zierda has reached level 70. And this corpse of the soul-devouring netherworm, because it is a level 7 creature, can hatch a level 60 blood spider at most, and now is the time to hatch. Zierda understood what he meant, and then asked, "Do you want me to hatch this corpse?" Qiaoxing was about to nod, but seemed to remember something and took out the dead soul bag from his backpack. Then he took out another corpse from it. It was Tashid's. This guy, as a level 7 dominant creature, the corpse can't be wasted. As for the other 3 hero-level corpses, they will have to wait until Zierda breaks through to the 8th level before they can be hatched to maximize the benefits. Okay, let's hatch these 2 corpses into commander-level blood spiders now. Zierda nodded gently. I understand. After saying that, she gracefully stretched out her arms and made a holding gesture. After a while, 2 balls of flowing blood appeared from it. She waved her hand casually, and the 2 balls of blood fell into the corpses and then merged into them. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Qiaoxing saw that the stomach areas of the 2 corpses began to move. It was as if some creature was moving inside. The corpse of the soul-devouring worm was fine. After all, it was large enough. However, the corpse of Tacid looked a little creepy. His stomach was getting bigger and bigger, like an inflated ball, stretching the blood vessels on the skin. After more than 10 seconds of expansion, it seemed to have finally reached a certain limit. With 2 pop sounds, Tacid's stomach and the soul-devouring worm's stomach burst at the same time. Chapter 511. 2 blood spiders, each the size of a palm and emitting red light, quickly emerged from the 2 corpses. Hiss, hiss. They raised their heads and stared at their queen. The blood spiders that had just emerged had no attack power and needed to completely devour the corpses in order to quickly become stronger. Then, they began to gnaw on the corpses according to Hilda's instructions. Squeak. Grunt, grunt. A numbing chewing sound came. As they chewed, the 2 blood spiders grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the blood spider on Taisai's side was chewing slower. After all, he was a dominant creature, and his physical strength even surpassed the soul-devouring underworld worm. After about 3 or 4 minutes, the 2 corpses were devoured completely. In front of Qiaoxing and Zierda, a large and a small blood spider covered with blood-colored scales appeared. The scales on their bodies seemed to be polished, with a strange red glow on the surface, and one could even see one's own reflection in it. The 2 blood spiders were of different sizes. The big one was nearly 2 meters tall, like a small fortress, with a sturdy and strong body and 8 long legs like thick iron pillars. The small one was only about 10 centimeters, but its body lines were more smooth, and its movements were extremely flexible, able to perform various complex movements in an instant. The bright compound eyes had sharp vision, as if they could see through everything. In comparison, the aura of the small blood spider looked more dangerous. Qiaoxing looked at the attributes of the 2 blood spiders. Giant blood spider. Level 60, 6th order commander level creature. HP 1235692/1235692. Attack power 7632 to 7732. Armor 2588 to 2783. Skills: Giant Shell, Violent Jump, Spider Silk Entanglement, Blood Web Shield, Eating. Commander level skill: Queen's Guard. When the Blood Spider Queen is attacked, she will enter a frenzy state, reducing her own health by 1% per second, increasing her own attack power by 50% and movement speed by 50%, and automatically releasing it when her health drops below 10%. Talent, Blood Poison. Mutated Blood Spider. Level 60. Level 6 Mutant Commander. HP 2198364/2198364. Attack Power 11,523 to 11,663. Armor 3352 to 3412. Skills: Mutant Shell, Blood Shadow Flash, Poisonous Silk Wrap, Blood Blade Cut, Eating. Commander level skill: Mutant Possession, drill into the enemy's body at an extremely fast speed, causing serious damage to it from the inside, and adding blood poison effect to it, cooling time 5 minutes. Note: this skill has a certain failure probability when facing a powerful enemy. Talent, Blood Poison. Turtle, a mutant commander level creature has appeared. Besides, this mutant blood spider is a bit abnormal. Especially its commander level skill, it can actually drill into the enemy's body and destroy the internal organs. It's really scary to think about it. After all, Tashid's corpse is a level 70 overlord, so it's normal to hatch a level 60 mutant commander blood spider. Also, although it is a mutant commander, because it is hatched from the corpse of other creatures, its attributes are actually similar to those of ordinary commanders of the same level. The other giant blood spider is almost equivalent to a leader of the same level. But, this giant blood spider has an extremely strong commander level skill that can directly increase the attack power and movement speed by 50%, which is abnormal. If combined with Chao Xing's various permanent buffs, the lethality of these two blood spiders far exceeds that of creatures of the same level. Zilda, let these two blood spiders join my territory. Since Chao Xing's eternal power is only effective for members of the territory, the blood spiders must be allowed to join first before they can obtain the life blessing of the Pale Tree and a series of other status skills. Before, he also recruited all the blood spiders above the elite level. As for those ordinary self-destructing blood spiders, there was no need. One reason was that they were cannon fodder on the battlefield, and their biggest role was to self-destruct. And each self-destructing blood spider would occupy one population. With the number of blood spiders in Hilda's terrifying army, Chao Xing would not be able to fill it with enough population. Then, Chao Xing sent 2 recruitment invitations to these 2 blood spiders. Logically speaking, creatures like this that only knew how to kill and had no mind could not join. But because they have a leader who can control everything about them, they can join the territory like those intelligent creatures. Under Hilda's control, the system prompt appears. Recruitment successful. Alienated blood spider LV60, mutated commander level creature, joined your territory. Territory population increased by 15. Recruitment successful. Giant blood spider LV60, commander level creature, joined your territory. Territory population increased by 10. Not bad. I picked up 2 commander level blood spiders for free. Chao Xing thought happily. For him, this was a free gift. Before this, the bodies they killed were either thrown away or disposed of. Now it is very good to be able to transform these bodies into powerful combat power. Chao Xing clapped his hands in satisfaction. Let's go, Zirda. Let's go out. Okay. After saying that, the blood spider queen drove 2 commander level blood spiders towards the stairs. Chao Xing followed her and went up all the way. Just as they were about to step onto the ground, the blood spider queen suddenly stopped. Then she turned around and quickly lowered her head. Before Chao Xing could react, he saw a charming face approaching quickly. Their lips touched. Instantly, Chao Xing felt a warm touch. A few seconds later, Zirda raised her head, then turned around quickly as if nothing had happened, and walked away from here with long legs, until her back disappeared from the spot. Chao Xing had a strange smile on his lips. He touched his lips, which still had a little red blood on them. This queen is really interesting. Even though she is a die-hard fan, she still can't let go of her figure. Chao Xing thought happily. Speaking of which, she has a great figure. When she bent down just now, he took a quick glance. Chao Xing saw the almost exaggerated size. It can be said that she is among the top 3 women in the territory, and may even be ranked first. He shook his head, and put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. Most of the gains from this battle have been digested. Now there is only 1 commander-level soul left, and Chao Xing decided to give it to Rennies in the order of joining. Next, go ask Elisa and Helly about the investigation situation. Then go to Rennies and ask about the elf tribe, and give her the soul by the way. So, Chao Xing pressed the communication device and asked, Elisa, where are you now? After a while, a crisp voice sounded in my ears. Lord, I'm waiting for you in Sister Helly's room, come quickly. It can be seen that the two girls knew that Chao Xing would come to them, so they were waiting in the room to report their work. Chao Xing also went straight to the residential area of the territory. Creaky. The wooden door was pushed open, and there was a warm stove burning inside, and two figures sitting back to back on the table. Four short legs were swaying in the air. After seeing Chao Xing, Elisa pushed herself up with both hands and jumped down from the wooden table. Lord, you are here. Come and see what I found. She seemed to have found some treasure, and was very excited. Chao Xing asked with interest, Oh, what is it? Dang, it's this. After saying that, little Elisa took out an object covered with a white cloth. After uncovering it, a green-brown egg, half the size of a head, appeared in her hand. What kind of creature's egg is this? Chao Xing asked in confusion. Elisa said proudly, It's the egg of a humpback eagle. Besides, the little bird inside the egg is about to hatch. I'm going to hatch it out. Isn't it amazing? Huh? Chao Xing was slightly stunned, but he understood something. This time, he asked Elisa and the others to track down the humpback eagle. It seems that there is something new. Elisa, you took this egg, and no one noticed it? Chao Xing asked. The humpback giant eagle was used by the Church of Light to transport supplies last time. If the eagles were alarmed, they might be noticed. Elisa shook her head and said, No, we just found a humpback giant eagle's nest on the road, and there were many bird eggs in it. This one rolled down from the nest. The little bird inside was almost frozen to death, and then I picked it up. Chao Xing nodded slightly, and then said, Okay, I know. Now, Elisa, Li, tell me what you found this time. The two girls looked at each other. Elisa said, Sister Heli, you tell me. Heli nodded slightly, then came to Chao Xing and reported, We followed your instructions and kept moving southwest. After moving forward for almost 3,000 kilometers, we still couldn't find the headquarters or branch of the Church of Light you mentioned. Then, we searched for about 2 more days. By chance, we found the giant eagle's nest. So we thought of what you said, and then we started to explore the area around this nest. Unexpectedly, we found several strongholds of the Church of Light. But we didn't find the headquarters of the Church of Light this time. Speaking of this, the two girls seemed a little disappointed. Chao Xing didn't have any ideas. After all, the old king had already determined the location of the headquarters, and it was also very good that Elisa and the others could find the locations of several branches. At this point, Li changed the subject. However, although we did not find the headquarters of the Church of Light, we found another place. This place is also very important. Chao Xing became interested. Oh, what is it? It is a resource point of the Church of Light. We saw many boxes inside, which contained gems, shells, and a large number of weapons. They also captured many blacksmiths and forged various equipment there. After hearing Li's description, Chao Xing thought for a moment. This place sounds like not only a resource point, but also an arsenal. Most of the weapons and equipment of the entire church members are probably provided by this base. This is a relatively important place. If it is destroyed, they will definitely suffer heavy losses. Moreover, he can also search for a lot of resources in it. Chao Xing praised, Li, Elisa, you did a good job. After receiving praise from their lord, the two girls laughed foolishly. After a moment, Elisa suddenly said, Lord, we found the nest of the humpback giant eagle, and this base this time. Do you have any rewards for us? She stared at Chao Xing with her eyes wide open and looked at him expectantly. Chao Xing was in a good mood now and readily agreed. Sure, what rewards do you want? Elisa cheered. I want to drive a goblin airship like Xiao Chu Chu. The last time Tong Chu Chu controlled the goblin airship and took everyone to the sky, this little girl was envious. Now that I have found the opportunity, I immediately made a request. Master Chao approved it on the spot. Okay, I will give you a special airship, and you can use it at will in the future. Great. Thank you, Lord. Little Elisa was so happy that she almost jumped up. After a moment, she seemed to remember something. By the way, I'm going to put this bird egg back in the chicken coop. The little bird will hatch soon. Goodbye, Lord. After saying that, little Elisa ran out in a hurry. Soon, only the beast-eared girl Heli and Chao Xing were left in the room. Chao Xing said happily, Heli, your performance this time is also very good. Do you want any reward? The beast-eared girl said embarrassedly, Lord, Heli does not need any reward. You have helped me improve my strength a lot. Chao Xing did not speak, but thought for a moment, and then took out a black fruit from his backpack. This fruit is about the size of an adult's fist, with a series of mysterious patterns on it, and it also emits bursts of black smoke. It is the Dark Night fruit that he bought in the black market of Malayan City last time, which can increase the affinity of the Dark Night by 20%. When Healy saw this fruit, she was instantly attracted by the smell on it, and her furry ears twitched. Sniff. What a fragrant smell. What kind of fruit is this, Lord? Chao Xing threw it to her directly. You will know after you eat it. After taking the fruit, Healy did not have any doubt or hesitation. She showed a pair of small canine teeth and began to chew it. She swallowed the black fruit in a few bites. After a while, the breath of the Dark Night emanated from the body of this beastard girl, as if she was going to disappear in the darkness. Wow, I feel that I have merged with the Dark Night, which makes my concealment ability stronger. Next time you carry out an assassination mission, you will be even less likely to be discovered. She seemed very excited. Chao Xing smiled. You have been tired these days, take a good rest. I will go out first. After saying that, he turned around and walked out the door. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his sleeve seemed to be pulled by something. Chao Xing turned around and saw the beast-eared girl with her head down. Ha, ha, heavy breathing continued to come. Chao Xing smelled a strange smell in the room. This smell seemed to stimulate his hormones to secrete crazily. Chao Xing thought of the blood spider queen he had just glimpsed, and something seemed to be stirring in his heart. He walked straight forward. The beast-eared girl in front of him shook her little head immediately after hearing this. Lord, please don't apologize, although it was a little uncomfortable at first. 1 hour later. Healy fell weakly on the bed, her face also flushed. Chao Xing gently covered her with a blanket. Then he returned to the outside of the territory. When he came out of Healy's room, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. It was almost dark. Who? The whistling cold wind once again gradually made people's brains regain clarity. However, Chao Xing noticed that in just over an hour, some changes seemed to have taken place in the territory. The sight in front of him was blocked, as if a thin layer of fog covered the entire territory. Especially outside the territory, in the area beyond the reach of the energy station, the fog is even thicker. Is this a weather phenomenon? Although he felt a little confused, the fog did not affect him. Shaking his head, he was going to ask Rennies about another matter, and by the way, give her the commander's soul to see if it would work. Chapter 512. Chao Xing did not pay much attention to the fog, and went straight to Rennies' residence. Soon, he pushed open the door. At this moment, Rennies was sitting by the stove, adjusting the longbow in her hand. After seeing Chao Xing, the archer quickly stood up and saluted respectfully. My lord, good night. Chao Xing did not speak, but put his eyes on the back of her hand. There was a green scar on it, which looked like it was bitten by some creature. Chao Xing frowned and asked, how did it happen? Rennies whispered, last time in that forest, I encountered a poisonous beast and got a little injured when fighting it. But it's almost healed now. After saying that, she hid the injured hand behind her back, as if embarrassed. Chao Xing reached out and grabbed her palm, then pulled it into his arms. Thank you for your hard work, Rennies. Chao Xing's caring voice sounded. The woman in his arms suddenly had a mist in her pupils. A strong woman like her is usually silent, as if nothing can knock her down. But that is for outsiders. When she is alone with Chao Xing, she will let down all her defenses. At this moment, hearing the Lord's caring voice, she seemed to have found a harbor to rely on, and a wave of warmth surged in her heart. No, it's not hard. It is my honor to serve the Lord. After hearing this, Chao Xing gently picked her up, sat on the edge of the bed, and then gave her some tenderness. Rennies in his arms closed her eyes, enjoying this rare moment of solitude. After a moment, she seemed to remember something and said softly, Lord, I will report to you what I have discovered during this period of time? Okay. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Then, Rennies began, the place you asked me to explore is quite far away. I rode the griffin and traveled day and night for almost 3 days, crossing more than 6,000 kilometers to reach the destination. That is a primeval forest that is rarely visited by people. The forest is very large. I estimate that it is at least 10 times the size of the snowstorm plain. Chao Xing was a little surprised. According to what Rennie said, the scale of this forest is quite large. You know, the area of the snowstorm plain, the diameter of the widest area alone, is more than 500 to 600 kilometers. And the area of this primeval forest is 10 times that of the snowstorm plain. It can be imagined that there must be quite a lot of monsters or beasts hidden in it, as well as some unknown opportunities. Rennies continued to narrate. Then, I went deeper into the forest. I encountered some wild beasts and monsters I had never seen before. The deeper I went, the stronger the monsters I encountered. There were some monsters that even I felt I was no match for. But I didn't fight with these monsters. Instead, I avoided them all the way and explored deeper into the forest. After almost 2 days of going deeper, then I found the ancient tribe you mentioned. At this point, Rennie's tone was slightly excited. Later, I spent a few days exploring there, and found that there were indeed many elves living there. They still maintain an ancient lifestyle, performing sacrifices and hunting every day. I roughly counted the number of elves inside, and the number is estimated to be no less than 500. Hearing this number, Chaoxing's eyes showed surprise. After all, this number can already be regarded as the scale of a large tribe. Moreover, elves are very rare in the western continent where they are. At least Chaoxing has only seen one pure-blooded elf so far, and it is dead. In other words, any elf can be sold at a sky-high price, and there are so many elves in that tribe. If the slave traders knew about it, they would probably find ways to flatten the entire forest. I know, Rennies. I will send someone to deal with that tribe after the monster siege is over. Use this soul now, and see if you can break through. Rennie stared at the bright soul in Chaoxing's hand, and her beautiful eyes showed an expectant look. Okay, I try. After saying that, she stood up and slapped the soul into her body. A powerful soul wave emerged. However, less than half a minute later, the breath on her body stopped abruptly. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing also realized something. Failed? However, this was also within his expectations. After all, he had successfully obtained 2 souls in a row and a heart of power, which was already a big profit, and so far, this is also his first commander-level soul that failed to break through, which is not unacceptable. But at this moment, Rennie's looked dejected. Lord, Before Rennie's finished speaking, she suddenly felt her palm being grabbed, and then fell into the arms of the man in front of her again. Before she could speak, she felt her lips being blocked. After the initial shock, Rennie's also reacted. As Chaoxing's hands gradually took off her armor, the female archer's eyes gradually became blurred. After a while, the atmosphere in the room gradually became heated. It took another hour to appease the female archer. Chaoxing gently covered the quilt and gradually got up from the bed. After coming out of Rennie's room, he looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening. At this time, the sky was completely dark. Chaoxing sighed and said, "Not bad, now basically all the resources have been digested. Compared to a week ago, the strength of my territory has improved a lot. This way, we will be more confident in facing the monsters attacking the city tomorrow." Just as he was thinking happily, Chaoxing felt something was wrong again. Looking around, he noticed that the fog in the territory was getting heavier. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't see the scene 1 or 2 kilometers away. You know, when the weather is good, he can easily see the outline of an ant 10,000 meters away. And now, the visibility is compressed to the same as that of an ordinary person, which is really a bit strange. Is it just my territory, or are we all experiencing this thick fog? With a puzzled look, Chaoxing opened the chat channel. At a glance, he saw that many survivors were discussing this fog. Damn, what's going on? Why is there such a thick fog all of a sudden? Is it the same for you? Yes, it's really weird. I can't even find my lord's mansion. This fog is too thick. This is the first time I've encountered it since I came to this world. Brothers, have you noticed that even the system's own small map is covered? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and took a look. Sure enough, the small map that the survivors could see with a thought before was covered by a layer of hazy fog. Not only did it cover all the terrain, but even the coordinates disappeared. This scene made the survivors around the world feel confused. Fuck, this fog is definitely weird. Without the small map, we are equivalent to a person with no sense of direction. Oh no, brothers. I took my people out hunting, and now I can't find the way back to my territory, and I don't even know where I am. Oh my god, I heard a strange sound in the fog, like a child crying. Shit, I just saw a group of flashing figures in the thick fog. The guy upstairs, that's a citizen from your own territory, stop making a fuss. After scanning the chat channel, Chaoxing confirmed his guess. It seems that this kind of fog is not only in his territory, but all the survivors in the world have encountered this situation. Fortunately, apart from affecting visibility, there is nothing strange about this fog. Chaoxing thought, since it has no effect, just ignore it. At the same time, 2 figures walked over side by side. Lord, welcome back. The spirit of the holy tree blesses you. The ones who spoke were little Neve and her sister Juliet. At this moment, the 2 girls had a gentle smile on their faces, and their eyes were full of tenderness when they looked at Chaoxing. just like a newly married young bride looking at her husband. After all, Chao Xing had just taken away their virginity not long ago, and the tree spirits are a very traditional race. So in their hearts, they have already regarded Chao Xing as their husband and family. Chao Xing also smiled. What happened recently? Juliet whispered. The ancient war trees and ancient wind trees that you asked us to plant last time have all grown. At present, only the ancient tree of knowledge is still growing, and it may take some time. The newly grown ancient trees want to see you. I wonder if you are available now. Juliet looked at him carefully. Chao Xing immediately said, Of course I have time. Take me there now. Okay. After hearing this, the two girls smiled gently again. Then they walked over slowly, each holding one of Chao Xing's hands, and led him forward. Soon, they arrived at the buffer zone of the territory. Since the territory was also shrouded in this strange fog, it seemed that they were walking in the fog. At this moment, Chao Xing vaguely saw that a forest seemed to appear in the thick fog in front of him. Yes, it was a forest. After getting closer, he finally saw the scene in front of him clearly. Hundreds of ancient trees, with a height of more than 10 meters, and a trunk diameter of more than 1.5 meters grew side by side. The most common ones were some ancient trees, with dark brown bark and dense branches growing on their heads. These are ancient war trees, more than 80 of them. Next to them, there are 12 magical ancient trees with light brown bark and leaves shaped like darts. These are ancient wind trees. At this moment, after seeing Chao Xing coming, human faces appeared on the trunks of these ancient trees. Standing in the front are the 3 ancient war trees that came to Chao Xing's territory the earliest, and have been upgraded to level 50. One of the faces slowly opened his mouth, and made a vicissitudes of life voice. My fellow tribesmen, the master of this territory is here. Hearing the voice, all the ancient trees opened their eyes, and looked at Chao Xing at the same time. Praise the great Lord Chao Xing. Thank you for allowing us to regenerate this fertile land. Praise the Lord. A series of vicissitudes of life sounded. It can be seen that Gunata had already done a good job for its tribesmen, and at this moment, he was very respectful to Chao Xing. This saved him a lot of effort. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Welcome, guardians from ancient times. This territory will become safer and more vibrant because of your arrival. The creatures in this world, whether these guardians or other recruited creatures, like to hear such nice words. The ancient trees looked at each other, and said in the same peaceful way. We are also honored to be a member of this prosperous territory. The ancient tree clan will wholeheartedly protect the safety of your territory. The next moment, a series of system prompts for loyalty enhancement appeared. Basically, each ancient tree added 2 to 5 points of loyalty. Although it was not much, it was quite good. Then, Chao Xing glanced at the properties of these ancient trees. Those ancient war trees had been seen before, and what he wanted to check now was the properties of another ancient tree. Ancient wind tree, Guman. Race, ancient tree. Level 28, level 3 boss level creature. Health, 47852/47852, blessed by the pale tree. Attack power, 1478 to 1532. Armor, 285 to 317. Maximum attack range, 2000 meters. Skills, falling leaf dart, activate the leaves in the body, causing 113% cutting damage to up to 8 enemies. Normal attack, no cooldown. Wind revival, activate the wind in the body. The power of the ancient tree of wind increases its attack speed by 30% and increases the attack target by up to 4 for 60 seconds. Cooldown time, 120 seconds. Whirlwind, the ancient tree of wind summons a powerful whirlwind, causing 188% magic damage to enemies in the target area and knocking them away. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Talent, vitality. Talent 2, resurrection. As those ancient trees of war said, the ancient tree of wind has excellent group attack capabilities, and even ordinary attacks can attack 8 units at the same time. And the attack range even reaches an astonishing 2 kilometers. The most important thing is that they can also take root and move, which can be said to be a group of mobile artillery. Yes, I will integrate the power of the territory and bless all these ancient trees. Plus the 4 new Neros cannons I have obtained. These defensive units in the territory alone can stop large-scale enemy attacks. Chao Xing thought happily, and then said, Ancient Guardians, you continue to rest, I will give you some blessing effects in a while. After hearing the last sentence, the ancient trees on the field showed expectations on their faces. Because of the previous experience of the 3 ancient trees, such as Gunata, they all knew how powerful the blessing of this territory was. They also felt very eager in their hearts. Just as Chao Xing was about to deal with the recruitment scroll in his backpack, a steady voice came to his ears. Lord, I am Xiao. Chao Xing paused and replied, Xiao, tell me, what's the matter? There was silence on the other end of the call for a moment, and then the voice rang again. Lord, I'm very sorry. When I was leading the swordsman to look for the ice nest outside, we suddenly encountered a thick fog. This thick fog seems to have blocked our perception. We are now lost in the thick fog and can no longer find the direction of the territory. There was a little frustration and anxiety in his tone. Even Chao Xing frowned slightly. This situation is a bit troublesome. After all, in this thick fog, the small map function of these survivors has failed. It is all white on it, and they can only rely on their sense of direction to identify. It was unknown how long this fog would last. If Xiao and the others lost their way in the fog, the consequences would be disastrous. And now, Chao Xing couldn't take people out to rescue them, because even he himself was not sure that he could find the direction in such a fog. Chao Xing frowned and thought for a moment. At this time, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to his mind, and another idea popped up. Chao Xing said, Xiao, don't worry, continue to wait where you are and don't move, and make sure every member is within your sight. Then wait for my message. Yes, Xiao replied quickly. Chao Xing quickly pressed the communication device on his ear. Isabel, come here, I need your strength. The holy light will obey your call. Isabel's voice, like a clear spring, sounded. A moment later, a holy figure walked out of the mage tower and quickly came to him. Chao Xing briefly explained the situation. This is what happened. Xiao and his friends got lost outside, and the lighthouse in our territory does not have enough illumination range to point them in the right direction. So I'm going to take you to the sky now, and then you cast light spells to act as a beacon. The holy light priest nodded slightly. I understand. Please take me up. Okay. After he finished speaking, a transparent wind wing appeared behind Chao Xing. He then stretched out his hand and held Isabel's slender waist, and the wind wing fluttered and took her into the sky. Whoosh whoosh. The wind wing was very fast, and in an instant, it rushed to a height of hundreds of meters, and flew up quickly. The thick fog was dispersed by Chao Xing. He kept flying at a vertical angle to prevent himself from getting lost when landing. Similarly, as he flew higher and higher, the temperature in the sky became lower and lower. When he flew to an altitude of about 10,000 meters, the temperature reached an astonishing -80°C again. Fortunately, Chao Xing and Isabel were both level 70 great mages with amazing physiques. In addition, the cloud yak coat continued to heat up, so they could last for a while at this altitude. Isabel, we can start now, Chao Xing said. Okay. The holy light priest in his arms gradually took out his staff and raised it high above his head. Instantly, the strong holy light was like the sun suddenly appearing in the fog, dispelling the fog of hundreds of meters around. It shone on the body, giving people a slight feeling of warmth and dispelling the cold air in the sky. Chao Xing looked around, then pressed the communication device and asked, Xiao, now look at the area above your head. Can you see where the sky is emitting light? I try, Lord. After waiting for a few seconds, Xiao replied, Sorry, Lord, the fog is too thick. I can't see where the light is. Chao Xing frowned slightly and thought to himself, Can't you see this? You know, the light source emitted by Isabel now far exceeds those high-level lighthouses. It seems that this fog is really thicker than imagined. He turned his head and looked at the holy light priest in his arms. Isabel, is there any way to make the holy light you release brighter? Isabel thought for a moment, then whispered, I borrow the power of the holy scripture to see. After she finished speaking, she turned her back to Chao Xing and entrusted the weight of her body to him. Then she freed her other hand, and a holy scripture emitting a breath of light appeared. Hua la la. The holy scripture began to turn pages continuously, emitting a strong breath of light, which also made the light emitted by the staff in her hand more intense. Buzz. With the continuous injection of the breath of light, the aperture expanded from the original 100 meters to 1,000 meters. At the same time, Xiao's surprised voice came to my ears. I saw it, Lord. I saw a ball of light appearing above my head. Although it was blurry, I could almost identify the direction. Chao Xing also smiled. Very good. Now you follow the direction of this light and bring people back. By the way, don't be anxious on the way. Make sure everyone returns safely. If you get lost in the fog, it will be troublesome. Understood. After that, Xiao started to move. He led his Star Country Swordsman Corps and Silverhand Knight Corps to move at a constant speed in the direction of the light. Their speed was very slow, and they had to confirm the location of other members from time to time. Fortunately, Xiao did not go too far away from the territory today. About 10 minutes later, a voice came to my ears again. Lord, we have all returned to the vicinity of the territory, and no one is missing. Hearing this, Chaoxing also breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not take Isabel down immediately, but took this opportunity to take a closer look at the fog. He wanted to know what this fog was. However, after observing for a few minutes, except for the light emitted by Isabel, everything around him was white and nothing could be seen. Moreover, it had been less than half an hour since he flew high into the sky, and the fog seemed to be getting thicker. Strange, the current situation seems to be just a precursor. Will this thick fog get worse? At the same time, Chaoxing suddenly noticed a strange movement in the distant fog. It was like a group of creatures projected in the fog, gathered together to be thousands of meters high, looking very scary. It was also like a group of flowing shadows, without a fixed shape. This group of creatures seemed to be wandering in the thick fog, stirring up the surrounding fog. Moreover, it seemed to be constantly approaching the direction of the territory. Chapter 513. Looking at the creatures in the mist, Chaoxing couldn't help but feel a palpitation in his heart. Is it a beast in the snow, or what? He instinctively felt that something was wrong, so he said, Isabel, stop releasing the aura of light. Okay. After saying that, the woman stopped releasing the light. At the same time, the surrounding vision was once again obscured by the thick fog, and the palpitation in Chaoxing's heart disappeared. He remained in the sky, looking around, scanning the situation around the territory. After observing for a few minutes, and confirming that there was nothing unusual, he said directly, let's go back. After that, he took Isabel and fell straight to the area under his feet. As if passing through thick clouds, they descended 3 or 4 kilometers before they could vaguely see the light coming out of the territory. Following the direction of the light, the two of them quickly landed steadily. At the same time, under the guidance of the territory lighthouse, Xiao and his team had also returned to the territory. After seeing Chaoxing, Xiao came over respectfully and said, Thank you for your guidance, Lord. Chaoxing did not speak, but looked at the people on the field. After finding that there were indeed no people missing, he nodded slightly. Xiao continued, Lord, this is the spoils we got from clearing out those ice nest monsters during this period. Please take a look. After saying that, he handed over a green quality backpack. After Chaoxing took it, he took a look at the things inside, and a smile appeared on his face again. Obtain 5th level Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll *23. Obtain 5th level Elite Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll *4. Obtain Ice Dragon Mark *2.7572 million. Obtain Glacial Shard *1.6744 million. Obtain Dragon Rock Ore Gold *4598. Obtain Medium Anti-Corruption Potion *22. After the Oracle War, the system launched an enhanced version of the Ice Nest, and the level of the monsters inside has been greatly improved. At the same time, there is a small chance that the Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll will be exploded. Although the probability is very small, after nearly half a month of fighting, Xiao also obtained more than 20 scrolls, and this is only a part of it. Because Chaoxing divided the people in the territory into 2 waves, Commander Boji also led a legion to deal with the enhanced Ice Nest monster. So, he probably has a lot of recruitment scrolls. Very good, it seems that we can gather a Dragon Blood Warrior Legion of 100 people today. Chaoxing thought with hope. Then, he took out the Nameless Sword Master Manual, orange, from his backpack and handed it over. What is this? Xiao asked in confusion after taking it. Open it, and have a look. Yes, sir. Xiao gradually opened the manual. As the contents inside were revealed, Zhao's eyes suddenly became serious. In fact, he was shocked at the end. He exclaimed, It's hard to imagine that this is a manual left by a legendary swordsman, and it records his life's work. Even legendary combat skills are recorded in it. As soon as these words came out, not only Xiao, but also the swordsmen of the Star Country behind him were also very shocked. Chaoxing asked, Xiao, do you have the confidence to learn the above skills? The swordsman immediately straightened his face, and then nodded, Yes, respected lord. The various swordsmanship recorded in this manual is very suitable for me. Just a cursory glance at it has given me a lot of feelings. If I can practice for a long time, I can make a leap in my swordsmanship in a short time, break the shackles of the master level, and transform to the hero level. Chaoxing's eyes showed admiration. As expected, People like Xiao who can create their own swordsmanship are usually geniuses in the way of swordsmanship. Very good, then I give this manual to you first, study hard. Yes, I will definitely not disappoint the Lord's expectations, and strive to comprehend the swordsmanship above as soon as possible. He carefully put the manual into his backpack, as if he had found a treasure. Including other swordsmen, they also looked at him with envy. As swordsmen, they clearly knew how precious this manual was. After all, that was the perception of a sword master, and there were even legendary fighting skills. It was no exaggeration to say that it was taught by a legendary sword master himself. This kind of thing would cause some strong people to fight for it on the mainland. Chao Xing continued, Okay, everyone go to the cafeteria to eat. I will find you later. Yes. Everyone dispersed. Including Xiao, with excitement, he quickly went to the training ground to practice the sword skills there. Looking at his back, Chao Xing glanced at the remaining 10 sword language stones in his backpack. There are many reasons why he didn't give this stone to Xiao. One is because this thing is too rare. Moreover, maybe he will meet a swordsman stronger than Xiao next time. At that time, he will give these 10 sword language stones to him, so that the benefits can be maximized. Although Xiao is strong enough, he is not the best candidate in Chao Xing's mind. Of course, if he is really gifted and can learn the skills of this sword saint in a short time, then Chao Xing will consider using this precious resource on him. At this moment, Chao Xing looked at the pile of scrolls in his backpack, and a smile appeared on his face. Very good, in the past half-month, their battles near the territory have also brought me a lot of benefits. However, in addition to these recruitment scrolls and materials, there are also gold points rewards for killing these enhanced ice nests. This is also an extremely precious resource. After all, there are still many good things in the gold points store that have not been exchanged. After the Oracle War, he spent almost all of his gold points, leaving only the last 28 points. Then, in the first week of the development period, Boji and Xiao earned him a total of 460 gold points. In addition, he got 200 gold points for the 7th wave of Monster Siege and the leaderboard reward. I just don't know how many points Boji and Xiao earned for him in the 6 days he was away. With anticipation, he checked it. Gold points * 1128. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's lips. Gold points have exceeded 1,000, which is a bit comfortable. He had been thinking about the recruitment scroll of the Priestess Fanas in the gold point store for a long time. In the entire store, except for the dominance level recruitment scroll, it was the most expensive, costing 1,000 gold points. Now, he finally had enough. So he clicked on the exchange without hesitation. Do you want to consume 1,000 gold points to exchange for 1/4 level Priestess Fanas recruitment scroll? Yes. The gold points were consumed again, leaving only 128 points. Chao Xing also had an orange scroll in his backpack. Speaking of which, there were many recruitment scrolls in his backpack that needed to be summoned. In addition to the Priestess and Dragon Blood Fighter scrolls, there were also dozens of Wandering Swordsman scrolls. Just as Chao Xing was about to summon, a figure in a green robe came over with brisk steps. Then, he saluted respectfully. Lord, good night. This person was the Wind Wizard in the territory, Alan, who currently had the strength of level 67. Alan, what's up? Chao Xing replied. Dear Lord, I'm here to report my recent progress and practice. The manual you gave me last time records many wind spells. After practicing for a while, I have learned 2 new spells. They are Wind God's Blessing and Wind Beacon. Alan finished his report quickly. Chao Xing's eyes showed admiration. The 2 skills he learned were very powerful and very helpful to the territory. The Wind Beacon can mark the enemy's position, and the maximum distance can reach several thousand kilometers. And Wind God's Blessing is even more abnormal. It can not only add a high durability shield, but also cause nearly twice the blast damage to the enemy after the shield is broken. However, Chao Xing originally released these 2 skills through Spell Scroll. I just don't know what changes will happen after these great wizards release them. Chao Xing glanced at the 2 new skills on Alan's panel. Wind God's Blessing, condensing the wind element, adding a layer of 281,242 durability shield to friendly units, magic attack power plus, spirit * 50, after the shield is broken, it causes self-attack power * 188% of the surrounding enemies. Breaking damage, cooling time, 100 seconds. Wind Beacon, condensing the wind element, adding a layer of mark to the target, can vaguely sense the opponent's position. The maximum distance is 3,500 kilometers, cooling time, 5 minutes. Turtle, it's improved so much all of a sudden. You know, before, the magic scroll could only add a shield with a fixed durability of 20,000 points. Now, according to Alan's attributes, he can directly obtain a shield with a durability of nearly 280,000 points. You can imagine what this means. Moreover, there is more than one state in Chaoxing's territory that can add a shield. In addition to Alan, Wally also has a Sky Sound Shocking skill that can add a shield of 10% of the basic health value to all members. And Wally is now a level 70 leader-level creature. Not counting the bonus of the Pale Tree, his health value has reached 3.9 million. Then, there is Francesca's Forest Blessing skill, which can add a shield of 20% of the maximum health of allies. In other words, these 3 shield states add up to almost 1 million maximum health. After arriving at this number, Chaoxing was even more overjoyed. After all, this is not just a single million, but everyone in the entire territory can get this bonus. Even those staff members can have this abnormal shield effect. Now the level of the Polar People is about 20, and after a series of status bonuses, they can even fight against the 6th level elite creatures. It is equivalent to jumping dozens of levels to fight, and you can imagine what this concept is. Okay, my shield explosion flow is just around the corner. Chaoxing couldn't help but said in surprise. Of course, in addition to Wind God's Blessing, another skill Wind Beacon has also changed slightly. It was fixed at 3,000 kilometers before, and now the maximum marking range has reached 3,500 kilometers. Chaoxing was very satisfied with Alan's performance. You did a good job, Alan. Keep working hard to learn the spells above. Try to learn Wind Wings and Forbidden spells as soon as possible. Alan immediately said respectfully, yes, I will definitely not disappoint the Lord's expectations. Chaoxing asked him to wait aside first, and refresh the status of everyone later, and add the ability of Wind God's Blessing. Then, he asked Boji to find him in the territory. A thin figure walked over quickly. He held the giant axe in his hand, bowed slightly, and said politely, "Good night, Lord." Boji was very gentlemanly in normal times, completely different from the wild style in battle. Chaoxing said directly, "Commander Boji, please give me the spoils you got from fighting those ice nest monsters recently." After hearing this, Boji quickly took out a small backpack from his waist, which contained his gains in the past half-month. "It's all here, please take a look." Chaoxing took it, and took a quick glance. A smile reappeared on his face. Then he transferred all the things inside into the dragon pattern bag. Obtained, 5th level Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll *31. Obtained, 5th level Elite Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scroll *5. Obtained. Including the 27 scrolls from Xiao, there are a total of 63 Dragon Blood Fighter Recruitment Scrolls. And there are 54 Dragon Blood Fighters in his territory. Now, it is enough to put together a 100-man Dragon Blood Fighter Corps. Chaoxing nodded contentedly. Then he took out all the Dragon Blood Fighter scrolls, and clicked on the summon button. This was also the most Dragon Blood Fighters he had ever summoned at one time. Buzz! The sky was shaking constantly. The ice blocks that sealed the Dragon Blood Fighters cut through the foggy sky, and fell in front of Chaoxing. Crack! Crack! The Dragon Blood Fighters shattered the ice blocks, and walked out of the seal. As a fighting race, each of them exuded a strong fighting spirit. Norn Tribe, the 13th Legion, Ojian Shan Int, reporting to you. After he finished speaking, Burji stepped forward and said first, "I am the commander of the Dragon Hunter Legion, Burji Sun Chaser. My former tribesman, I will lead you and fight side by side again." On the field, a group of Dragon Blood Fighters cast their eyes on him, with surprise in their eyes. "It's Commander Burji, the legendary Norn. I didn't expect that we would have the honor to fight under your leadership. Commander Burji, we will obey you completely." But Burji shook his head and said, "You don't have to obey me completely, but you have to obey the Lord completely. He is the master of this territory, and he has a group of master-level strongmen under his command. All of you must not act rashly." The Dragon Blood Fighters all looked at Chaoxing. After feeling the vast magic power in him, they immediately showed admiration and admiration. The Norn clan worships strength and strength. Obviously, Chaoxing's current power has already convinced them. These newly joined Dragon Blood Fighters said respectfully, "Meet this powerful lord, we will contribute our strength to you." Chaoxing nodded slightly. "Welcome to join us, the powerful Norn clan." Then, he asked them to wait on the side. Chaoxing glanced at the panels of several of them. These Dragon Blood Fighters also activated a Legion skill after reaching 100 people. I looked at the attributes. Legion skill Dragon Wings. Concentrate the power of dragon blood in the body, grow a pair of dragon wings behind, increase its mobility by 30%, and gain the ability to fight at low altitude. Not bad, This Legion skill makes the Dragon Blood fighters more flexible and can adapt to various battlefields. And when Alan learns Wind Wings later, they will have 2 pairs of wings. After summoning the Dragon Blood fighters, use another recruitment scroll. Wandering Swordsman in the Sword Tomb. Do you want to use the 6th and 7th level Wandering Swordsman recruitment scroll *46? Do you want to use the 6th and 7th level Elite Wandering Swordsman recruitment scroll *8? Do you want to use the 6th level Leader level Wandering Swordsman recruitment scroll *2? Yes. Instantly, all 56 scrolls in the backpack disappeared. Then, they turned into long swords flying in the air. Hua la la. These long swords seemed to have spirituality, dancing in the air, attracting the attention of many people on the field. Then, they fell to the ground and turned into human figures. Wandering Swordsman. Zwaka/Zwafei/Kelly, reporting to you. Xiaoxing took a look. This group of Wandering Swordsmen were all dressed similarly at the moment. Wearing a worn-out but stylish leather windbreaker, the leather had been baptized by the years and had a bronze luster. Wearing a wide-brimmed felt hat on his head, the shadow covered most of his face, revealing only a pair of sharp eagle-like eyes. Hanging on his waist was an ancient and heavy long sword. Even if they stood still, they kept the posture of drawing the sword at any time. Among them, the 2 leader-level Wandering Swordsmen were the most powerful. Xiaoxing said, as usual, "Welcome to join us, Wandering Swordsmen." And these newly recruited Wandering Swordsmen also quickly observed the territory. When they saw the luxurious buildings, they couldn't help but admire. "My powerful lord, you have a prosperous territory. And your own strength is as vast as a glacier. We will fight for you." Since Xiaoxing's current strength has been improved, it can be said that there are fewer troubles. A 7th level Great Wizard has a powerful strength, and only with a strong enough strength can he win the respect of these people. Xiaoxing smiled. "You also wait for a while. I will arrange a place for you." "Yes." All the swordsmen obediently walked to the side and waited silently. Xiaoxing looked at their attributes. Of course, he looked at the attributes of the 2 leader-level Wandering Swordsmen. Wandering Swordsman, Zoffy. Race, human. Level, 56, level 6 leader. HP, 1885263/1885263, Blessing of the Pale Tree. Attack power, 8735 to 8981, Domination. Armor, 2124 to 2178. Skills, Expert Swordsmanship Mastery, Falling Phoenix / Cutting Water Flow, Flowing Wind / Draw the Sword. Talent, Sword Affinity. Bonds Wandering Swordsman Core, 10 people, 20 people, 50 people, attack power increased by 20, attack speed increased by 20%, skill cooldown reduced by 20%. When there are 100 people, additional skill activated, Rurouni Kinshin. Not bad attributes. When challenging in the Sword Tomb, Xiaoxing had experienced the fighting style of these swordsmen. Each of them has a good talent for swordsmanship, and the damage is not low. Of course, the highest burst damage is their leader-level skill drawing the sword. As soon as this group of Wandering Swordsmen was summoned, they had 2 leaders, plus all members had a minimum combat power of level 6. It can be said that they are now the highest level troops besides those core combatants. Xiaoxing nodded with satisfaction. Then, he took out the last recruitment scroll from his backpack and clicked to use it. "Do you want to use the recruitment scroll of the Priestess Fanas?" "Yes." Chapter 514. Do you want to summon? "Yes." The moment you click OK, a strange wave appeared. Xiaoxing suddenly smelled an ominous smell in the air, which made people feel a little uneasy. At the same time, the entire territory was originally shrouded in white mist. At this moment, this mist quickly turned into dark purple, moving from the gate of the territory to the center of the territory. It seemed that an invisible creature was carrying this ominous breath and approaching them. Everyone looked over with a look of doubt in their eyes. The dark purple mist came in front of Xiaoxing, and it seemed as if a whirlwind was blowing in the place. Whoosh! The surrounding mist was stirred, and a figure could be seen looming in it. When all the noise disappeared, a tall woman wearing a dark purple robe, a hood on her head, holding a twisted scepter, slowly appeared in front of Xiaoxing. A deep voice sounded. "The god of disaster, plague, and curse, Menses, the most loyal believer, the priest Fanas, reports to you." After hearing the other party's words, Xiaoxing was shocked. He heard a strange name of a god, Menses. This also shows that the woman in front of him has a big background. Xiaoxing didn't say much, but walked forward and stretched out his right hand as a routine. "I am the lord of this territory, Xiaoxing. Welcome to join you, Fanas." The hat on the head of this priestess covered her face. She was tall and estimated to be about 1.8 meters tall. The long robe dragged on the ground, and the staff in her hand was nearly 2 meters high, which she used as a stick to stick on the ground. The appearance of the staff was also very strange, with twisted lines like old tree roots on it, and a dazzling ruby on the top of the staff. Seeing Chao Xing's outstretched right hand, the woman slowly raised her head, revealing a very distinctive face. Her skin was like the best white jade, but with a strange paleness. Her eyebrows were thin and slightly raised, like two sharp blades, and her dark blue pupils were deep, emitting bursts of black breath from time to time. The black lips were even more eye-catching. This woman's appearance was impressive at first glance. The priestess Fanas chuckled and said, "My lord, are you sure you want to shake hands with me?" Chao Xing was about to reply. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that poisonous scorpions and poisonous insects appeared on the back of Fanas' hand. Black mucus was still oozing out from her fingers, and then dripping on the floor, making a series of hissing sounds. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing did not hesitate at all, and directly held her palm. "Are you kidding? Master Chao now has the existence of the cursed nemesis, the light-feathered chicken. No matter how poisonous you are, the light-feathered chicken can remove it with a purifying light." The priestess was also a little surprised when her palm was suddenly held. But soon, she reacted. She looked at Chao Xing with admiration. "You are the first person who is not afraid of the plague power in my body. Interesting." She shook hands with Chao Xing solemnly. And Chao Xing suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his palm. The two separated their hands, and Chao Xing noticed that a small black spot appeared in his palm, as if he had been poisoned by some kind of toxin. However, when he saw that there was no change in the panel, he did not take it seriously. Obviously, this was the priestess's test of him. Chao Xing said expressionlessly, "Farnaz, can I ask a question?" The woman raised her head and said, "Excuse me, this lord. Who is Meng Shixi?" Hearing this question, the priestess who exuded the power of curse thought for a moment, and then replied, "Meng Shixi, one of the first 6 true gods, in charge of disasters, curses and plagues." After hearing the name of the former 6 true gods, Chao Xing was slightly surprised. Including everyone else on the field was a little surprised. Before this, they only knew about the 6 true gods, and had no idea that there were any former 6 true gods. So Chao Xing was very confused. The priestess asked in confusion, "Are the former 6 true gods strange?" The positions of the 6 true gods are not fixed. When a true god leaves, a new true god will take his place. For example, the god of war Balthazar, after his death, the true god of order Khmer appeared. Hearing the other party's answer, Chao Xing frowned again. "So you mean, this true god Mengsis is also dead?" Hearing this question, Fanas was silent for a moment, then shook his head gently. "We don't know what happened to the Lord Mengsis. Tens of thousands of years ago, we believers suddenly sensed that the power of the Lord Mengsis disappeared from this world, and all believers fell into confusion. However, one thing is certain, the Lord of Mengsis has not passed away, because all her statues and idols can still exert some of their divine power. So, we firmly believe that she has only fallen into a short sleep, and all believers are still waiting for her to wake up. However, after waiting for thousands of years, those idols have not shown any signs of revival. Instead, due to the passage of time, the divine power has become weaker and weaker, and has even completely lost its function. It was not until later that an oracle came from the sky that a new true god, the goddess Lisa, was born and took over the position of the Lord Mengsis. Only then did we know that the Lord might have encountered an accident. But we can be sure that she is not dead, because her statue is still intact." After listening to Farnaz's story, Chao Xing frowned slightly, and his expression gradually became solemn. He asked uncertainly, "Do you mean that the true god Mengsis might be missing?" Farnaz nodded gently. Maybe. This also made Chao Xing have new doubts. What kind of power can make a true god disappear? Why didn't the other true gods look for the missing god Meng Shixi after they knew he was missing? Or did they look for him, but didn't find him? Thinking about it this way, it's really terrifying. However, Chao Xing stopped thinking about it soon. After all, the affairs of the true gods are too far away from him. Even if he knew that there were many doubts, it was definitely not something Chao Xing could guess that no one had solved it after tens of thousands of years. Now, let's check out the attributes of this new member. Priestess, Farnaz. Race, human. Level 40, level 4 commander level creature. HP, 318952/318952, blessed by the pale tree. Attack power, 5862 to 5972. Armor, 954 to 973. Skills. Plague Mage can skillfully use skills such as Plague Ball, Plague Spread, and summon poisonous insects. Disaster Coil reduces the target unit's luck by 100 points for 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Plague Flies summon a large number of plague-carrying flies, causing suicide attacks on a large range of enemies in front, and adding up to 10 layers of plague effects to them. When the fly causes damage, it will restore its own health for 15 seconds. Cooling time, 5 minutes. Plague Pulse releases the plague power in the body, attacks all enemies within 100 meters, and causes healing effects to friendly units within the range. The healing amount is 10% of Fana's upper limit of life, and can attack/heal up to 3 times in a row. Cooling time, 120 seconds. Calamity consumes 20% of its own health, increases the critical hit rate of all friendly units by 30%, lasts 60 seconds, and extends the summoning time of all plague poisonous insects by 60 seconds. Cooling time, 5 minutes. Commander level skills. Plague Cataclysm releases all the plague power in the body, summons a large number of poisonous insects, launches suicide attacks on the enemy, and forms a plague zone in the surrounding 1,000 meters area for 30 minutes. All enemies entering will be continuously damaged. Cooling time, 2 hours. Talent, Plague Body, immune to plague, curse and other effects caused by all creatures below its own level. Loyalty, 63. Satisfaction, 58. After reading the skills of this priestess, Chaoxing thought for a moment. Her skills seemed to be a bit complicated, taking into account the summoning of poisonous insects, group healing, reducing the enemy's luck value and other means. Especially the skill of reducing luck value. If combined with the cursed bead in Chaoxing's hand, it will have an unexpected effect. In addition, she also has a large-scale commander-level skill, which even lasts for 30 minutes. It can be said that this priestess is a tough character who can fight and heal. Of course, what Chaoxing values most is her leader-level skill, the Sacrifice of Disaster. This skill can actually increase the critical hit rate by 30%. This is a pretty good bonus. You know, now when those warriors reach level 40 or 50, they basically have a critical hit rate of about 30%. When facing enemy attacks, the territory title Land of Glory will increase it by 50%, and the Black Smoke Shaman brought Brimstone has a Resonance Totem, which can also increase the critical hit rate by 20%. If combined with the 30% critical hit rate of this skill, it is equivalent to full critical hit for all members. It can be said that the output capacity of these arms, including some core combatants, has been greatly improved. Chaoxing was very satisfied. Welcome to join us, Fanas. Now, use this Heart of Power to break through to the 5th level. He took out an expert level Heart of Power directly from his backpack. The priestess put the nearly 2-meter-high staff on the ground and reached out to take it. However, there was no reminder of loyalty improvement. This also made Chaoxing think to himself, it seems that there is another difficult subject. But it doesn't have much impact, as long as she can listen to orders and use auxiliary skills on us. The battle in the territory is strong enough now. One more or one less won't make a difference. At the same time, Thanos crushed the Heart of Power. When the pure power contained in it was quickly absorbed by it, a visible plague smell quickly spread, and even made the surrounding warriors subconsciously step back a few steps. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Thanos successfully transformed into a 5th level commander level creature. Basic attributes increased by 100%, and health increased by an additional 50%. It's not bad to break through in one go. Chaoxing thought happily. Now there is another priestess with status skills. Add to that Alan's Wind God's blessing, and it can almost refresh everyone's blessing status. Then, he looked at the divine power value on Nesh's blessing ring. Last time I caught the griffin, I had used up all my divine power. After this period of recovery, I have accumulated 12 points again. So, Chaoxing first pressed the communication device on his ear, and then said, Juliet, you and me bring all the ancient trees to the center of the territory. Then, Chaoxing switched to group mode again. All members of the territory, including staff, gathered together. With Chaoxing's order, the entire territory began to move. Thousands of 5th level Ascalon warriors and wild boar warriors walked out. They held war blades, and each of them had an amazing momentum. Behind them, there were hundreds of nightmare archers, silver hand knights, star country swordsmen and other soldiers. All of them were at least level 40, and their real combat power was enough to be regarded as level 60 creatures, or even stronger, as the soldiers appeared one by one. The newly joined dragon blood fighters and wandering swordsmen had extremely strong shock in their eyes. because they found that any of these fighters felt that they were no match. However, this was only part of the strength in the territory. When the core members began to appear, each of them had a more terrifying momentum. Assam, Andrew, Rennies, Xiao, etc. All of them were at least level 7 leaders, and each of them was a strong man who could fight against thousands, or even tens of thousands. Even the priestess Fanas couldn't help but look up at the fighters, and a solemn look appeared in her eyes. After all, these are dozens of masters, not cabbages on the roadside. This power has reached a terrifying level. However, this is not all of this territory. A dense crawling sound came from afar, accompanied by a strong smell of blood. Swish, swish. Everyone looked over. A sea of blood approached quickly. Walking in the front was the tall and weird Blood Spider Queen, Hilda Bloodkiss. She led her Blood Spider army of more than 100,000 people and walked over slowly. The aura of the 7th level master on her body brought a sense of oppression deep in the soul. Even Chao Xing looked at the blood-colored ocean with some surprise. Unknowingly, Zierda's Blood Spider army had reached such a terrifying scale. In addition to the 2 commander-level Blood Spiders that were newly hatched today, there were more than 200 elite Blood Spiders next to them. And the self-destructing Blood Spider army, with a number exceeding 100,000. It looked mighty and full of deterrence. However, as she waved her hand, all the Blood Spiders quickly dissipated and disappeared into every corner. Only the elite and commander-level Blood Spiders were left standing. However, that was not all. Buzz! An invisible shadow spread, and everyone felt a creepy feeling in their hearts. It was as if they were being stared at by some beast in the dark. When a black shadow gradually appeared, everyone looked over. It was Sarah, who had transformed into the 8th level master level. The first 8th level creature to appear so far. Just standing there, this woman made people feel as if a dagger was pressed against their throats, making them dare not even breathe. Before they could react, they felt a violent wind coming from above their heads, accompanied by a life-level oppression. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A huge shadow descended in the sky. A huge dark blue dragon, with a wingspan of more than 100 meters appeared. On its back stood a lonely and lethal figure. It was the dragon speaker and her dragon, Seraphis. As a level 89 hero. At this time, the dragon speaker had absorbed all 10 sword stones given by Chao Xing, and the damage values of all skills doubled. The whole person was like a piercing ice blade, making people feel extremely lethal. Everyone on the field was shocked by the power of this woman, and the dragon under her feet. Just when everyone thought that this was almost all the strong men in this territory. Valkyrie, Marlenina slowly walked out of a room. When the long hair like flames fluttered in the wind, it was like a female warrior who was reborn from the fire. Before getting close, it gave people a throbbing feeling in the depths of the soul. Holding the blood-drinking blade, Marlenina made everyone on the field feel a huge pressure. This is the full strength of Chao Xing's territory. Even he himself didn't know how powerful the power would be if all these people took action. The Dragon Blood Fighter clan, who advocated strength, was even more excited. Unbelievable. There are so many powerful beings in this territory. This fighting force can even destroy a million-strong Ice Nest monster army. Too powerful. Even the priestess Fanas couldn't help but take a deep look at these people. She thought that Chao Xing, as a 7th level master, was already the most powerful fighting force in this territory. As a result, now, not only have dozens of beings with strength no less than him appeared. The few powerful people who appeared later gave her a feeling of being invincible. Even when Fanas was at his peak in his previous life, he was no match for these beings. And this also made her curious. That is, how did this man make so many strong people surrender and obey? She looked at Chao Xing, as if she wanted to say something, but seemed to be hesitant. The staff in the territory, De Zhuang, Chao Yi and others, felt extremely proud at this moment, because they saw with their own eyes that this territory grew little by little to its current level. The feeling of honor is indescribable, when the last ancient tree army and robot army finally arrived. So far, more than 3,000 creatures in the entire territory have gathered here. Chao Xing directly took out Nesh's blessing ring, and clicked to use it. Instantly, a ball of light with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared. Chao Xing quickly said, "Okay, now arrange in your respective teams. Silverhand Knights, you control the Griffins to lead all the Star Country swordsmen, and Wild Boar warriors to fly to the sky to save space. It is no problem for an adult Griffin to carry the weight of several adults. The Griffin King can even easily carry a big guy like Jode Iron Frost. Moreover, Chao Xing has tested the height. The diameter of this blessing ring is 100 meters, and the height can also be up to 100 meters. Therefore, as long as you make good use of the space, You don't have to worry about the problem of insufficient space. He continued to give instructions. Bing on, let Seraphis fly to the sky as well. Then the ancient trees, after you go in, make good use of the space. If the situation allows, you can let other members of the territory climb to your treetops. As the orders were issued one by one. Soon, everyone followed Chao Xing's orders and walked in. Including Chao Xing himself, and the newly joined priestess Fanas, they also entered the light circle together. Then, Chao Xing exhaled slightly. Vimni, you go first. This dragon shaman has a thunder dragon descending skill, which not only increases magic damage, but also increases the mental limit by 20%, which is a very good ability. Yes, great lord. As he raised his staff, the roar of a thunder dragon sounded in everyone's ears. The next moment, this blue electric light poured into everyone's body, and the newly joined priestess Fana's spirit was improved. Then it was Lu Mushue. She had the most blessing skills, such as Blessing of Courage, Blessing of Aurora, Holy Shield, etc. It is worth mentioning that Lu Mushue was level 58 when she last added a state, and recently she was upgraded to level 70, and bound a complete legendary weapon, and her spirit power increased significantly. Similarly, the strength of her various blessings has also increased. Blessing of Courage can even directly increase the attack power by more than 6,000. After that, there are Chao Xing, Andrew, Francesca, Eilena and other people with status skills. Chao Xing and Andrew cooperated with the tribal witch doctor, and the life recovery per second exceeded 25,000, and the recovery number in 1 minute can reach 1.5 million. Finally, the newly joined priestess Fanas released the skill Sacrifice of Disaster. This skill increased everyone's critical strike power. After so many blessings, everyone can feel that their strength has ushered in a surge. Especially the Valkyrie Marlenina. Her strength has already reached the limit below the legend. And now, after such a bonus, it is even more terrifying. It is about to break the limit of the 10th level and reach another level. Chapter 515. This blessing has greatly improved the loyalty of the newly joined Dragon Blood Fighters, Wandering Swordsman, and the Plague Priestess. Chao Xing was very satisfied. The eternal power is still as domineering as ever. No matter how arrogant and insolent you are, you will be shocked by the magic and power of this power. Priestess Fanas sighed in her heart. It turns out that, in addition to having so many powerful people, you also have this magical power. No wonder the creatures in this territory are so powerful and loyal to you. If you grow up for a while, with your strength, you may be able to go to that dangerous place and find out the reason why Lord Minx has disappeared. At this moment, Chao Xing felt the surge of power in his body and was very satisfied. In this way, it will be easy to deal with the monsters attacking the city tomorrow. So he quickly said, okay, everyone go back. It's foggy outside now, and the situation is complicated. Without my order, no one should leave the territory, and try to control the scope of activities within the territory. Yes. In the blink of an eye, everyone left here. Including those ancient war trees, the robot army, and the blood spider army also dispersed. And Chao Xing took advantage of the incident at night to absorb a magic crystal gold in the mage tower. At the same time, outside the border of the kingdom, in an uninhabited area with biting cold wind. The temperature here is below -80 degrees all year round, and the extreme low temperature seems to freeze everything. And in this cold area, there is a hidden hall. The hall is dark inside, and shadowy figures can be seen walking in the hall. In the center of the hall, there are 14 light pillars falling from the top of the head. Under each light pillar, there is a stone chair with different shapes and special patterns carved on it. However, today, there are only 2 figures sitting on these stone chairs. Among them, one of them is covered with a layer of blood mist, and his specific face cannot be seen clearly, and he said, "You mean, the Lord of the Otherworld killed Tashid? And he also killed 3 of our hero-level warriors?" On the stone chair opposite him, there was also a person with a vast aura, whose face could not be seen clearly. That's right. This person is extremely powerful. I estimate that he is at least as powerful as a 7th-level leader. In addition, he has masters and hero-level warriors under him. According to the growth rate of these chosen lords, I predict that it won't be long before he can even threaten the legend. Hearing this, the aura in the entire hall condensed slightly. Threatening a legend? This is a very high evaluation, and for a lord from another world, this existence continued. It has been less than 4 months since the lord from another world came to this world, and he has already possessed such a powerful strength. I suggest that we raise this person's threat to S level, and directly send legendary creatures to capture him alive and join our watchers. If he disagrees, just kill him. The existence on the opposite chair pondered. S level, is indeed a target we need to solve as soon as possible. But who knows his location? At this moment, a figure slowly walked out from the corner of the room. He was wearing a plain staff, had a young face, and held a shining holy book in his hand, illuminating the dark hall. I know. Everyone looked at him. This man was the Seed of Light. At this moment, the Seed of Light continued. This man is called Chao Xing, and his territory is located in the snowstorm area. It is also him who has been hindering the actions of our church, causing the arrival of the God of Light to be postponed again and again. On the black stone chair, the being with a vast aura stared at the Seed of Light. Since you knew this person was a threat, why didn't you kill him directly when he was weak? Why did you wait until now? What are you doing in the Church of Light? Hearing the other party's last sentence, the Seed of Light froze slightly, and then explained. He was too cunning, and he had never revealed his true colors before. No one thought that a lord from another world would be so powerful, and have the ability to disguise himself as a demon. By the time we found out, it was already, the being on the stone chair glanced at him calmly. Doesn't this prove that you are useless? A lord from another world has been developing under your noses for so long, and no one noticed it. Even the God of Light didn't know of his existence. Only now that he has become a threat, have we conducted these investigations. The Seed of Light quickly explained. Our church has been concentrating most of its forces to deal with the Ice Crystal Kingdom army at the border, and no one has noticed. Shut up. Failure is failure. People have to admit their incompetence. The being on the stone chair did not give him any face. Although the Seed of Light felt very depressed, he did not dare to say a word. He knew that among the watchers, those who were qualified to sit on this stone chair were at least legendary level. No one dared to say anything even if a being of this level crushed him to death on the spot, let alone scold him. The God of Light was strong, but what was the use if he could not get out? At this time, another being on a stone chair said, I have learned about the strength of this lord of another world today. He has several strong men under his command, and it is estimated that he has the combat power of an 8th level hero. Add that woman and her dragon, it is a very powerful force. If I take action, I can directly destroy him in a short time. The being next to him shook his head. You can't go either. The old king of the Ice Crystal Kingdom must also know that we will take action against this lord of another world. From his attitude today, it can be seen that the old king is going to fight us to the death. With a semi-artifact in hand and his powerful strength, he is really capable of taking away 2 or 3 of our legends. Perhaps, the old king is preparing to join forces with this lord of another world, waiting for us to come over, and then catch the turtle in the jar. Hearing this person's analysis, everyone on the field was shocked. After all, it is not impossible. The Ice Crystal King looks kind, but he can control this kingdom for thousands of years, and develop it step by step into one of the largest kingdoms in the surrounding area. It is impossible without some means. If we really rush over and fall into the trap, it will be fun. So what do you mean? The man shook his head and said, wait a minute, we need to ask the leader for instructions on this matter. And recently there has been a heavy haze disaster on the mainland. This kind of fog disaster is not simple. We have to reduce our actions in the near future. The Seed of Light next to him heard the word fog disaster, and his heart moved immediately. As a survivor, he also saw the discussion on the World Forum, and was very curious about this kind of fog. So he couldn't help but ask, Sir, is there any danger in the fog disaster? Why can't even the powerful watchers move in it? The other party glanced at the Seed of Light lightly, and seemed not to want to answer him at all. It was still another person who answered the question of the Seed of Light. We don't know what the specific danger is, but based on the experience of each fog disaster, this kind of fog will make people lose their way. Even legendary creatures will gradually lose their position after being active in the fog for a long time. Once you get lost, the consequences will be serious. At least so far, I have not seen anyone who can get lost in this fog and then come back. Hearing this, the Seed of Light's eyes became serious. He bowed and said, Thank you for clearing up my doubts, sir. The legendary watcher waved his hand. Okay, while the fog disaster has not reached a new stage, you should go back first. Yes. After saying that, the Seed of Light obediently left here. After he left, the legendary watcher looked at the other side and said, Isn't it bad for us to treat the spokesperson of the God of Light like this? But this person snorted coldly. What's wrong with it? A group of crazy cultists, usually even attacking those civilians, and conducting large-scale blood sacrifices. If everyone hadn't been dealing with the Ice Crystal Kingdom recently, this kind of guy is our first target to destroy. As the guardian of the human race, Our purpose of overthrowing these corrupt dynasties is to prevent ordinary people in this world from being oppressed and ruled by these guys. Even if the world hates us and doubts us, we must carry out this belief to the end. We just want to let the world know that only in blood can we usher in a new life. At this moment, the eyes of the figures in the entire hall showed fanaticism. The night passed quickly. The next day, the system prompt appeared. All survivors, please note that you have reached the 14th day of the development period, and the second round of Monster Siege will start in the early morning of tonight. Attention, due to unknown reasons, a special disaster, the haze and fog disaster has appeared. The survivors' minimap function has been disabled. Moving in the fog will reduce the movement speed by 20%. The haze and fog disaster is a special natural disaster. Please try to reduce going out and avoid getting lost in the fog, otherwise you will be completely lost in the fog. In addition, as time goes by, the haze and fog disaster will enter a special stage tomorrow, the silent world. In this stage, please try to reduce noise or bright light, otherwise it may attract some special creatures in the fog. Today's weather, fog, temperature is -63°C to -68°C. When the long prompt ended, the entire chat channel exploded instantly. Oh my god, it turns out that this fog is a natural disaster. I was wondering why it was so weird that even the small map couldn't be used. It's a bit outrageous. As long as the fog exists, we can only move around in the territory and can't go out at all. I think it's more than that. Didn't you see the system prompt? It is said that this fog disaster will get worse and become a silent world stage. In this stage, we can't make noise or emit light, which means that everyone's campfire may not be usable. Damn, I can't make any sound, I can't light a fire, I freeze to death. The entire chat channel was filled with gloom. At this moment, one of the survivors named Lin Tao said, "Don't worry, brothers. Didn't the system remind us that the fog disaster will enter a new stage tomorrow? This means that we still have time to prepare today." Hearing this, the others also realized something. That's right, go and prepare. Although the campfire cannot be used, the furnace is still usable. The light from the furnace is very weak. Hurry up if you haven't upgraded to a furnace yet. That's right. In addition to upgrading the furnace, you can also store wood and food in the room and use the stove to keep warm. Remember to close the doors and windows and leave some gaps. The basement is also a good place. Remember to leave a vent. It will be a natural shelter. Everyone came up with various ideas. For a while, survivors all over the world began to take action. At the same time, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue also opened their eyes. Fog disaster? This is a bit troublesome. Chao Xing vaguely remembered that he saw something in the fog last night when he was in the sky. It seems that he didn't see it wrong, but there was really a monster in the fog. Tomorrow we will enter a new stage, the silent world. In this stage, you can't make any sound or emit too much light, otherwise it will attract unknown creatures. What are the creatures in the fog? A lot of doubts came up. Lu Muxue's voice interrupted his thoughts. Axing, do we need to prepare in advance today? Chao Xing nodded slightly and said, Indeed, although there is an energy station in our territory that will not emit bright flames, the heating problem can be solved. But we must also prepare enough food in case the fog disaster lasts too long. Now let's all get up. Yeah. The beauty beside the pillow nodded gently. Soon, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue climbed out of bed together. Creaky. The gate of the Lord's castle was pushed open, and a vast white world suddenly appeared in front of him. Last night in the territory, his vision could penetrate 1 or 2 kilometers. But now, the visibility is not even more than 500 or 600 meters. Not to mention the staff, in this foggy weather, the visibility is not even more than 10 or 20 meters. Chao Xing frowned slightly. Has it reached this point? It's a bit too outrageous. Besides, this is only inside the territory. The fog disaster outside must be more serious. Tonight's monster siege is taking place outside the territory again. In this foggy environment, everyone is blind and can't see anything, which is equivalent to increasing the difficulty. However, Chao Xing quickly thought of a countermeasure. That is, use giant power vine to move the lighthouse in the territory, and then focus the lighting range to illuminate the battlefield area. So he took a deep breath. Then he said, Everyone gather. After hearing the voice, more than 3,000 people gathered together again in 2 minutes. Chao Xing said quickly, I think you have seen the current situation. This fog disaster is very serious, and no one can go out. So from now on, no one can leave the territory without my order. The expressions of the people gradually became serious. They also knew that the fog this time was unusual. Chao Xing continued. Now let's start issuing today's tasks. Da Hui. A woman in her 40s stepped forward and said, Lord, please give me your orders. Today, you lead all the canteen staff to prepare as much bread, dry food and other meat as possible. Yes, I go right away. After that, Da Hua quickly left here. Chao Xing continued to instruct. Chao Yi, your task today is to lead all the staff to build more basements with all their strength. Then prepare more living supplies in the basement, including wood, clean drinking water, energy water storage devices, etc. Accepting the order, Chao Yi said respectfully, Yes, great lord. After that, he led more than 100 staff members and started a busy day. Duan, take people to move these 4 Nero's cannons and destroyer siege crossbows, 1 for each of the 4 city gates. Understood. Chao Xing continued. Village Chief Zelko, this fog disaster may last for a long time. You lead the villagers of Grapevine Village to make some corresponding preparations. Make sure that the crops in our territory will not be damaged. The specific arrangements are up to you to discuss. I think you have more experience than me in this regard. The old village chief's expression became serious. Understood, Lord. We will definitely protect the crops in the territory with all our heart. After that, he also led all the villagers to take action. At this point, all the staff had something to do. Chao Xing said, the rest of the combatants should not go out recently. Those who need to train should train, and those who need to rest should rest. Yes, sir. After giving these instructions, Chao Xing thought about it, and after confirming that there was nothing missing, he asked everyone to disperse again. At this point, everyone in the territory began to prepare for the fog disaster and seemed a little busy. The world outside the territory seemed very quiet. Not only the survivors, but also the wild beasts in the jungle, the mole people in the caves, the cave dwellers, etc., all stayed in their rooms honestly. The creatures that can survive in this world have a certain sense of crisis. They will prepare food for a period of time in their nests, or caves to deal with sudden blizzards, or other disasters. Those who don't have this awareness have almost been eliminated. Chao Xing also began to make some preparations. He first controlled the giant vines to move the lighthouses and concentrated them in the north gate and south gate areas of the territory. Then he moved some arrow towers and placed them in the east gate and west gate areas. The wall structure of Chao Xing is similar to that of Yongshuang main city. It is a thick wall, and then a gate is opened in the east, west, south, and north directions. After doing this, he went to the mechanical factory and handed the drawing of the Nero's shell to the goblin lock, asking him to make some shells when he has time. Afterwards, he went to the library to read a few books and increased his attributes. He also learned more about the history of this world. Time passed quickly, and it was around 6 o'clock in the evening. It was now meal time in the territory. Everyone was full and waiting for the arrival of the early morning. Time soon reached 23:55 in the evening. There were still 5 minutes before the second round of monster siege began. At this moment, more than 30 high-level lighthouses in front and behind the territory illuminated the battlefield 2 or 3 kilometers ahead. This range is already large enough for the soldiers to see the surrounding situation clearly during the battle. The soldiers came to the outside of the city gate and prepared for battle. At the same time, the time came to midnight in the evening. All survivors, please note that the first round of monster siege is about to begin. Please be prepared. Chapter 516. Attention all survivors. The first round of monster siege is about to begin. Please be prepared. When the system prompt appears, a lot of information appeared in the chat channel. The monster siege has begun, brothers. Let's guess together which way those big guys can clear today. No need to guess. I guess it will be about the same as last time. After all, it's only a week. Yes, it's getting harder and harder to level up now, and this amount of time won't improve your strength much. Brothers, the first wave is a welfare wave. Remember to seize the opportunity to stock up more food. I don't think this fog disaster will dissipate for a while. Everyone should make good use of every piece of material and be prepared to deal with it. After so many days of development, the survivors have almost passed the stage of intrigue and deception, and everyone will kindly remind others. Because they know that only by unity and mutual assistance can they increase the probability of survival in this cruel world. Of course, this is limited to the 4 major districts. The atmosphere in other districts was not so harmonious, and everyone was on guard against each other. Chao Xing was still standing on the city wall at this moment, looking far into the distance. In the fog ahead, white shadows appeared one after another, approaching the territory quickly. Is it the snow wolf again this time? Why do they seem to be less in number? Chao Xing was a little confused. After all, The strength of his territory had improved a lot compared to last week. The difficulty of the monster attacking the city is based on the strength of the territory, so he felt very strange. However, when the group of creatures approached, Chao Xing found that they were not snow wolves. Instead, they were a group of large white bears with 4 or 5 meters long, crawling on all fours. Oh! They are bears, which is not bad. It looks like there are 100 of them. With the meat yield of these bears, they are not worse than 1,000 snow wolves. Chao Xing thought happily. However, in the first round of this challenge, Chao Xing did not need to let the warriors take action like last time. He said directly, Marlenina, activate Flame Blade God Punishment Sword. This skill requires 1 point of divine power to activate. After 2 days, Marlenina's divine power has reached 2 points, which is enough to activate this skill. Hearing Chao Xing's order, the Valkyrie on the wall swung the weapon in her hand. Sizzle! The blood-drinking blade was instantly ignited, emitting waves of burning and destructive waves. Your territory member, Marlenina released the skill Flame Blade God Punishment Sword. The attack power increased by 30%, the attack range increased by 100%, and lasted for 3 minutes. Affected by eternal power, this skill has become a permanent state. Sure enough, even the status skills that require divine power to activate will become permanent under the eternal power. This way, I can save a lot of divine power. Chao Xing thought with satisfaction, and then said, go kill the enemy. The next moment, the red shadow disappeared. With a leap, she instantly crossed an area of several hundred meters. Then, she casually waved the sword in her hand. Buzz! There was a sound as if the air was cut. A blood mark appeared on the bodies of all the snow-white bears. Then, an amazing scene appeared in front of everyone. As the white bears were running, they suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. When they landed, their bodies were split into 2 parts starting from the head. There was a rustling sound, and flesh and intestines were scattered all over the ground. It was because the attack power was too terrifying that the dismemberment effect was triggered. It was not until the white bears were all killed instantly that the damage numbers appeared above their heads. -122, 6268. -133, 2792. -130, 5267. -141, 3425. -136, 5262. With a bonus of 100% crit rate, no damage number was less than 1.3 million. It was Marlene's group attack skill, Flower Folding Circle Dance Slash. These level 35 snow bears had no chance to block at all, and were all taken away by this sword. You have successfully passed the first round of the Monster Siege Challenge. This challenge took 4 seconds, and your ranking is 1. From the appearance of these monsters to Marlene's opening a Flame Blade God Punishment Sword, and then using Flower Folding Circle Dance Slash to kill the enemy, it really took less than 5 seconds. At this moment, thousands of eyes stared at the red shadow in the snow. It was because her sword was so amazing. Not only was the attack range so wide, but the damage was so outrageous. Even those level 6 monsters couldn't withstand this kind of attack, and would be killed instantly by this sword. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's face. The Valkyrie really lived up to expectations. With the increase of various status skills, her strength has reached a terrifying level. He quickly ordered, all polar people, go and drag these white bears' bodies back. Yes, sir! The polar people took their short legs, and ran out excitedly, dragging back all the white bears' bodies. Lu Muxiu jumped down from the city wall, and dissected all the white bears' bodies. Then, the meat was quickly transported to the canteen, and processed by Dahua and the others. The fur that was cut into 2 pieces was to be handed over to Xia Yani, and the others for sewing. In order to deal with the next fog disaster, some high-calorie food and warm clothes must be prepared. At the same time, most of the survivors also finished the first round of fighting. When they were looking forward to checking the rankings, Chao Xing's name appeared in the first place. However, this was not what surprised them the most. What was even more shocking was that he only took 4 seconds to fight. Everyone wiped their eyes, and exclaimed when they finally confirmed that it was not 4 minutes, but 4 seconds. Fuck, this is too outrageous, right? Boss Chao Xing only took 4 seconds to clear the first round. It took me more than that to run away. Too abnormal. I remember that he took more than 2 minutes last time, but this time it only took a few seconds. How did he do it? I guess Boss Chao Xing should have prepared a large-scale group attack skill in advance, waiting outside the snow, and killing the monsters instantly when they appeared. Oh my god, can it be like this? As expected of Chao Xing, the boss, his thinking is different from ours. Everyone was amazed that Chao Xing could come up with this method. However, what they didn't know was that Chao Xing didn't make these preparations. He just let the Valkyrie slash casually. At this moment, after the first wave of monster siege ended, Chao Xing clicked continue challenge without hesitation. Not long after, the system prompt appeared. Survivor Chao Xing, please note that the second wave of monsters is coming. The monsters in this siege are Level 40 Resurrection Army, number 2000, elite creatures will appear. Chao Xing thought to himself, I remember that the number of monsters in the second wave last time was only 1000, and this time it has doubled. Sure enough, as my territory's strength increases, the difficulty of the monster siege will also increase. This week, Chao Xing's territory has added 3 new heroes. Dragon Speaker was already a member of the territory. However, in the face of the crushing force, whether there are 1000 or 2000 resurrected soldiers, it makes no difference. When the pale arms just emerged from the snow, and had not yet completely climbed up, the Valkyrie Mernina had already slashed out the second sword. Buzz! The sword energy swept across, even cutting the resource point forest several kilometers away in half. The 2000 resurrected soldiers, whose arms had just been stretched out, were all cut off like weeds being harvested. And they were all killed instantly. As the kill prompts appeared on the screen, Chao Xing saw that many people below had their levels upgraded. In addition to the Dragon Shaman Vimni, a white light rose from the bodies of the newly joined Priestess Fanas. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. You have successfully killed all monsters, and successfully passed the second round of the Monster Siege Challenge. This time it took 0.27 seconds, current ranking 1. This time the time to pass the level was even more exaggerated, because there was no need to activate skills or rush. Therefore, the Valkyrie didn't even take a second to end the battle. Marlenina was really terribly strong. When the survivors in the chat channel saw that exaggerated number, they stood there in shock again. Oh my god, 0.27 seconds, is this still a human? It's outrageous. Didn't Chao Xing use a few large-scale group attacks to take away the enemy again this time? Too abnormal. He turned the monster siege into a race. On the other side, there are also 2 large-scale territories near the distant Yongshuang main city. They are Baiji and Weijiani. Their battle this time was also devastating, and they killed the enemy very quickly. Compared to a week ago, these 2 people gained a lot of benefits in the Sword Tomb. Especially Weijiani, after accepting the inheritance of the Sword Saint, he felt that he was now terribly powerful. It even took only 1.5 minutes to clear the second wave. Not bad. I'm actually in the top 10. This time, I should be ahead of Chao Xing, right? However, when he opened the leaderboard with great interest, he immediately saw the exaggerated 0.27 seconds. Wei Jiani was stunned, and a deep sense of powerlessness emerged in his heart. After a moment, he sighed and said, It's worthy of Chao Xing. Even the phantom of the Sword Saint reminded me not to provoke him. On the other side, Baiji also looked at the ranking list in disbelief, and then murmured, He has become stronger again. At the same time, as the third wave of Monster Siege prompts appeared, Chao Xing directly clicked Continue Challenge. Soon, a large number of resurrected soldiers broke out of the territory. This time, Marlenina did not kill all the enemies in one blow, because her Folding Flowers round dance slash has not reached the cooling time. However, the Valkyrie has no group attack skills, which does not mean that others do not have them. Bing on you go. Hearing Chao Xing's order, the dragon speaker stepped on the giant dragon under his feet, and jumped up like a white oriole. Then he instantly jumped on the head of the resurrected army. Shwa! Shwa! A shocking sword light appeared, Bing on slash 3 times in just 1 second. Minus 246,367. Minus 255,246. Minus 281,626. Minus 251,150. Minus 261,232. Although, the damage number is only about 1/5 of Marlene's. But her attack frequency is high enough. 3 sword strikes also cause 700,000 or 800,000 damage. In an instant, the 3,000 resurrected soldiers in front were killed. And the Priestess Fanas, a white light rose above her head again, and she was promoted to another level. You have successfully passed the third round of Monster Siege challenges. The battle time, 0.76 seconds, your ranking, 1. Get clearance reward, Silver Treasure Chest *1. It also took less than a second. The power of the dragon speaker is fully revealed. Then, it was the 4th wave, and the 5th wave. Similarly, each wave of battle took no more than 1 second. The Dragon Speaker and the Valkyrie took turns to fight, which was a bug-like combination. This ability to clear the field was really abnormal. Under the continuous attacks of these two terrifying women, the monster siege was really turned into a race by them. When the 5th wave of monster siege ended, the system prompt appeared. You have successfully passed the 5th round of monster siege challenges. This battle took 1.34 seconds. Your ranking is 1. Get challenge rewards, 3 gold treasure chests. Your territory member, Dragon Speaker Binglon, has upgraded his level. The current level is 90. This upgrade has increased the attributes: Strength plus 215, Agility plus 187, Spirit plus 177, Constitution plus 200, Attack plus 1000, Skill value plus 10%. Your territory member, Fanas. Since 20,000 resurrected soldiers appeared in the 5th round, and these monsters were killed by Binglon and Marlenina, the level of the Dragon Speaker also increased the fastest. According to the forecast, it would not be difficult to reach level 4 or 5 today. However, Chaoxing glanced at Sarah. She had just reached level 8 and needed a lot of experience to upgrade. Including Brown, who was now level 68, he only needed the last 2 levels to reach level 70 and then bind the legendary shield. Now all the monsters were killed by the 2 women neatly, and they, the combatants without status skills, did not gain any experience. Chaoxing thought, in the next 6th wave, there will be at least 50,000 resurrected soldiers, and the level has reached an astonishing level 55, which is a 6th level creature. Although, in the hands of these 2 women, they may be killed instantly. But these resurrected troops can also contribute a lot of experience, which cannot be wasted. So Chaoxing said, Marlenina, stop first. The 6th wave of battles will be dealt with by Binglon, Sarah, Brown, and the newly joined Dragon Blood fighters and Wandering Swordsmen. Because of the strength of the monsters in the 6th wave, the other survivors will fight for a long time. So Chaoxing is not worried that someone else will take his first place. The people whose names he called out came out one after another. The Valkyrie Marlenina jumped lightly and returned to Chaoxing's side. Like a silent warrior, she said nothing. At this time, Chaoxing suddenly remembered something and said, Tianjing. Boss, I'm here. On the wall, a figure wearing a black cloak quickly stood up. You will also participate in the next battle. You don't need to kill the enemy, just cause as much damage as possible to the enemy. You can also get experience points when others kill these monsters. Take these hearts of power first. When you reach the upper limit, use them to break through immediately. After saying that, Chaoxing took out more than a dozen hearts of power from his backpack. From beginner to advanced, and even expert level. Tianjing took them excitedly, and then looked at Chaoxing with gratitude. Although he had no experience of breaking through before, he knew from the various posts on the World Forum that these hearts of power were an extremely precious resource. At this moment, he was even more moved and said, Thank you, boss. You are so kind to me, Godfather. Please accept my greetings? Chaoxing said speechlessly. Stop talking nonsense, go quickly. Okay, boss. After saying that, he took off his coat, revealing his thick scales and long tail. His sturdy limbs were covered with lines like tree roots, and the next moment his muscles were tense. Then, like a giant lizard, he suddenly jumped down from the city wall. The moment he landed, he got on all fours and rushed forward at a very fast crawling speed. At the same time, the system prompt appeared. The 6th wave of Monster Siege Challenge is about to start. This time the monsters are Level 55 Resurrection Army, the number is 60,000, among which there will be a large number of elites, leaders, and leader creatures. Compared to the last time, the level of the monsters has not changed much, but the number has increased by 10,000 again. Only an increase of 10,000? I thought it would double, Chaoxing said with some regret. After all, the more monsters there are, the more experience points he can get, and the strength of the Dragon Speaker and Sarah and others will soar faster. But 10,000 is not bad, and you can get a lot of experience. Clatter. Crackle. When a series of sounds of breaking the ground came, a large number of pale arms emerged in the snow. When she saw the monster appear, Sarah turned into a shadow and rushed out instantly. Then, there were those Wandering Swordsmen and Dragon Blood fighters. They also rushed out with weapons in hand. Soon, the two sides started fighting. Bang! Sarah threw out Shattered Shadow instantly, blowing up a large number of resurrected soldiers on the spot. Other combatants took advantage of the gap she blew up and directly rushed into the monster group. The Dragon Speaker also obeyed Chaoxing's orders, and did not use those large-scale lethal skills, so that others could also get experience. She waved the ice crystal sword in her hand, and continuously launched ordinary attacks. However, even her ordinary attacks could easily reach a killing range of more than 100 meters. Schwa! With one sweep of the sword, she wiped out more than half of the HP of the large number of resurrected troops in front of her. As a level 90 mutant commander, her attack speed was also ridiculously fast. As soon as the first sword was swept out, the second sword came right after. Almost everywhere she passed, the enemy was defeated before they could react. She was a real killing machine. In addition, her dragon was constantly spewing out ice shells, blowing up a large number of resurrected soldiers and freezing them, which also earned her a lot of experience. Sarah, on the other side, was also an 8th level creature, but as an explosive assassin, she was not as exaggerated as the dragon speaker in such a large battlefield, but she was also quite terrifying. She was seen killing and dancing with shattering shadows one by one. All the resurrected soldiers within 20 meters in front were instantly cleared. Then, Sarah rushed into the group of monsters and slashed them with 2 knives. A lot of splash damage appeared, which instantly reset all her skills. Then, she threw out Killing Dance and Shattered Shadow. In this way, almost all the monsters died. Of course, there was also the Lizardman Tianjing, although his level was relatively low. But as mentioned before, under the blessing of a terrifying state, even the level 4 Tianjing's combat power is no less than that of an ordinary level 6 creature. He stood up, spit out venom in the sky, and fell to the ground. Sizzle, sizzle. A large number of resurrected soldiers had injuries on their heads, and then were flattened by the dragon speaker's sword. And white light began to emerge from Tianjing's body. Buzz, buzz. In just 1 second, he soared 6 levels and reached the 1st level. Feeling the surging power in his body, he couldn't help but immerse himself in the joy of his strength improvement. But he immediately remembered Chao Xing's warning. So, he quickly used a primary power heart to break through to the 2nd level. Chapter 517. When Tianjing just broke through, a few white lights rose above his head. In less than a minute, his level soared to level 20. Fuck, too fast, too fast. I can't react. Tianjing was yelling, while hurriedly taking out an intermediate power heart to break through. When he succeeded in breaking through, he immediately spit out venom. For a while, his hands and mouth were busy. However, although he was busy, this guy was so happy at this moment. After all, this rocket-like upgrade speed is what many people dream of. At the same time, the white light of upgrades kept floating in the crowd. The levels of those dragon blood fighters and wandering swordsmen were rising rapidly. And because of the lack of sufficient attack methods, the poor Brown could only smash the shield on the ground crazily, and he was almost anxious, but his efficiency was obviously not as good as others. But it was okay, after all, Brown only needed to cause some damage, and he could also get experience points. After a lot of smashing, the experience bar was also increasing rapidly. As time went by, the number of monsters became fewer and fewer. The 6th wave of monsters attacking the city was still not difficult at all. After all, relying on the dragon speaker alone, he could kill all the 60,000 resurrected troops in a short time. However, in order to take care of others as much as possible, the dragon speaker also tried to kill the resurrected monsters that others had attacked. In this way, everyone can gain experience. It took about 17 minutes to wipe out the 60,000 troops. Everyone who participated in the battle has leveled up a few levels. Chao Xing took a look. First, Sarah, who had just broken through, leveled up 2 levels in this battle and reached level 72. And Brown, because he killed fewer monsters, leveled up 1.5 levels, and he still needed the last 47% of the experience bar to reach the full level of level 70. Because the dragon speaker killed the most monsters, he has officially reached level 91 and become a 10th level strongman. Then, there was the giant dragon under her feet, Seraphis, which also rose by 2 levels to level 83. Including other swordsmen and dragon blood fighters, they all rose by 4 levels to about level 8. Of course, the most exaggerated one was Tianjing. Under his frantic operation, he soared by 30 levels. Now the level has been raised to an astonishing level 34, becoming a 4th level creature. At this moment, the fighters below were excited and excited. For them, it seemed to be the first time to fight so easily. Moreover, I was very touched to receive such a good treatment just after arriving in this territory. The staff on the city wall also looked at everything in front of them with excitement. After the battle, a familiar system prompt appeared. You have successfully passed the 6th wave of monster siege challenges. The time taken for this battle, 17 minutes and 11 seconds. Current ranking, 1. Get clearance reward, 3 gold treasure chests. Chaoxing said happily, "This monster siege is really a good place to gain experience and treasure chests if you are strong enough. 60,000 monsters have raised their levels so much. And there will be more monsters in the next 7th wave. It seems that we can improve our strength tonight." So, Chaoxing quickly said, "Okay, the original team will stay here. All the ancient war trees, ancient wind trees, follow me to the back of the territory and prepare for the next battle. The levels of the combatants in front have been raised to almost the same level. The next step is to raise the levels of these ancient trees together." But before that, he first exchanged a lot of primary, intermediate, and advanced strength hearts in the dragon shop. As for the expert strength heart, there was no way. Now we can only upgrade the level of these ancient trees to level 40. Hua la la. Hundreds of ancient trees pulled out their roots from the soil at the same time, and turned into legs, and walked quickly towards the area behind the territory. That speed is estimated to be able to run dozens of meters in 1 second, and it is not enough to describe it as walking fast. Soon, these ancient trees each chose their battle positions, and then took root again. Chaoxing placed the large amount of power hearts that he had just exchanged at the feet of these trees, allowing them to use them as they wish. Then he called over 1,000 Ascalon Legion and other core combatants. After all, it was impossible to defend against the attack of at least 50,000 monsters with just these 100 trees. After everything was ready, the system prompt appeared. The 7th wave of Monster Siege Challenge is about to begin. This time the monster level is 65, the number of monsters is 120,000, among which there will be a large number of bosses, leader-level creatures. Please make corresponding preparations. As expected before, the number of monsters in the 7th wave increased by another 20,000, directly reaching an astonishing 120,000. Except for the lack of 8th order dominant creatures, the strength of the monsters here has completely surpassed the strength of the ancient battlefield below. Chaoxing quickly said, "Get ready." After that, the lighthouses in the territory were turned up to their maximum, shining towards the battlefield outside the territory. At the same time, a rustling sound was heard. In the snow, pale arms emerged one by one, like weeds that suddenly grew out, densely packed and quite creepy. Then, these arms pressed against the cold ground, and monsters emerged one by one. Among them were the leaders and leader-level monsters, such as the Resurrection Abomination and the Resurrection Corruptor. A full 60,000 resurrection troops appeared at the same time, giving people an astonishing sense of oppression. However, this is just one wave. On the other side of the territory, there are the same 60,000 resurrected troops. It can be said that at the current stage, there are few survivors in the world who can rely on the strength of a territory to stop the 120,000 resurrected troops. Even those legions can't do it. Ho, ho! A series of hoarse roars came out of the mouths of these monsters, as if they were longing for life. Before the resurrected army moved, the ancient trees of wind had already launched an attack. The 2-kilometer attack range meant that these resurrected soldiers were covered by their attacks as soon as they were born. 12 sharp leaves shot out from the dense tree canopy above their heads, hitting the bodies of the 12 resurrected soldiers respectively. Puff, puff! The leaves cut their bodies frantically, splashing 5,000 or 6,000 damages. Although the level of these ancient wind trees is only a dozen or so, they can also cause amazing damage under the blessing of courage. When these resurrected monsters advanced about 500 meters, that is, 1,500 meters away from the territory wall, this was also the attack range of most arrow towers. The HP of the resurrected soldiers, who rushed to the front, had dropped a lot. At this time, a large number of arrows attacked them. Swish, 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 swish. The newly built corrosion arrow tower cooperated with a large number of expert element arrow towers and ice arrow towers to launch dense attacks. There were more than a dozen sentry towers in the back, and 2 or 3 nightmare archers stood on each sentry tower. But it is obvious that this firepower alone cannot stop the 60,000 resurrected troops. In fact, Chaoxing has 2 other defensive devices with stronger power and longer killing distance: Nero's cannon and Frost Trebuchet. However, Nero's cannon needs to be loaded with ammunition, so there is no need to use it now. As for the Frost Trebuchet, the Goblin Lock has been working hard to produce robots these days, but so far, he has not built even one. So, Chaoxing quickly said, "Ascalon warriors, go and kill all enemies within 1 kilometer of the territory." The moment they received the order, a large number of warriors went out. They formed a formation and stood within 1 kilometer of the territory. Any monster that dared to approach would be attacked by the blades of these soldiers. Of course, even these brave warriors would miss some monsters. However, with a casual sword from Marlenina, these missed monsters would be easily killed. In addition, there were dozens of core members who had reached level 70 standing on the city wall, ready to provide support at any time. This battle was too easy. Compared to the last time the monsters attacked the city, the 7th wave forced out all of Qiao Xing's strength. In just 1 week, it can be said that he has ushered in a transformation. He didn't even need to take action. Below, under the crazy slaughter of the warriors, a large number of resurrected soldiers were killed, and at the same time, a lot of experience was provided to the members of these territories. In a series of white lights, the levels of these ancient wind trees and ancient war trees were rising wildly. Those ancient trees felt the surging power in their bodies, and the faces of the people covered with bark showed expressions of great surprise. Ancient tree spirits, this is incredible. We can improve so quickly. Yes, it's hard to imagine. At our speed, it would take at least 10 years, or even decades to break through to the 4th level. Now we have broken through so quickly. Everyone, stop talking. This is an opportunity created by the Lord for us. Everyone, use the heart of power to break through the level. After this reminder, all the ancient trees quickly separated branches, picked up the heart of power on the ground, and then gently smashed it to break through to the 3rd level. After the breakthrough, they started to attack frantically again, fighting with great enthusiasm. At this point, the 60,000 resurrected soldiers at the North Gate were no longer a problem under the defense of hundreds of ancient trees and the Ascalon Legion. Even if it was the leader inside, a leader-level creature, a 7th-level strongman would rush out from the wall and quickly destroy it. The battlefield at the South Gate was also crushing. The Dragon Speaker and her dragon, as well as Sarah and the other 3, were still the main force, and the other warriors were raiding the rear. With the number of monsters being similar, they could not cause much trouble to them. Almost 20 minutes passed. On both sides of the battlefield, a total of 120,000 resurrected soldiers were killed by them. Below, more than 1,000 Ascalon warriors kept taking deep breaths to calm their excited hearts. The ancient trees in the territory also retracted their branches and entered a calm state. Qiao Xing once again counted the members' soaring levels. First, there were those ancient war trees. Since their normal attacks are group attacks, almost all monsters are covered by their attacks, and they get a lot of experience. The level has soared to the maximum level of 40. If they didn't have the expert level Heart of Strength, they might be able to sprint directly to level 50 tonight. Tianjing's side is even more exaggerated. After being taken care of by Qiao Xing, he was directly promoted to level 50. Even Qiao Xing took 2 months to reach level 50. And he only took 2 hours. It's not enough to say that he reached heaven in 1 step. Of course, the level of the Dragon Speaker also increased by 1 level, and now it is level 92. Seraphis directly rushed to level 85. And Sarah soared to level 74. In addition, those newly joined Dragon Blood fighters have all reached the maximum level of 50. And the Wandering Swordsmen are 6th level creatures, and can be directly upgraded to level 70, so their levels are almost between 58 and 64. Today, we hope to raise them all to level 70. Qiao Xing felt very satisfied. After all the monsters were killed, the system prompt appeared. You have successfully passed the 7th round of Monster Siege challenges. The time for this battle, 19 minutes and 34 seconds. Your current ranking is 1. Get clearance reward, Haoyue treasure chest *1. Another Haoyue treasure chest in hand, so comfortable. Qiao Xing thought happily. At the same time, the second prompt appeared. Survivor Qiao Xing, please pay attention. Do you want to continue the 8th wave of Monster Siege challenge? The number of monsters in the 8th wave is 240,000, among which there will be a large number of bosses, leaders, and even commander-level creatures, and the monster level is level 70. Seeing this prompt, Qiao Xing did not hesitate at all and directly clicked to continue. Are you kidding? He was going to kill through 10 rounds today, and the 8th wave could not stop him at all. Although the number of monsters increased by 40,000 due to the addition of Marlenina and Seraphis, it had no effect at all. Today, as long as no legendary creatures appear, Qiao Xing will be completely invincible. You have made your choice. The 8th round of challenges will start in 5 minutes. Please be prepared. 5 minutes of preparation time? Not bad. Just let Braum bind the shield first. So Qiao Xing called him over. As soon as Braum arrived at the North Gate, he excitedly shouted, Lord, I have successfully reached the 7th level. I know. Qiao Xing smiled. Here, This is the reward I promised you." After saying that, he took out an ancient shield from his backpack. It had dark green patterns on it, and it looked heavy and full of life. When the shield appeared, everyone felt their pores relax and felt extremely refreshed. At this time, Brown couldn't look away. He stared at the shield intently, looking extremely eager. What a powerful shield! I felt a strong and vast vitality on it. Chao Xing smiled and said, "Go ahead, just remember to bind it." After that, he threw the shield directly to Brown. The big guy took it and happily replaced the Evil Eye Great Shield, gold, in his hand. He said excitedly, "Great. Brown will also have a legendary shield of his own. Mom will definitely be proud of me." With excitement, he directly clicked the bind button. In an instant, the dark green lines on the shield burst into dazzling light, and the strong vitality even dispelled the fog in the territory. The soldiers below began to recover quickly from the injuries they had just suffered from the battle. Even the fatigue caused by the battle was eliminated in an instant. Your territory member, Brown Iron Wall, successfully bound the legendary equipment Original Shield Anodite. Title Star Picker has been upgraded. Luck value increased by 10. When the prompt ended, Brahm's body skyrocketed. The recovery data on his head also increased directly from 25,000 to 50,000. Not only that, a green shield that keeps rising appeared on him. It was the original shield, the above Origin Conversion and Origin Giant special effects, which can be effective as long as they are bound. These two equipment items alone at least double Brahm's survivability. In addition, there are even more abnormal Origin Shelter and Origin Giant special effects. The former can not only protect 100 friendly units at the same time, but also reduce the damage received. The latter, as a legendary special effect, can even transform into a 100-meter tall Origin Titan. Chao Xing also wanted to see what the effect of this last legendary special effect would be. Of course, to transform into the Origin Titan, one must be attacked 1,000 times. Chao Xing said, "Braun, you go down first, stand there, and take the beating for a while. Let me see the effect of your transformation into a Titan." "Yes, Lord." Braun also seemed extremely excited. His thick legs instantly tightened, like a cannonball, and he jumped out several hundred meters at once, boom. With a sound, it landed steadily. Not long after, the 5-minute preparation time was over. Survivor Chao Xing, please pay attention. The 8th round of the Monster Siege Challenge has begun, at the moment when the prompt ended. Rustle, rustle. Dense sounds of breaking the ground came, and dry arms stretched out one by one, and then quickly drilled out from the ground. Among them, there were not only a large number of resurrected abominations and resurrected corruptors. Chao Xing also saw several monsters that made his scalp tingle. Its body was round and squirming, section by section, and it was surprisingly huge, hundreds of meters long. Layers of greasy liquid kept dripping from the nearly rotten body. There was a huge round mouth on the top of the head, which was full of sharp teeth and kept opening and closing. There were countless pairs of short limbs on both sides of the body, like a mountain of meat approaching rapidly. "Fuck, what the hell is this?" Chao Xing couldn't help but complain. He quickly glanced at the attributes. Resurrected Giant Maggot. Race, Resurrection Army. Level 70, 7th Order Commander level creature. HP, 4.5955 million/4.5955 million. Attack power, 21,351 to 22,496. Armor, 6751 to 6882. Skills, Huge Crush, Rancid Mucus, Storm Inhalation, Larvae Hatching, Egg Parasitism. Commander level skill, Venom Burst. Release all venom in the body, spit venom to all enemies within a 1,000 meter area around, and quickly add 10 layers of Corpse Poison Curse, which lasts for 60 seconds, and the cooling time is 180 seconds. Talent, Corpse Poison Curse. Oh my goodness, it turns out that this is the commander level monster inside. This appearance is really disgusting. Chao Xing quickly took a look and found that there were about 3 of these commander level resurrected giant maggots, including other leader level creatures. On the battlefield at the North Gate alone, he saw no less than 3,000. These leaders, commander level monsters, have millions of HP. Any one of them would be a disaster for the survivors. And now, there are so many of them attacking at the same time, and there are also a large number of resurrected troops. You can imagine what this concept is. Chao Xing looked at the number of resurrected soldiers in front of him, but felt something was wrong. Strange, isn't it 240,000 resurrected soldiers? Even if they are divided into 2 battlefields and attack at the same time, there should be 120,000 at the North Gate. I counted several times. Why are there only 60,000? At this time, Chao Xing suddenly thought of another possibility. Then he rushed into the air at the fastest speed. When he saw the surrounding scene clearly, he couldn't help cursing. Damn, it's true. Chao Xing saw that in addition to the battlefields in the north and south directions of the territory, the battlefields of the east and west gates also appeared densely packed with black shadows. Those were the rapidly approaching resurrected soldiers. Chapter 518. 240,000 resurrected troops, attack in 4 directions. Damn, this difficulty is really a bit abnormal. Chao Xing complained in his heart. If it were any other lord, he would probably panic at this time. After all, attacking in 4 directions is equivalent to dividing the territory's combat power into 4 parts. This is much more difficult than 240,000 resurrected troops attacking from one direction at the same time. Fortunately, Chao Xing still has a lot of combat power to mobilize. He quickly said, Marlenina, you go over now and guard the east gate. Assam, Burji, lead the Silver Hand Knights and the Dragon Blood Fighter Corps to assist her. Zilda, lead the Blood Spider Corps to guard the west gate. Shao, you lead all the Star Country swordsmen and all the mages to assist Zirda. Other corps combatants, be ready to provide support at any time depending on the situation. The moment Chao Xing's order was received, the combatants of the entire territory began to take action. Marlenina jumped lightly and arrived at the battlefield of the east gate in just 4 seconds. Since Chao Xing only thought that monsters would appear at the north and south gates, he did not consider the east and west gates. Therefore, there was no lighthouse lighting in these 2 areas. All that could be seen were shadowy shadows in the fog. But fortunately, Marlenina did not need to identify the direction of the enemy at all. The burning blood-drinking blade in her hand swept across instantly, cut through the fog thousands of meters ahead. Buzz! A damaged number of over 1 million appeared. A large number of ordinary resurrected soldiers were killed instantly. Of course, there were too many bosses and leaders inside, and the level of these monsters reached an astonishing level 70. Add to that the 100,000 legion bonds. Even Marlenina couldn't kill these boss-level monsters with 1 strike. But if 1 strike doesn't work, 2 strikes will do. With her attack speed and attack range, she is still invincible against these level 70 resurrected soldiers. Buzz, puff! The sword energy swept across continuously, and a large number of resurrected soldiers, even elite creatures, were cut into 2 pieces by her swords, and then turned into a pool of black water and disappeared. She once again turned on the unparalleled mowing mode. Of course, those leaders of the resurrected soldiers were not so easy to be mowed by her. Among them, there were 3 resurrected giant worms that kept spitting mucus, which hindered her. This also made Marlenina unable to take care of all the battlefields. Some resurrected soldiers passed her, and quickly rushed towards the city wall. They began to frantically scratch the city wall with their claws full of corpse poison. Boom boom! The wall was shaking constantly. As if they sensed that there were a lot of life and fresh flesh and blood in the territory behind the city wall, they began to eagerly want to break through the city wall and rush in to kill. Roar! Roar! The monsters kept roaring. However, Chao Xing's city wall has been upgraded to a high level, and with the blessing of the Earth-based Master Tyluan's rock barrier, it is not a problem to stop these resurrected troops for a while. Sure enough, these monsters attacked the city wall for less than 5 seconds. The Griffin Knights had already descended from the sky. Cry! The cries of the Griffins resounded through the sky, and they swooped down like huge rockets, knocking away a large number of resurrected troops attacking the city wall. The long spears in the hands of several knights also picked up a series of resurrected troops, brought them into the air, and then dropped them directly. In an instant, a rain of corpses fell from the top of the head. Then, Boji led more than 100 dragon blood fighters and arrived quickly. All the resurrected soldiers under the city wall were quickly slaughtered. These 2 legions that Chao Xing invested the most resources in, each of them has a powerful fighting power of 1 against 100, plus a terrifying killing machine, Marlenina. The 60,000 resurrected troops were beaten back by them. Soon, the battlefield on the west gate stabilized. Chao Xing was relieved to see this. Very good, now there is no need to worry about the 3 battlefields in the south, north and west. Next, let's take a look at the battlefield at the east gate. At the east gate, 60,000 resurrected troops rushed over in a mighty force, and were about to approach the territory within a kilometer. Swish, swish. A crawling sound rang out. A sea of blood rushed out from the gates and walls. The leader was the Blood Spider Queen, who had broken through to the 7th level master. She waved her arms. Hundreds of thousands of blood spiders rushed up like a torrent. Among them were a large number of elite blood spiders, and 2 commander-level blood spiders. Puff, puff! A large number of blood spiders exploded on the spot, attaching blood poison to the enemy, and in an instant, dozens of layers were stacked. The resurrected army at the front, before taking a few steps, had its health reduced to 0 and turned into a pool of black water. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A series of strange cries came. In the resurrected army, 3 resurrected giant maggots with hideous shapes and a body size of more than 100 meters rushed over like a mountain of meat. Seeing this scene, 3 or 4 strongmen rushed out from the city wall instantly. The beaster girl Healy, the swordsman Shao of the Star Country, and Tong Chu Chu who drove the Earth Dragon mech. They defeated a large number of resurrected soldiers along the way, without any hesitation, and their goal was very clear. It was the resurrected giant maggots inside. Soon, the 3 of them went deep into the resurrected army, and came in front of the 3 commander-level maggots. The 2 sides fought head-on. Not only the East Gate battlefield where Zierda was. At least 3 resurrected worms appeared in the other 3 battlefields. That is to say, in this 8th wave of challenges, in addition to the 240,000 resurrected troops, there are also 12 level 70 commander-level creatures. This difficulty can be said to be hell level. Fortunately, there are more strong people in his territory. Any level 70 leader can challenge this level 70 commander. Except for being caught off guard at the beginning, everyone's movements were a little flustered. By now, the battlefields everywhere have stabilized. At this moment, Chao Xing, who was flying hundreds of meters in the air, also had a smile on his face. I didn't expect that with the strength of my territory, it would be so easy to deal with 240,000 7th level troops. Even this was not the full strength of his territory. Except for Lu Muxia and Andrew, they were still standing on the city wall. Even Chao Xing himself hadn't made a move yet. With his current attributes, it was easy to kill 40,000 or 50,000 resurrected troops with a forbidden spell. After relaxing, Chao Xing focused on the battlefield at the north gate, where Brown was. The big guy was holding a shield, standing like an unshakable reef among the monsters. The resurrected monsters attacked Brahm's shield and his body frantically. Bang, bang, bang. However, the big guy still kept holding the shield, and did not take a step back. And with every attack, his body would grow stronger. A large number of resurrected monsters surrounded him, and there were more resurrected chickens in the distance, and the resurrection mage apprentices kept launching long-range attacks on him. Brahm's body began to expand rapidly like an inflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, it soared from more than 2 meters to 5 meters, 10 meters, and was still growing wildly. It soon surpassed the real giant, Jode Iron Frost. At this time, Jode Iron Frost was on the battlefield next to Brown, fighting a level 70 resurrected giant maggot. Every time his fist as big as a water tank blasted out, it directly dispersed the thick fog hundreds of meters ahead. Bang! The giant fist slammed into the resurrected giant maggot, causing its rotten flesh to tremble. Then, Joe jumped directly on top of its head, stepped on its head with his big foot that was several hundred yards long, and hammered it with a pair of iron fists. Boom! Boom! Each punch was accompanied by boundless force and bursts of sonic booms, attacking the enemy's head crazily. The ground was shaking constantly and began to sink rapidly. Half of the body of the resurrected giant maggot was almost blasted into the ground by him. Also a level 70 commander, Jode, was simply crushing this giant maggot unilaterally, and had no ability to resist at all. At the same time, the giant noticed that a powerful force was rising on the battlefield. Then he saw at a glance that Braun had grown to more than 30 meters tall. Jord, who was stepping on the giant maggot, was shocked. He couldn't help asking, Braun, how did you become so big? Only the king giant in our tribe can be so big. Could it be that you also have the blood of my giant tribe? Braun laughed. No, this is the power contained in the shield given by the Lord. Jode, I will be bigger than you soon, ha ha ha. The big guy laughed wildly. Amidst the laughter, his body was still growing rapidly, breaking through 50 meters directly. The shield in his hand also grew rapidly, reaching a width of 50 meters, like an indestructible wall. The rapid growth of his body also made Brahm's attack range larger and larger. Finally, after a total of 1,000 attacks, Brahm's body directly increased to a height of 100 meters. 100 meters, or even the height of more than 30 floors on Blue Star. You can imagine what this means. At this moment, Brahm stood proudly in the snow, holding a 100-meter shield, like a giant holding up the sky. Your territory member, Brahm Iron Wall, has entered the original giant form. All attributes increased by 100%. Stiffness increased by 100%, lasting for 5 minutes. Affected by the talent Eternal Power, This state has become permanent. Note: in the permanent state, you can exit and close it at any time. At the same time, the cooldown time of the legendary skill destruction becomes 24 hours. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing couldn't help laughing. With all attributes increased by 100%, Braum has completely surpassed ordinary hero creatures. In addition to his huge size, and the shield in his hand, even if Marlene Nina bursts out with all her strength, she may not be able to cause serious damage to him. Braum is now well deserved to be the creature with the strongest defense in the territory. Of course, in addition to the significant improvement in survivability, Braum also has a legendary skill. With excitement, Chao Xing glanced at the attributes of the skill. Legendary combat skill: destroy the heavens and the earth, consume 5 points of divine power, jump high into the air, and then fall like a comet, causing 10,000% destruction damage to all enemies within 10,000 meters around, and making them enter a dizzy state for 1 to 10 seconds. Note: this skill has great destructive power and may change the terrain and surrounding environment. Please use it with caution. Fuck, it actually takes 5 points of divine power to use it. I was so happy for nothing. Chao Xing was speechless. He thought he would be able to see the power of legendary skills soon, but there was still such a limitation. Braum was only a level 70, rank 7 creature, so he had no divine power function. But it was normal after thinking about it. Those legendary equipment had always been exclusive to legendary creatures. Even most legendary warriors did not have a legendary weapon or equipment of their own. For someone like Chao Xing, who had just reached level 70, he already had 4 or 5 legendary equipment. This was unheard of. If those legendary masters knew about this, they might even have evil intentions to snatch his legends. Chao Xing thought, but it doesn't matter. Braum is already strong enough in this form. It doesn't matter if he can't use his legendary skills now. At this moment, Braum, who had transformed into a giant, not only had terrifying defense, but also had a surge in combat power. He raised his right foot and stomped it hard on the ground. Boom! It was like a mountain suddenly falling down. He stepped on the ground below and created a large pit of several dozen meters. The resurrected soldiers, who were stepped on by him, had hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of critical damage on their heads, and many of them were crushed on the spot. Even those who were not crushed to death were now trapped in the cold frozen ground, and could not escape at all. Seeing how powerful his kick was, Braum simply gave up on defense, and began to run wildly on the battlefield. Boom! Boom! With every step he took, hundreds of resurrected soldiers were crushed to death on the spot or crushed into the ground. If he encounters a boss level or leader level monster blocking his way, he will just grab a corner of the origin shield. He will smash this giant shield that is hundreds of meters long like a door panel. Bang! Minus 215,455. A boss level resurrected corruptor has a huge injury on its head. Not only that, in addition to the injury, the corruptor's head is also in a dizzy state. Seeing this scene, Braum laughed. It turns out that the shield can also be used as a weapon. Haha, look at me sweeping through the army. After saying that, he became even more unscrupulous, and a large number of resurrected soldiers were constantly knocked back by him. Wherever he passed, it was like a strong wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Seeing this scene, the staff on the city wall swallowed their saliva. After all, the scene of a giant hundreds of meters tall holding a huge iron shield and smashing people was too shocking. It seemed that Braum alone could kill all the 60,000 resurrected soldiers. Even Chao Xing was very satisfied watching the scene. Yes, it is worthy of being a legendary shield. In the form of the original giant, Braum not only has extremely strong defensive capabilities, but also has good group attack capabilities. In this way, if this guy breaks through to the 8th level, the upgrade speed will become much faster. This battle did not last long. In fact, as long as the commander-level creatures that appeared inside were delayed, there would be no threat. In about 5 minutes, Xiao, Assam, Heli and others had already dealt with all the resurrected giant maggots. After about 20 minutes, the 8th wave of monsters sieged the city, and it was coming to an end. The resurrected army on the battlefields was almost wiped out by them. At this time, discussions were also launched in the chat channel. Brothers, do you think that Chao Xing will continue the 8th round of challenges this time? It's hard to say. I remember that he stopped at the 7th round last time. I don't think he can break this limit in a week. Yes, I checked the world channel. In all regions, few people can break through the 7th wave of challenges, and there is no one in the 8th round. Although Chao Xing is very strong, they don't quite believe that he can do something that no one in the world can do. At this moment, one of them suddenly exclaimed, "Fuck, brothers, Look at the rankings. Chao Xing's ranking has changed. What's the change? Did he give up the challenge? Stop talking nonsense, just go and see. After hearing this, everyone clicked on the rankings to check. Monster Siege rankings in the 4 major regions. First place, Chao Xing, cleared waves. The 8th wave, battle time, 19 minutes and 14 seconds. Second place, Wei Jiani, cleared waves. The 6th wave, battle time, 1 hour and 03 minutes. Third place, Bai Ji, cleared waves. The 6th wave, battle time, 1 hour and 25 minutes. Fourth place. The chat channel was instantly in an uproar. Fuck, he actually passed the 8th wave, what a pervert. As expected of Master Chao Xing, he really did something that no one else could do. Ha, I said this guy would never stop there, and it turned out to be just as I guessed. What do you think? Will Master Chao Xing continue to challenge the 9th wave? Or will he directly defeat the 10th wave of monsters? Everyone was stunned. It shouldn't be that bad, right? It's already unique to pass the 8th wave, and it would be too outrageous if he directly passed the 10th wave. Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know if this person will continue to challenge. For a moment, the survivor seemed nervous and expectant. Survivor Chao Xing, please note that you have successfully passed the 8th wave of Monster Siege challenges and received rewards. 1 Ancient Haoyue treasure box, 100 gold points. Hey, I thought the reward for the 8th wave was 2 Haoyue treasure boxes, but it turned out to be 1 Ancient Haoyue treasure box. Although there was only one, it also made Chao Xing excited. After all, the things that come out of this kind of ancient treasure chest are very special and powerful, such as Barret, Primitive Cube, Tricorn Hat of the Illustrious Hunter, etc. And those are all from silver and gold treasure chests, and it is the first time that he has encountered an ancient treasure chest of the Haoyue level. Even Chao Xing is looking forward to what he can get from this ancient treasure chest. Survivor Chao Xing, please pay attention. Do you want to continue the 9th round of Monster Siege Challenge? Number of monsters in the 9th round. 4. Monster Strength. Level 80. 8th level Mutant Commander level creature. Seeing this prompt, Chao Xing was slightly surprised. Wow, the level has soared to level 80? And it's a Mutant Commander level creature. This difficulty is really a bit exaggerated. However, although the 4 Mutant Commanders are very strong, but with his strength, it is enough to deal with them easily. So, Chao Xing clicked OK without hesitation. You have made a choice. The 9th wave of challenges will start in 5 minutes. Please be prepared. There is nothing to prepare for against this kind of enemy. Chao Xing only needs to be on guard against the sudden attacks of these monsters. 5 minutes later, the system prompt appears. The 9th wave of monsters attacking the city has begun. Chao Xing's eyes instantly turned to the front. At the same time, a humanoid figure suddenly appeared in the snow in front. It floated like a ghost in the snow. As it gradually approached, an extremely cold breath came to his face, and Chao Xing also saw the other party's appearance clearly. It was a tall and thin figure, and the body seemed to be made up of dry branches. It was wearing a tattered black robe, occasionally revealing its pale bones and empty eye sockets. Its hands were bony, and its fingers were like sharp claws. What kind of monster is this? Chao Xing quickly glanced at the other party's attributes. Resurrected Lich. Race, Resurrection Army. Level 80, 8th Order Mutant Commander level creature. HP, 13.7542 million/13.7542 million. Attack power, 44,926 to 45,709. Armor, 5892 to 6523. Skills, Soul Siphon, Death Frost, Shadow Curse, Bone Prison Imprisonment, Shadow Teleport. Commander level skills, open the gate to the Land of Death, select an area with a diameter of 2,000 meters, and make it a Land of Death. All living beings in it will be affected by 1 layer of corpse poison every second. And open a gate of death, from which endless resurrected troops will emerge. The gate of death lasts for 60 minutes, cooling time, 48 hours. Note, when this skill is activated, there will be a 3-second charging time. Talent, resurrection power, after the health is reduced to 0, it will be resurrected once with full health, triggered once every 48 hours. Talent 2, dark magic, all dark magic damage increased by 30%. Introduction, a dead lich, proficient in powerful dark and frost magic, please deal with it with caution. It's actually this kind of creature, a bit difficult to deal with. This monster's panel is quite powerful. In addition to a bunch of powerful skills, it also has a talent that can revive with full health, which is equivalent to killing it twice. In addition, its commander-level skills are also very tricky. It can actually turn an area into a land of death, and the range is so large. Chaoxing realized that he couldn't let this lich use that commander-level skill, otherwise it would cause a lot of trouble. So, he quickly ordered, "Go all out. Kill the enemy as quickly as possible." At the moment of receiving the order, the strong men on the 4 battlefields all went out. At the North Gate battlefield, Braum rushed out like a giant holding up the sky, holding up a huge shield. At the West Gate battlefield, Marlenina's figure flashed, and she was ready to use the super-fast burst skill Lotus Sword Dance. At the South Gate battlefield, the Dragon Speaker and her dragon, as well as Sarah, attacked at the same time. At the East Gate battlefield, the Blood Spider Queen Hilda waved her hand, and 2 commander-level Blood Spiders led the mighty Blood Spider army to rush up. When the strong men on the battlefield were about to engage in direct combat with the enemy, the 4 liches suddenly made a strange move at the same time. They stretched out their skinny claws and raised them high above their heads, and a dark aura gathered above their heads. When everyone's attack was about to fall on it, these liches suddenly disappeared from the spot. It was their leader-level skill Shadow Teleport. For a moment, everyone's eyes were confused, as if they didn't know where these liches had gone. At this moment, Chaoxing was flying in the air, so he could clearly see the situation of all battlefields. He saw that the 4 figures disappeared, and appeared directly behind everyone. A ball of black smoke flowed and turned into the shape of 4 liches. They were floating at this moment, raising their hands at the same time, and a strong force of death began to condense. The target of the spell seemed to be Chaoxing's territory. Chaoxing instantly realized what these guys were going to do. Damn it, these bastards are actually going to open a portal to the land of death in my territory. Interrupt them. These liches are too insidious. They actually chose the way to cause the most damage to Chaoxing at the first time. If they really succeed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chapter 519. At the moment of receiving Chaoxing's order, Marianina's figure flashed and disappeared directly on the spot. Then she used her large-scale group attack skill Illusion Random Kill on the lich. Buzz! After a burst of invisible waves, the lich was fixed on the spot. Then, for terrifying sword energy swept over. -186-0267. -196-2652. -174-6236. -205-2637. A wave of explosions not only destroyed its skills, but also took away nearly 8 million of the opponent's health. Sudden and severely injured, the lich fell directly from the sky. The crisis at the West Gate was immediately resolved. At the South Gate, Lu Mushua, who was left on the wall, instantly switched to angel form. He shouted softly, "Divine punishment." Buzz! A dazzling light burst out. In this burst of strong light, a black shadow also used the method of teleportation and came directly to the side of the lich, and then performed 8 slashing actions in a few tenths of a second. Then, with a bang, shadow blooms. A large number of injuries exploded on the head of the lich, and then it was blown over on the spot and fell from the sky. At the East Gate, Zierda waved her hand casually, and the mutated blood spider instantly drilled into the lich's body. At the same time, another giant blood spider suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out a ball of spider silk, which instantly wrapped around the lich. The other end of the spider silk was still in the mouth of the giant blood spider. Then, it suddenly exerted force and pulled the other party down from the sky. The moment the lich landed, it was immediately attacked by everyone's crazy fire. Now, the crisis in the 3 battlefields has been resolved. Only Braum at the North Gate is left. He and Jord Ironfrost are both melee creatures, and their speed is not fast. It is impossible to get there within 3 seconds. Just when Chaoxing was about to attack, a brutal aura that seemed to come from ancient times suddenly rose from the city wall. Roar! This roar resounded through the night sky, with extreme madness and violence, as if it was going to tear everything apart. Then, everyone saw a gray beast with a length of more than 10 meters, and a pair of long arms suddenly leap out. Like an ancient predator, it pounced in front of the lich at the fastest speed, and then used its exaggerated claws to pierce the opponent's body fiercely. Puff! Several holes were pierced in the body, and black liquid flowed out of them. Then, Andrew opened his bloody mouth and bit down fiercely. Crack! Crack! A sound that made people feel toothache came. The lich was suddenly hit hard, and it seemed to have lost its support, falling from the air, and then hit the ground hard. Boom! A big hole was smashed in the ground. The lich just wanted to get up, but faced a pair of red eyes full of murderous intent. Then, a pair of big feet stepped on its body tightly. The sharp claws began to scratch and tear it frantically. Puff, puff. Black blood mixed with meat splashed. Minus 145,627. Minus 185,251. Minus 232,668. Minus 286,254. The damage numbers appeared one more terrifying than the other. Each claw of the behemoth can cause a percentage of armor tearing effect. After several attacks, the armor of the Lich was reduced by nearly 3,000. The blood volume was pouring like water. At this moment, Andrew in the form of the behemoth was completely in a violent state. The Lich struggled to get up several times, but was pressed back to the ground by Andrew. The behemoth roared ferociously while attacking. Roar! Roar! The Lich under its feet was ravaged by it as if it were a small monster, showing its ferocity. On the field, two big guys, Braun and Jode Iron Frost, were about to approach. However, Andrew turned around in an instant, stared at them with red eyes, and then let out a huge roar. It was as if he was announcing that this prey was his, and no one was allowed to come over. Braun Iron Wall and Jode Iron Frost stopped together, and then looked at the ferocious monster in disbelief. Gods above! Is this still the peaceful druid we usually see? Mr. Andrew, this form is really ferocious, and even we are not allowed to get close. But, so powerful. Everyone nodded in agreement. Andrew is now a level 70 commander, but he is unilaterally fighting against this level 80 mutant commander. It's really scary, but fortunately, the crisis of the 4 city gates has been resolved. Qiaoxing also breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he looked forward and smiled again. Very good, this way, we can successfully pass the 9th wave of challenges. At the same time, other fighters also joined the battle. The following battle was naturally without suspense. The 4 resurrected liches were besieged by a group of monsters, and had no power to fight back. The 13 million HP also poured out like water. It took less than a minute to clear the HP. Then the talent effect was triggered, and the full HP was resurrected. As a result, not long after resurrection, they were killed by everyone's concentrated fire. Liches are extremely powerful creatures, proficient in dark and frost magic. Every lich that appears on the battlefield can cause extremely terrible casualties. Take these 4 liches for example. If they suddenly appeared in the main city of Yongshuang, and the old king didn't react. Just one commander's skill can turn the entire main city into a complete place of death. However, such a powerful lich died so tragically under the siege of everyone. System prompts appear. You have successfully passed the 9th wave of monster siege challenges. This battle took 1 minute and 48 seconds. Your ranking is 1. You receive challenge rewards. Haoyue treasure chest *1, ancient Haoyue treasure chest *1, gold points plus 200. Haha, 2 more Haoyue treasure chests as rewards. Counting the rewards from the previous 7th and 8th rounds, the total is 2 Haoyue treasure chests, 2 ancient Haoyue treasure chests. This wave is too comfortable. Qiaoxing was even more excited. Of course, the rewards later were also very good. After all, 200 gold points were equivalent to the reward for being the first in the Monster Siege rankings twice. At the same time, the survivors in the 4 major areas noticed the changes in the rankings again. When they saw that Qiaoxing not only passed the 9th round of challenges, but also took just over a minute, they were even more shocked. Many people even posted the rankings of the 4 major regions on the World Forum. A post quickly appeared. The first person in the server to pass the 9th wave of Monster Siege has appeared. Such an eye-catching title naturally attracted a lot of attention. The number of clicks also exceeded 1 million in a short period of time. When everyone saw the familiar name, they were amazed. However, since Qiaoxing had already become famous during the Oracle War, everyone was not too surprised that he could pass the 9th wave. However, they all marveled at the strength of this man. Qiaoxing was looking at the system prompt in front of him at this time. Survivor Qiaoxing, please pay attention. Do you want to challenge the 10th wave of Monster Siege? The 10th wave is the last wave of Monster Siege, which is extremely difficult. Please choose carefully. Number of boss, 4, level, 90, 10th level dominant creature. Number of monsters, 200,000, level, 70, there will be a large number of leaders, chiefs, and commander level creatures. Wow, is there a 10th level creature this time? And it's a master. Add to that the 200,000 strong 7th level army, and there will be many commanders and leaders. This difficulty is really abnormal. Qiaoxing weighed his own combat power in his mind. Although there will be 4 masters at once this time, there is still a gap between masters. General 10th level masters are naturally not as powerful as Marlene Mina. Now, Marlene will definitely have no problem dealing with one alone. The dragon speaker can also deal with one with her dragon. Then, Sarah and Braum should be able to deal with one. And Anders Behemoth can also deal with one with Hilda. The only trouble is that they each lead a 50,000 resurrected army, which will have a large number of leaders and chieftains. Chao Xing took a deep breath. It seems that it is time to test the ultimate strength of my territory. No matter what I say today, I have to pass it directly. So, he clicked accept challenge directly. You have made a choice. The 10th wave of challenges will start in 5 minutes. To reward your brave decision, all territory members will receive a 20% attribute bonus from the beginning to the end of the next challenge. Attention! Because you are the survivor of the 10th wave of the first challenge of the monster siege in the entire server, if you successfully pass the level, you will receive a one-time special reward. Seeing the prompt, Chao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. The one-time special reward? Is it something like the first kill reward? This also made him look forward to it. So Chao Xing quickly said, everyone, get ready for battle. Bing on, you take Seraphis and continue to guard the south gate and prepare to deal with a level 10 enemy. Wild Boar Warrior, Star Country Swordsman, assist her here. Sarah, you go to the north gate. The level 10 enemies are left to you, Braum, Ascalon Warrior and other combatants. You are responsible for the rest of the Resurrection Army. Andrew, go to the east gate to assist Hilda, and Xiao Chu Chu, command all robots to deal with other monsters. All Dragonblood fighters, Wandering Swordsmen, quickly go to the west gate to support Marlene. All staff, be ready to fire the Neros cannon and Destroyer Siege crossbow at any time. Chao Xing quickly issued a series of orders. All staff and combatants in the entire territory had their own tasks. They started to act at the first opportunity. It took 4 minutes for everyone to arrive at their own battlefields. After a moment, the system prompt appeared. The 10th wave of Monster Siege Challenge has begun. The next moment, Chao Xing suddenly felt a strong breath of death coming from all directions. Sweeping like a wave, everyone felt a strong sense of suffocation. At the same time, for huge and terrifying figures appeared in the thick fog in front. They slowly approached and gradually flew out of the fog, allowing everyone to see each other clearly. They were several dragon-like creatures with wingspans of hundreds of meters, and bodies made of rotten muscles and bones. The dark head was covered with spikes, and the pair of red eyes made people feel terrified. The huge pair of wings behind him looked extremely broken, and black liquid dripped from his body from time to time. Like a giant dragon that had been soaked in corpse fluid for many years, his body was filled with a terrifying breath of death. Chao Xing quickly glanced at the other party's attributes. Plague Wild Ghost. Race, Resurrection Army. Level 90, 10th Order Domination Level Creature. HP, 35, for 82, 600/35, for 82, 600. Attack Power, 71,625 to 73,238. Armor, 8,952 to 9,347. Skills, Plague Breath, Wild Ghost Impact, Plague Summoning, Foul Cloud, Death Aura. Commander Level Skills, Boiling Death. Domination Domain, Wild Ghost Domain, increases the attributes of all resurrected troops around by 20%, and all attacks have a double plague effect. Talent, Body of the Death Dragon, will be resurrected once after death, triggering interval, 24 hours. Talent 2, Corpse Poison Curse. Seeing the attributes of this monster, Chao Xing gradually felt a sense of pressure in his heart. Powerful, powerful beyond imagination. Not only are its skills more powerful than the last, but also its Wild Ghost Domain. It directly makes the strength of the 200,000 resurrected army increase dramatically. In addition, it has one chance to revive, which is equivalent to killing it twice in a row compared to the resurrected Lich encountered before. Compared to the 9th wave, the difficulty has increased by more than one level. When the tree spirits saw the figure of this monster, hatred suddenly appeared in their eyes. It's these plague ghosts. These damn guys, wherever they go, they turn everything into a paradise of plague. The Holy Land was destroyed by them, leaving us homeless. Obviously, this kind of plague ghost is one of the main forces even under the Death Dragon Zayton. Just like the Frost Dragon Zhuama's subordinates, Zhuama's Claw, they have caused a lot of damage to this world. These tree spirits are eager to jump down and fight a life and death battle with the enemy. Chao Xing glanced at them, and then quickly said, "Prepare for battle, everyone, attack with all your strength." Boom! Boom! The 4 Neros cannons launched the attack immediately. The 4 shells, with dazzling flames and strong tail flames, cut through the night sky, the shells fell into the Resurrection Army, causing a shocking explosion and forming a huge mushroom cloud. A large number of Resurrection soldiers were blown over on the spot. The damage figures of 70,000 to 80,000 appeared above their heads. Not only that, these resurrected soldiers were also covered with a layer of burning flames. However, relying on their strong vitality, these resurrected soldiers were not killed by a cannon, but got up from the ground again and rushed over frantically. Among them, the huge corpse dragon Plague Ghost rushed to the front and was about to launch a plague raid on Chaoxing. And in the next moment, Marlenina, Sarah, Binglan, Zierda, and other strongmen took action at the same time. Buzz! A figure flashed by. Marinina had already arrived next to the corpse dragon, and then released the super high-speed slashing skill Lotus Sword Dance. After a series of sword lights, this level 90 commander had a large amount of damage exceeding 1 million on his head. The blood volume dropped by 1/3. The Plague Ghost on the west gate was directly hit hard by Marinina on the spot, and then fell from the air. On the south gate side, everyone did not have the super high-speed mobility and burst ability of Marinina. The Plague Ghost opened its death-like mouth without anyone stopping it, and then sprayed out black dragon breath. Crash! The dragon breath carrying the smell of plague was like a surging black torrent, sweeping out with an unstoppable force. The ground instantly became charred under the impact of the dragon breath. The soil was corroded into stinking mud, and the grass and trees withered and died in an instant, turning into ashes. The strong smell of plague spread rapidly, as if a haze of death enveloped the entire area. At this time, Binglan had brought the giant dragon Seraphis to the front of the Plague Ghost. Although Seraphis was only at the 9th level commander level, there was a gap between him and the Plague Ghost. However, it was not afraid at all. When the other party approached, it suddenly opened its huge mouth and spewed out a dragon breath containing strong cold air. Voila! The extremely cold dragon breath and the plague dragon breath confronted each other, and the two forces collided in the air. The blue ice crystals and the black smoke intertwined, and the extreme cold power and the plague magic power collided and tore each other, emitting amazing energy fluctuations. A huge vortex even formed at the center of the collision, but soon, the extreme cold dragon breath fell into decline. After all, Seraphis was much lower in level than the Plague Ghost, and was still inferior to the other party in a single dragon breath fight. Shush! The area of the extreme cold dragon breath shrank greatly, and Seraphis was about to be covered by the plague dragon breath. A blue shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. The soft and shiny hair and the antlers, like works of art, were the frost moose Xiaolin. A raging cold current also spewed out from its mouth. Voila! Unprepared, the cold current directly covered the Plague Ghost. Xiaolan's breath contained extremely strong control ability. Even the Plague Ghost, a level 90 master, was freezing at an extremely fast speed. Kacha! Kacha! The corrupt body was completely frozen, and then fell down like a bird with broken wings. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing knew that the dragon speaker was completely fine. After all, as soon as this Plague Ghost falls from the ground, a large group of masters will immediately besiege it. Then, there are the North Gate and the East Gate. There is no need to say more about the North Gate. When Braum transformed into the Origin Giant and held the Origin Shield, his defense ability has reached a terrifying level. Then a giant roar, thousands of resurrected soldiers around, including the Plague Ghost, had to start attacking Braum. This big guy held a door-like shield and withstood the opponent's attack without retreating at all, and even did not lose any blood. There was no way. The shields on his body were too thick, too many, and the overflowing healing would continue to be converted into shields. It was simply abnormal. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sarah jumped directly into the air and slashed the Plague Ghost frantically. The ranged units on the city wall, such as Elisa, Rennies, and the Nightmare Archers, fired arrows and concentrated their fire. The HP of the Plague Ghost was decreasing at a rate of 1 or 2 million per second. As for the West Gate, Andrew exuded murderous intent in the form of the behemoth. He looked at the Plague Ghost in the sky and let out a soul-shaking roar. Roar! And the Plague Ghost seemed to have sensed the threat of the giant beast, as well as the bad situation of other Plague Ghosts in the other 3 battlefields. So, the Plague Dragon folded its wings without hesitation. The next moment, an endless breath of death emanated from it, dyeing the ground under its feet a dark black. The breath of death seemed to be ignited and began to boil violently, rising from it, spreading around like a tide, and the range was getting larger and larger. The moment those soldiers were infected with these auras, they were given 10 layers of plague and 10 layers of corpse poison status. At the same time, their bodies were constantly eroded by these death powers, and damage numbers of 20,000 to 30,000 appeared above their heads. It was the commander-level skill of the Plague Ghost, Boiling Death. In addition, the range of this skill reached an exaggerated 3 kilometers. Any Plague Ghost released would cover most of his territory. Seeing that the death aura was still spreading, Chao Xing directly used the Moon God's sealing orb. Buzz! A soft light burst out, directly controlling the Plague Ghost and interrupting its skills. Seeing this, Andrew kicked his legs hard and jumped directly onto the back of the Plague Ghost. Then he stretched out his huge claws and attacked the opponent's body frantically. Puff, puff! The sound of flesh tearing continued to come. One more terrifying injury than the other floated up, and the Plague Ghost fell with it, and was immediately surrounded by a large number of self-explosive blood spiders. In an instant, 100 layers of blood poison were added. Swish, swish, minus 340500. Minus 340,500. Minus 340,500. Minus 340500. Damage figures exceeding 300,000 kept rising. At this point, all the Plague Ghosts on the 4 battlefields were knocked down, and then besieged by a group of core combatants. The resurrected army led by them was stopped by other legions in cooperation with the defensive equipment and arrow towers on the city wall. Including the Polar people, they were constantly manipulating the destroyer crossbow to penetrate the bodies of the resurrected soldiers one by one. In this battle, all the territory members participated in the battle. It can be said that it tested the overall strength of Chao Xing's territory. The wind wings behind Chao Xing vibrated gently, carrying him in the air, ready to attack at any time. However, considering the current situation, it seems that he has no chance to attack. 10 minutes later, the first life of the Plague Ghost was killed. After a while, a surging breath of death rose from it. It was resurrected with full health. However, even if it was resurrected with full health, it was useless. As soon as it came out, it was surrounded and killed by everyone again. Soon, the 4 Plague Ghosts were killed twice in a row by Marlenina and others. Then only tens of thousands of resurrected troops were left on the field. The next battle was even less suspenseful. When those core combatants freed up their hands, they were like tigers entering a pack of wolves, and launched a one-sided slaughter. It took 24 minutes. All 4 sides of the battlefield are over. A system prompt appeared in front of Chao Xing. You have successfully passed the final challenge of the Monster Siege. The time for this battle is 24 minutes and 43 seconds. Your ranking is 1. Congratulations, because you are the first survivor in the entire server to pass the 10th round of challenges. You have obtained a special title, Death Walker. Get the clearance reward, Ancient Halyue Treasure Box *1, Divine Power Fragment *3, Gold Points plus 500. Is this title a special reward? Death Walker, what's the use? Before he could check it out, the second system prompt continued to appear. Attention all survivors. The siege of the monsters in the 4 major areas has officially ended, and the rewards are being settled. Settlement successful. Your current ranking is 1. Get the ranking reward, 1 Halyue Treasure Box, plus 100 gold points. Not only Chao Xing heard the system prompt. All the survivors in the 4 major areas heard the system prompt. Everyone clicked on the ranking list to check. When they saw the dazzling 10th wave of clearance numbers, there was an uproar. Chapter 520. The chat channel was in an uproar, because Chao Xing cleared the 10th wave. Sure enough, this monster siege activity was still killed by Chao Xing. Yeah, it's too abnormal. No one in other regions successfully challenged the 8th wave, but Chao Xing cleared the 10th wave directly. I heard that the Halyue treasure chest was given from the 7th wave. I really don't know what rewards will be given in the next few waves. I am so envious. For a while, everyone was full of emotion. At the same time, the post was updated again on the World Forum. Now everyone knows that Chao Xing not only successfully passed the 10th wave of challenges, but was also the only one in the entire server. For this man's strength, even the top masters in various regions have to admire him. At this moment, Chao Xing is excitedly counting his gains. This time the Monster Siege gave a lot of rewards. 10 rounds of challenges, plus the reward for being the first on the list. Not only did I get thousands of gold points, but I also got a lot of treasure chests. This way, I have 3 bronze, 3 silver, 6 gold, 3 Halyue treasure chests, and 3 ancient Halyue treasure chests in my backpack that can be opened. After getting this number, Chao Xing couldn't help but smile. Moreover, the treasure chest is just one of the gains. The strength of other members has also been rapidly improved in this siege. After 10 rounds of fighting, the level of the Dragon Speaker has soared from level 89 to level 96, the attack power has increased by more than 7,000, and the skill value has increased by 70%. I feel that if there is another monster siege, I can definitely reach the maximum level of 100. Sarah also rushed 9 levels in a row and directly reached level 79, and her attack power soared again. All other new members have basically reached the maximum level of their current stage. For others, the difficulty of the monster siege is very high. If you take the risk to challenge the high difficulty waves, you may die if you are not careful. So everyone is cautious when challenging. However, for Chaoxing, this is a good place to brush treasure chests and gain experience. Not only that, after knowing that his strength was enough to pass the 10th round of the monster siege, he could rush to the 10th round in one go next time without any scruples. Chaoxing was now somewhat impatient to go over and open the treasure chest. But before that, he still needed to deal with some post-war matters. So, he quickly ordered, "Everyone, follow the old rules. The staff will go out to clean up the battlefield and fill it up. Leave some combatants to protect the staff, and the others will return to the territory." "Yes, sir." Most of the combatants followed the order and headed back to the territory. The staff members picked up their tools and quickly cleaned up the battlefield outside the territory. Other core combatants also quickly returned to the territory. Chaoxing flapped his wings and flew to the wall of the south gate, looking at Lu Muxue beside him. She also participated in the battle just now. In the form of a battle angel, he rushed into the resurrected army and began to kill everyone. It is worth mentioning that Lu Muxue's battle angel form has a skill called Dark Nemesis, which can cause an additional 30% damage to dark creatures. These resurrected soldiers also seem to be dark creatures, and they are unilaterally suppressed by her. This also makes Chaoxing wonder whether he can continue to improve Lu Muxue's angel form ability. After all, according to his own speculation, if the Frost Dragon Xuemon dies, then the Death Dragon Satan will come to the Western continent. At that time, it will definitely be an unprecedented disaster, even far exceeding the Blood Army. So before that, he had to make more preparations. However, these will be discussed later. After all, he now has to focus on dealing with the Haze disaster, the Watchers, and the Blood Legion. "Muxue, you've worked hard tonight. Go back to the Lord's castle and rest. I'll be back later. Remember to draw the curtains." Chaoxing gave some instructions. "Yeah." Lu Muxue agreed obediently, then put the ancient sword back into her backpack and walked towards the center of the territory. Chaoxing, with excitement, found an empty space to start unboxing. But before that, he had to check the special title. Death Walker, title spirit plus 5%, all skill cooldowns reduced by 10%. Additional effects: death resistance, immune to all corpse poison and plague effects. Title introduction: a fearless warrior walking on the edge of death, challenging the limits of death with tenacious will and unyielding spirit, becoming a beam of light that illuminates the land of death. After reading the attributes of this title, Chaoxing was slightly startled. Immune to all corpse poison and plague effects? Does that mean that corpse poisons from gods, and even true gods, are ineffective against me? Damn, that's pretty powerful. This way, the threat of the resurrected army will be greatly reduced. Chaoxing was very excited. The power of this title was beyond imagination. It was worthy of being the first reward for passing the 10th wave of challenges in the entire server. In addition, this title also has a 5% spiritual attribute bonus and a 10% skill cooldown reduction. Especially the one at the back. With the 5 flawless purity I used before, I can now reduce the skill cooldown by 60%. I felt very satisfied. Next, it's time to enjoy the unboxing session. Chaoxing looked at his backpack and took out all the bronze and silver treasure chests. Then he opened them all at once. However, most of the equipment that came out was blue or purple, which didn't improve much, so he didn't take a closer look. Then, he took out the remaining 6 gold treasure chests and opened them all at once. Opened successfully. Obtained Tingsho Fort Seeds, Gold, *5. Obtained Large Anticorpse Poison Potion *8. Obtained Imperial Knight Training Camp Construction Blueprint *1. Obtained Expert Lighthouse Upgrade Blueprint *1. Obtained Behemoth Axe, Gold. Obtained War Research Institute Construction Blueprint, Gold. Obtained. This wave of unboxing is quite good. There are actually 3 blueprints. Chaoxing first glanced at the properties of the 3 blueprints. There is no need to say much about the Imperial Knight Training Camp and Expert Lighthouse blueprints. The former can use the Imperial Knight training book in it to train civilians into Imperial Knights. It is still very good. As for the latter Expert Lighthouse, it is based on the Advanced Lighthouse, and the durability and armor are further improved, and the lighting range is also greatly increased. Chao Xing decided to upgrade these lighthouses as soon as possible. After all, this experience has made Chao Xing realize the role of the lighthouse. Then, it was the last drawing. He looked at the properties. War Research Institute Construction Blueprint Gold. Blueprint Description: you can build a War Research Institute in the territory, consume resources for strengthening research, and strengthen the attack and defense of all arrow towers and city walls in the territory. Currently available research directions: Arrow Tower Reinforcement. Each level can increase the attack power and range of all arrow towers by 10%. The upper limit is 5 levels. City Wall Reinforcement. Each level can increase the armor and durability of all city walls by 10%. The upper limit is 5 levels. Building area: 675 square meters. Building height: 14 meters. Materials required for construction: Energy Tower Level 11, Stone * 100, 000, Iron * 50, 000, Copper * 10, 000, Mithril * 5000, Master Element Crystal * 1. Construction time required: 231 hours. Maximum staff: 0/4 people. 50% attack power and range enhancement. Even the city wall can be strengthened by 50%. What a good thing. Moreover, this thing can be used for the entire territory. It can be said that one upgrade can greatly increase the attack power of the arrow tower and the thickness of the city wall. Not bad. I can let Duan build all these buildings tomorrow. Chao Xing clapped his hands with satisfaction. The things opened from the 6 gold treasure chests are very good, which makes him look forward to the next unboxing. Then, he took out 3 treasure chests with white light from his backpack. Found 3 unlock Haoyue treasure chests. Do you want to open them? Chao Xing directly clicked to open. Opened successfully. Obtained: Tyrant's Skull, Orange, * 1. Obtained: Yule Ring Orange. Obtained: Master Level Power Heart * 3. Obtained: Master Level Element Crystal * 354. Obtained: Large Resource Pack * 9. In addition to the 2 orange items, 3 Master Level Power Hearts were opened. That's not bad. Although, any item can be opened in the treasure chest, whether it is food, seeds, or even blueprints. But it was the first time that Chao Xing encountered a heart of power. It's okay. I only have 2 master level hearts of power in my backpack. These 3 came just in time. They can add a few more master level creatures to my territory. Next, he took out another strange thing from his backpack. It looked like a dark red helmet, as if it was made of some kind of biological bones, full of blood and violence. On both sides of the helmet, there was a pair of sharp bone spurs, which looked like the fangs of some beast, and on the front there were 2 deep eye holes, empty and dark. This thing has a very unique shape. I looked at the attributes. Skull of the Tyrant, orange. Quality, epic. Equipment part, helmet. Equipment level, level 70. Armor, 436 to 577. Additional special effects, strength plus 800, constitution plus 500, critical hit rate plus 30%. Additional special effects. 2. Tyrant's Might, reduces 50% of the damage to the head. Additional special effects. 3. Eye of the Tyrant, when the cumulative damage is 10 times, the power in the helmet will be activated, increasing the attack speed by 30% and the critical hit damage by 50%, lasting 60 seconds, cooling time, 120 seconds. Equipment introduction. Tyrant series set, can be used with Tyrant's Hand, Tyrant's Armor, Tyrant's Attack, Tyrant's Foot, Tyrant's Ring. Note: no one dares to look directly into Tyrant Lloyd's eyes. If you overcome this fear and look him in the eye, you will be able to peek into his secrets. Oh, it's actually a piece of an epic suit, and it can also increase attack speed and critical damage by 30%. This is quite suitable for melee units like Burji or Assam. However, Assam now has the Fearless Knight suit, so I'm considering giving this equipment to others. In addition, Chao Xing also noticed the notes on the equipment. Looking directly into the eyes will reveal the secret of the tyrant. What secret is it? With curiosity, he slowly lifted the helmet in his hand and turned the front to face himself. Then, he stared at the 2 dark holes in the helmet. However, it looked pitch black inside and nothing could be seen. After staring at each other for more than 10 seconds, the helmet still did not respond. Just when Chao Xing was about to give up, a violent aura suddenly emanated from the holes in the helmet. It was as if the eyes of the helmet were lit up. Instantly, a red light burst out from it. At the same time, Chao felt a terrifying aura, which made people feel a fear from the bottom of their hearts, and even wanted to escape from here. But soon, the red light in the eyes dimmed, and Chao saw a string of words appearing inside the helmet through the fleeting light. Lloyd's tomb, 81623.9172.11932. Seeing the above text, Chao instantly understood something. Lloyd's tomb, that is, the tomb of this tyrant? In other words, other parts of the suit may also be found there? After reaching this conclusion, Chao suddenly smiled. Great! I didn't expect that this helmet actually hides such an important place. That's good. However, the minimap function is blocked now, otherwise Chao could use the coordinates to find out how far this place is from his territory. But it doesn't matter, the tomb is there anyway, and it can't escape. Wait until the haze is over before going there, it will be the same. Satisfied, he put it in his backpack, and then checked the properties of another ring. Yule's ring, orange. Quality, epic. Equipment level, level 70. Additional effects. 1. Spirit plus 300, Constitution plus 300, Magic critical hit rate plus 20%. Additional effects. 2. Advanced armor break, when attacking an enemy, ignore 800 points of the opponent's armor. Additional effects. 3. Yule's blessing, immune to the stun state of legendary or below. Equipment description, an ancient ring, which contains a trace of the power of the demon Yule. 300 points of spirit, plus 800 points of armor ignored, and stun immunity. This ring is really powerful. Speaking of which, I have quite a few immune equipment. The scales of the Dragon Zhuama are immune to physical attacks below the legendary level, and the scales of the Crystal Dragon are immune to all thunder attacks. Then the title on the head is immune to the effects of plague and corpse poison, and this ring is immune to dizziness. If I get a few more, I will become the king of immunity. Chao thought happily. It just so happened that he was wearing the original 15th level Kingdom Holy Ring. He equipped it directly, and the attributes were improved again. Yes, the things in the 3 Haoyue treasure chests are also very powerful. Next, it's time to open the 3 ancient Haoyue treasure chests. Thinking of this, he took them out directly from his backpack. Clang! Clang! 3 bright Haoyue treasure chests appeared, emitting a deep luster. In comparison, this ancient Haoyue treasure chest seems to be different from the contemporary Haoyue treasure chest. The patterns on the ancient treasure chest are more like a mysterious symbol, while the current Haoyue treasure chest is engraved with some lifelike patterns. Of course, the quality of the items in these 2 treasure chests is actually similar. It's just that because they are separated by an era, the items inside are different. Chao stepped forward and clicked to open it directly. Opened successfully. Obtained, Stone Flux Shoulder Armor, orange. Obtained, Loyalty Pearl, orange, *2. Obtained, Laser Sight, orange. Obtained, Arc Star *17. Obtained, Deteriorated Drinking Water *15. Obtained. What are these? The things in the ancient Haoyue treasure chest are as strange as ever. With curiosity, Chao glanced at the attributes. Stone Flux Shoulder Armor, orange. Quality, epic. Equipment part, shoulder armor. Equipment level, none. Unique special effect, power infusion, after wearing, increase basic power by 100%, attack speed reduced by 50%. Equipment introduction, shoulder armor with some special power, it can turn you into a strongman instantly. This equipment is quite interesting. If the strength is increased by 100%, the equipment of people like Assam, Burger and others can increase the attack power by at least 10,000. If it is given to Marlene Nina, it can increase the attack power by about 26,000. And the 50% reduction in attack speed is a bit hurtful. After all, the main output of these people in the territory depends on strong speed. So, this shoulder armor is more suitable for those explosive players. Chao thought for a moment, and decided to give it to Assam. After all, his attack power is strong enough. In this case, we will directly increase his attack power to the extreme. In addition, Eilena's Snake Man Frenzy will increase the attack speed by 20%, which is equivalent to this shoulder armor only reducing the attack speed by 30%, which is still within the acceptable range. If the Tyrant's Skull is equipped, it is equivalent to no negative status at all. Of course, it is not completely without any side effects. After all, this shoulder armor has no level and no armor bonus, which is equivalent to a pure attribute bonus equipment. In this way, Assam will have less armor. Then, Chao looked at the second item. Loyalty Pearl, orange. Quality, epic. Unique effect. After use, the loyalty of a territory member can be forcibly increased to 100. If it is already 100, it will be further increased to die-hard loyal. Thought seal? Chao Xing couldn't help but think of this. After all, this kind of thing that forces loyalty is equivalent to changing the other party's mind. Chao Xing currently has no chance to use it. After all, the creatures in his territory are quite loyal to him. I put it back in my backpack and started to check other things. Laser sight, orange. Quality, epic. Equipment level, none. Equipment type, head. After equipping this mask, you will not be able to equip helmets, hats, etc. Unique effect, Eye of Death. When launching a long-range physical attack, if a critical hit is successful, an additional 100% critical hit damage will be added. Fuck, a full 100% critical damage bonus. Is this thing so scary? From Sarah's Death Dagger, we can see how terrifying the 100% burst damage bonus is. And this scope can have such an effect, it is really terrifying. However, the only pity is that this thing will only work with long-range physical attacks. In other words, it is either the bow and arrow shot by the archer, or the hot weapon attack like Tong Chu Chu. Chapter 521. Chao Xing analyzed. This scope is very suitable for Rennie's. After all, her critical hit rate has always been 100%. And the tricorn hat on her head can be replaced and given to Xiao Chu Chu or Elisa. Soon, Chao Xing thought of the candidates in his mind. Then, there is another reward, which is also a very important reward. Divine Power Fragment *3, this is the reward given for clearing the 10th wave. Just like the fragments obtained before, it can be given to some equipment or some beings that use divine power to replenish 10 points of divine power. Chao Xing thought, it just so happens that I used up 3 of the divine power fragments in my backpack when I fought Male Nina, and I still have 6 left. I got 3 more this time, which is equivalent to directly replenishing 90 divine power points. And Male Nina needs 500 divine power points to open this second form. If you add the daily collection speed of the divine power beads, I will probably need about 100 days. After getting this number, Chao Xing not only did not feel it was long, but on the contrary, he was very happy. Because after more than 100 days, Marlenina will be able to open the second form and possess legendary combat power. And after the addition of eternal power, her form will be made permanent, which is equivalent to Chao Xing permanently possessing a legendary creature. At that time, even if he faces the Watchers and the Blood Legion, he will have more confidence. Thinking of this, he became more excited. However, after being happy, Chao Xing also became a little worried. These divine power points are still not enough. Now, there are still many things in his backpack that need to use divine power. First of all, it is Besazer's Altar of the Gods, which has already opened the 5th level of breakthrough. To open the 6th level, it needs to inject divine power. Although it is unknown how much to inject, it is estimated to be no less than 100 points of divine power. In addition, there is Lizardman Ancestor Statue. This thing is his trump card. No matter when, Chao Xing must reserve more than 50 points of divine power in case of emergency. Therefore, the divine power fragments in his backpack were not enough. It seems that if you want to have legendary combat power, you have a long way to go. However, Chao Xing also knew that he would be given 3 divine power fragments after clearing the 10th wave. He was already looking forward to the next monster attack. So far, all the gains from this battle have been counted. Not only has Chao Xing's strength been improved, but the strength of others can also be greatly improved by distributing these equipment. Then, he found Assam, Rennie's, and Elisa. He gave the stone flux shoulder armor and laser sight to the 2 of them respectively. Then he equipped Elisa with the tricorn hat that Rennie's had replaced. The 3 of them changed into new equipment at the same time. Especially Assam. Before this, he had a full attack power of 62,000, Sword of the Lake Lady plus permanent Frost Wolf Dance State plus a series of blessings. And now, after equipping the stone flux shoulder armor, orange, his basic strength increased by 100%, and his attack power increased by a full 14,000, almost breaking through 80,000. It sounds like it may not be as scary as Marlenina. But you have to know that Assam is only a level 70 commander now. He has too many opportunities to improve. When he reaches level 100 and then breaks through to the master, he will easily have 150,000 attack power. In addition, the Sword of the Lady of the Lake can gain attack power by killing enemies every day. In the long run, even 1 million attack power is probably not a big deal. By then, it is hard to imagine how powerful Assam will be. Of course, after Assam was equipped with the shoulder armor, the Night Suit's gauntlets could not be equipped, so the suit effect was lost. Chao Xing thought for a moment, and simply equipped him with the Tyrant's Skull. Assam took off the golden fearless knight helmet on his head and replaced it with the red tyrant's skull. In this way, the suit only had the effect of 3 pieces. However, these 2 pieces were more powerful, greatly improving his output ability, and the special effects of the tyrant's skull also offset the negative effects of the shoulder armor, which was still very good. Of course, Renisa's new equipment was also very powerful. The laser sight in her hand was actually a kind of half-helmet-like equipment. After wearing it, only the lower half of her face was exposed. Under her small nose, her light red lips moved slightly. A mysterious red light flowed through the eye mask, and those who were scanned by her seemed to have their secrets seen through. This sight also increased her damage by a lot. Elisa, who was standing by, fiddled with a tricorn hat on her head, looking very happy. After getting the new equipment, the 3 of them said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord." Chao Xing smiled, "You've worked hard in the battle today, let's go back and rest first." "Okay." The 3 of them turned around quickly and left. Then, he called the new members Fanas and Tianjing together. The priestess Fanas' robe dragged on the ground, and the hat on her head covered her face. She walked over with a large staff in her hand. Speaking of which, this priestess also possessed the power of plague and had a talent for immunity to plague. However, he could only be immune to levels not higher than his own. Unlike Chao Xing's title of Death Walker, even legendary plagues will not have any effect on him. After the 2 came over, they saluted slightly. Tianjing said excitedly, "Boss, are you calling me?" Chao Xing nodded slightly, then took out 2 master-level power hearts from his backpack and said, "I see that your levels have reached the maximum level of level 5. Now use these 2 power hearts and break through to level 6. The 2 of them reacted differently after hearing this. Tianjing seemed extremely excited, while Fanas on the side lowered his head, with no expression on his face. They came over and solemnly took the things from Chao Xing's hands. "Thank you, boss." Tianjing said loudly, "I didn't expect that I could break through the 6th level so quickly, it's like a dream. There are not many survivors in the world who can reach the 6th level now, haha." The experience of this night can be said to be more exciting than his past few months. He had never thought that it was so easy to have power. If he relied on his current strength, he would not be afraid of being caught for experiments. Of course, Tianjing was also very clear in his mind. He knew that all this was given by the man in front of him. If it weren't for him, he would still be a level 4 corpse, at the mercy of others. At the same time, he made a decision in his heart. If anyone dared to cause trouble for this territory or Chao Xing, he would do everything he could to make the other party pay a heavy price. A hint of cruelty gradually appeared in her eyes. After receiving the Heart of Power, Farnes pulled down her hat again to cover her distinctive face. Then she said softly, "Thank you. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of the territory member, Farnes has been improved, and the current loyalty is 76. Chao Xing said without saying much, "Start the breakthrough." The 2 immediately did as they were told, crushing the Heart of Power in their hands together and absorbing. As the smell of poisonous flames and plague rose. Less than 2 minutes later, a system prompt appeared. "Your subordinate lord, Tianjing, has successfully broken through to the 6th level creature, and the level cap is open to level 70. On the other side, Fanas failed. There was no expression on her face, and she seemed to accept her failure calmly. And Chao Xing was also calm in his heart, and took out another Heart of Power from his backpack. Now, his master-level Heart of Power reserves only have the last 2. "Go on." The priestess took it again, and nodded gently to express her gratitude. This time, her breakthrough was very smooth. When the smell of plague and disaster spread from her body, the system prompt appeared. "Your territory member, Fanas, has successfully broken through to the 6th level commander-level creature. Basic attributes increased by 100%, health increased by 100%, abnormal resistance increased by 50%. Chao Xing was secretly happy. Then he continued, "Okay, since the breakthrough is complete, you can go back and rest." "Okay, boss," Tianjing replied quickly. Then, the 2 of them left here quickly. At this moment, Chao Xing smiled after they left. "Very good, now there are 2 more master-level masters in the territory. Tianjing's strength is almost enough to be able to take charge of the territory. When the fog disaster is over, we can start preparing for the 2nd territory. As for the population and staff, don't worry. Let him create a legion, and put my name on it. There will definitely be many survivors willing to join. There are many very good blueprints in the legion, and the high-level legion has attribute bonuses. By the way, we can also bring Yao Yiming and others along. Besides that." As Chao Xing walked, he was thinking about future plans. Then he looked at the 2 remaining master-level Hearts of Power, and the soul of the leader of the white-robed priest in his backpack, and thought, at present, I should not get new recruitment scrolls in the short term. Now, use these resources directly to upgrade others. So, Chao Xing called the wild boar warrior Lab and the silver hand knight Fortigan. Both of them were leaders of a legion, especially Lab, who had followed Chao Xing for a long time. However, due to the shortage of resources in the territory at that time, Lab could only be promoted to the leader level. Now, he can try to be promoted to the leader, and then break through together. Soon, Lab holding 2 swords and Fortigan, wearing knight armor quickly came over. Oh, strong lord, Lab is here. Lord, good night. Chao Xing didn't say much, and directly threw the soul of the leader of the white-robed priest to Lab. Lab took it subconsciously, and after feeling the power in the soul, he immediately understood something. Beast God, Lab is finally going to break through to the leader, great. Thank you, Lord. Lab seemed extremely excited. Chao Xing smiled, use it. Yes. Lab immediately put the 2 swords in his hands on his waist, and then slapped the soul into his body. After a moment, a wild force rose from this rugged warrior. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Lab successfully transformed into a 5th level leader level creature, basic attributes increased by 30%, and learned a new skill, Whirlwind Blade. Whirlwind Blade, holding 2 knives, it puts itself into a high-speed rotation state and can move, causing continuous cutting damage to all enemies along the way, lasting 10 seconds, cooling time, 120 seconds. Seeing the attributes of this skill, Chao Xing smiled. With the ultra-high-speed slashing, and the ability to move at any time, combined with the blood-sucking blade of the wild boar tactics, you can really jump directly into the monster group and be invincible without dying. Strong lord, I succeeded. The wild boar warrior shouted. Chao Xing did not say much, and took out 2 master-level hearts of power from his backpack and gave them to Rab and Fortigan respectively. Continue. The 2 level 50 leaders looked at each other, and thanked him again respectfully. Thank you, Lord. After saying that, they took the heart of power and crushed the crystal in their hands without hesitation. The pure power was absorbed by it. This breakthrough was very smooth. In just less than 3 minutes, a wildness and a majestic aura rose from the 2 of them at the same time. Buzz! The tyrannical power fluctuation swept across, which also meant that their breakthrough was successful. Your territory member, Fortigan, has successfully transformed into a 6th level leader level creature, with basic attributes increased by 100%, additional health value increased by 100%, and abnormal resistance increased by 50%. Your territory member, Rab, 5 master level hearts of power have made 4 master level strongmen. This success rate made Chao Xing very satisfied. The 2 who had broken through were also very excited. The surge of power made their momentum rise a lot. Now, they can also call themselves masters. Chao Xing said, okay, you guys go back and rest. Yes. Fortigan and Rab left quickly. Chao Xing looked at the time. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning. It took almost an hour to open the treasure chest and digest the harvest. The staff were still trying to clean up the battlefield. However, after an hour, they still couldn't clean up all the battlefields. There was nothing they could do about it. After all, they were getting stronger and stronger, and the damage they caused was getting more and more terrible. After a battle, it took a lot of time to restore the site. It was okay at normal times, and we could take our time, but now there was a haze disaster, so we could only do a rough restoration. So Chao Xing shouted, it's almost done, everyone go back and rest. After hearing the order, all the staff returned to the territory. Then they went back to their shelters to rest. After a while, they fell asleep with a satisfied look. After working all day, it was already past 3 in the morning. In addition, they had experienced 2 hours of fierce fighting, which really made them feel tired. Including Chao Xing, after dealing with the harvest this time, they returned to the Lord's castle. Around 4 in the morning. Most creatures in the world have almost entered a sleeping state at this time. While everyone was unaware, fog spread silently in the territories of the major survivors, covering all buildings. The density of the fog increased dramatically. Before, it was only covering the outside of the territory, but now, even the visibility inside the territory has been greatly reduced. One night passed quickly. The next day, the system prompt appeared. Attention all survivors. You have reached the 15th day of the development period. The next round of Monster Siege will start on the 45th day of the development period. The haze disaster has reached a new stage, a silent world. When night falls, please try not to emit bright light sources or make noises, otherwise, you may attract unknown creatures in the fog. Today's weather. Heavy fog. The lowest temperature is -63°C to -73°C. It is not suitable to go out. When the prompt ended, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue opened their eyes on time. He sighed in his heart. Sure enough, the monster siege has just ended, and it has entered a new stage. In this stage, no sound or bright light can be emitted, otherwise it will attract unknown dangers. Fortunately, the danger mentioned by the system will only appear after nightfall. In other words, you can still move around or work in the territory during the day. Thinking of this, Chao Xing got up from the bed, walked to the window, and pulled open a corner of the curtain. A vast expanse of white suddenly appeared in front of him. Even his eyesight can only see a range of about 100 meters. At this moment, Lu Muxue, who had just woken up, poked her head out of the quilt and asked softly, "Axing, what's the situation outside?" Chao Xing replied, "The fog disaster seems to have become bigger again. It seems that before this fog disaster disappears, we can only stay in the territory even during the day." Lu Muxue's eyes also showed a trace of worry after hearing this. If they can't go out during the day, they can't go to find those enhanced ice nests, which will waste a lot of development time. Chao Xing didn't have any idea. After all, this fog disaster affected not only him, but the entire continent. In other words, whether it was the survivors, or the kingdoms and churches, they were all unable to act under this fog disaster. Chao Xing didn't have to worry about what the Watchers and the Church of Light would do during this time. Moreover, even if he stayed in the territory, Chao Xing could still improve his strength. His magic crystal hadn't been absorbed yet. Others could also go to the training ground during the day to practice combat skills or learn some new skills. Chao Xing turned around and said, "Muxue, there's nothing to do today. You can rest in your room first. I go give them a task." Hearing this, Lu Muxue said softly, "No, I go with you. I don't want to stay in bed all the time. I get fat, hee." As she said that, she quickly got out of the warm bed. Chao Xing smiled and said, "Okay, we go together." So, they quickly put on their clothes and pushed open the door of the Lord's castle. Creaky. Instantly, a white world appeared in front of the two of them. Chapter 522. Chao Xing pushed open the castle gate, and suddenly there was a vast expanse of white in front of him. It seemed as if the entire territory was shrouded in fog. He could only vaguely see the black energy tower next to him, and other buildings in the territory. Even the tall pale tree was looming in the fog. Looking at the surrounding situation, Chao Xing thought to himself, although the fog is also very heavy during the day, with the help of the lighthouse, I can barely see the terrain and work. And this fog disaster seems to be going to last for a while, so let's use this time to develop the territory and upgrade those buildings. Chao Xing was ready to call all the staff over. But before that, he opened the dragon store and exchanged 400,000 ice dragon marks for a blueprint. Exchange successful. You get an expert level frost wall construction blueprint *1, ice dragon marks -400,000. Before the system was updated, this was also the highest level wall blueprint that the survivors could exchange. Now, most of the territories have elementary and intermediate walls, and advanced ones are very rare. Chao Xing has not only upgraded the walls of the entire territory to advanced level, but has now begun to upgrade to expert level. You can imagine how far ahead he is. He looked at the attributes of the blueprint. Expert level frost wall construction blueprint. Blueprint effect. You can upgrade the advanced frost wall in the territory to the expert level, improving armor and durability. Armor, 1,500. Durability, 100,000. Additional effect. Expert level frost aura. Gives all friendly units within 100 meters of the wall an additional 300 points of armor, and reduces the damage to the wall by 30%. Area, 10 meters long * 15 meters high * 10 meters wide. Materials required for upgrade. Advanced Frost Wall *1, Stone * 1500, Glacial Shard * 800, Iron * 150, Dragon Rock or * 30. Time required for upgrade, 30 hours and 34 minutes. My goodness, does a wall need so many materials? It's almost 3 times as big as the advanced city wall. Of course, the durability, armor, and area of the expert level city wall have been greatly improved. Chao Xing glanced at his resource reserves. Wood * 1.3144 million, stone * 1.5489 million, coal * 315, 400 iron * 174, 600 copper * 95, 000 mithril * 41, for 61 glacier fragments * 17.5488 million, dragon rock or * 71, 837. Not bad, the materials are sufficient, enough to upgrade all the city walls. Then he pressed the communication device on his ear and said, "All staff, assemble." Hearing the voice, figures suddenly flashed in the territory shrouded in fog. One by one, the staff members followed the route they remembered and carefully moved over. From the residential area of the second ring to the center of the territory, it is actually only 100 or 200 meters away. But even this 100 or 200 meters took them a lot of effort to successfully arrive. It can be imagined that if it was outside, the situation would be even more serious. It took 10 minutes, and hundreds of staff members had gathered together. Chaoxing took a glance and said, "Next, everyone will work in the territory before the fog dissipates. Chao Yi, you lead most of the staff and the goblins to upgrade all the city walls from advanced to expert level. Remember to shift the lighting range of the lighthouse and concentrate on working in the same area. If anyone gets lost or disappears, contact me immediately." Chao Yi, a citizen of the territory, said respectfully, "Yes, Lord." After that, he left with more than 100 people. Chaoxing continued, "Duan, your recent task is to continue upgrading the energy tower and the Lord's castle. In addition, build the Imperial Knight Training Ground and the War Research Institute, especially the latter building, which can be built first. After doing this, you will arrange for people to upgrade all the lighthouses in the territory to the expert level." Duan wrote down Chaoxing's instructions one by one, and then said respectfully, "Yes." After that, he also took away a group of polar people and staff. Chaoxing took a look and saw that there were only villagers from Grapevine Village and the cooks left. So he said, "Okay, each of you should do what I told you yesterday." "Yes." The remaining staff dispersed. Then, Chaoxing pressed the communication device on his ear again and said in the team channel, "There is no combat mission today. All combat personnel, those who need to train should train, and those who need to rest should rest." After Chaoxing issued this series of instructions, most members of the entire territory began to move. Chaoxing walked through the thick fog and reached the edge of the territory. Anyway, this was his own territory, where he had lived for several months, and the terrain was relatively familiar to him. Even if his vision was blocked, he could still move around in it. He climbed up the city wall, stood on it, and walked around. As expected, the fog outside the territory was even thicker, and even with his eyesight, he could only see a distance of more than 10 meters. In this situation, even a hero-level creature cannot move freely in the fog. Chaoxing sighed. "This fog disaster is really weird. I don't know where it came from, but it can cover an entire continent. However, there are too many bizarre things in this world, so it is normal for such a natural disaster to occur." Shaking his head, Chaoxing returned to the territory and went to the mage tower to absorb a magic crystal. Then he prepared to take some time to go to the library, prepare to read a few books to improve his attributes, and by the way, understand the background of this world. Creaky. The door of the library was pushed open, and a mixed smell of wood and paper came out. Rows of wooden bookshelves were seen, with many books listed on them, about 300 or 400. These books were naturally collected by Chaoxing. The books inside ranged from ancient magic secrets to mysterious astrology books, as well as magnificent heroic epics and profound philosophical works. There were also some craftsmanship manuals and rigorous historical documents, etc., of various types. Now, his library has taken shape. Just as Chaoxing was about to look through some books that he found interesting, he suddenly saw a figure in the corner. She was wearing a light blue dress, and her long hair fell softly on her shoulders. She lowered her head slightly and looked at the book in her hand attentively. Her perfect profile made people unable to help but take a second look. It was Gwyneth, the bard. Because he was too focused, he didn't even notice Chaoxing's arrival. Chaoxing did not disturb her, and read a few books by himself. After a few hours of reading, his attributes were slightly improved. At the same time, he also saw an interesting book called Corpse Kingdom. Book content. Click to read. After reading this book, Chaoxing was thoughtful. A kingdom shrouded in plague? Does this kingdom still exist now? After thinking carefully, he found no clues. Chaoxing closed the book again. He looked at the time, and it was already past 2 in the afternoon. I didn't expect that I would spend 4 or 5 hours reading this book. So he looked at Gwyneth next to him and said, "I go out first. You should also take a rest. If you are tired, go out for a walk." Hearing Chaoxing's voice, the woman seemed to come back to her senses. Then she raised her head slightly and gestured to him. Chaoxing didn't understand, but he knew that this should be Gwyneth's reply to him. So, he pushed open the door of the library, and a vast expanse of white fog appeared in front of him again. Chao Xing continued to walk in the territory. After a while, he came to the buffer zone of the territory, and heard the sound of footsteps. With his current hearing, he could clearly hear the movement several kilometers away. However, he could not see clearly who was walking in the territory. But soon, he saw the figure clearly. It was old Mel, who was in charge of animal husbandry in the territory. Chao Xing looked at his busy figure and asked, "Mr. Mel, what are you busy with?" Old Mel was carrying 2 bags of fodder at the moment. He stopped immediately after hearing Chao Xing's voice and replied, "Lord, I am preparing for the fog disaster at night. When this kind of fog disaster comes at night, no sound can be made, including those cattle, sheep, and chickens. Otherwise, it may attract monsters in the fog. So, I got some sound-stopping grass and mixed it into the fodder, which can prevent these livestock from shouting for a period of time." Chao Xing nodded suddenly. As an aboriginal of this world, Old Mel had grown up here and must have encountered this kind of fog disaster before, so he had experience in dealing with it. This also made Chao Xing want to learn more about the fog disaster through him. "Mr. Mel, do you know how long this kind of fog disaster usually lasts?" Hearing this question, the old man thought for a moment, and then shook his head. "I have lived for decades and encountered this kind of fog disaster several times, but this is the first time I have encountered such a serious situation. Before, the shortest lasted about 3 or 4 days, and the longest lasted about a week. This time, I don't know how long it will last." Chao Xing sighed in his heart. This fog disaster is indeed not simple. According to the number of days mentioned by Old Mel, this fog disaster will definitely last more than a week. "Do you know what the monsters in the fog are?" Chao Xing continued to ask. Old Mel thought for a moment, and shook his head again. "No one knows what these monsters are, but they are very strange. At night, these creatures will become active in the fog. They will even knock on the door, making strange noises to lure you to open it. If you hear a knock on the door in the middle of the night, you must not open the door or make any noise, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous." Old Mel's tone was filled with deep fear. This also made Chao Xing feel a little confused, so he asked, "Are these creatures in the fog snow demons? There are too many strange creatures in this world. For example, the snow demon they encountered before, which would knock on the door and enter the house at night, is in line with the characteristics described by Old Mel. It's not a snow demon, and we don't know what kind of monster it is. But the creatures in the mist are very strange and powerful. Anyone who has seen this creature is basically dead. Lord, please remind other members not to make any noise or go out of the room at night," Old Mel said solemnly. Chao Xing nodded slightly, and then said, "Okay, I know. Mr. Mel, go and get busy." "Yes, Lord." After saying that, Old Mel carried 2 bags of fodder and walked quickly towards the cowshed. Next, Chao Xing had nothing to do. He walked around the territory twice and returned to the Lord's castle. Time soon came to evening. All day today, the survivors basically stayed out. There were also some stubborn ones, who thought it was just fog and would not have any impact. So they entered the fog and even started a live broadcast post to attract attention. These few people who committed suicide did attract quite a few people to watch, and the number of people in the live broadcast room once exceeded 1 million. Including Chao Xing, who was a little curious, clicked into the live broadcast room. Kai Zhe was an outdoor adventure blogger on Blue Star, and once had hundreds of thousands of fans on the video platform. After coming to this dangerous world, Kai Zhe was busy surviving and developing his territory every day, and he almost forgot his original business. And now, after seeing the fog outside, and the fear of others, he seemed to have found an opportunity. So, he decisively started the live broadcast, and said that he would bravely go into the fog. Seeing the number of people in the live broadcast room rising, Kai Zhe felt a little proud. He straightened his face, and then said to the camera with a serious expression, "Family, I am Kai Zhe, an anchor who is committed to adventure and challenging the unknown. Now, I am about to step into the fog and lead you to uncover the secrets hidden in it. Keep paying attention to me, and I will bring you more exciting content." The live broadcast room was filled with bullet comments. Under the gaze of more than 1 million eyes, Kai Zhe resolutely stepped out of the territory and entered the fog. However, although Kai Zhe entered the fog, he did not dare to go too far. He just wandered around the territory, and could vaguely see the location of some buildings. After wandering around for a few minutes, Kai Zhe found that he was not in any danger. He looked at the camera and said, "Family, it seems that there is no danger in the fog at present." For a while, the bullet comments were swiping the screen frantically. "Brother, you are so brave. Stop testing, come back soon. Brother, if you have the guts, go deeper into the fog. Some people advised them to stop this dangerous behavior immediately, while others kept encouraging them. The popularity of the live broadcast room is also increasing. Kaize looked at the crazy increase in the number of people in the live broadcast room and was so excited that he forgot himself. On Blue Star, he worked hard for several years, posting videos every day and starting live broadcasts. But at the peak, the number of people online in the live broadcast room did not exceed 1,000. Now, looking at the number of people online that is about to break 10 million, he feels as if he has achieved a certain goal and his whole person has been sublimated. Then, he straightened his face and said to the camera, "Family, I will go deeper into the fog and take you to find out. Family members who like it, please follow me. Kaize will release more adventure videos in the future." As he spoke, he walked into the depths of the fog. The number of fans is also skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. This also made Kaize more determined to continue the live broadcast. Not long after he moved forward, a tall black shadow suddenly appeared in the fog behind him. The black shadow was like a stretched projection in the fog, looming. In the live broadcast room, many people saw this scene and were immediately shocked, and then frantically set bullet screen reminders. "Anchor, turn around and see what that is. Fuck, there's something behind you. Host, stop." Kaize noticed the barrage of comments on the screen, and suddenly felt a chill behind him. A fear that came up suddenly, like the claws of the devil, tightly grasped his heart. Kaize's face was a little pale. He took a deep breath and turned around quickly. But he saw nothing. He breathed a sigh of relief, and then laughed. "Brothers are really good at joking, almost scared me. I tell you, I am famous for my courage in our area, and this level can't scare me." However, the live broadcast room was still swiping the screen frantically, reminding him to pay attention to his back. After this incident, the number of people in the live broadcast room has officially reached 20 million. Many survivors heard the relevant news and clicked on the live broadcast room as soon as possible. Kaize looked at his rapidly increasing number of fans and became more excited. "Thank you for your attention, family members. Then, let me continue to uncover the secrets of this fog for everyone." After saying that, he took 2 steps forward. However, it was these 2 steps that made him seem to step into another world. The surroundings instantly turned into a vast expanse of white, and nothing could be seen. Although Kaize felt a little scared, the soaring number of people in the live broadcast room diluted his fear. He continued to say to the camera, "Family, I am now about 3 or 4 kilometers away from the territory, and the current situation is good. It seems that during the day, this fog disaster is not as serious as the system says." And at this moment, the live broadcast room barrage began to swirl the screen again. "Head. Look up. Damn, there's something on your head. Fuck. What's that on the anchor's head?" Because I've had the same experience. Seeing the barrage of comments on the screen, Kaize smiled slightly and thought that others were joking with him. Until his private chat messages were also filled up. Some people he knew were sending him private messages crazily. This also made Kaize feel a little scared. He raised his head and looked at the top of his head again, but it was still white. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. He turned around quickly, and it was still a vast expanse of white, and he saw nothing. At the same time, his presence seemed to disturb some creature in the mist. The surrounding mist was stirred, as if something was approaching him quickly. Kaize felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and he had already begun to retreat. But facing the camera, Kaize still forced a smile and said, "Family, the exploration of the mist ends here today. Next time there's a chance, I take you to explore the fog again." After saying that, he began to quickly return to the territory in the direction he came from. However, after walking for more than 10 minutes, there was still a vast expanse of white in front of him. This also gave Kaize a bad premonition. "Damn, I'm not going to get lost in the fog, am I?" When he thought of this possibility, the bone-chilling coldness enveloped him again. It was almost dark now, and if he got lost in the fog at this time, the consequences would be disastrous. So, he began to shout for help, as if he wanted the people in the territory to come out and save him. However, from the perspective of the survivors, a very strange scene appeared. They saw that Kaize looked behind him from time to time, with a look of fear in his eyes, and from time to time he retreated and ran wildly in front. However, as he ran, he turned back behind him, as if he was turning in circles, and kept jumping up and down, making strange noises. The live broadcast room was almost crazy with comments. "Fuck, is this anchor possessed or crazy? Go back the fucking way, what are you doing? Why do I feel like this guy is going to get into trouble?" At this moment, after running for more than 10 minutes without getting out of the fog and without receiving any response from anyone, Kaizei seemed to realize something. At the same time, he noticed that the creatures in the fog were getting closer and closer to him. The crisis of death completely enveloped him. After a moment, Kaizei raised his pale face, forced a smile and said, "Brothers, I may not be able to go back. Don't enter the fog." The moment the words fell, the live broadcast was interrupted. Then, the man's avatar also went dark. This also made the tens of millions of survivors in the live broadcast room feel a chill behind them. No one saw anything, and the survivor died inexplicably. It can be said that since he entered the fog, it has been filled with all kinds of weird scenes. Even when Kaizei suddenly died in the end, no one knew what happened. After this incident, the survivors felt even more terrified about the world in the fog. Chaoxing also saw this live broadcast. Are those shadows in the fog? They seem to be similar to what I saw in the air last time. What are those things? And what creature attacked him? A lot of doubts came up in his mind. Shaking his head, Chaoxing did not delve into it. Anyway, he would not volunteer to die like these guys and enter the fog. This man named Kaizei used his life to remind everyone. When it was almost dark in the afternoon, Chaoxing asked all the staff to finish their work for the day, go to the cafeteria to eat, and return to their rooms. The chat channels of the 4 major districts became lively again. Everyone, it's almost dark, remember to turn off all light sources, hide in the room, and remember to light the stove, otherwise you will freeze to death in the middle of the night. I'm sorry, brothers. I sold all the extra coal, and wood some time ago. I didn't prepare too much fuel, and I don't know how long the remaining resources can last. Haha, luckily I prepared a lot of coal when I was mining, so I don't have to worry about fuel. Help! What should I do if the chickens and sheep in my territory keep calling? Will they attract monsters? I guarantee it. I suggest you kill them directly, and let them provide you with nutritional value. The same goes for these mole people in my territory. They keep calling. This is a problem. Brother above, the things you raise are a bit abnormal. Amid the discussion, the night fell completely. Chaoxing did not return to the room, but still stood in the center of the territory. He could clearly sense that with the arrival of the night, the thickness of the fog increased dramatically, obscuring his vision, and even the visibility was no more than 10 meters. At the same time, it was accompanied by an extremely cold breath. The temperature was obviously not much lower than that during the day, but this breath seemed to drill into the human body, and he could not help but shiver. At this moment, Chaoxing heard the rustling sound of crawling in the snow outside the city wall a few kilometers away. At the same time, there were all kinds of strange movements, like a tide, rushing towards his territory. This also made Chaoxing suddenly feel a little palpitating. This situation had never happened before, even when he faced the Valkyrie Marlenina. There is something strange, I have to leave quickly. Chapter 523. Chaoxing turned around almost without hesitation, returned to the Lord's castle, and closed the door tightly. Then he pulled up the curtains, turned off all the lights in the room, leaving only the stove burning coal. After doing this, he immediately pressed the communication device on his ear and said, "Everyone, turn off the light, stay in your own room, and remember not to make any noise." Hearing the order, the lighthouses in the entire territory were instantly turned off. Including the windows of the houses of the residents, they all closed and drew the curtains. Even the energy tower in the center of the territory entered a low energy consumption state. Fortunately, most of the survivors' territories have upgraded the campfire to a furnace. And the furnace will not emit too bright a flame. Otherwise, in such an extremely low temperature, you can't use the campfire to keep warm, that would freeze people to death, and as the lights went out. At this point, the whole world fell into silence and darkness. Whether it was the various buildings in the territory, or the machinery, cattle and sheep, including the beasts and insects in the valley outside the territory, they no longer made any sound. At this point, it was a truly silent world. The survivors of other territories were now curled up in their rooms, waiting anxiously and uneasily. Many people had watched the live broadcast in the daytime, but they never saw how the survivor died from beginning to end. We didn't even know what the creatures inside looked like. And the unknown is what scares people the most. No one dared to breathe, for fear of attracting the monsters in the fog, and then dying unclearly like Kaizei. In this depressing atmosphere, the first half of the night gradually passed. Just after midnight, Chaoxing suddenly felt that something was approaching his territory rapidly. There was a rustling sound of crawling, and a buzzing sound of wings flapping in his ears. Before, this kind of sound was just wandering around in the snow outside the territory. But now it seems to have climbed up the city wall, and attacked his territory. Not only him, but almost most of the survivors in the chat channel have this feeling. They didn't dare to make a sound, and sent texts one by one. Fuck, brothers, did you hear that sound? It seems that something has entered my territory. I heard it too, but why didn't these things trigger the defense device of the Arrow Tower? It's too weird. Is there any big brother who can go out and see what the creature outside is? However, no one responded to this question, although everyone was very curious about what was moving in the territory at this time. But no one dared to try and die, and stayed in the room honestly. Chao Xing was also very curious about the movement outside. So, he slowly climbed up from the bed. Lu Muxua next to him gently pulled the corner of his clothes, and there was a worry in her eyes. Chao Xing made a gesture to let her rest assured. He was not so stupid as to open the door and face these unknown creatures head-on. Then, under Lu Muxia's worried gaze, Chao Xing slowly came to the window and gently lifted a corner of the curtain. Through a small gap, he looked outside. However, Chao Xing could only see darkness and endless fog, as if the entire territory was completely covered. Chao Xing thought to himself, "Can't you see anything?" He was not surprised by this scene. After all, the creatures in the fog were too mysterious. Even the natives like Old Mel, who had lived for decades, did not know what those creatures were. After observing for a while without any results, Chao Xing pulled the curtains back again. Then he tiptoed back to the bed, hugged Lu Muxua, and got into the warm bed together. Outside, the fog was shrouded, and the cold wind was howling. At this time, only the person beside him could give a little warmth and comfort. Just when Chao Xing thought that he could spend the night safely. In the second half of the night, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door was irregular, just like the sound of stones hitting the door in the strong wind at night. However, this sound was a little bewitching, as if it was inducing you to open the door. Chao Xing remembered what Old Mel said during the day. So he quickly pressed the communication device on his ear, and then whispered in the quilt, "Everyone, pay attention, don't make any noise, and don't open the door. Just pretend you didn't hear anything, and didn't see anything." No sound came to my ears. Everyone stayed in the room obediently, and didn't reply to Chao Xing's message. But the chat channel became lively again in the middle of the night. The survivors kept sending various messages, with strong panic in the text. "Wow, what the hell is knocking on the door? Isn't this too weird? Oh my god, I'm so scared, woo woo woo. Fuck you, my cabinet moved, I don't want to play anymore. Brothers, listen to my advice, don't go out to open the door, and don't make any noise." At this moment, one of them suddenly said, "Fuck, you're too late, I thought it was another leader knocking on the door, and now it's open." The message was not sent to the end, and it stopped abruptly. This scene made the survivors of the entire chat channel feel a chill in their hearts. For a moment, everyone didn't even dare to breathe. In this depressing atmosphere, the nighttime was quite tormenting for everyone. And there were various crawling and banging sounds coming from outside the door, which made it impossible for people to sleep peacefully. This situation lasted for several hours. Until 6 o'clock in the morning of the next day, the dawn of dawn shone from the sky to the earth. The strange banging sound gradually dissipated. Survivors, please pay attention. You have passed the 15th day of the development period, and the haze and fog disaster will continue to exist. Please be prepared. Today's weather: heavy fog, the lowest temperature is -58°C to -63°C, it is not suitable to go out. When the prompt appeared, many people in the chat channel breathed a sigh of relief with sleepy eyes. It's finally over. Fortunately, we got through this night without any danger. Damn, it was really painful. Don't let your guard down. This fog will continue. We have to use the daytime to prepare. That's right. As long as you don't leave the territory during the day, you will be safe. At once, the survivors all took action. After seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing quickly pressed the communication device on his ear and asked, "Everyone, please report the number of people. Is there anyone missing?" Hearing the voice, all the members of the territory responded. After confirming that everyone in the territory was there, Chao Xing also breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he ordered, "Okay, today will continue the same as yesterday. Work as you should work, and train as you should train." Hearing the order, all the staff stood up and acted according to the pace of yesterday's development. After the staff went to the cafeteria to have breakfast, they immediately started their day's work. Those who build walls, and those who upgrade lighthouses. The daytime passes quickly. At night, the thick fog rises again. With the experience of the first night, the survivors closed the doors and windows as soon as it gets dark and enter a state of silence. However, Chaoxing wants to test what the creatures in the fog are. It is also very simple to draw this conclusion, that is, send a friendly creature to stand in the fog. If it dies, you can see what creature is attacking it through the system prompt. Of course, he would not experiment on the staff or combatants in the territory. He used his skill to summon the frost elves. Crack, crack. The cold air in the air was mobilized, and as Chaoxing waved his staff, 2 summoned creatures about 1 meter tall, made entirely of frost, appeared. Then, under his control, the 2 frost elves quickly left the Lord's castle and walked out of the territory. Chaoxing's current mental power could control these frost elves to move within a range of about 2 to 3 kilometers. Soon, the 2 frost elves walked to the buffer zone outside the territory. Chaoxing was standing in the Lord's castle at this moment, close to the window, and heard the dense crawling sounds and the buzzing sound of wings again. The creatures in the mist began to move again and rushed into his territory. However, Chaoxing heard the crawling sounds over the city wall and appeared near the Lord's castle. The frost elites outside did not seem to be attacked and were still standing intact. Could it be that the beings in the fog will not attack these summoned creatures? Just when he was feeling strange, a large number of battle information suddenly began to swipe the screen frantically. Your summon, Frost Elf, was attacked by and received 178 points of damage. Your summon, Frost Elf, was attacked by and received 185 points of damage. At this moment, Chaoxing's eyes suddenly became serious. These damage numbers don't look high. However, what if I tell you that this is thousands of messages, and thousands of messages per second? In just less than 2 seconds, these 2 frost elves, with a total of 1.2 million HP, turned into ice sculpture fragments and disappeared. Your summon, Frost Elves, are dead. Seeing these 2 death notices, Chaoxing sighed in his heart. It's a bit scary. A frost elf with 1.2 million HP can't even last 2 seconds. And more importantly, until now, we don't even know what creatures are inside. This fog is really weird. It seems that listening to the system is right. It's better not to go out easily. Chaoxing did not continue to test. That night, everyone stayed in the territory honestly, and no one took the initiative to die like on the first day. The next day, with the dawn, the thick fog was slightly dispelled. Those unknown creatures also retreated. Then, it was always like this. During the day, everyone stayed in the territory, as much as possible to make some preparations. Or use the resources in hand to exchange some coal and wood with others. And prepare some supplies for the night in advance. Then when it gets dark, retreat to the room immediately. The 3rd day. The 4th day. The 5th day. This fog disaster lasted for 7 days, and there was still no sign of dissipation. Until the night of the 7th day. Many survivors complained in the chat channel. Damn, this fog disaster lasted too long, right? It's been a week, and it hasn't dissipated yet. Yes, such a long fog disaster is really a test of our territory's reserves. It's over. The coal and wood in my territory are running out. I can only hold out for 1 night before they run out. Does anyone have some coal to lend me? I traded with iron and copper. Brother, what are you thinking about? Don't you know how high the prices of coal and wood have soared? No one will trade with you even if you use high-end materials like mithril. 100 units of wheat for 100 units of coal. Is there anyone who wants to trade? Most of the survivors don't actually have much supplies in stock. After all, they don't have many staff members, and the resource points refreshed weekly in the territory are limited, and these mining is barely enough for the development of their territory. The 7-day fog disaster almost exhausted the survivor supplies, especially food and coal, which are in short supply. For a while, everyone began to worry about resources. The next day, that is, the 8th day of the fog disaster, the situation became more serious. More and more survivors caused the furnaces in the territory to extinguish due to lack of fuel, and the temperature dropped sharply. Some people didn't feed the staff because of insufficient food, and the situation in the territory was in chaos. Fuck, these unruly people, I didn't give them food for 2 days, and they were all like they were going to rebel. With such a thick fog, where the hell can I find food for them? My territory's furnace has gone out, and these polar people and civilians are not strong, and they can't stand the cold. They said they wanted to leave my territory and find other safe places, but now they all ran into the fog and died. It's better to die. Damn, it solved our food problem. I have some frozen meat here. Who has coal to exchange with me? This fog disaster was a bit sudden, and everyone was not prepared to deal with the disaster for a long time. The 8 consecutive days of fog disaster almost consumed most of the territory's resources. However, Chaoxing's territory resource reserves are quite sufficient. There is still a lot of food and coal. The Baron helped him collect 1,000,000 kilograms of food before, and most of it was consumed, and there is still a lot stored in the basement. Not to mention coal. De Shuang and his team mined a lot of coal when they were digging the 2 large mines, the Mole Man Mine and the Lampuri Grotto. The current reserves are still several 100,000, enough for him to use for a few months. And his energy tower now uses energy crystals, and coal is already a low-level energy source. However, this also gave Chaoxing a different idea. Of course, it was not the idea of taking this opportunity to exchange coal and food for the precious materials in the hands of the survivors. There is no need, because if he wants, there are many ways to take out the good things in their hands. After all, Chaoxing still has a lot of saber-toothed tiger meat and lizard-dominant meat in his backpack that he has not sold yet. What Chaoxing needs to do is to allow more people to survive in the fog disaster. Only when the strength of other survivors is improved can they obtain more precious resources and become good leaks with sustainable development. Chaoxing thought, in these 8 days, the resource points have almost been refreshed. And the resource points refreshed by the system are not too far from the territory. The farthest is only about 2 kilometers away, and the closest is only 1 kilometer away. Last time, through Kaizei's live broadcast, it can be seen that he did not encounter any danger when he was near the territory, until he stepped into the depths of the fog for his own death. In other words, we can actually try to mine these veins during the day. Of course, there are risks in doing so, and we have to take out insurance. Chaoxing quickly thought of a way. That is, use a long rope, tie it to the staff, and then have another group of people pull the other end of the rope, ready to pull the people outside back to the territory at any time. He decided to give it a try. So Chaoxing quickly went to the blacksmith shop and took out dozens of vines of the human face tree. These vines of the human face tree are extremely tough and long enough. Connecting them together will become a rope that is 2 or 3 kilometers long. After doing all this, Chaoxing came to the wall of the territory again and looked around. He saw at a glance that there was a looming mining site about 700 to 800 meters away. On the other side, 1 kilometer away, there was a small forest. These were all resource points refreshed by the system. Next, let's try this method. So, he raised his staff again and summoned 2 frost elves. Anyway, these were summoned creatures, and there would be no loss if they died. Then, he wrapped one end of the vine around the neck of a frost elf. With a thought, he controlled it to walk towards the distant fog. The frost elf floated and gradually entered the fog, and then came to the mining area. Chaoxing still did not stop. After advancing for almost 2 kilometers, he quickly let the frost elf turn back. When he saw the 2 frost elves appear intact, Chaoxing's eyes showed surprise. Haha, it really works. Sure enough, as long as you are not too far away from the territory, you will not encounter danger. In this way, you can mine resources during the day. Chaoxing is not too interested in these small resource points. The purpose of doing this is just to test the feasibility for other survivors. If it works, those territories with scarce resources can solve the urgent problem. At the same time, more survivors will be able to survive this fog disaster. So, he called Duan over and asked, Duan, how is the work going these days? My lord, the 2 buildings you asked me to build, the War Research Institute and the Imperial Night Training Camp, have been completed, including the lighthouse, which has been upgraded to expert level by us. Now, we have nothing to do. Please give us more tasks. The Polar Man reported respectfully. Chaoxing nodded in appreciation. Well done, your efficiency is as high as ever. Hearing the Lord's praise, the Polar Man seemed a little embarrassed, with a simple smile on his face. At this time, Chaoxing changed the subject, straightened his expression and said, Duan, now I have a task for you. This task may be dangerous, are you willing? Duan's expression suddenly condensed, and he said solemnly, Everything I have is given by the Lord. As long as you give an order, Duan will carry out your will to the end. Chaoxing nodded slightly, very satisfied with the loyalty of these polar people. Then, he expressed his thoughts. When Duan heard that Chaoxing asked him to go into the mist, there was no fear or hesitation in his eyes. No problem, dear Lord. As long as I can contribute to the territory, Duan is not afraid of danger. With the loyalty of a diehard, Chaoxing's orders are everything. Very good. Chaoxing picked up the vines on the ground and tied them to his body. Now go out of the territory and go to that mine and try to dig a piece of ore back. If anything happens, call for help immediately and I will use the vines to pull you back. Yes. After the polar man finished speaking, he held the hammer and rushed into the fog without hesitation. Hua la la. The vines under his feet began to extend, leading to the depths of the fog. Watching Duan's back gradually disappear, Chaoxing tightened the vines in his hand and was ready to support at any time. About 5 minutes later, a figure returned from the fog, carrying a piece of black ore on his shoulder. It was Duan. The polar man trotted to Chaoxing and said with surprise, "Lord, I succeeded." Seeing this, Chaoxing also laughed. "Well done, Duan." Next, he called a few more polar men over and tried this method again. Without exception, these polar men returned safely. This also confirmed this for Chaoxing. During the day, you can move around the territory. As long as you take protective measures, you won't get lost in the fog. So, Chaoxing opened the chat channel and announced his discovery. After seeing Chaoxing's information, the survivors immediately caused a sensation. "It is possible to mine resources in the fog. Is this true, Boss Chaoxing?" Chaoxing replied, "I just tried it. It should be no problem to collect resources in this way during the day, as long as you don't leave the territory too far. Remember to tie the rope to prevent getting lost, and return to the territory before dark." After getting Chaoxing's confirmation, there was a burst of exclamations in the chat channel. "Great! Finally, we can go out to collect resources. I have seen the grove of trees that has been refreshed next to my territory for a long time, but I have never dared to go out. Now I finally have wood to burn. Boss Chaoxing actually tested this method for us. He is such a good man." They had no doubts about Chaoxing's words. After all, his character has been seen by all along the way. At one time, a large number of survivors expressed their gratitude to him in the chat channel. At the same time, they were somewhat fortunate that in their region, there was someone like Chaoxing who was both powerful and caring for ordinary people. Although there were many masters in other regions, and they might have found some special methods, everyone was too greedy to share them. It was precisely because of Chaoxing's action that he indirectly saved countless people. The survivors of the 4 major regions announced this method to the World Channel or Forum, and specially noted that it was Chaoxing's experiment. At one time, his reputation in the 4 major regions, and even the world soared again. Chapter 524. After helping other survivors solve the problem of insufficient resources, Chaoxing went to the blacksmith shop and took out a large pile of vines. Then, he called Duan and others over. Anyway, there are many staff members in his territory. In addition to those who build the city wall and upgrade the buildings, there are still many people who can be mobilized. Chaoxing first piled a large pile of vines on the ground, and then said, "Your task today is to connect these vines, and then go to the resource points near the territory to mine resources. Remember, you must not step into the territory beyond 2 kilometers. I will send a group of soldiers to protect you." The polar man Duan nodded solemnly. "No problem, Lord, I will supervise them." For a while, a large number of staff members were busy, and Chaoxing called the wild boar warriors and asked them to come outside to protect the safety of these staff members. After a while, a system prompt appeared. Stone +5. Wood +9. Coal +3. After 8 days of stopping, the resources that had only been going out but not coming in began to grow again. A satisfied smile appeared on Chaoxing's face. Then, he came to the 3rd ring area of the territory, and 2 new buildings appeared in the fog in front. On the left, there was a training camp built of solid boulders with mighty knight patterns carved on the walls. The huge arch was open, and the spacious training ground inside could be vaguely seen. This building is the Imperial Knight Training Barracks. Next to it, there is a large building with a cold metallic appearance and more than 10 meters high. There are several strange stone pillars standing at the door, which is the War Research Institute. This institute at the back is what Chaoxing is most concerned about. He looked at the attributes. War Technology Research Institute, primary. Armor, 500. Durability, 50,000. Arrow Tower Strengthening, LV0. Consume coins *5 million, Mithril *10,000, and Shadow Amethyst *500 to upgrade. The upper limit is level 5. City Wall Reinforcement, LV0. Consume coins *5 million, Eternal Gold Ingots *1000, Magic Pattern Stones *1000 to upgrade. The upper limit is level 5. Chaoxing thought, sure enough, it is not so easy to strengthen the arrow towers and city walls in the territory. It takes so many materials to upgrade any level. The Mithril, Eternal Gold Ingots, and Magic Pattern Stones mentioned above are easy to deal with, but I have never even encountered the Shadow Amethyst. However, He had heard about this kind of amethyst before from the centaurs. The shadow amethyst and frost white crystal are the same grade of ore, which is very precious. In other words, this kind of ore can only be mined in those high-level mining sites. Chao Xing thought, it seems that I can only wait until the fog disaster ends and use the shining throne to see if I can find the shadow amethyst vein. Then, he continued to patrol the territory. Just then, a woman who looked about 1.6 meters tall and graceful walked over quickly. Under her mature and charming face, her eyebrows were slightly twisted together, with a bit of anxiety. Gracie, what are you looking for? Chao Xing called her. Gracie, the mother of the young baron. She was temporarily living in his territory, and was not a member of this territory. This petite, but extremely hot woman suddenly showed a look of surprise in her beautiful eyes when she saw Chao Xing. Lord Chao Xing, I'm looking for you. Chao Xing looked at her in confusion. Gracie explained softly, this fog disaster has lasted for so many days, and I'm worried that Fitz is in danger. I know you have a way to contact Fitz, so I want to ask you about his condition? The woman's eyes were filled with worry, and she cared about her son very much. Chao Xing chuckled and said, I thought it was something else. Okay, I ask for you. So he pressed the communication device on his ear, and switched to Fitz Walker's communication channel. ZZ. After a while, Fitz Walker's respectful voice was heard. Master, I'm here, please give me your orders. Chao Xing said, Nothing, your mother just asked me to ask you how you are doing. Fitz Walker immediately replied, Don't worry, Master, we have encountered this kind of fog disaster before, and know how to deal with it. At present, the Baron's mansion has sufficient resources, and the Church of Light has not come to trouble me. Everything is peaceful. Please tell my mother not to worry. Chao Xing replied, Okay, I will pass it on. Thank you, Master. During this period, my mother has been bothering you in your territory. Chao Xing replied, It's nothing, you can take her back soon. Hearing this, Fitz Walker's expression changed slightly, and he seemed to understand something. At the same time, Chao Xing hung up the phone, then turned around and looked at the woman next to him and said, Your son said it's okay, and the resources in the Baron's mansion are still sufficient. The noble lady gradually breathed a sigh of relief, and nodded slightly. Thank you, sir. Chao Xing waved his hand, and was about to leave. The lady suddenly whispered, Lord Chao Xing, do you have time now? Chao Xing asked in confusion, What's wrong? Gracie hesitated, then seemed to have made some kind of decision, and said, I want to show you something. What is it? A stone. Gracie whispered, It's a piece of jade. According to my father, it has magical powers. Back then, there was even a count who was willing to spend a lot of money to buy it, but my father refused. Later, this jade came into my hands, and I never knew what it was used for. Lord Chao Xing is so capable and knowledgeable, he must be able to see its function. Oh, magical jade? Chao Xing became interested. Okay, let's take a look. A smile appeared on Gracie's mature face. Lord Chao Xing, please follow me. After saying that, she turned around and walked away. Chao Xing followed her, looking at the plump figure hidden under her petite body, and her round buttocks swaying slightly with her steps. Especially in the foggy environment, it gives people a hazy beauty. Soon, Chao Xing came to her private residence. The temperature inside was as warm as ever. In the room, Chao Xing found a chair and sat down. The Baron's mother was busy bringing a kettle, and then made him a cup of hot tea. Lord Chao Xing, these tea leaves are what I brought from the Baron's mansion, please use them. Chao Xing took a bite and praised, not bad, very fragrant. Gracie smiled, and instantly became charming. Gracie, let's take a look at your jade. Chao Xing got straight to the point. The Baron's mother nodded gently, Lord Chao Xing, please wait. Then, she came to the cabinet at the head of the bed, and slowly squatted down. Her tight pants once again highlighted her plump legs. Gracie opened the cabinet, and searched among the luggage. Soon, an item was taken out. This item was about the size of a palm, and was wrapped in a layer of silk cloth. It was obvious that Gracie valued it. She slowly walked to Chao Xing and said, Lord Chao Xing, please have a look. When she uncovered the silk cloth on top, a dazzling green light burst out, and it was even so bright that people could not open their eyes. When the light dissipated, Chao Xing saw a piece of jade that was slightly green and smooth, like a work of art. Is this the jade you mentioned? Chao Xing asked in confusion. Gracie nodded, yes, my father gave me this jade when I married into the Baron's mansion, but I never knew what it was used for. Let me see it, Chao Xing said. Okay. Gracie walked up and handed him the jade. Obtained, Yaoqing Jade, Orange, *1, Epic Quality Jade? Chao Xing's eyes revealed surprise. With an expectant look, he glanced at the attributes. Sparkling Jade, Orange. Quality, Epic. Effect 1. During the forging process, adding a sparkling jade can increase the basic attributes of the equipment by 10% to 30%, and increase the usage level by 10 levels, can be applied to legendary equipment, up to 3 times. Effect 2. It can replenish all the divine power for a complete piece of equipment and restore it to its peak state. This stone can actually increase the attributes of the equipment and even restore the divine power. It's quite powerful. The first effect is easy to understand. It is added during the crafting process to increase the basic attack power and armor of the equipment. The second effect should be applied to some legendary equipment that has been specially affected but not broken or damaged. For example, a Psalm Sword of the Lady of the Lake, Isabel's Holy Book of Light, etc. Just from these two effects, it can be seen that the value of this jade is quite amazing. Chao Xing replied, "This stone is very precious, and it can even make some legendary equipment more powerful. Your father left you a good treasure." After hearing this, the Baron's mother also smiled. So that's how it is. Lord Chao Xing is indeed well informed. Chao Xing shook his head. There was no such thing as being well informed. It was just the identification function of the system. After saying that, he returned the jade to her. After Gracie took it, she put it in her palm and observed it for a while. After a moment, she seemed to have made some kind of decision. "Lord Chao Xing, please accept this jade." After that, she pushed the Yao Kinju in front of Chao Xing again. Chao Xing was slightly stunned, and then asked in confusion, "Such a precious jade, you want to give it to me?" The Baron's mother nodded gently. "Yes, I know that although you are young, you are very capable. This jade can only play its value in your hands." At this point, Gracie paused slightly, and then said a little embarrassedly, "In addition, I have a small request." Chao Xing looked strange, thinking that there is really no free lunch in the world. However, he was indeed a little tempted by this piece of Yaoqing jade, so he said, "Tell me, what is your request?" Gracie asked tentatively, "My lord, Fitz was suddenly promoted to Viscount. It should be the help you provided to him, right?" Chao Xing narrowed his eyes slightly. "Is it so obvious?" "Yes." She nodded gently and said, "I had some doubts before. This child is usually ignorant and unskilled. It's good enough for him to keep the family business of the Baron's mansion. Now he has been appreciated by the king all of a sudden and was made Viscount. It's really strange. Now I understand. It turns out that you, my lord, are standing behind him. So I would like to ask you, my lord, to take care of this child in the future. This jade stone is a gift to you as a thank you." Chao Xing glanced at the woman. Sure enough, the mother of this baron is still very smart, much better than Fitz Walker. As for this request, Chao Xing would do it without her saying anything. After all, Fitz Walker is now his cash machine, and Chao Xing is still counting on him to bring him greater benefits in the future. So, he put the Yao Kinju into his backpack with peace of mind. He said, "I agree to this request. But, it's not enough to exchange a piece of jade for my protection, right?" Chao Xing smiled at the woman in front of him, implying that he had to pay more. What if she has some treasure on her? Gracie's shoulders trembled slightly after hearing this. She looked at Chao Xing and whispered, "I don't have anything valuable except this piece of jade." After a moment, she bit her lip, as if she had made a decision. Then she reached her hand to her waist, and slowly untied her belt. Swish! The clothes fell off one by one. In addition to the plush coat outside, there was also a set of white silk shirts, and then black lace underwear. Chao Xing was confused for a moment, and quickly stopped her. "Wait a minute, what are you doing?" Gracie bit her lower lip and said, "I know that you are powerful, and a piece of jade is not enough for you to protect us. If you don't mind, please accept my body." Chao Xing was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, put on your clothes. Your son has also provided me with a lot of help, and I will continue to help him in the future." Hearing this, Grace's eyes showed a hint of gratitude. However, she did not stop and continued to reach her hand behind her. When all the clothes were removed, instantly, a petite but extremely voluptuous body appeared in front of Chao Xing. Even though Chao Xing often dealt with mature women like Xia Yani, Elena, and Marita before. But the figure of the Baron's mother still attracted the eye instantly. It is hard to imagine that under her petite body, there would be such a plump figure. In other words, this is simply a perfect. Gracie lowered her head, wrapped her arms around, and lifted up the magnificent breasts on her chest. She said a little embarrassedly, "Although it is a bit difficult to say, I still have something to say. Mr. Chao Xing is obviously younger than me, but every time I see you, I can't help but imagine you holding me in your arms. I know this is irrational, but..." Before she finished speaking, Chao Xing had already pulled her over and held her up. At this moment, nestling in his broad arms, Gracie felt shy and happy. Details clicked to view. Until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chao Xing came out of Gracie's room. Then he went to Xia Yani and Elena's room and spent an hour making the two mature women feel the long-lost comfort. I have to say, these young women are really too passionate. They almost refuse to get off after sticking to them. Just one of them is too much for people to bear. And Chao Xing challenged 3 at once. Thanks to his amazing physique now, otherwise he would have been drained. Fortunately, after a fierce battle, Xia Yani and Elena were finally defeated. It was 4:30 in the afternoon. Chao Xing sorted out his clothes and walked out of the sewing shop. He saw that the sky was gradually getting darker. It was dark early in this world, and with the current fog disaster, it was often completely dark before 5 o'clock. So he pressed the communication device on his ear and said, "All staff, go to the cafeteria to eat now, and then prepare to rest. Staff who are mining resources outside the territory can also come back." After hearing the order, everyone stopped their work and walked towards the cafeteria area. Including the polar people with vines wrapped around their waists, they all returned to the territory. Under the protection of the wild boar warriors, they felt very safe even when working in the fog. Today, no one was missing. At this time, in the territory buffer zone, where no one paid attention, there was an area with extremely thick fog. A petite figure was strolling leisurely in the territory, with a piece of white liquid still remaining at the corner of her mouth and a satisfied smile on her face. Hee hee hee, fresh milk is indeed delicious. But I seem to be too full to eat dinner this afternoon. Alyssa wiped the corners of her mouth, then took a step and walked leisurely towards the residential area. Just as she passed the foggy area, a strange laugh suddenly came to her ears. Hee hee, hee hee. Play with me. The voice sounded like a little girl of 5 or 6 years old, and it seemed to ring in her ears, which was extremely strange. Alyssa turned her head and looked at the foggy area in confusion. "Who are you?" A strange voice came from the fog again. "Hee hee, play with me, play with me." Alyssa tilted her head and did not answer, as if analyzing something. And the strange voice in the fog continued to sound. "Come to play with me in the fog, there are many fun things here. Come on, hee hee hee." The little girl naturally realized that something was wrong. "The Lord told me not to go into the fog. I can't play with you. Goodbye." After saying that, she turned around without hesitation and ran towards the residential area. At the same time, she pressed the communication device on her ear, as if preparing to report. At this moment, the fog behind her suddenly increased. The little girl's crying voice came to my ears. "Don't go, don't go. Alyssa." The next moment, the fog completely enveloped Alyssa. After being covered by the fog, the little girl's body suddenly stiffened. Then, the right hand holding the communication device dropped down, and the expression on his face became as pale as paper. At about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the people in the entire territory had eaten and drunk enough and returned to their rooms to rest. The night gradually fell. At night, there were fewer cries in the chat channel compared to yesterday. After all, during the day, everyone used Chao Xing's method to collect some resources. Although not much, it was enough to support them tonight. There were even some survivors who were lucky enough to pick up the bodies of frozen beasts outside the territory and harvested a lot of food. The survivors who almost froze to death yesterday because of lack of resources have saved their lives. At the same time, they are more grateful to Chao Xing in their hearts. At night, the rustling sound of crawling was heard again outside the territory. But everyone could feel that compared with the previous few days, this crawling sound seemed much smaller. Including the crashing sound at night, it was not so frequent. That night, the survivors slept well for the first time in a long time. Including Chao Xing, after observing for the first half of the night, he also came to a conclusion. It seems that the fog disaster is about to end. The next day, a system prompt appeared. "Attention all survivors, you have reached the 23rd day of the development period, and the fog disaster will dissipate in 3 days. Congratulations, you have persisted to the final stage, please keep it up. Today's weather, heavy fog accompanied by light snow, the lowest temperature is -57°C to -63°C. Seeing the prompt, the survivors around the world were stunned for a moment, and then cheered enthusiastically. Fuck, this damn fog disaster is finally coming to an end. It's so damn hard. Damn it, 8 days, 8 whole days. Do you know how I spent these 8 days? Great, we can get out soon. The survivors kept cheering, looking very excited. Chapter 525. After hearing the system prompt, Chao Xing and Lu Muxue all showed happy smiles on their faces. Yes, it's just as I thought, the fog disaster is about to end. During these 8 days, they basically all stayed in the territory, and their strength did not improve much. It was just like a short rest period. If there hadn't been this fog, Chao Xing would have been ready to destroy the Church of Light after the second round of Monster Siege. Now, because of the fog disaster, this force has survived for a few more days. During these 8 days, I wonder how the old king and crow have discussed, and have they come up with a specific action plan. When the fog disaster is over, we should be able to take action, right? This also made Chao Xing think of another thing. If we have to deal with the Church of Light next, I will definitely divide my troops to fight. In addition to dealing with a group of people at the headquarters, we will also send people to raid other strongholds. And these bases are too far apart. My small communication device only has a communication range of 320 kilometers, so I can't control the movements of other teams. It seems that I have to find some communication devices with longer distances. Thinking of this, Chao Xing kissed the person beside him and got up quickly. Then he went directly to the market of the territory. As soon as he opened the trading interface, a large amount of consignment information appeared in front of him. He ignored them all and entered a few keywords, communication device, in the search bar. Dozens of transaction information appeared in front of him instantly. Chao Xing took a look and saw that there were small communication devices, medium-sized ones, and even large communication devices. However, he glanced at the properties. Although the communication distance of the two drawings at the back was very long, up to 5,000 kilometers, they both had a fatal flaw. That is, they were too big to be carried around. Especially the large communication device at the back, which was almost the size of a small car, equivalent to a communication base station. What Chao Xing wanted was something that could communicate over long distances, and was light enough to carry around. After scanning around, he actually found a blueprint. This blueprint was called Long Distance Communication Device Manufacturing Blueprint. The seller was a survivor named Tang Qiqi, whom Chao Xing had never heard of. However, what she needed was a gold equipment above level 30. Any kind of equipment would do. Chao Xing was too lazy to bargain with her, so he directly used a whole piece of saber-toothed tiger meat, gold, to exchange for this blueprint. After seeing his name, the other party naturally made a deal. Obtained, long-distance communication device production drawings. After getting the drawings, Chao Xing also smiled. Then he looked at the attributes. Long-distance communication device production drawings. Durability, 300. Maximum communication distance, 4,500 kilometers. Due to the long communication distance, each transmission will have a certain delay, and communication can be made every 30 seconds. Required conditions for production: advanced machinery factory, electronic components *1, copper *50, mithril *10. Drawing introduction: a small communication device that embodies the cutting-edge technology of the human empire, through which you can communicate with your own people or other natives. Chao Xing explained. The small communication device only has a communication distance of 320 kilometers, and this one has soared to 4,500 kilometers. Such a long distance should be enough. Although this long-distance communication device has a limit of 30 seconds to send once, it doesn't matter, as long as he can convey instructions to others. So, Chao Xing quickly came to the advanced machinery factory and pushed the door open. Boom! Boom! The machinery factory was filled with the roar and noise of various machines running. Several goblins in gray work clothes were busy inside, moving various parts back and forth. After seeing Chao Xing, they all stopped what they were doing and saluted him. These were Locke's assistants, responsible for some simple assembly work. Chao Xing passed through various large machines and came to the depths of the machinery factory, where he found the goblin Locke, who was squatting on the ground working. The goblin was wearing a white work suit covered with engine oil. After seeing Chao Xing, he quickly turned around with a smile on his face. "My lord, may the new day bring you wealth and honor." Chao Xing said directly. "Locke, how is the production of robots during this period?" Locke replied respectfully, "Lord, as you know, the noise of the machine factory is too loud when it is running. Due to the influence of the heavy haze and fog disaster, we have to stop working at 5 p.m., so the production of these robots has dropped sharply. Currently, there are a total of 245 elite-level Predator robots. There are a total of 490 ordinary-level counterattack robots." Chao Xing calculated in his mind that there were more than 700 robots here, accounting for nearly 1,000 of his population, which was already a very powerful force. Locke continued, "There is one more thing to report to you. Since building these robots requires too many resources, the materials in our territory are running out. You see?" The goblin looked at him cautiously. Chao Xing nodded slightly. He naturally knew that the materials were running out. During this period, the mineral veins could not be mined, and the resources in the territory were only going out, not in. No matter how big the shop was, it could not last too long. He replied, "Next, stop building robots and help me make 1,000 communication devices first. The fog will end in a few days, so don't worry about the materials. Then, when you have time, make some frost trebuchets." Although the attack power of this frost trebuchet is only 1/3 of the Nero's artillery. But it also has many advantages. One is the ability to attack in range and freeze a group. The other is that there is no need to reload ammunition, just adjust the angle of attack. If there were a few more, it would be enough to cause great trouble to the enemy. Locke rubbed his hands, and then said respectfully, "Okay, great lord, Locke will definitely complete your instructions wholeheartedly." After telling the goblin what to do next, Chao Xing left the mechanical factory. There was still nothing to do during the day. He first went to the mage tower, absorbed the magic crystal, and then walked around the territory. When it was night, he returned to the lord's castle, and slept with Lu Mushui in his arms. His life was quite comfortable. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days have passed. There is only 1 day left before the fog recedes. After tonight, the 11-day-long haze and fog disaster will be completely over. Attention survivors, you have reached the 25th day of the development period. The haze and fog disaster has reached its final stage, and the impact of the fog disaster will be reduced. Today's weather: heavy fog with light snow. The lowest temperature is -63 degrees Celsius to -75 degrees Celsius. When the system prompt appeared, survivors all over the world were a little excited. Brothers, today is the last day, hold on. The impact of the fog disaster has become smaller and smaller. Even the strange noises have become much smaller these past few nights. I also noticed that the fog seems to have thinned a lot, and visibility has increased dramatically. Can we go out and explore today? Don't worry, although the fog has dissipated a lot, there may still be dangers that we can't imagine. It's the last day, so wait a little longer. That's right, just bear with it for another day, and hold on. We've waited for 10 days, so we don't need to worry about the last day. Amid the discussion, everyone waited silently in the territory. The day passed quickly. At night, the whole world fell into silence again. But as other survivors said, the recent fog disaster has been alleviated a lot. The fog is no longer as thick as before, including the dense crawling and crashing sounds. This also allows the survivors to sleep peacefully. Including Chao Xing, he lay on the bed leisurely, browsing the forum while listening to the movements outside the territory. Time flies, and it is already the second half of the night. The second half of the night today is particularly quiet. Not only is there no sound in the territory, but there is no crawling sound outside the territory. Chao Xing said happily, "Yes, it seems that the unknown creatures in the fog have all disappeared." Just when he thought that he would spend the night safely, he suddenly heard a violent banging sound from the territory. Bang! This sound was particularly harsh in the silent night. It was as if a door was opened. Chao Xing opened his eyes instantly, with a look of doubt in his eyes. Did anyone open the door in the middle of the night? Just as he was about to check, a suppressed and anxious voice came from the communication device beside his ear. "Lord, I am Healy. I don't know what happened to Elisa." She suddenly opened the door and ran out. Healy seemed very flustered at this moment, and she didn't care about Chao Xing's order not to talk at night. Chao Xing's heart sank instantly, and then he whispered, "Healy, what happened?" The other party quickly explained, "I don't know what happened. Just now, Elisa suddenly got up from the bed and walked towards the door. I felt something was wrong, so I called her and asked her why she went out. But little Elisa seemed to be in a strange state, with dull eyes and a stiff expression. She also said that there was a voice calling her in the fog, and then she opened the door for some reason. I wanted to stop her by force, but a special power appeared in little Elisa, which kept me away from her. Then little Elisa ran out." Healy quickly finished telling the story. Chao Xing frowned. Something was calling her in the mist? And her eyes were lifeless and her expression was stiff. There was a special power in her body, and even Healy, a 7th level leader, couldn't get close to her. Obviously, this matter was weird from beginning to end. Elisa definitely didn't want to go out by herself, but there was a power controlling her. Chao Xing's face turned ugly. Why is it the last night? Elisa is an important member of his territory, and he can't leave her alone. But it's too dangerous to go into the fog now. During the day, none of the survivors could survive in the fog, let alone at night. However, in just a moment, he made a decision. Chao Xing took a deep breath and said quickly, "Everyone, enter combat readiness. Isabel, go to the city wall now. Release your holy light to the maximum and light the way for us. Duan, get up immediately and help me prepare several vines that are at least 10 kilometers long. Sarah, Marlene, Nina, Braun, Heli, Assam, get going now. Follow me to find Elisa. Others, continue to stay in the room and be ready for battle at any time." After hearing the order, all the combatants in the entire territory took action. The few people named by Chao Xing quickly got up from the bed and picked up their weapons. Even though they knew that the fog outside was terrifying and might take their lives. But everyone still pushed open the door without hesitation. At this moment, Isabel had taken the lead. She quickly came to the city wall, raised the staff in her hand, and held the holy book of light in her right hand. A strong breath of light gushed out of her body. In an instant, the light burst out like the sun, illuminating half of the territory. At the same time, dozens of upgraded expert-level lighthouses also emitted torch-like light. The light dispelled the fog. Soon, Chao Xing led people to the center of the territory. The people whose names he just mentioned were already waiting here. Among them were the beast-eared girl Heli, who shared a room with Elisa, and the giant Jode. She quickly stepped forward and said, "Lord, Elisa is heading towards the East City Gate." Hearing this, Chao Xing looked at the dark city gate in the distance. The polar man Duan also quickly came over and said, "Lord, the vines you want are ready. There are 7 vines connected in total, and the length is almost 10 kilometers. Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Mu Shui, Sarah, everyone tie the vines around your waist. Jode, come here and grab one end of these vines. Let's catch up quickly." The moment they received the order, everyone quickly picked up the vines and tied them around themselves. The giant Jode grabbed the other end of the 7 vines. Soon, everyone rushed out of the territory. Hua la la. As they moved, the vines were extending crazily. Chao Xing and others soon arrived at the East Gate area. Looking around. Outside the territory was an endless night, and under the thick fog, nothing could be seen. All they could feel was a cold breath flowing in it, as if some invisible monster was waiting for them to step in. However, Chao Xing did not hesitate at all and quickly said, "Let's go." 7 figures walked out of the city gate without hesitation and rushed into the fog. At the moment when everyone entered the fog, Chao Xing suddenly felt the temperature around him drop sharply. The biting cold kept coming, mixed with the strange fog, and kept drilling into people's bodies. Without the temperature provided by the energy station, the territory was a huge ice cave. Huh? Everyone's breath brought up a white mist. At this moment, it was dark around, nothing could be seen, and no one knew where Elisa had gone. Chao Xing quickly said, "Sarah, go to the nearby snowfield and look for Elisa's trace." There were also 2 light snowfalls in these 11 days. In addition, all the beasts and animals basically stayed in their nests, and no other creatures would destroy the footprints in the snow. If Elisa passed by this area, it would be easy to find it. The creatures in the fog would not leave marks in the snow, and Chao Xing had studied it before. They seemed to have some special way of moving. At the same time, Sarah had quickly searched in the surrounding snow. In less than half a minute, she returned to Chao Xing and said, "Lord, human footprints were found there, as if they had just passed by." A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in Chao Xing's eyes. Then he quickly said, "Sarah, lead the way, we will follow behind, everyone try not to make any noise." After Sarah finished speaking, she turned around and led everyone forward, going deeper and deeper into the fog. Soon, they came to an area about 2 kilometers away from the territory. The deeper they went, the more they could feel the strangeness of this fog, as if it was a passage to another world. At first, they could vaguely see the light emitted by Isabel behind them. Just as they went a certain distance, they suddenly saw black and could not see anything. In this dark environment, everyone had to stop. At the same time, Lu Muxiu on the side directly entered the battle angel form, Buzz. A soft holy light burst out from her body, and a sacred battle angel appeared, illuminating the surrounding area of 100 meters. It also allowed them to see the surrounding scene clearly. Chao Xing quickly glanced around and found that none of the people he brought were missing, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He continued, "Everyone, move towards Mu Shui, and be careful not to disperse. Mu Shui, you lead the way." Lu Mu Shui, in the form of an angel, nodded her head lightly, and then, while emitting a sacred light, she led everyone forward. Along the way, they heard a strange sound from time to time. It sounded like the murmur of a creature in the dark, or like the sound of some strange beings walking in the snow. Rustle, rustle. Strange sounds kept coming. However, when they looked around, they found nothing. Combined with the dark environment, people couldn't help but feel a creepy feeling in their hearts. However, Chao Xing was now determined to find Elisa, and completely ignored these strange scenes. Others also pretended not to see anything. They continued to follow the footprints on the ground and moved deeper into the fog. After going about 7 or 8 kilometers, Sarah suddenly stopped. Then, she turned her head with an ugly look on her face. Lord, the footsteps have stopped. Elisa seemed to have walked here, and then suddenly disappeared. Hearing this, Chao Xing's heart suddenly felt heavy. He knew what Elisa's disappearance here meant. Just like the survivor named Kai Zhe, who suddenly disappeared in the fog, after a while, the information of the other party's death was displayed. At this moment, Chao Xing's heart seemed to be rising with a flame. There was already a slight anger in his eyes. Members of the territory were taken away right under his nose, and he didn't even know who they were. If Elisa had committed suicide, Chao Xing wouldn't have said anything. But this little girl was staying well in the territory, but was controlled by someone to walk into the fog. At this moment, Chao Xing even wanted to cast a forbidden spell to blow up the fog. No matter what's in the fog, he can't take his people away, including everyone. They also felt Chao Xing's uncontrollable anger at the moment. Lu Muxiu next to him said, "Axing, you decide. Should we all go out and stir up this fog to find Elisa?" Including Braun, Sarah, Andrew and others next to him, their eyes have already risen with a strong desire to fight. Although there is some extremely terrifying danger hidden in this fog, even they are not sure to deal with it, but Elisa is one of them. This quirky little girl is usually very active in the territory, and has won the favor of many people. In their hearts, they all regarded Elisa as their own family. At this moment, when their family members suddenly disappeared, everyone felt the same as Chao Xing. Even if they had to face the terrifying creatures in the fog, they had to find them. Chao Xing did not speak, but first looked at the time. It was 4:43 in the morning, and there was only 1 hour left before dawn. After a moment, he nodded solemnly and said, "Okay, then let's work together to turn this fog upside down. If you don't return Elisa to us, we will fight it to the end." Chapter 526. If you don't return Elisa to us, we will fight it to the end. Everyone's eyes showed a strong desire to fight. Chao Xing first released Marlene Nina. Then he took out the new version of the Book of the Dead from his backpack. At this moment, he held the Book of the Dead in his left hand, and the thousand-eyed staff in his right hand, and terrifying magic power burst out from him. At the same time, the bloodthirsty blade in the hand of Marlene Nina next to him burned with raging flames. The Lizardman statue in the backpack is also ready to replenish divine power at any time. With this combination, even if a legendary creature appears, it will be severely damaged by Chao Xing. Buzz! A powerful wave of destruction emerged, and ice blue meteorites appeared in the fog above. Chao Xing is already preparing to release the forbidden spell. Sarah on the other side directly entered the form of the god of death, and Braum also transformed into a giant 100 meters tall. Everyone is releasing their aura unscrupulously, as if declaring war on this fog. The surrounding fog began to stir, as if the creatures in it had sensed their presence, and were frantically gathering towards the area where Chao Xing was. However, there was no fear in Chao Xing's eyes. He just wanted to lure these monsters over, and then have a head-on fight with them. At this moment, everyone was ready for a desperate fight, and at this moment, Chao Xing suddenly noticed a special change in front of him. In the fog, a cloud of black smoke suddenly emerged. This cloud of smoke was so conspicuous even in the thick fog. Hua la la. The black fog gathered like a hurricane, and quickly dissipated. Then, a figure appeared in front of everyone. A hunched body, a tattered coat, and a dry cane in his hand. When she raised her head, an old, terrifying, and somewhat familiar face appeared in front of Chao Xing. This figure was the old witch who had met twice before. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing stopped releasing the forbidden spell. "Why are you here?" He instinctively realized that the old witch was looking for him. Hee. The old witch slowly opened her dry lips, and laughed again like a bellows. "Young man, are you going to find that little girl?" Chao Xing seemed to realize something, and said without hesitation, "Yes, do you know where she is?" The old witch raised her head, and showed a weird smile on her face. "That child was taken away by the... She can't come back. Hee. After hearing this, Chao Xing frowned again. Obviously, the name mentioned by the old witch was blocked by the system again. This also shows that the other party is an extremely terrifying existence, and even Chao Xing and his team cannot know the other party's name. I don't know who you are talking about, but Elisa is from my territory. This guy took away my territory members without authorization. I want him to return them. The old witch chuckled and said, Young man, it's useless. With your current strength, it is impossible to fight against. Chao Xing was silent for a moment after hearing this. He also knew that what the other party said should be true, and the creatures in the mist were far more powerful than he had imagined. Chao Xing took a deep breath and tried to suppress the anger in his heart. He asked calmly, Excuse me, that mysterious existence took away a member of my territory. What is it going to do with her? The old witch smiled and replied, This little girl has in her body, and it took her away, probably to wake her up. Chao Xing's expression moved slightly. Although a lot of information was blocked, he still understood some things. The mysterious being in the fog took her away to awaken something in Elisa's body. So, the little girl's life will not be in danger for the time being. Thinking of this, Chao Xing directly removed the forbidden spell above his head and said, I understand. You are right. My current strength is not enough, and I am not the opponent of that person. In the future, I will go to the fog in person and ask that mysterious being to return my territory members. Chao Xing said the last sentence very seriously. As mentioned before, he is not strong enough now, so he can only endure it temporarily. During this period, he can only pray that Elisa will not get into trouble. The old witch seemed to see the unwillingness in his eyes, and her mouth opened, revealing an exaggerated and terrifying smile. Young man, I can help you bring the child back. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes showed a glimmer of hope. However, the next sentence of the old witch made him frown again. But you have to agree to one condition of mine. What condition? Chao Xing asked. You don't want me to become a believer of some existence again, do you? The other party smiled and shook his head. Of course not. I asked you once before, and you refused. Since you don't want to, that great existence won't force you. What I want to say is related to the next important world change. I think you should have heard that the next time the rules are out of balance, it's coming soon. Chao Xing's expression became serious again. He knew what the old witch meant. What she was talking about should be the ancient dragon Zhuoma in the ever-frozen sea. I did hear about it. What do you want me to do? The old witch looked straight into Chao Xing's eyes, as if she wanted to see through his soul. You don't need to do anything. When that day comes, you just need to take someone around you to the depths of the ever-frozen sea. Chao Xing frowned. Someone around me again? Can't I do it myself? The old witch shook her head slowly. No, it can only be him. Of course, this condition will not have any impact on him. On the contrary, it may bring him considerable benefits. But Chao Xing looked unconvinced. Is there such a good thing? Forget it. No more nonsense, I promise you. Just help me bring Elisa back. For Chao Xing, the ever-frozen sea is a matter for the future. During this period, he can continue to develop and improve his strength. But it was not the same for Elisa. This existence in the mist, who knows where it will take her, and what it will awaken in her body. Even if Chao Xing becomes stronger in the future and rescues this little girl, will Elisa at that time still be the Elisa he knows? Chao Xing is not sure. So even if he knows that this old witch may have dug a pit for him, he could only bite the bullet and jump in once. When the old witch heard his promise, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. You made the right choice, young man, he. After she finished speaking, she turned into a puff of black smoke again and disappeared. Everyone stood in the mist. The battle angel Lu Muxiu radiated a soft light, dispelling the darkness around them. They looked at their lord, and there was also a hint of unwillingness in their eyes. If they were stronger, Elisa would not be taken away, and Chao Xing would not have to agree to the conditions of this terrifying old witch. He secretly made up his mind to work hard to become stronger. At this moment, Chao Xing didn't have much idea. He was more worried about whether this old witch could bring Elisa back successfully. At this moment, Chao Xing suddenly felt that there was a strong vibration in the depths of the fog far away. It was as if some kind of terrible upheaval had occurred in the fog. The radiation range of this vibration was very far. Not only the area where his territory was located, but also the entire snowy plain and the surrounding mountains began to shake. Boom! The earth was shaking continuously, and the snow that had been deposited on some high mountains for many years collapsed at this moment. The survivors of the snowstorm field were awakened by the strong vibration in their sleep, and they all spoke in the chat channel. Fuck, what happened? Is this an earthquake? No way. The damn fog disaster is about to end, and there is another earthquake? Do people still want to live? Brothers, don't panic. It seems that only our snowstorm field has experienced this kind of vibration. which means that this is a local earthquake and it will be over in a while. So that's it. Chao Xing's eyes were still solemn at this moment. He seemed to realize something. This old witch should have helped him to snatch people. She even fought with the other party. This also made Chao Xing realize again that this old witch might be more powerful than he could imagine. The existence that she just mentioned that was blocked by the system must be extremely powerful. But even so, she still fought with the existence in the fog. Even because of their fight, the entire snowy plain was covered. This level of power was beyond Chao Xing's comprehension. At the same time, vibrations continued to be heard in the mist. Endless thick fog quickly gathered towards a certain area, and even the fog on Chao Xing's side became much thinner. There were even black shadows in the mist rushing forward, seemingly providing support. It can be seen that the old witch's strength was somewhat terrifying, forcing the beings in the mist to take real action. However, the battle did not last long. After just a few minutes, it gradually calmed down. The fog fell into a dead silence again, which made everyone alert again. After waiting for a while, the surroundings were still silent. Is this the battle over? Where is the old witch? And where is Elisa who promised to bring me back? Just when he was confused, he suddenly saw a figure slowly walking out of the fog in front of him. Sarah, Assam and others all raised their weapons and prepared for battle. When the figure completely walked out of the fog and came to everyone, they all locked their eyes on it. It was Elisa, who was wrapped in a cotton coat and had a pale face. Seeing this scene, everyone on the field suddenly showed surprise on their faces, including Chao Xing, who was also very happy. This old witch did it, and successfully brought Elisa back. At this time, Healy had already rushed over and held her arm. Elisa, how are you? However, Elisa's eyes were still dull at this time. Facing Healy's concern, she just turned her head slightly and took a look. Then, her body tilted and fell down, as if she had lost all consciousness. Seeing this scene, Healy stood there, looking a little overwhelmed. Chao Xing also frowned slightly. However, now is not the time to study this. During the waiting period, the surrounding fog became thicker, which also meant that they were still not out of danger. Chao Xing quickly said, Sarah, pick her up, we are going back to the territory now. The dark elf assassin disappeared at the moment of receiving the order, and then carried the unconscious Elisa up. Chao Xing quickly pressed the communication device on his ear, and then said, Jode, pull us back, remember not to pull the vines too hard and break them. Mu Shui, you go ahead and lead the way. At the moment the order was issued, the vines tied around the waists of the people instantly tightened, leading them to rush towards the territory. Lu Mushua, who exuded a bright aura, came to the front of the team. Then, everyone followed her, and moved forward quickly. Not long after they moved forward, a strange sound suddenly came from the fog. Woo! This sound seemed to contain some kind of anger, and some weirdness. In the fog, it seemed that something wanted to take back Elisa. Hua la la. A large shadow, like a wave, rushed towards them quickly. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing's expression instantly froze. He had no intention of fighting these monsters in the fog. Let's go quickly, and return to the territory. After hearing this, everyone instantly exerted their extreme speed, then they moved forward madly according to the vines on their waists. In the territory, Qiao De, who was pulling the vines, kept pulling the vines. The endless fog around obscured his vision, and Chao Xing simply stopped identifying the direction, and moved forward directly according to the direction of the vines. At this moment, Isabel was still releasing light with all her strength. With worry in his eyes, he looked at the fog ahead. At the same time, Chao Xing, Sarah, and others were still running at full speed in the fog. As they got closer and closer to the city wall, more and more creatures in the fog were approaching them at a rapid speed. They crossed a distance of 5 or 6 kilometers in just a few dozen seconds. Soon, Chao Xing saw a faint light, and he knew without thinking that it was the path that Isabel pointed out for them. Quick, let's go directly into the territory. After that, everyone burst out again, even Brown showed unprecedented speed. When they stepped into the territory within 2 kilometers, it was as if they had returned from a mysterious world to their own world. The fog around them became much thinner, and everyone could clearly see the outline of the city wall. A sense of relief emerged in his heart. But Chao Xing could feel that the creatures in the fog had not given up, and were still approaching quickly. He quickly pressed the communication device, and switched to the team channel. Everyone, return to the room now, and close the doors and windows. No one is allowed to come out without my order. After saying this, everyone in the territory immediately returned to their rooms, and turned off the light. The moment Chao Xing returned to the territory, he looked at Qiao De and Isabel on the city wall. Follow me. After saying this, the two figures also stopped their actions and followed Chao Xing to rush to the center of the territory and headed straight for the location of the Lord's castle. Soon, everyone swarmed into the spacious castle hall. Then with a bang, the oak door was closed directly. At the moment of entering, Lu Muxue returned to her normal form, and everyone stopped releasing their breath. The entire territory fell into complete darkness. In the Lord's castle, everyone breathed lightly to calm their violent heartbeats. At the same time, the dense crawling sound began to surge rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it climbed over the city wall and came to the interior of the territory. Rustle, rustle. Then, the residents' houses in the territory continued to hear the sound of bang bang bang. Chao Xing even heard the sound of some buildings collapsing. Boom, boom! It was obvious that the creatures in the mist were very angry, and even began to attack the buildings in the territory. Everyone held their weapons tightly, motionless, and ready to fight at any time. In this depressing atmosphere, every second seemed to be a year. Chao Xing even thought about going out and fighting them directly. Anyway, it was almost dawn now. However, it seemed that those strange creatures did not break through the gate and force their way in, as if they were forced by some rules. At least so far, Chao Xing has not heard any news of any member being attacked. He gradually gave up this idea in his heart. The time came to 5:15 in the morning. The sun was getting closer and closer to rising. And the closer it was to dawn, the darker it became. The number of strange creatures outside was increasing, and even the sound of collisions could be heard near the windows of everyone. The terrifying atmosphere was almost suffocating. Until the time came to 5:45 in the morning, when the first ray of light of dawn shot out from the distant horizon, penetrating the layers of haze. The dense crawling and colliding sounds were cut off by an invisible hand and stopped abruptly. Then, as if they had received some kind of instruction, they left at a high speed like the receding tide. Hua la la. Everyone could clearly hear that the creatures in the mist had climbed over the wall and left the territory. However, Chao Xing and the others still did not go out, but continued to wait in their respective rooms. They waited until 6 o'clock in the morning. When the sun has completely risen, the dawn will completely dispel the fog that covers the entire world. Survivors, please note that you have reached the 25th day of the development period, and the haze and fog disaster has ended. Congratulations on surviving this special natural disaster. There are still 20 days before the third round of Monster Siege. During the next period of time, all survivors will receive the Dawn Song. Dawn Song, increase resource collection speed by 10%, and increase movement speed by 10%. Today's weather. Sunny, the lowest temperature is -48°C to -56°C. It is suitable to go out and develop territory. When you see the prompt, the entire chat channel was in a frenzy. The survivors were sending messages in the chat channel excitedly. Woohoo, it's finally over. I've survived another fucking day. It's not easy. Yeah, it's not easy, but fortunately everyone managed to hold on. There will be another period of stable development. During this time, I must store more food and resources, and then strengthen the territory, damn it. Me too, damn it. Next time if there is such a long-term disaster, it won't be so miserable. The 11-day haze disaster made the survivors determined to stockpile more resources. At the same time, Lu Muxue, Sarah and others were still in the Lord's castle, listening to the noise outside. It was not until a few minutes later that they found that the surroundings were still in a state of silence, and then they were sure that the monster should have left. Chao Xing made a gesture. In the crowd, Sarah quickly stood up and came to the door. She slowly pushed open the door of the Lord's castle, stuck her head out to confirm, and then said, "Everything is normal." For a moment, the people in the castle who had been on alert for nearly an hour also relaxed a little. Chao Xing quickly switched to the team channel and ordered, "Okay, everyone, lift the alert and come out without worry." The next moment, a cheering sound suddenly appeared in my ears. The staff and combatants also seemed very excited and ran out of the room one after another. Chao Xing did not go out immediately, but looked at Elisa who was still in a coma. The little girl closed her eyelids and looked pale. Although there was no abnormality in the status column, it seemed that she would not wake up in a short time. "Healy, take Elisa back to the room to rest first," Chao Xing ordered. "Okay, Lord." After saying that, Healy walked over to help Elisa up and walked out the door. Chao Xing also led everyone out of the Lord's castle. The moment they stepped out of the door, they suddenly felt that the whole world was different. The fog that had shrouded the entire territory for more than 10 days had completely dissipated. Their visibility was now back to normal. Chapter 527. Chao Xing saw the damaged ground in the territory, as well as the collapsed lighthouses and watchtowers. It can be seen that the creatures in the fog seemed very angry, but due to some rules, they could not force their way into the room, so they could only attack the buildings in the territory. Fortunately, everyone stayed in the room honestly, and did not suffer any harm. Chao Xing took a deep breath, and then said in a deep voice, "Everyone gather." Hearing Chao Xing's order, thousands of people from the entire territory came over. Then it took about 3 minutes to gather. Chao Xing did not speak, but glanced at the crowd. The fog disaster that lasted for 11 days did not take away anyone in the territory. This also made him very satisfied. Very good, everyone has overcome the difficulties together again. Hearing this, the old man Chao Yi took the lead and said, "The gods will protect this sacred land, Lord." The other staff members also closed their eyes and prayed devoutly. For them, every time they survive a natural disaster, it is a new life, which is equivalent to living again. Everyone has a sacred light on their face. After a moment, Chao Xing said, "Starting today, the work in the territory will return to normal. Chao Yi, you lead the staff to continue to upgrade the city walls and build arrow towers. Duan, you lead some polar people to repair the damaged ground in our territory, as well as the collapsed arrow towers and sentry towers. De Zhuang, you lead all the goblin laborers to the magic crystal mine dozens of kilometers away to collect more resources. I will send a few centaurs to protect you." Other staff, everything remains the same. Hundreds of staff members on the field glanced at each other, and then responded loudly. "Understood, great lord." After saying that, they dispersed according to their respective teams. There were still more than 2,000 combatants left. After 11 days of rest, everyone was ready to go, eager to join the battle. Chao Xing ordered, "Today, Commander Boji and Xiao, you each lead a legion to go out and deal with those enhanced ice nest monsters. Others, continue to patrol the area near the territory." "Yes." Everyone dispersed. Including the core combatants, they also dispersed. At this moment, Chao Xing walked to the buffer zone of the territory, and came to the bottom of the collapsed arrow towers to conduct some research. He squatted down and took a closer look. It was found that under these collapsed buildings, there were pools of black and purple marks, as if they had crushed some creatures when they fell down, and the traces left by the splashing of juice. There were dents and tiny tooth marks on the bases of the arrow towers, as if they had been gnawed by a group of creatures. It made people's scalps numb. Chao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. In other words, the group of creatures in the fog are similar to the noise we heard. They are small but very aggressive creatures. And there are a lot of them. Of course, these are just Chao Xing's guesses. After all, no one has really seen the monsters in the fog. After a moment, he shook his head. "Forget it, don't think so much. What I have to do now is to develop the territory and improve my strength. I hope that when the next fog disaster comes, I will have enough power to protect myself. If that guy dares to attack my territory members, even if he is a god, I will make him pay the price." A hint of coldness appeared in Chao Xing's eyes. "Now, let's use the recruitment function of the tavern and the Shining Throne together." Soon, he came to the vicinity of the territory tavern, and used the recruitment function once every 3 days. Recruitment successful. Recruitment information has been sent to creatures within 150 kilometers around the territory. It is worth mentioning that as his reputation value continues to grow, the recruitment range of the tavern has also soared from the original 50 kilometers to 150 kilometers. Now, every time the recruitment function is used, there will basically be a lot of new people joining. Then, Chao Xing went to the Lord's castle again, and used the Shining Star special effect on the Shining Throne. Buzz! A ray of light quickly rushed to a height of several thousand meters, and fell towards a certain area in the southwest. On the small map that had returned to normal, a dark area was quickly lit up. Chao Xing glanced at it, and found that this area was called the Ruins of Vala, which was about 70 to 80 kilometers away from the territory. As usual, he called over the centaur Harati, and gave the task of exploration to the saint. Harati pressed her breastplate with her right hand to cover her fair chest, and then bowed slightly. "The centaurs will complete your instructions, respected lord." Then, she held the Toad Palace in her hand, and summoned 100 centaurs to leave the territory. The sound of horse hooves faded away. After Harati left, Chao Xing took out the skull of the tyrant, Orange, and looked at the Lloyd's tomb marked on it. The location. After entering the coordinates on the small map, the map changed again, showing a dark area. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. This area is more than 5,000 kilometers away from him. It's beyond the territory of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. Wow, so far. Unless you ride the Griffin King, It will take 2 or 3 days to travel. Just when Chao Xing was about to send Assam out to explore this area, he suddenly found a different place. He gradually enlarged the small map, and then dragged the map. In the lower right corner, he saw a continuous stretch of icebergs, forming a white line. It was shown above that this line was called Ice Crystal Kingdom border. Then dragging along the border area to the lower right corner, he could see a white city. This was the place he had been to before, the Yongshuang main city. Chao Xing said happily. That is to say, I can first use the teleportation array to go to the Yongshuang main city, and then go to this Lloyd's tomb, which will shorten the distance a lot. Speaking of the Yongshuang main city, Chao Xing thought of the old king's affairs. I don't know how the old king and Crow are discussing, and when they are going to start dealing with the Church of Light. Just as he was thinking this, a system prompt appeared. Lieutenant General of the Ice Crystal Kingdom, Crow Bronson applied to use the teleportation array to enter your territory. Do you agree? Chao Xing was slightly stunned, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. Crow is finally here. So, he clicked agree directly, and then quickly went to the 4th ring area of the territory. At the same time, next to the territory's industrial area, there is a large teleportation array with a diameter of more than 10 meters. This teleportation array began to emit strong light. Buzz! The light column shot up into the sky, attracting the attention of many people. A strong figure was looming in it. When the light column completely dissipated, a man wearing white armor and a big sword on his waist appeared. It was Lieutenant General Crow Bronson. He saw Chao Xing waiting beside the teleportation array at a glance, and immediately strode forward and said, Lord Chao Xing, we meet again. Chao Xing also smiled and nodded and said, General Crow, how are you? Crow looked around the surrounding territory and said, This fog disaster is beyond imagination. It can be said to be the largest fog disaster we have experienced in 100 years. Your Majesty is also worried about whether your territory will be damaged. It seems that there is no impact at present. Chao Xing nodded and said, It is indeed beyond imagination. We have been trapped in the territory for more than 10 days. But fortunately, we have enough resources in our territory, and we can barely cope with this fog disaster. Chao Xing changed the subject. By the way, General Crow, how is the discussion about the matter we talked about last time? The general was also straightforward and said directly, I came here this time to discuss the next action with you according to the king's will. His Majesty the King said. Crow was interrupted by Chao Xing before he finished speaking. Let's go to the tavern to talk. He chuckled. The general seemed to understand something and nodded. Okay. After that, Chao Xing took Crow to the 2nd ring area of the territory. Along the way, Crow looked around from time to time, with admiration in his eyes. As a lieutenant general of the kingdom, although he had been to many powerful territories, some of them refreshed his cognition. But Chao Xing's territory still gave him a bright feeling. Crow exclaimed, Lord Chao Xing, I didn't expect that you have been in this world for less than 5 months, and your territory has already grown to such a scale. This is almost as big as the territories of those great lords in the center of the western continent. Hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes showed a puzzled look. Oh, General Crow means that there are still many powerful lords in the center of the western continent. Crow nodded slightly. Yes, but they are not lords from another world, but territories built by some powerful people in this world. Chao Xing became interested. Can you tell me more? General Crow. Of course. Crow said slowly, I think you should know that in the center of the western continent, there is the capital of the human empire, which is also the place where the human race is the strongest in the entire continent. Chao Xing nodded. He knew about the human empire. And in the center of the continent, there are many powerful human races. They have extremely strong strength and social status, and are generally a noble or the heir of a noble. Under the empire's policy, they will go out after they reach adulthood and choose to establish their own territories. These territories exist for a few years to thousands of years. And the longer the territory exists, the larger it will be and the stronger it will be. Some powerful people's territories are even hundreds or thousands of times larger than the main city of Yongshuang. It is said that there are legendary powerful people in some territories. After hearing this, Chao Xing's eyes also showed surprise. This is the first time he has heard of these things. A territory has existed for thousands of years, and is even larger than the main city of Yongshuang. How many people can live in it, and how many troops are there? This scale cannot be called a territory, and can even be regarded as a small country. At the same time, Chao Xing also realized that there is still a big gap between his territory and the territory of the real strong in this world. This also makes Chao Xing yearn for the human empire area in the center of the continent, wondering when he can explore it. After all, these huge territories that have existed for thousands of years must have a lot of things worth learning from him. As they talked, the two of them came to the tavern. Pushing the door open, they entered. Chao Xing and Crow found a table and sat down. Bartender Lachi seemed to see that the officer was of extraordinary status. So he took out the best wine in the bottom of the box, Adam Knight Castle Collection Pinot Blanc. Pop! The cork at the mouth of the bottle was unscrewed. The rich aroma of the wine gradually spread in the tavern, and Crow couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. Then, the bartender Lachi poured a glass for each of them. Crow took a sip and praised. Good wine. Chao Xing smiled. Lachi, you go out first. I want to talk to General Crow. Yes, respected lord. Crow bowed slightly and left respectfully. Soon, only he and Crow were left in the tavern. Chao Xing took the initiative to ask, General Crow, is it time to act? The general opposite drank a glass of wine without any change in his expression. Then he nodded solemnly and said, Lord Chao Xing is right, we can start the action now. Hearing this, Chao Xing smiled. Because he has been waiting for this day for a long time. At this time, Crow continued, but before the action, His Majesty the King asked me to ask you a question. Ask it. Crow said, in this operation, you can send out 11 masters to deal with the headquarters of the Church of Light. Do you have any spare energy to deal with other strongholds? Chao Xing seemed to realize something and confirmed. What do you mean? General Crow nodded, and then said, I be frank, Lord Chao Xing. We have nearly 40 strongholds of the Church of Light in our hands, big and small. This time, His Majesty the King is going to eliminate the cancer of the Church of Light all at once. Not only will we flatten their headquarters, but also most of their branches and strongholds. All of them will be eliminated. Hearing this number, Chao Xing was slightly shocked. Although the Church of Light is powerful, the 40 strongholds are definitely the majority of their power, not to mention the important location of the headquarters. If they can really kill them all, the Church of Light will definitely suffer heavy losses, and more importantly, Chao Xing has an S-level task to uproot them. By then, the progress will also increase dramatically, not to mention reaching 100% directly, more than 70% is still possible. Thinking of this, Chao Xing had a smile on his face. At this time, General Crow changed the subject. But Lord Chao Xing, you also know that most of our Ice Crystal Kingdom's troops and many 7th-level strongmen are currently being held back by the Kingdom of Varen at the border. To deal with these strongholds, we need to dispatch a large number of elite soldiers and master-level strongmen. If too many troops are mobilized, it may arouse suspicion from the Kingdom of Varen, thus alerting the enemy. So, if you can help deal with a few strongholds, we can mobilize fewer people and the chances of success will increase a lot. Chao Xing understood what the other party meant. But he did not agree immediately, but asked, how strong are these strongholds? Crow thought for a moment, then replied, each stronghold has different forces depending on its size. Not counting those miscellaneous soldiers below level 5, each stronghold has at least one leader of level 6 or above stationed there. If it is an important stronghold, there may even be 7th-order dominant creatures like me stationed there. After listening to this, Chao Xing sighed in his heart. The power of the Church of Light is indeed huge. According to the calculation that there is a master-level creature in each stronghold, there are at least more than 40 masters here. In addition to the combat power on the border, there are other strongholds that have not been discovered. The master-level masters of the Church of Light can easily exceed 100. Of course, the strength of these masters is also uneven. After all, anyone with the potential of a 6th-level leader or above can be called a master. Among them, there are also commanders, masters, etc., and the gap is huge. However, no matter whether it is a leader or a commander, as long as they can be killed, it will be a big gain for Chao Xing. After all, those souls and master-level power hearts are more urgently needed resources. If possible, he even wants to push down all these strongholds by himself. But obviously, this is not very realistic. After all, his territory's military strength cannot deal with so many strongholds at the same time. Moreover, if they fail, the Church of Light will definitely evacuate quickly, and then the gains will not outweigh the losses. Crow saw Chao Xing hesitated and thought he was. So he said, it doesn't matter if Lord Chao Xing doesn't have the spare power to deal with other strongholds. We can ask for help from our allies, and the Orchid Kingdom will send some masters to help. Of course, there will be certain risks. Chao Xing did not speak, but silently calculated his combat power in his heart. According to the situation of these strongholds mentioned by Crow, Chao Xing can overthrow it at the fastest speed by sending out any master and leading a team of 100 people. However, His main goal is to deal with the headquarters of the Church of Light. The headquarters needs at least 11 masters. Chao Xing can mobilize 18 master-level strongmen, not counting those pets. In other words, with his current territory strength, he can crush 18 strongholds at the same time. However, He Li and the others also discovered an important place before. It is said that there are 3 strongholds besides an important resource point of the Church of Light. That is to say, there must be at least 4 leader-level creatures above level 6 to lead 4 legions to act simultaneously. Then, 3 or 4 strong men must be left at home to guard. So Chao Xing said, General Crow, in addition to dealing with these 11 strong men at the headquarters, I can also deal with 10 strongholds. Chapter 528. In addition to dealing with the 11 strong men at the headquarters, I can also deal with 10 strongholds. Chao Xing replied quickly. When he heard this number, Crow was shocked at first, and then an uncertain look appeared in his eyes. Because, even with the military strength of their kingdom, in order to deal with a stronghold steadily, they must at least send out 1 or 2 leaders above the 6th level, and 2 to 3,000 elite soldiers. For 10 strongholds, that means at least 10 master-level strong men. If it is true, the strength of this lord of another world is really beyond imagination. Are you sure, Lord Chao Xing? Crow asked doubtfully. Chao Xing nodded slightly. After getting his personal confirmation, Crow's heart was already in turmoil. But he also knew that Chao Xing would not be so arrogant or boastful in such matters. Crow nodded solemnly and said, If you can deal with 10 strongholds, it would be great. In this way, we don't have to ask the allies for help. In fact, Crow's initial plan was to only ask Chao Xing to deal with 5 strongholds. This way, most of the pressure on the Ice Crystal Kingdom could be shared. And now, Chao Xing has taken over 10 of them, which can be said to have greatly increased the success rate of the operation. Chao Xing smiled and asked, General Crow, if we want to take action, can I choose the strongholds to deal with myself? Of course, His Majesty the King also told me to let you choose. Crow quickly took out a hand-drawn map from his backpack. Here, Lord Chao Xing, this is the location of all the branches and bases of the Church of Light that we know of. Take a look. Chao Xing smiled again and quickly took it. Obtained, unknown map, spread it out and take a look. A painting depicting various terrains suddenly appeared on it. Beyond the border of the Ice Crystal Kingdom, there are various continuous mountains, and some uninhabited areas with few people. Every few meters in these areas, a black X is drawn. These X's should be the locations of the Church of Light strongholds. The nearby forests, villages, and even rivers all have this kind of marking symbol. And in a stretch of mountains, there is the biggest mark. This place should be the location of the Church of Light's headquarters. Chao Xing's eyes flickered. It was almost as he expected. The headquarters of the Church of Light was outside the border. However, the location was quite hidden, and only a legendary strongman like the old king could find it. Moreover, Chao Xing discovered one more thing. The 4 strongholds that He Li and the others had found before were not on the map. It seemed that the area was indeed an important stronghold of the Church of Light. Even the old king and his men had not explored it. After thinking for a moment, Chao Xing quickly made a choice. He marked 10 strongholds on the ground that were not far apart and relatively close to the border of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. General Crow, I have chosen. Crow took the map and looked at the locations of the 10 strongholds he pointed to. He nodded slightly and said, No problem. The strongholds selected by Lord Chao Xing are very concentrated. So, are we going to leave now? Chao Xing shook his head. We need to wait a while. This place is far away from the border of the kingdom, and the teleportation array cannot transport so many of my troops in a short time. So I need to arrange for the members in the territory to leave in advance. Crow also understood, and then said, I didn't think it through. Chao Xing smiled and said, It doesn't matter. General Crow, please wait in my territory today. I'm going to arrange the combatants now. No problem. The general replied readily. Then, Chao Xing walked out of the tavern. As for Crow, he was asked to continue waiting in the tavern. After all, there were some things in Chao Xing's territory that were not convenient to reveal to the general of the kingdom. At least, before having enough strength, the Ice Crystal Kingdom could not let know all of Chao Xing's background. Although the old king is a good person, we have to be on guard. What if he is afraid of Chao Xing's strength and thinks he has the ability to threaten the kingdom? Then he will pick up the semi-artifact to attack them. That will be fun. At the same time, Chao Xing quickly left the tavern and pressed the communication device on his ear. Boji, Xiao, stop looking for the wild ice nest now, and bring all the combatants back. Originally, according to his development rhythm, He was going to deal with the ice nest today and then find a territory for Tianjing. But now, these things can be put aside. The most important thing is to kill the Church of Light. At the same time, the two strong men who were carrying out combat missions outside were confused about Chaoxing's order. But they didn't say anything, but quickly led people to the direction of the territory. Chaoxing also went to the machinery factory and found the goblins, who were working. Look, how many of the long-distance communication devices I ordered last time have been made? The goblin was very impatient at first, after being interrupted at work. After seeing that it was Chaoxing, he immediately smiled and said, "Lord, this communication device is complicated and difficult to make. However, after our unremitting efforts, we have already made more than 300. Hearing this number, Chaoxing nodded with satisfaction. Although it is impossible to equip everyone, it is enough to cope with the next operation. Very good, you can stop making after making 200 or 300 communication devices. We will start making the frost trebuchet with all our strength later." "No problem, respected lord," the goblin said respectfully. After instructing Locke, Chaoxing quickly came to the storage box of the mechanical factory and took out all the things inside. Obtained, long-distance communication device *351. Took one out of the backpack and took a look. This long-distance communication device is about the same size as a small communication device. It can also be hung on the ear or put in the pocket, which is very convenient to carry. Not bad. Then, Chaoxing came to the buffer zone of the territory and waited. About 10 minutes later, the gate of the territory opened, and more than 1,000 soldiers outside returned in an orderly manner. Bo Jia and Xiao led the army to Chaoxing and said respectfully, "Lord, we have all returned. Please give us your orders." "Okay, you wait here for a while. I have a new task for you." After that, he switched the communication device on his ear to the team channel. "All combatants, gather at the territory's buffer zone." Hearing the order, the meditating mages, the trained archers, and even the ancient war trees rooted underground all came over. More than 2,000 people from the entire territory gathered together, including the survivor Tianjing, the new member Fanas, and 2 leader-level wandering swordsmen. They all looked at Chaoxing. Chaoxing said slowly, "Next, we are going to carry out an important action. We are going to start dealing with the Church of Light. Here are all people he trusts, so Chaoxing has no need to hide anything." After hearing this, everyone's expressions became serious. They also know that the Church of Light has always been the enemy of the Lord. Now, after accumulating strength for so long, it is finally time to deal with this force, Chaoxing said. "Next, I want 14 beings above the 6th level leader level to lead a legion each and then go to a target location." Hearing the order, more than 20 leader level creatures in the crowd looked around. First, Zierda, the blood spider queen, moved her 8 long legs and slowly walked out of the crowd. She exuded a burst of blood energy, which made people feel a strong pressure. The aura of the 7th level master was undoubtedly revealed. Chaoxing ordered, "Your mission is to lead the elite blood spiders under your command, the commander of the blood spiders, to a place about 3,000 kilometers away. There is an important base of the Church of Light there. After arriving, don't approach immediately, just lie dormant nearby. Launch the attack after hearing my order, and then kill all the people of the Church of Light in the stronghold in one fell swoop." Hilda nodded lightly. "I understand." In this area, in addition to the resource point that Hilda is responsible for, there are 3 other strongholds. Therefore, Chaoxing needs to select 3 people to lead. His eyes swept through the crowd. He first looked at the new member Tianjing. "Tianjing, I will give you a team of 100 Ascalon warriors, and let you carry out the mission alone to deal with the stronghold. Are you sure?" Tianjing in the crowd suddenly showed some panic in his eyes. He had just joined this territory for a few days, and had not yet adapted to it. Unexpectedly, Chaoxing would actually give him such an important task. Including other people, they all turned their eyes to this strange survivor from another world. Facing the gazes of a group of strong men, Tianjing couldn't help but get a little nervous. But he also knew that this was Chaoxing giving him a chance to train himself. After all, in the future, if he wanted to develop a second territory, he must have the ability to lead the army. So he took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I will do my best, boss." "Very good." Chaoxing nodded in appreciation and continued, "In that case, Tianjing, Black Smoke Shaman Blot, and Dragon Shaman Vimni will take charge. The 3 of you will each lead 100 Ascalon warriors, and then drive 4 goblin airships and follow Hilda. Go to the other 3 strongholds in that area and wait. After hearing my order, all will take action." On the field, the three of them nodded solemnly. Chao Xing continued, "Next, I need 10 more teams. Led by Burji, Dragon Blood Fighter Jonard, Dragon Blood Fighter Josent, Dragon Blood Fighter Gain, Star Country Swordsman Shao, Silver Hand Knight Fortigan, Wind Mage Alan, Earth Mage Tyron, Snake Tribe Priest Eilena, Boar Warrior Lab. You 10 people will lead 500 Ascalon warriors, as well as all mages, Star Country Swordsmen, Silver Hand Knights, and Boar Warriors. Go to 10 strongholds and wait. Among these leaders, for our Dragon Blood Fighters, plus Rune, who has not issued any tasks. That is to say, among the more than 100 Dragon Blood Fighters in the entire territory, there are more than 5 leaders. This is a group of ridiculously high-quality troops. After all, each leader has the ability to command the army, and is capable of standing on his own. This is the location of the stronghold. Come and remember it." Chao Xing continued. After hearing the voice, 10 beings with the strength of at least the 6th level leader came closer. They looked at the map with a solemn look in their eyes. After a moment, Chao Xing asked, "Have you remembered everything?" Everyone nodded solemnly. "Very good, come to me now, and get the new communication device." Then, Chao Xing gave each team 10 long-distance communication devices, so that he could ensure that several people in each team could receive his orders. Even if one person lost contact, the others could still keep in touch. Everyone also knew how to use this communication device, and after receiving it, they adjusted the channel of the communication device. Then, he retreated to the team to wait. After arranging the combatants of these 14 strongholds, Chao Xing still had many strong men and legions to use. In addition to the Centaur Legion that was still outside, there were 300 Ascalon warriors, dozens of 7th level wandering swordsmen, more than 100 nightmare archers, and more than 700 robot armies in the territory. This was the force Chao Xing was going to use to stay. With these warriors, plus the more than 100 ancient trees, even if they encountered a large-scale enemy attack, they could hold off for a long time. Chao Xing said, "It will take 2 or 3 days to get to the base from here, so you should leave now. Remember to bring warm clothes and enough food." "Yes." The 14 masters on the field, each leading more than 1,000 combatants, quickly left here. After moving some supplies, they each chose a goblin airship to enter. Of course, the Silverhand Knights with griffins did not need it. After all, the maneuverability of the griffin is much faster than that of the goblin airship. Voila! A flapping sound was heard, and the griffins flew into the air, exploring the way ahead. Then came the goblin airships. Buzz! The propellers began to rotate at high speed. 13 goblin airships quickly flew into the air, and disappeared in a short while. The departure of more than 1,000 people made the territory much emptier. At the same time, Chao Xing looked at the core combatants, and his eyes stayed on the beautiful witch. "Francesca, you will also participate in the next action. Don't make medicine for the next few days." The witch held her collar and bowed slightly, indicating that she understood. Then, Chao Xing began to call out names. Sarah, Assam, Andrew, Rennies, Braun Iron Wall. The 5 people whose names he called came out one after another. These 5 people were the first group of creatures to join the territory, and they were very powerful. Including the witch Francesca, Lu Muxua and Chao Xing, there are already 8 masters with combat power above level 70. There are still 3 more to go. This time, he promised the old king to send out 11 masters, so he naturally had to fulfill his promise. Chao Xing looked at the people on the field. "Bing on, you take your dragon, and Isabel and Victoria come with me." 3 powerful women also came out. In this way, the force Chao Xing prepared to use to deal with the headquarters of the Church of Light, this time was 9 level 70 strongmen and 3 strongmen above level 8. In addition, Marlenina, who could be brought into the dead bag, and the Book of the Dead and the Lizardman statue in the backpack. This force has reached a very terrifying level. It can even destroy a 1,000,000-man army at will. At this moment, Chao Xing glanced at the remaining combatants and still felt unsafe. A lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Of course, the people he brought with him were already strong enough, and a few more leader-level creatures would not be of much use. What he needed now were some talents, who could play a special role. So, he looked at the tribal witch doctor Malog in the crowd. Although these witch doctors were not strong in combat ability, their skills were very unique. Especially his elite skill Soul Connection. It may have unexpected effects at some point. "Malog, you also participate in the operation." Hearing Chao Xing's order, the old witch doctor was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that a level 50 leader like him could participate in such an important operation. But he still said respectfully, "Yes, great lord." The spirit of the Black-Tooth tribe will be continued in this territory. So far, the personnel for this operation have been determined. In the territory, there are still many masters left. Xiao Chu-Chu, who has reached level 70, 2 level 70 wandering swordsman leaders, the giant Jode Iron Thrust. In addition, the 3 pets of Mammoth Dabai and Frostmoose Xiaolin, and Volibear. Then, there are the Centaur Harati, Shadow Assassin Heli, and other strong men. With so much power, as long as there are no legendary creatures, they can easily stop the enemy's attack. Chao Xing continued, "We will wait until tomorrow to set off. After we leave, the command of the territory will be handed over to Harati. The guarding of the territory will be handed over to the wandering swordsmen Zwaku and Zofi. Giant Jode, you will be responsible for guarding the territory." The 2 wandering swordsman leaders responded at the same time. "Understood/okay, Lord." After instructing these people, Chao Xing looked at Tong Chu-Chu in the crowd again. "Xiao Chu-Chu, you will stay with Healy during this time and take good care of Elisa. If anything happens, remember to contact me immediately through the system function." Tong Chu-Chu immediately stepped forward, clenched her fist and said, "Okay, big brother. I will take good care of Sister Elisa." Chao Xing nodded slightly, and after confirming that he had not missed anything, he said directly, "Okay, everyone go back and rest for the time being, and then I will call you to act tomorrow." After all, it takes 3 or 4 days for Boji and Zirida to travel. They went there so early, and they were waiting there. They must wait until everyone arrives at the destination before they can act in unison, so as to catch the Church of Light off guard. Everyone dispersed. Chao Xing returned to the tavern and arranged a rest room for General Crow. Nothing happened during the day. All work in the territory continued as usual. De Zhuang had already driven a transport vehicle and took more than 100 goblins to the mine in the wild to mine. The morning passed quickly. In the afternoon, Harati led the Centaur Legion back to the territory. Seeing that more than half of the combatants in the territory were obviously missing, it felt a little strange. Then he found Chao Xing and reported respectfully, "Lord, we have already explored the ruins of Vala you mentioned. There is a Hengjin mine in there. There are a lot of Hengjin reserves in the mining area, and we also saw a lot of magic pattern stones deep underground." After Harati finished his report, Chao Xing also smiled. Hengjin and magic pattern stones are both important resources, and many advanced buildings need them. Including the city wall reinforcement function of the War Research Institute, a large number of Hengjin ingots are also needed. In terms of preciousness, it even exceeds mithril. At this moment, Chao Xing sighed again. The function of the Shining Throne is still as powerful as ever, and it can find high-level mineral veins every time. But Harati changed the subject and said in a somewhat depressed tone, "But there is bad news. The ruins are occupied by a group of undead, and they don't seem to want to give up this mine." Hearing this, Chao Xing asked in confusion, "Undead?" Chapter 529. How many undead are there, and how strong are they? Chao Xing asked. Harati replied, "There are about 7,000 to 8,000 of them, including some level 6 undead and a group of undead knights. We did not clash with these undead. They seemed to be afraid of my strength and let us leave. However, they warned me not to step into this ruin again, otherwise they would attack us." Chao Xing did not react, but a smile appeared on his face. "There are more than 8,000 undead? This is a good force. I am worried about where to find more undead to transform and expand the strength of the undead army. Tomorrow I will tell Duke Paladin and ask him to lead the army to the territory to find you. I think you should know what to do next." Harati's expression moved slightly, and he also understood what Chao Xing meant, and then said respectfully, "Yes, we will implement your will." The Centaur Saint left quickly after he finished speaking. Chao Xing quickly pressed the communication device beside his ear and dialed the communication with Duke Paladin. Yes, after the last battle, these undeads are now using technology. After hearing Chao Xing's request, Duke Paladin agreed immediately. For him, with a powerful enemy of the Blood Legion in front of him, he had to do everything he could to improve his strength, and transforming other undeads was the fastest way. After doing all this, Chao Xing came to Elisa's room again. He saw at a glance that Healy was squatting in front of the bed, paying attention to Elisa's expression. Seeing the figure at the door, the Beaster girl's face showed excitement. "Lord, you are here." Chao Xing smiled, and then asked, "Is she still not awake?" "Well, Elisa has been in a coma." Healy's tone was a little depressed, but it seems that there should be no danger, but her mind has been traumatized, and it will take some time to recover. Chao Xing nodded slightly. "We have an operation next, and will be away for a while. The defense work around the territory will be handed over to you. Elisa, I call a few staff to take care of her." After hearing the task assigned to her by Chao Xing, the beast-eared girl immediately straightened her face and patted her flat chest. "Okay, Lord, leave it to me. I'm here, and I won't let anyone else get close to our territory." Chao Xing continued to observe Elisa for a while, and then left the room, thoughtful in his heart. Although he had known for a long time that Elisa had a secret, he did not expect that she would attract the mysterious creature in the fog. But so far, Chao Xing did not know what her secret was. Sighed, "It seems that I can only ask her after she wakes up." Time soon came to night. This was also the first night after the haze disaster ended. The survivor said excitedly in the chat channel, "Haha, after the fog disaster, there are so many resources outside. I just went out for a few rounds and found a group of wild boars. They looked starving, and I killed them all without much resistance." "What's that?" "I saw a frozen bear in the woods outside the territory. It seemed to be a level 50-liter creature. There were 1,000 or 2,000 kilograms of bear meat. This wave is really a big profit. Damn, the brother above is really lucky. Give me some bear meat." They happily shared their day's harvest in the chat channel. At the same time, beyond the border of the kingdom, in the mysterious hall, 14 stone chairs of different shapes were suspended in the air. On 2 stone chairs, a powerful being sat face to face. This was the inside of the Watchers organization. And these 2 people were the legendary strongmen among the Watchers. Just as the 2 legends were discussing something, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of the 13 stone chairs, on the main seat. He just leaned on his seat, and a mysterious aura enveloped him, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. Even the 2 legendary Watchers didn't notice his arrival. Until a moment later, this person suddenly spoke. "Elder Dark Crow, Elder Cold Sword." Hearing the voice, the 2 legendary strongmen looked over. Then, they looked at the figure on the main seat with surprise. "Great leader. You're back." The figure nodded slightly. "I heard. Do you have something to report to me?" Among them, the Cold Sword Elder said respectfully, "Yes, great leader, it's about a lord from another world. This person caused great obstacles to us in the last operation. It was because of him that we failed to save Tashin. Tell me about it," the leader of the Watchers said lightly. Then, they quickly reported Chao Xing's intelligence. On the main seat, the leader of the Watchers was silent for a moment. The Lord of another world can kill a 9th-level hero, and has a group of 7th-level or above strong men under him? He is indeed quite powerful. He is probably one of the most outstanding beings among all the lords of other worlds. The Cold Sword Elder struck while the iron was hot and said, "Not only that, he has been fighting against the Church of Light, and has disrupted their plans several times, causing the advent of the God of Light to be postponed. I think this Lord of Other Worlds is extremely harmful, and cannot be allowed to develop. Maybe, it will affect all our plans in the future." The leader of the Watchers was silent for a moment, then gently tapped the armrest of the chair. "I understand. Raise the threat of this alien lord to S level, on par with the alien lords in the center of the human empire." Hearing this, the 2 legends looked at each other, with a hint of joy on their faces. At this moment, another Dark Raven Elder asked in a low voice, "Leader, since this person's threat level has reached S level, then should we act as soon as possible and send a legend to kill this person directly?" On the main seat, the leader of the Watchers glanced at him indifferently. "Do you think the old king will let you do this?" Hearing this, the 2 legends came back to their senses. "Yes, if you want to deal with this alien lord, you must first kill the old king." With a semi-artifact in hand and legendary combat power, 1 or 2 legends are no match for him. The old king can also see the potential of this alien lord, so he will definitely not let them deal with Chao Xing. The leader of the Watchers continued, "Wait a little longer. Next, we still give priority to dealing with the Ice Crystal Kingdom. After we get rid of the old king, the threat from this alien lord will naturally be lifted. Then, it's time for blood to fall." The 2 legendary Watchers said solemnly, "Yes." One night passed quickly. The system prompt appeared. "Attention survivors, you have reached the 26th day of the development period. Today's weather, sunny, the lowest temperature is -54°C to -61°C, suitable for going out and developing the territory." Chao Xing opened his eyes again. Today is the 26th day of the development period, and there are still 19 days before the next monster attack. This period of time is enough for me to improve my strength again and complete some things I need to do. Chao Xing has a lot of things to do next. He first has to find a way to bring back all the elves of the elf tribe. Then, there is the Lloyd's tomb recorded on the skull of the tyrant. In addition, there is also the exploration of the inheritance of the legendary wizard. After that, The more distant goal is the ancient ruins mentioned by the Lord of Dwellow Lake City, and the place where the gods fell mentioned by the Phantom of the Sword Saint. And the first link of the SS level mission, go to the Whirlpool Mountain and kill the extremely cold demon insects. Of course, the premise is that the action against the Church of Light is relatively smooth this time. So Chao Xing stood up and said, Mu Shui, there is nothing to do in the territory at present. We are going to the main city of Yongshuang today. Okay, Axing. The beauty nodded solemnly. The two quickly stood up, put on their armor, and then pushed open the door of the Lord's castle together. Everything in the territory went on as usual. The staff were building walls, upgrading energy towers and lord castles. The polar man de Zhuang led more than 100 goblins to mine in a mine several dozen kilometers away, and then transported batches of resources back. With the protection of the centaurs Kenar and Cantel, there would be no accidents. Chao Xing did not let the remaining staff in the territory go out to look for ice nests. For no other reason than to guard against the counterattack of the Church of Light, or the Watchers. Before he kills the Church of Light, he has to do a good job of defense. As for those enhanced ice nests, although they will give a lot of gold points every day. But there is no other way now, just get a little less gold points. Then, he pressed the communication device and said, Next, we have to participate in the action. After hearing the voice, figures quickly walked out. Francesca, Sarah, Victoria, Rennies and others came over to join. At the same time, a huge shadow descended from the top of his head. It was the dragon speaker and her dragon. Then, he looked at Assam next to him. Go and call General Crow here for me. Okay, Lord. Assam quickly went to the room where Crow was. And the general seemed to have made preparations, and soon he came back with Assam. When he gradually walked to Chao Xing's side, looking at those terrifying beings, his pupil showed a look of disbelief. Because he could feel that most of these people were at the 7th level, and some of them had less potential than himself. However, judging from the aura of the other party, he came to a conclusion. That is, he couldn't beat any of them. At this moment, Crow even doubted his own strength. Is his potential as a master so useless? Until Chao Xing's voice pulled his thoughts back. General Crow, let's go, and go to Yongshuang main city now. Crow's expression straightened up, and then he said, Okay, let's go now. After saying that, he stepped directly into the large teleportation array. Chao Xing also led everyone, as well as the huge dragon Seraphis, into the teleportation array. Do you want to activate the teleportation array and go to the main city of Yongshuang? Yes. Then, a dazzling light appeared, covering everyone. Buzz. The next moment, everyone lost their sight, as if they had entered a special space. The surrounding scene was distorted. After a few seconds, the vision returned to normal. When everyone opened their eyes, a white building appeared in front of them. The frostwhite city walls glowed with cold light, and some cold-resistant plants were planted on the streets on both sides, surrounded by magnificent mansions. Also, the restored statue in the center of the palace. During the last palace battle, this statue of the king was chopped off by the dragon speaker. Now it has been restored to its original state. You have arrived at the main city of Yongshuang. Chao Xing said happily, This is really convenient. The main city of Yongshuang has really become the back garden of the territory. Although the large teleportation array can only transport more than 100 people at a time, and there is a 6-hour cooling time. But it is much more convenient than the previous 2 or 3 days of travel. Crow looked at the familiar scene around him, and said quickly, Lord Chao Xing, please follow me, I will take you to see His Majesty the King. Just as Chao Xing was about to reply, an old voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. No need, I'm here. As soon as the voice fell, a figure with white hair and beard and an old breath quickly appeared. Instantly, which Francesca and Rennies and others were alert. This was the first time they had seen the old king. The deep and vast aura on him made them feel a sense of oppression from the depths of their souls. This is a terrible enemy. The old king's eyes swept over Chao Xing's 12 people, plus Elong, as if to confirm their strength. After a moment, there was admiration in his eyes. Lord Chao Xing, the master-level strongman on your side is really not simple. I'm afraid that even ordinary heroes are not your opponents. Chao Xing smiled and said, Your Majesty, you are too kind. Compared with the Ice Crystal Kingdom, my troops are nothing. You are a legendary warrior, and you are holding a semi-divine weapon. All of us are not enough to defeat you. The old king chuckled and said, Okay, I won't do anything to you. Don't forget, we are allies now. Obviously, the old king was telling Chao Xing to relax. Chao Xing also laughed, Your Majesty is right, we are allies now. Including Francesca and Rennies, they gradually relaxed their vigilance at this time. The old king continued, Crow has told me the specific actions. In addition to attacking the headquarters of the Church of Light, you also have to deal with 10 strongholds, right? Yes. Chao Xing replied, my people are currently on their way to the stronghold. It is estimated that they will all arrive the day after tomorrow. The old king's eyes showed a thoughtful look. It seems that I have to act quickly too. You can stay in the palace for the next 2 days. Okay. Chao Xing had no objection. The old king has always been decisive in his work. After contacting Chao Xing, he said directly, Crow, you arrange a place for Lord Chao Xing and his friends to stay. I will go and do something. Yes, your majesty. Crow replied respectfully. The next moment, the old king's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. He really came and went without a trace. They couldn't see how the old king moved at all. Lord Chao Xing, please follow me. Soon, Crow led Chao Xing and others into a spacious mansion. Chao Xing took a look and found that the decoration inside was good and the temperature was comfortable. There were many rooms, enough for all of them to rest in. Crow continued, Lord Chao Xing, you can rest here for the time being. If you have any instructions, just summon the guards outside. I have to make some preparations too. Okay, go ahead, General Crow. Chao Xing replied casually, and the general left here soon. Chao Xing looked at his subjects and said, okay, go find a room to rest. I will call you on the day of the action. Yes. Everyone dispersed. Not long after the old king left. In the palace, many hidden strong men received a secret order. After receiving the order, they quietly left the main city of Yongshuang from the east gate. Outside the city, there were still a large number of elite soldiers waiting. Under the leadership of this group of strong men, they headed towards the same place. The target was the border area. And part of the border kingdom army left here quietly, and no one knew where they went. Time passed in a flash, and 2 more days passed. During these 2 days, Chao Xing also heard the report from Harati. Not long after they left, Duke Paladin led the undead army to his territory. Then, together with the Centaur Legion, they went to the ruins of Vala to negotiate with the group of undead. But it was obvious that the group of undead refused to surrender. So, Harati joined the Duke and persuaded them with reason. At present, all the 8,000 undead in the ruins have been transformed into Ascalon undead. That resource point has also been occupied by Harati. Then, Dazhuang sent some goblins to this resource point. At present, the 2 high-level resource points have begun to enter the mining state. Then came Chao Yi's report. Shortly after Chao Xing and others left, the recruitment function of the tavern took effect the next day, and another group of civilians came to the territory, about 50 or 60 in number. At present, all of them have been accepted. Now there are more and more staff in the territory. Chao Xing listened to the reports of these people in the territory, and time passed quickly. At the same time, in an area about 2,000 kilometers away from the main city of Yongshuang, there was a dilapidated town ahead, with many buildings destroyed by the war. In the extremely cold weather outside, this dilapidated town has also become a ruin covered by snow. However, this abandoned town is just a decoy. Its real secret is underground. Underground, there is a wide space. In addition to a large number of believers of the Church of Light, there are also many blacksmiths, who are sweating and working hard. At this moment, on a hill about 7 kilometers away from the ruins, a red figure, followed by an endless army of blood spiders, stood on the top of the mountain, looking at the ruins from afar. Then he pressed the communication device beside his ear. On the other side, the airship of Commander Burgi and Eilina and others was still moving at full speed in the air. They crossed a huge glacier all the way. In the airship, an Ascalon warrior reported, Lord Eilina, there are still about 300 kilometers to go, and we will reach the destination in the afternoon. The Snakeman priest held the siren song trident, spit out a scarlet letter from his mouth and said, Okay, I know. Keep going, I will report our progress to the Lord. Chapter 530. ZZZZ. Chao Xing heard the message from Tianjing, Eilina and others. Boss, I am Tianjing. We have arrived near the target location and are currently staying in a hidden area near the base, waiting for your instructions at any time. Lord, Eilina is almost here. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's face. The first team has been assembled. The second team of Eilina and others was about to reach the target location. The army and a large number of strong men secretly mobilized by the king were already on the way. However, Chao Xing and others still did not take action. Even the old king did not send anyone to deliver the message. They waited until night. When the night fell and completely enveloped the entire Yongshuang main city, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in the mansion where Chao Xing was. Lord Xiaoxing, we are also going to take action. The voice came before the person arrived. Everyone looked over. It was the old king. Xiaoxing seemed to know that he was coming, so he nodded and said, "We are ready and can set off at any time." Then, he looked behind the old king and asked with doubt in his eyes, "Your Majesty, where are the strong men on your side?" But the old king smiled faintly. "I am alone." Everyone on the field was slightly stunned. "What's wrong? Am I not enough?" Xiaoxing shook his head and said, "No, it's just that you said last time that there might be a legendary strongman in the headquarters of the Church of Light." The old king said, "Don't worry, I brought the kingdom's holy sword this time. If there are really strong men above the legendary level, let me deal with them. And if they are below the legendary level, let you deal with them, are you sure?" Xiaoxing laughed instantly when he heard this. It's better to say that this is exactly what he wants. This group of people can be said to be truly invincible under the legend. "Of course, no problem. So shall we set off now?" The old king nodded slightly, and then said, "From here to the church headquarters, it is nearly 2,000 kilometers. Xiaoxing calculated in his mind. If they travel normally, with their speed, it will take at least 1 day to cross the complex terrain of 2,000 kilometers. However, they have the dragon Seraphis. This 9th level commander level dragon can reach a speed of more than 1,000 kilometers per hour with a 130% increase in movement speed. In other words, if they travel at full speed, they can arrive in 2 hours. The old king said, "To speed up, you can ride my spirit vision Goshawk King." After he finished speaking, he made a move. A black dot quickly descended from the dark night sky. The black dot quickly expanded, with boundless power. Then, like a black lightning, it fell beside everyone. Xiaoxing raised his head, and saw an extremely huge black bird. The soft and shiny feathers on its body were like pieces of hard steel, and its wingspan could reach hundreds of meters when it was spread out. Its huge body is even as big as the giant dragon Seraphis. The most special thing about it is its pair of dark green eyes. When it scans, it seems that all the secrets in the heart are seen through. Xiaoxing has encountered this kind of bird in Dwelluan Lake City. It is called the spiritual vision goshawk. They have extremely strong exploration and tracking capabilities. At that time, it was these goshawks that locked the Archbishop of the Church of Light and the Overlord of the White Walkers, and then let General Crow chase them for thousands of kilometers. Obviously, this spiritual vision goshawk is obviously more powerful, and its aura even exceeds that of the giant dragon Seraphis. Of course, if the two of them fight, Seraphis will definitely win in the end. After all, it has the blood of the dragon clan, is powerful, and has a series of blessings from Xiaoxing. As long as it doesn't encounter a pervert like Marlenina, Seraphis can basically fight. The old king said, "My spirit vision goshawk king can bring a few people. The giant dragon on your side should be able to do it too, right?" Xiaoxing looked at Binglan next to him. She nodded lightly. "Okay, then everyone divide into teams and set off," the old king said. Soon, Xiaoxing's team was divided. 6 of them jumped onto the back of the spirit vision goshawk king. Francesca, Sarah and others jumped onto the back of the giant dragon Seraphis. After everything was ready, the 2 beasts instantly soared into the sky. Whoosh! With a flap of wings, they rushed to a height of 1,000 meters, and they were still rising all the way. It took a few seconds to break through the clouds and reach an altitude of 10,000 meters. At this altitude, the temperature had reached more than 80 degrees below zero, and a bone-chilling cold enveloped everyone. And it seems that this psychic goshawk king has no tendency to stop, as if he wants to continue rushing into the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The speed of the goshawk king is so fast that the whistling wind can even sweep away an elephant. Everyone tightly grasped its feathers, fearing that it would fall. However, as it rose to the sky at a high speed, the temperature was getting lower and lower, and it was about to break -90 degrees. At this temperature, even the strong men like them were gritting their teeth and persisting. And Malog, the tribal witch doctor with only level 50 strength, was shivering with cold at this time. Xiaoxing was just about to speak. The old king seemed to see their situation. With a wave of his hand, an invisible aura enveloped everyone on the field, including the giant dragon Seraphis, who was also wrapped in an aura. At this moment, everyone was surprised to find that not only could they not feel the strong wind around them, they were not even cold. Obviously, this should be an ability of a legendary strongman. Xiaoxing sighed in his heart. This is really convenient. The old king continued at this moment. In order not to be discovered, we need to try to fly higher in the sky. Keep going up. After saying that, the giant dragon Seraphis and the king of the spiritual vision goshawk rushed into the sky like a straight arrow. Soon, They flew to an altitude of almost 30,000 meters. It was now late at night, and the ground under our feet seemed to be covered by a huge black cloth, pitch black, with only a little light faintly visible. Looking down at the ground from this perspective, there was really a different kind of beauty. And it was still night. If it was daytime, it would probably be even more shocking. However, they had to hurry to their destination, so they naturally had no time to enjoy the scenery. A huge psychic eagle and a dragon flew quickly towards the border area. At the same time, outside the border, in a continuous mountain range, there was a hidden valley. A group of strange figures suddenly appeared. They looked like normal humans, including fortune tellers, priests, civilians, etc. However, everyone here had a ferocious expression on their faces. Behind them, there followed a group of equally strange beings. They were emitting black air, and their bodies were twisted. In the dark night, the figures of these people were like elongated electric poles, looking so evil and creepy. They were the demon slaves led by the demons. Among them, the childlike man and the lame old woman were also there. The two dark eyeballs of the old woman moved back and forth, and after a moment, she slowly spoke. This time, we spent a huge price, and even relied on the power of the demon lord, to find the headquarters of the Church of Light. The plan must succeed. The Lord of Demons said that if we find a new container for him, he can come again. Hearing this, all the strange creatures on the scene showed fanatical and distorted expressions on their faces. Great, the Lord of Demons is finally coming. When he comes to the main world, he will open the door to the plane for us. At that time, it will be the world of our demon clan. At this time, the child stood up and said, "Okay, let's talk about the celebration later. Before the Church of Light reacts, let's take action." At the same time, the lame old woman suddenly opened her dry mouth, and bursts of black smoke suddenly spurted out from her bottomless mouth. Wah-la-la. The black smoke enveloped all the demons and demon slaves on the field, and then gradually penetrated into the ground. At the same time, under this land, about 100 meters deep, there is a palace built of huge stones. Several ancient huge stone pillars supported the ceiling, and there were secret rooms around them. The Seed of Light was standing in front of a statue, flipping through the dawn scripture in his hand, communicating with someone. Beside him, a being wearing a gray robe with a blood-red pattern on his chest asked, "How is it?" Has the God of Light responded? Can he come out when the rules are loosened next time? The Seed of Light shook his head. No, the Lord of Light seems to have fallen into a deep sleep again. He said a few days ago that in order to wait for the next loosening of the rules, he needs to recover more divine power as soon as possible. Maybe he won't be able to reply to us in a short time. Hearing this, the being in the gray robe had a trace of regret in his eyes. The Seed of Light continued, "Sir, please don't worry, the Lord of Light is just accumulating strength, and he will definitely come back to the world and bring light to it." His expression was extremely pious, and there was even fanaticism in his eyes. However, the watcher looked at him strangely, with a bit of pity in his eyes. "Poor little guy." The other party sighed. The Seed of Light was confused by his words, and asked doubtfully, "Sir, you?" Before he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed something and his expression changed instantly. He turned around quickly, and then saw at a glance that the black fog that penetrated from the top of his head gradually filled half of the underground palace. And in the black fog, terrifying figures quickly appeared. This familiar scene made him understand immediately. Damn it! It's the same group of lingering demons again! Quickly interrupt their teleportation. Hearing this, the watcher instantly raised the sword in his hand, and slashed it fiercely. And the other red-robed bishop next to him also held the staff. Swish! Swish! The sword energy passed by, endless light breath burst out. However, the teleportation method of this old woman seemed extremely strange. All the attacks fell into the black fog, just like chopping into a ball of air, without causing any effect. This also means that the opponent's transmission cannot be interrupted. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the Seed of Light turned cold. He quickly calmed down and ordered, "There is an enemy invasion, everyone come here." As soon as the words fell, a large number of priests of the Church of Light walked out of the secret room in the entire underground palace, and gathered around the underground palace. One after another, powerful people appeared. In this underground palace, there are many powerful people of the Church of Light, and there are even more than 100 of them with auras above the 6th level. Of course, most of them were black-robed priests at the leader level and white-robed priests at the chief level. There were 4 or 5 red-robed priests at the commander level. This was a very powerful force. At the same time, the group of demons finished their teleportation and gradually revealed their figures. They looked around. They saw more than 100 6th-level strongmen quickly surrounding them. However, this did not make the group of demons feel the slightest fear, but instead a mad look appeared in their eyes. Haha, guys from the Church of Light, didn't expect that? No matter where you hide, you can't escape the pursuit of our demon clan. Hearing this, the Seed of Light snorted coldly. A group of dark guys, we beat them, and made them flee last time. Even if you find our location, what can you do to us? It just so happens that we let 2 of you escape last time, and this time we will catch you all in one fell swoop. After hearing this, the demons on the opposite side all locked their eyes on the Seed of Light. After a moment, the corners of the child's mouth opened in an exaggerated grin. The Lord of Demons is right. This person is also an excellent vessel. Hearing this, the Seed of Light frowned. He seemed to realize something, but there was no time to think about it. This group of demons is very powerful, and must be dealt with as soon as possible. So, the Seed of Light quickly ordered, attack, kill them. After the words fell, the more than 100 light believers around were ready to launch an attack. And at this moment, the child suddenly showed a sad expression on his face, and then he looked up to the sky and cried. Woo wow, woo wow wow. The sound of a crying child resounded throughout the underground palace, and the harsh demonic sound kept drilling into the ears. On the field, all members of the Church of Light subconsciously covered their heads. A tingling sensation like a needle came, but the Seed of Light seemed to be covered by a layer of mysterious light curtain, and this mental attack had no effect on him. Other demons took this opportunity and quickly attacked. Voila! One of the demons suddenly stretched out its dark claws and quickly extended them, and its target was the group of black-robed priests. In the crowd, a black-robed priest was unable to dodge, and with a puff, his heart was pierced by the claws of the devil. A sharp pain came over him. Help! Before he finished speaking, the black-robed priest suddenly felt a huge force, and the whole person was carried away. Then, he was thrown into the group of devil slaves and torn into pieces. The pieces of his body were eaten by the devil slaves, and blood dripped on the floor. Such a bloody scene made the faces of the bright believers on the field look angry. However, they were constantly disturbed by the crying of the child, and could not concentrate on the enemy at all. Seeing this, the Seed of Light did not panic at all and snorted coldly. Michael, come out and deal with them. After that, from the depths of the underground palace, next to a statue, an endless breath of light burst out. Buzz! The power of light continued to spread, and directly filled the entire underground palace. Under this breath of light, the group of demons emitted a hissing sound, just like hot water poured into an oil pan and began to boil. His expression also became distorted and painful. Anyone who knows the temperature of light, but still chooses to betray the faith in his heart is a sinner of light. These sinners will be judged by thousands of arrows piercing their hearts, and will be afraid and trembling under the light. Under the shining of light, all evil will be devoured and turned into ashes. As the voice sounded, a young man in a yellow robe with a bright sun mark on his forehead walked slowly. Everyone stared at that figure. His aura was so powerful, far beyond the average hero level. At this moment, in the demon camp, a twisted smile appeared on the face of the young child. Interesting, the defeated opponent last time actually possessed such a powerful strength. The yellow-robed bishop said disdainfully. A group of dark guys naturally cannot understand the great power of the God of Light. The past failure will bring me a new life and gain the power to eliminate all evil. Dawn, come! In an instant, a dazzling light burst out from behind the statue. The light was like the dawn, cutting through the heavy black fog, and then turned into a glowing long sword held in his hand. At this moment, a vast light suddenly burst out from the archbishop. Buzz! All the demons were overwhelmed by this powerful oppression, and even retreated subconsciously. The power that burst out instantly even reached the strength of the 10th level. Even the watcher guarding the Seed of Light couldn't help but look sideways. I didn't expect that there would be such a strong person in the Church of Light. You have some skills. Archbishop Michael held the Sword of Light in his hand, like a god of war walking out of the sun. However, facing such a powerful enemy, the demons showed no fear in their eyes, and their faces became more and more crazy. The old woman kept uttering obscure syllables, which increased the breath of all the demons. A war was about to break out. After a moment, the old woman spoke first. Everyone, remember our goal. Kill the Seed of Light. As soon as the words fell, a group of demons rushed out frantically. They were bearing this terrifying aura of light, and their target was the Seed of Light behind the crowd, and the group of light believers naturally saw the intention of these demons. Stop them! A group of bishops from the Church of Light attacked at the same time, and stopped the group of demons on the spot. Boom! Boom! The two sides launched a terrifying battle again. At the same time, Chao Xing and others in the sky did not know that a group of demons had already launched an attack on the headquarters of the Church of Light before them. They were still on their way at full speed. After advancing for a distance, the old king suddenly frowned and said, "There seems to be a wave of divine power coming from the front." "Divine power?" Chao Xing asked in confusion. The old king nodded, "Yes, in the direction of the headquarters of the Church of Light. It seems that a battle has taken place there." Hearing this, Chao Xing's expression suddenly froze, and then he asked in confusion, "What's going on? Did someone launch an attack before us?" The old king shook his head, "I don't know. I need to get closer to sense the specific situation." After saying that, he waved his hand again, and two spots of light fell on the spirit vision Goshawk King and the giant dragon Seraphis. Instantly, the two giant beasts only felt an invisible airflow carrying them forward, and their speed increased by more than 10 times. Chapter 531. A few minutes later, they arrived above the mountain range. Even Chao Xing could feel the chaotic fluctuations coming from below. The battle seemed to be still going on, and it was still very intense. The old king frowned and said, "Below, in addition to a large amount of light, there is also an evil force. It looks very similar to the destroyed stronghold we explored last time. It should be the group of demons attacking the Church of Light again." Chao Xing was slightly stunned. How could it be them? The old king said indifferently, "What else could it be? This matter is probably related to you." After saying that, he looked at Chao Xing deeply. Through Crow's intelligence, he almost knew the whole story. In the last battle of Blue in Lake City, the demon that suddenly appeared helped them a lot, and also attracted the attention of the old king. Adding to the things in the palace, they have deduced that the demon is Chao Xing. Chao Xing misled the demons and the Church of Light, causing them to fight. So the two powers became mortal enemies. Chao Xing said, "It's none of my business. I just took advantage of the situation. I didn't know these demons were so radical that they came to attack the Church of Light headquarters again." The old king replied, "What happened later really has nothing to do with you. After the demons attacked the Church of Light headquarters last time, I sent someone to investigate the cause. After a period of investigation, we found that the earliest battle took place in the Snowstorm Plain, where there seemed to be some demons dead. It should be the Church of Light, who killed an important member of the demon clan. They are taking revenge on the Church of Light." Chao Xing's eyes suddenly became clear, and he roughly understood the whole story. At this time, the old king changed the subject. "Lord Chao Xing, if your affairs are exposed, the demons will know that you are in disguise. Will they continue to fight the Church of Light, or will they unite to fight you?" Chao Xing was slightly stunned. It's really hard to say. Although Chao Xing only added fuel to the fire, he didn't kill the important person in the demon camp. But he is indeed responsible for this matter. After the group of demons knew about it, they might really give up fighting the Church of Light and turn to fight him. Chao Xing didn't answer, but asked another question. "Your Majesty, has your army reached the target point?" The old king nodded slightly. "It should be here soon." Chao Xing said, "Then let's do it now. If those demons join forces with the Church of Light to deal with me, then kill them all together." Although, he wanted to wait until those demons and the Church of Light fought to the death before taking action. However, these aborigines killed each other before joining the territory, and apart from leaving corpses, they would not explode souls or items such as the Heart of Power. And what is Chao Xing's biggest goal this time besides overthrowing the Church of Light? Of course, it was the souls and hearts of power of these bishops and archbishops. These were the resources he urgently needed. The old king showed an uncertain look in his eyes, and then asked, "Are you sure?" After all, the two forces below were not easy to mess with. In his opinion, it was already remarkable that Chao Xing could deal with the Church of Light. If there were more demons as enemies at this time, the result would be difficult to predict. Chao Xing smiled and nodded, of course. His tone was full of confidence. The old king looked at him deeply, then nodded and said, "Okay, let's do it." So, the Ice Crystal King turned around and quickly contacted his army. Chao Xing also pressed the long-distance communication device beside his ear and switched to the team channel. "Everyone, start attacking now." Hearing the order, more than 2,000 kilometers away, the four teams led by Hilda and Blot and others quickly launched an attack. They rushed to the base as quickly as possible. On the other side, Boji, Xiao, and others also launched attacks on these strongholds. Including the king's army, they also began to speed up their journey. At this moment, Zierda has led the Blood Spider army to the ruined city. Swish, swish. The endless Blood Spider army behind her followed her forward. Soon, The blood spider army stopped in front of a hidden ruin. There seems to be a door leading to the underground here, but it is sealed. Seeing this, Zierda waved lazily. The giant blood spider on the side instantly jumped up like a mad tank, and then suddenly jumped onto the ruins. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded. The ruins were directly hit by the giant blood spider, and a big hole was created. Boom! Dust and stones fell all over the sky. In the underground space under the ruins, a group of masked and armed members of the Church of Light were patrolling back and forth. There was also a group of blacksmiths sweating profusely nearby. A shocking explosion sounded, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Then, they saw the hole that was forcibly broken. A huge blood spider covered with a blood-red shell and nearly 2 meters in size jumped down, and a strong sense of oppression spread instantly. After all, the giant blood spider is a commander-level monster with a strength of level 60. It can kill all of their strongholds in a short time. The believers of the Church of Light also reacted at this moment and shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Instantly, this large base fell into a turmoil. Hundreds of cultists rushed over, including 2 white-robed priests. Both of them were at the level of 6th level leaders. The captured blacksmiths were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they quickly hid in a corner. However, the giant blood spider still stood there, and did not seem to launch an attack immediately. Before they could react. Then, they saw a group of red figures crawling out of the hole above their heads. Swish, swish. A large number of self-destructing blood spiders poured in from the hole, like a tide. Several of the cultists were standing in the front, and were drowned by the blood spiders before they could retreat. Then, their shrill screams rang out throughout the underground space. "Ah, what is this? Damn it! These spiders are biting my body! Save me!" However, the screams did not last long. Because their bodies were quickly eaten up by the blood spiders, not even the bones were left. Such a horrifying scene immediately made the cultists feel numb. The other white-robed priests reacted quickly and shouted, "Attack! Attack quickly! Shoot these spiders!" At once, a large number of cultists launched attacks. Various long-range arrows were shot out. Swish, 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 swish. Puff, puff. The HP of these self-destructing blood spiders was already very low, and they were killed in droves at this moment. However, compared with their terrifying number, the death of these self-destructing blood spiders was completely insignificant. At this moment, as a blood-colored figure slowly walked over, everyone's attention was attracted. It was a tall figure with an intimidating aura. The 8 slender legs seemed to be stepping on everyone's hearts. The lower body of the spider had smooth lines, and the upper body of the human was full of charm. Her eyes were filled with arrogance and coldness, like a queen who ruled the world. Beside her, there were hundreds of huge blood spiders with ferocious breath and cold shells. The aura of the 7th level master made it almost impossible for people to resist. Hilda waved her hand. "Children, start eating." Hiss. A group of blood spiders rushed out like waves. The cultists of the Church of Light were also suddenly awakened at this moment. The 2 white-robed priests shouted, "Quick, stop them!" They launched crazy attacks to kill the self-destructing blood spiders. However, they could only cause damage to these self-destructing blood spiders. Facing a group of elite blood spiders with various states, their attack effects were greatly reduced. In the blink of an eye, the blood spider army broke through the formation and started a one-sided slaughter. The Church of Light was defeated. On the field, only the 2 6th level leader-level white-robed priests could fight back. Swish, boom! The sword energy swept across, and a group of elite blood spiders were forced to retreat, and several huge injuries appeared on their heads. The explosive arrow exploded instantly, and even blew up a group of blood spiders. The attack of the 2 master-level masters was still very powerful. Large groups of self-destructing blood spiders were killed. Including those elite blood spiders, they were also constantly forced back. Seeing the scene, Zierda's cold face did not fluctuate at all, and then she waved her hand casually. A blood shadow drilled directly into the body of one of the white-robed priests at an extremely fast speed. Then it was seen that there seemed to be some kind of creature madly moving under his skin and drilling into his stomach, accompanied by a teeth-grinding gnawing sound. The white-robed priest let out a piercing scream. "God of Light, what is this? Damn it, get it out of my body. Ah, it's biting my intestines." He fell to the ground, holding his stomach and shaking wildly, and blood clots continued to spit out of his mouth. Such a horrible scene made people feel scalp tingling. The other white-robed priest was targeted by the giant blood spider. Hiss. The giant blood spider rushed towards the opponent at a very fast speed, like a mad tank. The white-robed priest frantically pulled the bowstring and shot arrows with the breath of light, trying to shoot it down. However, the giant blood spider still did not dodge. The arrows fell on it, making a crisp sound of ding ding ding, and it did not make it retreat at all. It directly rushed to the opponent with the dense firepower of the white-robed priest. Then it clamped the opponent's arm with its sharp giant claws. Sizzle! A bloody right hand was torn off directly. With a scream, the white-robed priest also lost the ability to resist. After the two white-robed priests fell to the ground, they were immediately overwhelmed by a large number of self-destructing blood spiders, and then they were killed in less than a few seconds. And the remaining believers had even less ability to resist. Amid screams, they were quickly overwhelmed by the blood spider army. At the same time, on the other side, Tianjing, leading 100 Ascalon warriors, had also arrived at the target location. The base where he was located was a village in a remote area. It had been investigated before that all the people in this village had been converted into members of the Church of Light. In other words, they only needed to kill everyone in the village. Tianjing took a deep breath. Then, he heard Chao Xing's voice ordering an attack. The next moment, Tianjing said, "Begin the attack." As soon as he finished speaking, he led the way and jumped up on the spot like a giant lizard, jumping hundreds of meters high. With a string of pale green flames on his body, he cut through the dark night sky. The cultists stationed on the watchtower only saw a string of strange flames jumping into the village. When they just reacted, they had already shown fear in their eyes. At the same time, after entering the village, Tianjing stood up his lizard body, opened his bloody mouth to the sky, and spewed out groups of pale green poisonous flames. Wow, wow! After these poisonous flames landed, they spread hundreds of meters in an instant, just like a Molotov cocktail exploding. Balls of poisonous flames quickly fell to the ground. The ground and houses within 1,000 meters were all set on fire by this terrifying poisonous flame. It was his ultimate skill, the sea of deathly poisonous flames. Many cultists were still in their sleep and hadn't reacted yet, when they suddenly felt a sharp pain all over their bodies. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw that their bodies were attached to a strange flame, and horror appeared in their eyes instantly. "Ah, what is this? It's on fire! It's on fire! Put out the flames on me!" At the same time, the cultists who were patrolling outside the sentry tower immediately issued a rapid warning. "Enemy attack! The enemy attacked our stronghold!" Ding-ling-ling! The rapid alarm sounded. In the whole village, a large number of cultists rushed out of the room, and they were still burning with pale green flames. At a glance, a terrifying creature walking upright in the blazing flames was seen. It was a huge lizard covered with scales and nearly 2 meters tall. When the archers on the sentry towers saw Tianjing's appearance, they were immediately terrified. They were just about to draw their bowstrings and focus their fire on the lizard. At this moment, a group of warriors wearing soldier armor and with serious expressions quickly rushed over. They advanced in an orderly manner and wielded their blades. The sentry towers along the way and the iron barriers at the door were like tofu, and they were easily chopped into pieces. Boom! The sentry towers collapsed one after another, and the cultists on them fell into the sea of death and poisoned flames, making terrifying screams. Then, they entered the village and started a one-sided slaughter. Although there was a leader-level white-robed priest guarding this stronghold, it was obviously useless. Not long after the battle began, the situation was already under the control of Tianjing and his team. The same scene was staged in various places. Including Boji and Xiao, they also launched an attack directly after rushing to the target area. Dozens of strongholds of the Church of Light were attacked at the same time. Your territory member, Zierda Bloodkiss, killed the Church of Light, Alvin Weber LV-54, a 6th level leader-level creature, and gained experience points, 0, and gained honor points, 600. Your subordinate lord, Tianjing, killed the Church of Light, Angelo David LV-61, a 7th level leader-level creature, and gained experience points, 0, and gained honor points, 210. Your Chao Xing was staying in the sky at this time, and then saw the battle information that was refreshing the screen, and his heart moved slightly. Your Majesty, my people have already started the attack. The old king nodded slightly. Our army has also reached the destination. Now you guys go down too. I be watching from above, and if there's an unexpected situation, I take action. Chao Xing understood what he meant. The old king was watching the hidden legend. Okay, then we go down first. After saying that, the spirit vision goshawk swooped down with a giant dragon Seraphis. At this moment, in the underground palace below, a terrible battle was still going on. The demons continued to release large-scale skills, shrouding the entire underground palace in darkness. On the side of the Church of Light, Archbishop Michael held back the two powerful demons, the child and the peasant woman, by himself. Including the Seed of Light, he was constantly flipping through the Holy Scriptures, releasing waves of dawn light to bless his subordinates' combat power. The Watcher in a gray robe did not attack the group of demons, but stayed beside the Seed of Light. His mission seemed to be just to protect the safety of the Seed of Light. As for the grievances between the demon camp and the Church of Light, it had nothing to do with him. Hua la la. The Dawn Holy Book was constantly flipping through, and a sacred aura condensed from it. The Seed of Light said in a deep voice, "The dawn can bring hope and salvation. Dawn rebirth." Buzz. A powerful wave erupted from the Holy Book again. Not only did it heal the injuries of all the members of the Church of Light on the field, but it also made their auras soar. Archbishop Michael held a glowing long sword. Every time he swung his sword, a sword mark of 100 meters long and wide was left. His 10th order master level strength was fully displayed. Together with other red-robed bishops, they blasted the group of demons back step by step. However, this time the demons were well prepared. The child saw Michael's great power. It directly swished and tore open its stomach, from which a large number of insects split out. Hua la la. These insects were extremely fast, and in an instant, they stuck to the bodies of the members of the Church of Light, and stretched out their tentacles, firmly rooted in their bodies. What's even more terrifying is that the beings possessed by its insects can no longer control their bodies. Under the control of the young child, these believers of light actually began to attack their own people. And when the Archbishop's sword energy swept over, they used their bodies to help the group of demons block the attack. Seeing this scene, Archbishop Michael angrily shouted, "What an evil method!" After possessing a body, this kind of insect can actually control the actions of others. It's really too abnormal. Michael realized that he had to get rid of these insects first. He swung the glowing sword in his hand, and began to slash continuously. Shwa puff! A large number of insects were swept by his sword energy and evaporated on the spot. Including the insects attached to the bodies of the light cultists, they were easily cut off. Without the control of the insects, the group of light cultists returned to normal. Soon, the Light Church took the upper hand again. The Seed of Light, who was hiding behind the crowd, saw that the battle situation had stabilized, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. A group of defeated generals, who were beaten and fled last time, and you were lucky enough to save your lives. Even if it appears again, what can we do? This time, I will catch you all in one fell swoop. After saying this, he was about to flip through the Holy Book and release some means. And at this moment, his face suddenly changed drastically. He saw that the pages of the Holy Book of Dawn in his hand suddenly turned wildly, and messages for help appeared on it. Son of Light, this is the arsenal under the ruins of Thorn City. We are under attack. Lord Seed of Light, I am here at the base of Mount Henza. The king's army led people to raid our base. The base of Finko Fort was attacked. A series of messages for help made the smile on Seed of Light's face disappear, and his mood instantly sank to the bottom. Chapter 532. The Seed of Light's face has become very ugly. Damn it, what's going on? Why would this group of demons act at the same time as the king's army? Did they join forces? At this moment, Seed of Light was puzzled. But he also realized that this was a premeditated action. So many bases were attacked at the same time, which meant that they had been exposed long ago. He must send people to support these strongholds immediately. Otherwise, even if he defeated the demons, these strongholds would be destroyed, and the Church of Light would suffer heavy losses. Even the coming of the God of Light would be postponed indefinitely. The Seed of Light quickly flipped through the Dawn scripture and activated some means. Sullivan. A special situation has occurred. The old king has joined forces with the demons and attacked our headquarters and other strongholds at the same time. Don't stalemate with the king's army at the border. Quickly bring people to support. At this moment, Sullivan, who was in the border area, also changed his face. He looked at the large number of kingdom soldiers, who were ready to go on the border line in front of him, and a solemn look appeared in his eyes. No wonder the army of the Ice Crystal Kingdom is so radical today. It turns out that they are planning to attack our Church of Light. Damn it, so many strong men left the border, and no one noticed. Sullivan was also very anxious at this moment, but he quickly thought of a way. He quickly said, Lord Seed of Light, so many strongholds were attacked at the same time, and they are very far away from each other. Even if we rush over now, we can't save a few strongholds. I suggest that we notify the commander of the Kingdom of Varen right now, and have him start a border war directly to put pressure on the old king. Force them to withdraw their troops and support the border. Hearing this, The Seed of Light also knew that this was the only way to preserve other strongholds. Okay, Sullivan, go and tell King Varen that even if we start a kingdom war, we must force the Ice Crystal Kingdom's troops to withdraw. Yes. Sullivan quickly took action. Soon, the army of the Kingdom of Varen received a special order. Then, a long horn sounded. Beep. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of troops stationed at the border took action at the same time. A large number of soldiers held spears and shields, formed a formation, and advanced in an orderly manner. Rows of giant artillery began to load ammunition, ready to bomb at any time, including a large number of archers. All of them drew their bows at this moment. Hundreds of thousands of troops, combined with a large number of White Walkers, began to advance and approach the border of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. Seeing this, the Ice Crystal Kingdom's army also responded immediately. A large number of heavy shield guards came to the front of the army, followed by spearmen. Behind them, rows of Neros artillery and magic bull chariots were ready to start at any time. Both sides were ready to go to war. This raid was about to become the fuse that ignited the war between the two countries. In the underground palace at this moment, the face of the Seed of Light revealed anxiety and paleness. No one thought that the Ice Crystal Kingdom actually secretly controlled so many church bases. He thought he was hiding well. Now the old king suddenly exploded, and was caught off guard. The Seed of Light extended his index finger, and placed it on his forehead. A soft light burst out from his fingertips, which quickly calmed him down. At present, it seems that Sullivan is definitely too late. There are a large number of teachers and supplies in those strongholds. If they are all destroyed, the Church of Light will suffer heavy losses. Although Sullivan has already started the action, if the king insists on his own way, and would rather start a war between the two kingdoms than destroy these strongholds, then it will be troublesome. So now I need a group of strong men to support those strongholds, at least to save a few important places. The Seed of Light quickly analyzed the current situation. The Church of Light has two allies, the Kingdom of Velan and the Watchers. The Kingdom of Velan has done its best, and the Watchers are all a bunch of weirdos, and it is impossible for them to help us save these strongholds. So now we can only rely on our own strength. As long as we kill these demons at the headquarters, I can use the teleportation function to send these strong men out to support others. But this group of demons is very powerful. If we don't use our trump cards, we can't solve them in a short time. The Seed of Light took a deep breath. It seems that we can only use that thing. Just when he was about to use some means, suddenly, he felt a special wave coming from above his head. It seemed that a group of extremely terrifying beings were coming quickly. At this moment, whether it was the group of light believers or the demons, they all stopped what they were doing and looked up. Because they could all feel the horror of this breath. Then, they saw a sword light appear above their heads. Swish. The ceiling of the hall was cut open like a fragile piece of paper, and a huge hole was cut out accurately. Boom! Large chunks of rock and soil debris collapsed. Before they could react to what happened, suddenly, a dragon roar resounded through the sky. Then, a dark blue dragon swooped down with boundless power. Along with the giant dragon came figures emitting powerful auras, which Francesca, Dragon Speaker Binglon, Knight Assam, Shield Guard Brown, etc. Each of them has the strength that is not inferior to anyone else on the field. Every time he saw a figure, the pupils of Seed of Light shrank suddenly, because he was very familiar with these figures. In the previous live broadcast of the Oracle War, these people were killing everyone. Seed of Light almost widened his glasses and searched in the crowd. Then, he immediately locked onto the figure wearing a dark blue robe, holding a staff, and floating in the air. Chao Xing. The Seed of Light subconsciously called out his name. At this moment, Chao Xing's eyes were instantly locked on him. After all, the holy book in this person's hand was too dazzling. And this also allowed Chao Xing to confirm the other party's identity. He quickly glanced at the other party's information, but the other party seemed to have some special shielding device, so he didn't detect it. Chao Xing floated in the air with a smile on his face. The Seed of Light. It seems that I found you first. Hearing the familiar voice, the Seed of Light fell silent instantly. In the last conversation, they had said harsh words to each other. Moreover, the Seed of Light had threatened Chao Xing, saying that he would pay the price. However, for some reason, they did not have extra manpower to deal with Chao Xing. Unexpectedly, Chao Xing took the initiative to come to them first. In other words, he had already lost this game. At this moment, with the arrival of Chao Xing and others, the chaotic battlefield calmed down. The group of demons seemed to know that the group of people in front of them were not easy to mess with, so no one acted rashly. The Church of Light did not dare to take action either. They were already overwhelmed by the group of demons, and now there was another group of strong people. If they joined forces, the Church of Light would be unilaterally suppressed. After a moment, the demon who looked like a child suddenly realized something. It raised its childish face and looked at Chao Xing with a pair of dark pupils. "Who are you? Why do you have the breath of our demon clan?" Chao Xing glanced at this strange child, and suddenly there was a look of surprise in his eyes. He found that this demon was actually a level 87 master. No wonder he could fight with the Church of Light. The demon camp is really strong, and through their conversation, the Seed of Light instantly realized that Chao Xing and this group of demons were not in the same group. He said quickly, "You are wrong. It was this guy who disguised himself as your demon clan and targeted our Church of Light. In the beginning, he was the one who deliberately provoked the fight between our two forces. The culprit of everything is this Lord of another world." After he finished speaking, the group of demons below looked at Chao Xing. Next to him, another peasant woman asked, "Is what he said true?" Chao Xing did not deny it. "That's right." Hearing his answer, the group of demons' faces changed instantly. When the Seed of Light saw Chao Xing admit it so straightforwardly, a surprised smile appeared on his face. He struck while the iron was hot and said, "Look, it's this guy. He wants us to kill each other, and then he will reap the benefits. We should unite now, and kill this annoying guy immediately." However, the group of demons did not respond to the Seed of Light. The child demon Wan Liweng said angrily, "You have the ability to disguise as a demon. Did you kill it?" Chao Xing nodded. "It invaded my territory, so I killed it." The old woman asked, "Then did you kill our demon child?" Chao Xing shook his head and said, "This has nothing to do with me. It was the fools of the Church of Light who took the initiative to send people to kill your demon child." The Seed of Light retorted, "It was you. If you hadn't deliberately misled us, we wouldn't have sent people to attack those demons, and we wouldn't have killed their demon children at all." "Shut up." The child scolded, "You idiot. If you hadn't sent people to kill our demon, the demon lord would have come by now." At the same time, the peasant woman next to him continued to ask, "You killed the demon of my tribe. Although the demon was not killed by you, it was also related to you. You should admit this." Chao Xing said frankly, "I admit it. What do you want?" Among the three forces on the field, his side can be said to be the most powerful existence, and he is not inferior to them at all. Even if these guys united together, Chao Xing was not afraid at all. Hearing his straightforward admission, the atmosphere fell silent again. Behind the peasant woman and the child demon, other demons were holding farm tools or extending a pair of claws, with madness gradually appearing in their eyes, and ready to attack Chao Xing at any time. If it was normal, or if Chao Xing was not strong, this group of demons would have already taken action. However, although they were evil and crazy, they were not stupid. They knew that the power of this Lord of another world was extremely terrifying, and there was no benefit in taking action. The Seed of Light said anxiously, "We should not be used by this person anymore. Let's unite, and kill this guy first. With the power of both sides, we can definitely kill them." There was still no movement in the demon camp. The childlike demon glanced at the Seed of Light. "You are a stupid idiot with shit in your head. I am afraid that you will kill me if I cooperate with you." The Seed of Light was humiliated in public, and said angrily, "What did you say?" Although he was very angry, he also knew that the situation was wrong, so he also restrained his anger. The atmosphere fell into silence again. After a moment, Chao Xing took the initiative to break the silence and said, "What do you mean? I came here this time to destroy the Church of Light. Are you going to help the Church of Light deal with me, or just retreat?" The child looked at him deeply. "You have been exposed today. Aren't you afraid that our demons will cause you trouble in the future?" Chao Xing smiled and said, "I have offended the God of Light. So what if I offend another demon?" At this moment, Chao Xing was fearless. The child was about to speak. The peasant woman interrupted him and said, "We can retreat now. But after the battle, I want this guy's body. If you agree, then the grudge between you and our demon clan will be written off. How about that?" On the field, everyone looked at the Seed of Light in the crowd. It was obvious that the demon clan's massive attack this time was for him. Chao Xing pondered for a moment after hearing this condition. "I don't know what strength this Seed of Light has, but it must not be that strong. His body is of little value. And this group of demons want his body, and there may be a deeper purpose behind it. Of course, this has nothing to do with him. As for the grudges that these demons said were written off, it was just a joke. Chao Xing didn't take it seriously at all." "Okay," Chao Xing replied directly. After hearing Chao Xing's agreement, the peasant woman turned around immediately. "Let's go!" The other demons also listened to it, including the child who said nothing more. Instantly, more than a dozen demons gathered together. They seemed to sense that there was a more terrifying existence outside, so they didn't dare to leave from the hole above their heads. Instead, the old woman opened her mouth again and spit out endless black mist. Hua la la. The endless black air spread and enveloped everyone. Then, under the gaze of everyone, this group of demons gradually disappeared. Chao Xing looked at this scene. His expression slightly changed. It's not that he hadn't thought about leading this group of demons with him. But these guys are powerful, and there is an existence like the demon lord behind them, who is unknown how powerful it is. He has many enemies now. Even if he solves the Church of Light, there are still the Watchers and the Blood Legion. With his current strength, he can't sweep everything away. What Chao Xing needs to do now is to make fewer enemies. He was so tough just now, of course, to create an image that he is not afraid of threats at all. Even if we want to kill these demons, we have to wait until the threat from the Blood Legion is over. After the demons left, Chao Xing looked at the group of members of the Church of Light in front of him, his eyes fixed on the young man in the crowd. A hint of interest appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that the demons don't like you. You put your face in front of them, but they slapped you away. And the Seed of Light looked humiliated. Chao Xing, do you really think you can beat me? Chao Xing didn't bother to pay attention to him, and gave the order directly. Bing on, kill them in seconds. After saying that, the dragon speaker was about to use the dragon sword destroy. At this moment, a hint of cruelty appeared in the eyes of the Seed of Light. I didn't intend to use this method, but now, you force me to do it. Come out. After saying that, he clapped his hands hard. Snap. With a sound, the Dawn chapter closed directly. Then, everyone suddenly felt an extremely strong vibration coming from under their feet. Boom. However, this vibration did not come from the ground, but from a nearby mountain. Outside the underground palace, a mountain over 1,000 meters high began to shake violently, and the snow and boulders on the mountain rolled down to the foot of the mountain. A series of hideous cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, as if something terrible was about to rush out of this mountain. Then, an arm covered with pale hair suddenly emerged from the crack, like a giant tree suddenly growing out. Then, this arm supported the mountain, expanding the crack. Then, its upper body also emerged from it. Later, the mountain collapsed completely. An extremely terrifying creature emerged from it. Its figure was as majestic as a mountain, and its huge body seemed to be able to support the sky. Its body was covered with long white hair, and it looked like a snow ape that had experienced many vicissitudes of life. Its copper bell-like eyes flashed with blood-red light, and every breath was like a howling wind. However, this snow ape seemed to have been sealed here for a long time. As soon as it came out, it raised its head and let out a terrifying roar. Roar. The sound waves became real and echoed in the surrounding mountains for dozens of kilometers. Under the underground palace, everyone felt a surge of blood just by hearing this roar, but fortunately, they have the permanent state of faith which can make them immune to mental attacks once. After enduring the impact of the sound waves, they only felt a slight tightness in their chests. And Chao Xing also confirmed the strength of this creature. Legend. What the old king said was indeed right. There is indeed a legendary creature hidden in the headquarters of the Church of Light. At this time, after summoning this terrifying creature, the Seed of Light gradually showed a confident look on his face. He looked at Chao Xing calmly. Chao Xing, you are indeed very strong. But no matter how strong you are, you can't fight against a legend. A being of that level can easily crush you to death even with just one finger. Now I give you a chance to live. As long as you kneel down and beg for mercy and kowtow a few times, I can spare your life. Chao Xing said with a smile on his face. Really? You don't think that you are the only one with a legend? The Seed of Light was slightly stunned. Chapter 533. Before the Seed of Light could react, a more vast and powerful aura burst out. This aura was filled with the aura of a king, and also with boundless tyranny. It was the old king who was waiting outside. The moment he appeared, the old king had already drawn his sword. Shwa! A sword spanned tens of thousands of meters. Roar! The old giant ape was swept by the sword energy, and let out a scream. Then, the sound of two powerful creatures fighting could be heard outside. Bang! Boom! The battle between the two legendary creatures was as terrifying as ever. Mountains collapsed one after another under the collision of their power. The area of hundreds of kilometers was constantly shaking because of their battle. However, the two equally old legends, the giant ape was definitely not as powerful as the old king holding a semi-artifact. In just a moment, he was unilaterally suppressed. Boom! The legendary battle had a very large radiation range. and even the underground palace where they were located was constantly shaking. The Seed of Light was completely confused at this moment. Originally, he thought that he had summoned this legendary creature and had already won the victory, but Xiaoxing unexpectedly had a legendary strongman appear on his side. He immediately realized something. Damn it, this is the old king of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. This old guy actually joined you in the fight. It's really bold. Not only did they send out so many troops, they even sent out the only legend. The kingdom of Varen has already started a war. Without the old king and so many strong men, I don't think they can defend the border. Xiaoxing smiled and said, "What's the big deal? It won't take long to kill you anyway. After the battle here is over, we can just go to the border directly." The Seed of Light looked unhappy. Xiaoxing didn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore. He said directly, "Okay, let's do it now. Quick battle, kill everyone here." The moment they received the order, Sarah, Assam, Braun, Jode, including the witch and others, immediately took action. There are many strong people in the headquarters of the Church of Light. There are more than 20 white-robed priests, and hundreds of black-robed priests. There are also 4 or 5 red-robed bishops, and an archbishop. This is a very powerful force. Even the Ice Crystal Kingdom would find it difficult to deal with it if the legendary strongman did not come out. However, in Xiaoxing's eyes, they are just moving souls and hearts of power. If we can kill them all, we will be rich this time. However, Xiaoxing also discovered that there is only one overlord-level creature in this underground palace. Sullivan, another archbishop that he met in Dwelin Lake City before, and the overlord of the White Walkers are not here. It is obvious that these guys should be in the border area. However, one overlord is enough. Xiaoxing glanced at the information of this archbishop, which showed a lot of question marks. This also means that the other party is definitely above level 90, that is, a 10th level existence. Such a powerful enemy, whether it is the soul or the hero's heart, it is a big profit. At the same time, the Seed of Light will naturally not sit and wait for death. He quickly said, "Quick, kill them. Attack the Lord of the Other World first." As a survivor of Blue Star, this guy knows that Xiaoxing is the leader of this group of people. After killing him, others will also be affected. After the words fell, a large number of black-robed priests and white-robed priests instantly locked their eyes on Xiaoxing floating in the air, ready to attack him. At this moment, Braum, holding the Shield of Origin, shouted loudly, and his body began to expand rapidly. However, the height of this underground palace was not even 100 meters, so it was impossible to use the special effect of the Origin Giant. But it also turned into a giant more than 30 years tall. "Little guys, you want to attack the Lord over me, but you can't do that. Roar!" As he roared like a giant, the cultists around him began to attack him involuntarily. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of attacks landed on the Shield of Origin, without Braum retreating a single step. It must be said that this taunt skill is really useful. Combined with his strong defense, it is a must. Then, the dragon speaker Binglon, the witch Francesca, and the holy light priest and others launched a group attack. Schwa, crack! Dragon Covenant sword break, aura explosion, judgment of light. Minus 319,626. Minus 159,168. Minus 210,851. Minus 257,879. Skills continue to fall, and terrifying damage numbers floated up one after another. The underground palace was shaking crazily, under the attack of this group of powerful leaders, who were at least level 7. The health of those level 5 and 6 black-robed priests dropped sharply, and then they died in large numbers. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 black-robed priests fell. This is the headquarters of the Church of Light. Those who can be stationed here are all powerful. Among the more than 100 people, there is not even a creature below the leader level. They are all black-robed priests, and white-robed priests above level 5 and 6. However, even such a powerful force is still vulnerable under the attack of Xiaoxing and others, and is about to be completely defeated. Seeing this scene, the Seed of Light was completely panicked. "Michael, think of a way." Since the appearance of Xiaoxing and others, the Archbishop no longer had the same devastating power as when dealing with the group of demons. Whenever he wanted to get close to kill Xiaoxing, he would be forced back by the Dragon Speaker's sword. Xiaoxing kept throwing magic in the air, killing a large number of light believers. Michael took a deep breath. He also knew that he had to kill Xiaoxing first. Just as he was about to launch an attack, he suddenly felt a breath of death appear behind him. Schwa! A flash of cold light flashed. At the critical moment, the Archbishop turned around quickly, raised the long sword in his hand, and fought back fiercely. However, his speed was not even a little bit slower than the opponent's. Ding! The long sword in the Archbishop's hand was bounced away. Then, a dagger that seemed to be able to swallow the light appeared directly in front of him. Fast. Too fast. There was no way to dodge it. The Archbishop could only watch the knife cut into his chest. Minus 359,626. Blessing of Liberation. Puff. A large damage number appeared. The Archbishop was chopped back a few steps by the knife, and then looked at the shadow in front of him with shock in his eyes. Another hero, even with the potential of being a master. How can this lord of another world have so many strong people? At this moment, the Seed of Light saw that the Archbishop he was proud of was suppressed by Chao Xing right after he came up. Panic appeared at his eyes again. He knew better than anyone how strong Michael was now. Not only did he receive the blessing of the Holy Book of Dawn, but he also received the blessing of the God of Light. So, he was able to soar from the original 7th level master to the 10th level master in a short period of time. According to the God of Light, Michael was already strong enough to deal with any enemy below the legendary level. However, even such a powerful existence was still defeated in one encounter. Only then did he realize what a terrible enemy the Church of Light had provoked. You are invincible under the legend, and he is even more invincible at the same time. After being suppressed by Sarah, Archbishop Michael also launched a crazy counterattack. Buzz! The long sword of light in his hand kept making a trembling sound that cut through the air, and he slashed out one sword after another like a god of light, and Sarah on the opposite side held a dagger of death, swallowing all the light. Every time they collided, a terrifying sword energy would burst out. After several battles, the surrounding ground was riddled with holes due to their attacks. Even a 7th level red-robed bishop wanted to come over to help, but as soon as he approached, several sword marks appeared on his body, and his health dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. He immediately retreated without hesitation. In a battlefield of this level, even a 7th level commander could not intervene. And Michael had no support, and in a one-on-one situation, he could only be suppressed by Sarah unilaterally. At the same time, Assam, Rennies and others were leisurely killing the black-robed and white-robed priests of the Church of Light one by one. Assam rode on the Frost Wolf and charged, and instantly came to the enemy. Then a few swords fell. Minus 135,625. Minus 116,235. Minus 121,782. Minus 75,301. Minus 131,951. After 5 consecutive slashes, he burst out with a gory praise. Bang! Minus 187,389. The white-robed priest, who was left with hundreds of thousands of HP by the group attack of the Dragon Speaker and others, was killed instantly on the spot. And Rennie's over there is just as terrifying. With the help of laser sight, the critical damage is increased by 100%. Every arrow shot out is a critical damage. Swish, puff. Minus 68,791. Minus 65,854. Minus 71,445. Minus 73,527. Although not as terrifying as Sarah, any arrow can do 60,000 to 70,000 damage. Add to that her shooting speed that leaves an afterimage. The health of the white-robed priests and black-robed priests who were targeted was drained like water. Puff, puff. Watching the black-robed priests and white-robed priests die one after another. 5 commander-level red-robed priests were also being held back by Braun alone. Binglon and the witch on the side were attacking at random. The number of members of the Church of Light in this palace was decreasing. The Seed of Light was getting more and more anxious. He also heard the noise outside. The old king was suppressing the legendary giant ape unilaterally. In other words, the Church of Light had been suppressed in all aspects. If this goes on, it will only be a matter of time before everyone here is destroyed. The Seed of Light said angrily, "Damn Chao Xing, you forced me to do this." As soon as he finished speaking, he frantically flipped through the holy book in his hand. Buzz! Waves of powerful divine power fluctuations emerged again. Chao Xing was floating in the air at this moment, and he also noticed the actions of the Seed of Light. Huh? What does this guy want to do? He had a hunch that the other party might be brewing an extremely terrifying attack. Without any hesitation, Chao Xing raised his staff on the spot, and a hexagram magic circle enveloped it. A strong cold air erupted from the magic circle, and there were also huge ice cones. It was the blooming of extreme ice. The Seed of Light, which was covered by the hexagram array, suddenly felt a sense of death crisis shrouding it. His level was not high, and after enduring Chaoxing's explosion, he would definitely be killed on the spot. At this moment, the Watcher member, who had been guarding the Seed of Light, moved. His right hand trembled slightly, and a bright big knife was held in his hand. Then, he swung the knife around. Clang! A huge ice cone was cut off by his sword on the spot. The Seed of Light was safe and sound. But the ice blossom was more than one attack. Crash! More ice cones suddenly burst out. However, the swordsmanship of this Watcher was very exquisite. You couldn't even see how he moved, but he cut off all the ice cones one by one. Seeing this scene, Chaoxing frowned slightly. I knew before that the Watcher was an extremely powerful force, and the members were at least at the hero level. This person also has a good fighting power. Even among heroes, he is also a leader. Just when Chaoxing was about to release the epic skill Ice Tornado Storm to take him away in one wave, the attack of the Seed of Light seemed to have accumulated until the last moment. He looked at Chaoxing, with madness in his eyes. Chaoxing, you are dead. Under this attack, not only you, but all the guys in the entire underground palace will be destroyed. Ha ha ha, this is the fate of offending our Church of Light. Listening to the crazy voice of the Seed of Light, Chaoxing frowned slightly. Sarah on the side seemed to realize something, and was ready to teleport directly to kill the Seed of Light. At this moment, he shouted loudly, and then shouted, "Please let the power of light come." As soon as the words fell, a strong light burst out from the statue deep in the underground palace. This breath of light instantly filled the entire underground palace, and even burst out from the hole that the old king had just cut with a sword, forming a light column that was 10,000 meters long. The horror of this attack can be felt just through the beam of light. It even exceeds the strength of the legendary level. The king who was fighting with the legendary giant ape changed his expression slightly, and was about to rush over to support. He chopped the old ape in front of him with his sword. However, the speed of this divine power burst was too fast. Even the legendary strongman could not react. And below, Chaoxing and others felt a crisis of death coming at the same time. This power is no less than the burst of the God of Light in Dwelluan Lake City. In other words, this is a blow from the gods. Even the demons suffered heavy losses after this wave of explosion. However, Chaoxing and others calmed down immediately after the initial panic. After all, each of them has the ability of Holy Light Redemption to revive once. This thing is just a blow. Even if all their blood is emptied, they can still be resurrected immediately. In addition, Chaoxing can be resurrected more than once, and he has many ways to revive. Including the others, each of them has the ability to save their lives. At this moment, Braum suddenly stepped forward and slammed the huge shield to the ground. No one is allowed to step over me and hurt my friends. The next moment, endless green life burst out from his legendary shield. These greens turned into green silk threads, connecting all friendly units on the field together. It was his shield's special effect that started the protection. It can bear the damage of up to 100 friendly units. The next moment, the divine power burst out and swept in front of Chaoxing and others. However, this attack that could kill all of them instantly only felt like a breeze blowing on their faces. At this moment, Braum flew backwards. Bang! The huge body fell beside the stone pillar, and knocked down a stone pillar. A terrifying damage also appeared on his head. -999,999,9999. This attack caused an unprecedented damage number. After all, Braum took on the damage of the dozen people on the field. His health was also directly emptied, but the next moment, a sacred breath emerged from his body. His weak breath was instantly pulled back. A recovery number appeared above Braum's head again. At 125,2561 his health was restored to more than 1 million again, which was the effect of Holy Light Redemption. Holy Light Priestess Isabel and Lu Mushu have both released healing to Braum at the same time. At 108,842. At 108,842. At 237,691. The big guy's HP began to recover rapidly in a short time. At this moment, except for Chaoxing's people, the light cultists saw the explosion of divine power and thought they had already won. But the scene before them made their expressions freeze instantly. Even horror appeared in their eyes. The Seed of Light said in disbelief, "How is this possible? How can you withstand such an attack?" After all, this was a blow from the gods. Even a level 100 hero would be killed instantly, but now, they managed to withstand it so easily. Even no one died. Archbishop Michael looked at Braum solemnly and said, "The legendary shield, the shield of origin, actually appeared in your hands." He seemed to recognize this shield, and there was extreme shock in his eyes. At this moment, Chaoxing felt very relieved. Brahm's initial protection and resurrection are too invincible. No matter how powerful you are, it's useless to kill them instantly. As long as you can't kill them several times in a row, don't think about killing anyone on Chaoxing's side. At the same time, the old king outside was relieved after confirming that Chaoxing didn't encounter any accidents. Although it's a bit strange, how did he survive? After all, even he was not sure that he could survive such an attack. But he didn't think much about it, because he knew before that this lord of another world was not an ordinary person. Now that he had resisted the attack of the gods, he was not as surprised as he had imagined. He was just about to continue to deal with the enemy in front of him, and the old ape seemed to have sensed the battle situation in the underground palace below, and immediately felt that something was wrong. The next moment, the giant ape jumped on the spot, and rushed out tens of thousands of meters in an instant. The old king was slightly stunned. Huh? Want to run? Stay with me. In an instant, he burst out with extreme speed and chased after him. In the palace below, after a wave of light power burst out, everyone stopped what they were doing. Chaoxing looked at the seed of light, and said with a smile on his face, "Do you have any backup plan?" Hearing this, the seed of light turned pale. No, he had no other means at all. The legendary creature outside was held back by the old king. Chaoxing also completely withstood the attack of the god of light. The 10th level Archbishop Michael was also unilaterally suppressed by the assassin. It can be said that all his means and trump cards were basically used. At this time, he realized how big the gap between himself and Chaoxing was. Even if he used all his strength, he was no match for him. Looking at his pale face, Chaoxing also knew that the Church of Light had almost run out of tricks. Before the God of Light was born, this was all their strength. Even if the entire church used all its strength, it was still unilaterally crushed by Chaoxing. Chapter 534. Chaoxing also knew that these methods were all the Church of Light had now. So, he waved his hand and said, "We can put an end to them." In an instant, the group of strong men attacked again. A psalm slashed with a sword, and a black-robed priest was beheaded instantly. Francisca's spiritual energy vibrated, and several black-robed priests were directly beaten into a state of serious injury, and then the dragon speaker next to them made up for it. A one-sided slaughter unfolded below, and a large number of members of the Church of Light died one after another. Ah, Seed of Light, save me! Great God of Light, save your believers! Damn you, you will be punished by light! Screams and curses continued to sound, and soon became much weaker. The more than 100 black-robed priests were all slaughtered. Next, it was the white-robed priests and red-robed bishops. Although they had the strength of the 7th level, they were obviously not enough in front of Chaoxing's men. Andrew transformed into a behemoth beast, like a violent prehistoric beast, trampling on the white-robed priests one by one and tearing them apart crazily. Renice stood behind everyone, constantly pulling out the longbow in her hand, hitting the enemy's forehead or heart, causing fatal damage. Including Lu Mushua and Holy Light Priest Isabel, they were also constantly killing the enemies. The remaining white-robed priests looked at their companions dying in groups, and extreme horror appeared in their eyes. At the critical moment of life and death, they even suppressed their faith in the God of Light, and wanted to escape from here. However, the giant dragon Seraphis blocked the only gap above his head with its huge body. Anyone who dared to approach would be sprayed by its dragon breath. It can be said that there is really no way to heaven and no door to the earth. In less than a few minutes, these white-robed priests and red-robed bishops with leaders and commanders could not hold on. They were killed one after another, and the killing information emerged. Your territory member, Francesca, killed the red-robed bishop, Evan Spencer LV65, a 7th level commander level creature, and gained experience points, 0, and gained honor points, 3,500. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye, killed a white-robed priest, Jenna Wilson LV61, a 7th level leader level creature, and gained experience points, 0, and gained honor points, 700. The number of members of the Church of Light below is getting smaller and smaller, and Chaoxing's honor points are also skyrocketing, including the Archbishop Michael, whose health was decreasing gradually under Sarah's attack. Of course, as a 10th Order Master, with the blessing of the Dawn Scripture, he also had extremely strong combat capabilities. Each counterattack caused a lot of damage to Sarah. However, this Dark Elf assassin had a recovery rate of more than 20,000 per second, and quickly replenished the missing health. Chaoxing took a look and stopped paying attention. With Sarah, it was enough to kill the Archbishop in a short time. His eyes swept around again. The surrounding battles had all ended. In the entire headquarters of the Church of Light, only the battle on the side of the Archbishop and the seed of light standing behind the crowd remained. Follow me. As Chao Xing's voice sounded, all the powerful men around gathered in the same direction. Seeing Chao Xing and others approaching step by step, the fear in the eyes of the seed of light became more and more intense, and he even subconsciously retreated. At this moment, the watcher holding the big knife was still protecting the seed of light. He stepped forward and said, "Can you let him go?" "Why?" Chao Xing asked with interest. The other party replied, "Although this guy is a waste, he is the spokesperson of the God of Light, and we still need him to communicate with the God of Light." Chao Xing shook his head. "Definitely not. I have already promised those demons. I want this guy's body. Of course, unless you watchers can give me something of equal value, such as a few unbound legendary equipment, or a legendary strongman." Hearing this, the watcher knew that there was no room for negotiation. So he moved. Like a phantom, he disappeared in an instant. The people on the field didn't even see how he moved. When he appeared again, he was already in midair. Including Bing Lan, who was also a hero-level creature, they didn't have time to react. The blade in his hand was shining with a cold light, as if it could cut everything open. The target, it was Chao Xing. He knew that the leader of this group of people was Chao Xing. As long as he was killed or captured, there would be a chance for the situation to turn around. Including the seed of light on the side, the fire appeared again in the desperate eyes. However, how could Chao Xing not see his plan? This watcher must have borrowed some special means, so he burst out with such a powerful speed. At this distance, even Sarah could not catch up. At the critical moment, Chao Xing turned around instantly, and a scale appeared out of thin air on his right hand. The opponent's sword also slashed down suddenly. Ding! This horrible blow directly hit the scale. Chao Xing did not even take a step back, still standing calmly. The moment the hero of the watcher hit the scale, it was like he had chopped a piece of 1,000-year-old black ice. The huge recoil force came instantly, almost making the sword in his hand fall off. At this moment, his right hand trembled slightly because of the recoil, and he looked at the scene in front of him with a blank face. How is this possible? This is the heroic fighting skill that I have learned under the guidance of the leader. Even a 10th level being cannot dodge this attack. It has no effect on you. He looked at Chao Xing in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. The light in the eyes of the seed of light dimmed again. Chao Xing had a faint smile on his face. "Your speed is good, but your attack power is too weak. Even a mage like me can take your attack." Hearing this, the watcher seemed to be unconvinced, and continued to raise the big knife in his hand to chop him. Every time the dark golden sword was swung, it was like cutting the air. Ding! 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 However, Chao Xing still stood there calmly with the scales raised, and changed his angle to block the opponent's slash. After a few times, the watcher had completely doubted his life. Not only did his attack not cause any damage to Chao Xing, but the continuous recoil caused his knuckles to break, and drops of blood fell. How is this possible? Even if the thing in your hand has amazing defense, it should be repelled by my power. Why are you not affected at all? He naturally saw the strangeness of the scale in Chao Xing's hand, but he couldn't understand why this happened. Chao Xing smiled. After all, this is Zhuoma's scale, immune to physical attacks below the legendary level. You are not a legendary creature, so of course you can't cause any harm to him. And Chao Xing didn't want to get entangled with him anymore, so he threw a big ice spear. The watcher retreated instantly and pulled away. Then, he was about to continue to attack Chao Xing. But Chao Xing said directly, "Get rid of him." The next moment, the holy book of light in Isabel's hand turned the pages frantically, and a strong breath of light burst out from it. Holy light will bind the guilty. Buzz! A holy light prison fell, trapping the man firmly in place. Then, the attacks of Assam, Rennies, Francesca and others all came. Hua la la. One after another terrifying attacks fell. Under the siege of everyone, the man's blood volume dropped at a rate of 4 to 5 million per second. In less than 3 seconds, the HP was reduced to 0. A heroic creature, but it couldn't even hold on for a few seconds. Under his unwilling gaze, it gradually fell down. Your territory member, Assam killed the Watcher, Alton Campbell LV-76, an 8th level commander level creature, and gained experience points, 0. Then, it was Archbishop Michael. The Archbishop's fighting skills were also very powerful. A long sword of light was swung in his hand, leaving an afterimage, and even forced Sarah back several times. However, when Sarah took out the second dagger, the attack changed from continuous drizzle to violent storm in an instant. The death dagger and the blade of flowing fire fell one after another, cutting the Archbishop back continuously. His health of more than 10 million was reduced to only the last few million. At the same time, Rainies, Binglan, Francesca, and other strong men surrounded him. Seeing this scene, the archbishop also knew his fate. He looked around, with a complicated look in his eyes. This time, although you won. But one day soon, you will definitely regret your actions today. Even if you join forces with the Ice Crystal Kingdom, even if you have legendary combat power, you cannot fight against the gods. When the God of Light descends, it will be the time to judge you. The archbishop's eyes gradually became crazy. However, everyone didn't want to waste time talking to him. They directly attacked him in various ways. The archbishop's blood volume once again poured like water. In the blink of an eye, it dropped below 1 million. At the same time, Sarah's death dagger silently slashed through his body. Then, there was a snap of the fingers. Snap. Minus 794,621. Shadow blooms. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, killed Archbishop Michael LD91, a 10th level dominant creature, and gained experience points, 900,900. Gained honor points reward, 18,000. After this 10th level dominant was killed, a bright soul fell to the ground, as well as the glowing long sword in his hand. Sarah was quick to pick up everything that fell on the ground. At this point, there was only one person left standing in the entire underground palace of the Church of Light. It was the Seed of Light. At this moment, the young man holding the Holy Book of Dawn had completely lost his face. From the beginning to the end of the battle, the Church of Light did not organize a strong resistance at all, and was directly slaughtered. This was a one-sided crushing. After seeing Chao Xing and others surround him, the Seed of Light was almost scared to the ground. After a moment, he forced a smile. But it was uglier than crying. He pleaded, "Chao Xing, brother Chao Xing, please let me go. For the sake of us all coming from Blue Star, please spare me this time. I promise that I will never go against you again, even if you ask me to betray the God of Light. Please." Faced with this guy's plea, Chao Xing didn't bother to pay attention to him, and threw out an ice-breaking flying blade. With his current attack power and critical hit rate, an ice-breaking flying blade can deal 700,000 or 800,000 damage. Enough to easily kill this light seed in 1 second. Clang! 3 ice balls passed by with the power of destruction, about to fall on the light seed. And at this moment, a strong breath of light suddenly erupted from his body. This light power was extremely vast, and formed a light curtain to protect him. Buzz! Buzz! All 3 ice balls were blocked by this light curtain. Then, everyone sensed some kind of terrifying divine power fluctuation, and a voice that struck the heart rang in their ears. "Who is it? Dare to kill my spokesperson?" The vast divine power fluctuation emerged, and a glowing human figure gradually appeared on the light curtain in front of the Seed of Light. This voice, without thinking, knows the identity of the other party. The God of Light. Chao Xing instantly realized that this was the backup plan left by the God of Light on the Seed of Light. At this time, the Seed of Light thought that he was doomed to die, but now he was saved from a desperate situation, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Lord God of Light, you finally woke up." The glowing figure with a vast aura was silent for a moment, then asked, "Xinxingjia, tell me, what happened to the church headquarters? Why did the auras of Michael and other bishops disappear?" The Seed of Light said quickly, "Lord God of Light, it's Chao Xing, the Lord of the Other World. He joined forces with the King of the Ice Crystal Kingdom to raid our headquarters and other branches. Michael and others were killed. There are still many strongholds under attack. Lord of Light, please take action and impose sanctions on this arrogant guy." After hearing this, the glowing figure was silent for a moment. It seemed that this was just a thought left by him, and he could not see the situation outside. He did not impose sanctions on Chao Xing, as the Seed of Light said. After a while, he gradually turned his head and looked at where Chao Xing was. "Lord of the Other World, Chao Xing? Even Michael, who has received my special attention and has been promoted to the 10th level, is not your opponent. You have such fighting power in such a short time in this world. You are indeed a rare talent." Faced with the praise of the God of Light, Chao Xing's heart was not shaken. At this time, the glowing figure said something that surprised everyone. "Chao Xing, are you willing to join our Church of Light?" Hearing this, not only did everyone on the field look strange, the smile on the face of the Seed of Light beside him instantly froze. He thought that after the will of the God of Light descended, Chao Xing would be crushed to death like an ant. As a result, the other party not only did not take action, but also tried to recruit him. What does this mean? It means that the God of Light may want Chao Xing to replace him. He hurriedly said, "Your Excellency the God of Light, this person is extremely dangerous." He has killed most of our members of the Church of Light. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. Shut up. Do I need you to teach me how to do it? The glowing humanoid scolded. I asked you to do something, but you never succeeded in doing it. Xinxingjie, you are such a loser. In my opinion, you are no longer worthy of the position of the Seed of Light. The young man named Xinxingjie was scolded so much that he dared not speak at all. After hearing the last sentence, he looked ashen and collapsed on the ground. The glowing humanoid creature ignored him, and turned around and said again, Chao Xing, as long as you join our Church of Light, I will give you great benefits, and even make you a new Seed of Light. The atmosphere on the field fell into silence again. No one expected that the God of Light would promise such benefits in order to win over Chao Xing. Chao Xing smiled lightly, then shook his head and said, I have no interest in your position as the Seed of Light. The other party seemed to know that he would answer like this, and continued, Chao Xing, I am sincerely inviting you. Only by joining our Church of Light can you survive the upcoming turmoil. Don't forget, you offended the nightmare god Dam in the Witch Forest last time, and he will most likely come out of the abyss this time by taking advantage of the turmoil in the rules. Dam is a very vengeful god, and he will definitely take revenge on you when he comes out. If you become my spokesperson on the mainland, I can help you settle this matter. He said this earnestly, as if he was really thinking about Chao Xing. Chao Xing pondered for a moment, then spoke. It does sound good, but before that, can I ask you a few questions? He neither agreed nor refused. Hearing this, the divine power of the glowing human figure fluctuated significantly. Asked, how long will it take for the nightmare god to come out? Soon. The glowing human figure gave an ambiguous answer. Chao Xing thought for a moment, then asked the second question. Then in addition to the nightmare god, can you also come out of the abyss? High probability. How high probability is it? About half. Obviously, the God of Light is not stupid. He knows that Chao Xing is trying to trick him. So every answer is ambiguous. Chao Xing fell into deep thought again, as if thinking about something. The atmosphere in the underground palace was a little silent. Even the dragon speaker, Francesca, and others were watching the scene curiously. After all, that glowing human figure was the will of a god. To them, it was a supreme being that only existed in legends, and now a lord from another world was negotiating with a god here. It was something beyond their imagination. Chao Xing continued, what strength would gods like you who have lost their divinity have if they came out of the underworld? Hearing this, the glowing human figure seemed to realize something, and said in a low voice, you ask this question, aren't you thinking about fighting against beings of our level? Chao Xing did not give a clear answer, but smiled and said, no, I'm just curious about how strong you gods are. After all, that is a great god. I have admired it for a long time. Assam and others looked strange. They had never seen Chao Xing believe in a certain god. All the way, as long as he could beat it, he would push it forward without hesitation. Even when dealing with the will of the nightmare god Dim, he was faster than anyone else. Of course, the God of Light did not believe that Chao Xing would have any respect for them. Damn, if he had a little respect, he would not bring people here to slaughter the headquarters of the Church of Light. Chapter 535. The God of Light continued, Chao Xing, although you are very strong, you can't be a match for our kind. Think about it, you can deal with heroes now. But can you deal with legends? Even if you join forces with the old king to deal with legends, what if someone above the legend appears? Even if the old king has a semi-artifact, he can't be a match for that level of existence. Although the God of Light did not give a clear answer, Chao Xing had roughly understood the level of strength of these gods, who had lost their godhood. A smile appeared on his face, and then he continued, okay, last question. What benefits can I get from joining your Church of Light? Don't ask me to become the Seed of Light. I am not interested in such a title at all. Hearing this, the glowing human figure thought Chao Xing was already tempted and replied immediately. As I promised Xinxingjie, when I come out of the nether abyss, I will help you reach the legendary level. But you must stop attacking other bases immediately. Just when he thought Chao Xing would agree immediately. But Chao Xing asked with a strange look on his face, that's it? The glowing human figure was stunned for a moment, then asked in confusion, you are not satisfied with reaching the legendary level? Do you know how difficult it is to break through to the legendary level? That's the first step on the road to becoming a god, and it has trapped countless talented heroes. Chao Xing shook his head, it's just a legendary level. I can kill a 10th level master now. Do you think I'm still far from becoming a legend? And you, as a god, can only offer this little benefit. To be honest, I'm a little disappointed. At this moment, the God of Light was silent for a moment. Because he really couldn't offer any benefits more important than being promoted to a legend. Besides, Chao Xing is not a fool to have pushed the Church of Light to this extent. If you make empty promises, he will definitely be able to see through it. Chao Xing, since you are not satisfied with the legendary realm, we can talk about what you want. As long as you don't ask for too much, I can satisfy you. It can be heard that the attitude of the God of Light is sincere. But Chao Xing shook his head and said, there is no need to talk. Compared to that, it is better to kill your Church of Light, which will bring greater benefits. After saying this, he waved his sword. The people behind him understood what he meant and launched attacks at the same time. Buzz! Sword chi swept across, and powerful skills were continuously thrown out. Aura Frenzy, Dragon Promise Sword Slash, Frost Wolf Sword Chi. Boom! Boom! A series of powerful attacks hit the Seat of Light, and the entire underground palace was shaking constantly. However, the glowing light curtain seemed to be able to block all damage. All attacks that fell on it only caused ripples. Moreover, after enduring a large number of attacks in succession, the light curtain seemed to absorb powerful energy and began to expand rapidly like an inflated balloon. Then, it exploded instantly. Boom! After a powerful energy wave, everyone on the field was blown away more than 10 meters away. The voice of the God of Light sounded again. Chao Xing, it's useless. You can't break my divine power barrier. Not to mention you, even legendary creatures can't break this barrier. Give up. Chao Xing sighed inwardly. The methods of the gods are indeed terrifying. This divine barrier has been attacked by so many powerful people, but it doesn't seem to be damaged at all. It is almost invincible. But he is not panicking. Because Chao Xing has seen that this barrier has strong defensive capabilities, but it can only protect the seeds of light. In other words, it does not have the ability to attack. Moreover, if the God of Light had the ability to deal with them, he would have taken action long ago, and it is impossible for him to negotiate with him here for so long. The God of Light also knew this. Now that the two sides have torn their faces, there is no need to talk further. He turned his head and said, Xinxingjie, use the Holy Book of Dawn to leave here and go to the kingdom of Varen to find their king and let him protect you. Okay, your majesty the God of Light. At this moment, the Seed of Light survived the catastrophe. And after seeing the breakdown of the negotiations between Chao Xing and the God of Light, a look of relief appeared in his eyes. In fact, he had long seen that once Chao Xing reached an agreement with the God of Light, he would lose his value. If he has no value, he will be abandoned and killed by Chao Xing at will. Now, although the headquarters of the Church of Light was destroyed, and although the God of Light was extremely disappointed in him, but at least he saved his life. Thinking of this, Xinxingjie instantly grabbed the Holy Book of Dawn and began to activate the power contained in it. Voila! A force of dawn descended from the sky and enveloped him. Xinxingjie's figure became increasingly dim, as if he was about to disappear in this beam of light. Obviously, this should be some kind of teleportation method. The glowing figure continued, Chao Xing, your strength has been exposed. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. When I come out of the netherworld, it will be time for you to beg me. Chao Xing shook his head and said, okay, don't think I don't know that you need a large number of light believers to come out. And now I have almost killed all the people in the light church, and you have no chance to come out at all. The glowing figure suddenly fell silent, as if he didn't expect that Chao Xing even knew about this. However, he sneered, do you think it's useful to stop me from coming? There are more than one god in the underworld. Besides, the nightmare god Dim will definitely come out next time, and then you will be dead. Listening to the other party's threat, Chao Xing's eyes also showed some cruelty. Really? Then I will kill some of you and collect some interest first. Malog, use Soul Link to connect the Seed of Light to Brown. The moment he heard the order, the old witch Dr. Malog quickly raised the bone staff in his hand. Then a black energy line was condensed. In an instant, one end of the line penetrated the divine light curtain and fell on Xinxingjie. The other end was connected to Brown. What are you doing? The glowing humanoid creature instinctively realized that something was wrong and asked with some doubt. Chao Xing ignored him and raised his staff, hitting Brown with his Eye Soul Spear. The big guy immediately removed his shield and used his body to meet the attack. Bang! Crack! The Ice Spear passed through his chest, and a critical hit of 70,000 to 80,000 appeared on Brahm's head. At the same time, the line connecting his body and the Seed of Light seemed to be stimulated by something. A strange energy was transmitted to the end of the Seed of Light. In an instant, the aura of dawn that enveloped Xinxingjie suddenly ushered in a terrifying wave. He was horrified to find that he had several extremely serious injuries on his body, and his health dropped sharply in an instant. Soul Link will transfer the damage suffered by the other party to the enemy. This transfer is real damage. No matter what shields and barriers you have, it is useless. At this moment, Shin Xingjie watched his health drop sharply. A sense of crisis of death surged into his heart in an instant. He shouted in fear, "Lord God of Light, save me!" The glowing figure also realized what Chao Xing was doing and instantly scolded him. "Damn it! Chao Xing, stop it!" Before he finished speaking, Shin Xingjie's health had been reduced to 0, and his body fell down. Even the glowing figure could not save him. And the line connecting Braum and him also disappeared with the death of the Seed of Light. The system prompt appeared. "You killed the survivor, Shin Xingjie LV-45. At this moment, the whole hall was quiet. Everyone looked at the corpse on the ground, and the dawn scriptures in their hands fell, and the transmission function was interrupted. The glowing human figure was silent. However, waves of vast divine power continued to emerge from him. Like a volcano about to erupt, surging anger continued to rise from his body. The God of Light was about to explode at this moment. As the spokesperson he cultivated on the continent, the Seed of Light cost him a huge price. And now, the Seed of Light was killed, which was equivalent to losing his eyes and mouth on this continent. If he wanted to get involved in the outside world again, the difficulty would soar. But as mentioned before, this is just a divine thought he left behind, and it can't do anything to Chao Xing. After a moment, he could only utter harsh words. "Chao Xing, you will regret your decision. The power of the gods is unpredictable. When we come out of the underworld, you will bear the wrath of 2 gods." Chao Xing chuckled and said, "That's enough. You are just 2 false gods who have lost their godhood. If you could really come out, you would have come out long ago. There is no need to utter harsh words to me here. Get out of here, or I let Seraphis shit on your head." The giant dragon on top looked at Chao Xing blankly, and Binglan's eyes were filled with contempt. Seeing that the God of Light was still unwilling to leave, Chao Xing quickly said, "Seraphis, shit on his head." Roar. The figure of the giant dragon gradually flew over, and with 100% loyalty, it would unconditionally execute his orders. Seeing that the giant dragon was really about to fly over the head of the God of Light, he was about to become the first dragon to shit on the head of a god. "You are very good." The God of Light gritted his teeth and said. Although he hated Chao Xing so much at this moment, he had no choice. He couldn't really let a dragon shit on him here, right? Although this was just his will, it would be too embarrassing to say it out loud. After he finished speaking, he turned into a little light and dissipated. At this moment, the surroundings were completely quiet. Woo! Seraphis looked at Chao Xing blankly, as if asking him if he should continue to defecate. The dragon speaker on the side had a cold and beautiful face with a speechless expression, and then said, "Seraphis, come back." "Een." A low dragon roar came, and the giant dragon obediently returned to the dragon speaker. At this moment, Chao Xing looked at the corpses all over the ground and slowly exhaled. "The headquarters of the Church of Light has been completely destroyed by me. The operations in other places are also going smoothly. In this way, we have finally solved an enemy. Next, we can concentrate on dealing with the Watchers and the Blood Legion." Thinking of this, the pressure in his heart was relieved a little. Then, he took another look at the battle interface, and various prompts were flashing on the screen. Most of them were battle information from other bases. The battle on Chao Xing's side did not last long. From rushing in, negotiating with a group of demons, to solving all the opponents here, it took less than 20 minutes in total. Including Zierda, Boji, and the King's army, the battle was almost over. And as they continued to destroy more bases, the progress of the task of uprooting them was also soaring. Due to unknown reasons, the progress of S-level mission, uprooting has increased by 3%, and the current progress is 29%. Your territory member, Hilda Bloodkiss, destroyed a large stronghold of the Church of Light. The progress of S-level mission, uprooting has been improved, and the current progress is 34%. Your territory member, Birdie Sun Chaser, destroyed a large stronghold of the Church of Light. The progress of S-level mission, uprooting has been improved, and the current progress is 36%. Your territory member destroyed a large stronghold and obtained honor points, 5,000. Your territory member destroyed a medium-sized stronghold and obtained honor points, 3,000. A series of reports continued to sound. In addition to the increase in mission progress, Chao Xing's honor points are also rising wildly. After all, the Ice Crystal Kingdom's crusade against the Church of Light is still there. During this period, as long as they continue to kill members of the Church of Light, they will be given a relative number of honor points. After a while, Chao Xing's honor points broke through 140,000. Not bad, not bad. I actually got so many honor points again. This is an unexpected gain. In this way, I can go to the old king to exchange for some more rewards. Chao Xing thought happily. Various prompts kept ringing, and it lasted for 2 minutes. Finally, when the last prompt appeared, you destroyed the headquarters of the Church of Light and killed important personnel, Seed of Light. The progress of the S-level task uprooting has been improved. The current progress is 82%. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing's face was already smiling. As I expected, the progress of uprooting has directly exceeded 80%. This wave is a bit comfortable. By the way, where's my reward? As soon as the voice fell, the system prompt appeared again. Progress rewards are now being distributed. Your progress has reached 30%, and you will get the 3rd stage reward, Anthem of Light Armor, Expert Emblem *3. Your progress has reached 40%, and you will get the 4th stage reward, Anthem of Light Bottoms, Expert Emblem *3. Your progress has reached 70%, and you will get the 7th stage reward, Anthem of Light Belt, Expert Emblem *3. Your progress has reached 80%, and you will get the 8th stage reward, Relic Emblem of Light, Divine Power Fragment *3. A series of prompts directly made Chao Xing's face appear ecstatic. Haha, 5 pieces of epic suits, 15 expert emblems, plus a relic of unknown use, and 3 divine fragments. This wave of rewards is too cool. And this is just the settlement reward. The more than 100 members of the Church of Light that Chao Xing killed also exploded a large number of souls, hearts of power, and equipment. Especially, after the Seed of Light died, 2 books fell from him. Yes, 2 books. One is the Dawn Codex that exudes the aura of light, and the other is the Demon Codex that exudes the overwhelming demonic energy. Obviously, the Demon Codex also fell on the Seed of Light. Excited, Chao Xing went over and picked up both codes. Obtained, Dawn Codex, Legend. Obtained, Demon Codex, Legend. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Chao Xing couldn't help but burst into laughter. 2 legendary equipment at once, who else is there? At this moment, he was holding 2 codes in his hands, almost trembling with excitement. And the harvest of this trip was more than that. News was also coming from other strongholds. The Wild Boar Warrior Lab said excitedly, Lord, we have killed all the enemies, and found a lot of food and resources in this stronghold. Zierda reported calmly, the guys in this arsenal have been dealt with. In addition to many resources, there are also many blacksmiths. How to deal with them? Eilina said charmingly, Lord, there are many polar captives in our base. Do you want to bring them all back? Chao Xing listened to their report, and his smile became even bigger. He quickly switched to the team channel and gave an order. Everyone, after the battle, start exploring every corner of the base, and pack up all the supplies you can see and bring them back. And remember to bring back the corpses. If there are living captives in these bases, bring them to the Goblin airship if they have not been brainwashed. After you finish this, you can all return to the territory. He quickly issued orders one by one. The 14 legions outside took action one after another. Then, Chao Xing looked at the people around him and said, Braun, Assam, you gather all the corpses in the underground palace together, and I will take them away later. Although he did not drive the Goblin airship, he had a dead soul bag. There were more than 900 grids of space left, enough to take away all the corpses here. Others, go explore the surroundings of the underground palace to see if there are any missed supplies. Yes. Everyone started to act. Chao Xing walked over and collected the body of the Seed of Light. When the body disappeared, 3 new things appeared where the Seed of Light had been lying. Oh, kill this guy and get some good stuff? Chao Xing put them all into his backpack. Obtained, Talent Crystal, A level. Obtained, Moon Goddess Orb Fragment, Orange, *2. Chapter 536. Gifted Crystal? Before, when Chao Xing killed the Goblin King, a similar crystal also appeared. So this Seed of Light is also a gifted one. With a curious look, Chao Xing took it out of his backpack. This crystal is different from the Goblin King's gifted crystal. Its surface looks crystal clear, and it emits a soft white light, like a beautiful gem. Quickly check the properties. Talent Crystal, Special Item. Item Effect. This crystal can be given to a survivor without talent, so that he can obtain this talent ability. Talent Name, Seed of Light. Level, A level. Talent Crystal, Special Item. Talent Ability. Allow a survivor without talent to fuse this crystal, inherit the identity of the Seed of Light, increase light affinity by 50%, and be immune to 80% of light attribute attacks, below God level, and gain the ability to talk to the God of Light. Note: this talent crystal is a special talent created by the God of Light using divine power. It is not a normal talent. It can be destroyed to obtain 100 points of divine power. Note 2: after fusing this talent crystal, you will be controlled by the God of Light. Chao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. So that's it. This talent crystal was created by the God of Light, which is equivalent to an ability he gave to Xinxingjie. A level can be immune to 80% of light attribute attacks. If this thing is S level, it is estimated to be 100% immune, which is still very powerful. Of course, Chao Xing also noticed the following prompt. Will it be controlled by the God of Light after fusion? This thing is similar to Demu's divine fragment. This kind of created talent is indeed very different from our own talents. Obviously, this thing cannot be used for other survivors. However, if you absorb it directly, you will also get 100 points of divine power, which is still very good. Whether it is to replenish divine power for Marlene Nina or for the altar of the gods of Balthazar, it is a good choice. Thinking of this, Chao Xing put it into his backpack with satisfaction. As for the other 2 moon goddess orb fragments, they are also good things. So far, he has collected 5 pieces. He is one step closer to collecting 12 pieces and exchanging them for the moon goddess staff. At the same time, after counting the spoils on the seat of light, Chao Xing came to the statue behind the palace. This statue seemed to be carved from a special stone, and the whole body was jade white. The upper body was naked, half bent over and hugged. There was a suspended sun in his arms, as if he was hugging the sun in his arms. Is this the image of the God of Light? It looks quite great and glorious. Chao Xing glanced at the attributes. The dim statue of the God of Light. Note: the statue has lost its function due to the exhaustion of its divine power. Is it useless now? Chao Xing thought. Just now, it was this statue that delivered that horrible blow, enough to instantly kill a hero-level being. He thought this statue could have some special function. If that's the case, then there's no need for it to exist. So, he raised his staff, and an ice wall appeared, and then exploded. Boom boom. The statue collapsed on the spot under this wave of impact, and turned into fragments on the ground. At the same time, after searching the underground palace, the others also came to Chao Xing. Assam stepped forward and reported, Lord, we have explored every corner of this underground palace. Except for some food and warm clothes, we didn't find anything special. Chao Xing nodded slightly, but he didn't feel strange. This place should be the temporary headquarters of the Church of Light. There really won't be too many resources in it. The biggest gain was the things that exploded after killing more than 100 members of the Church of Light. Sarah also came over at this time. Lord, these are the items dropped by those people during the battle just now. Please take a look. After that, she handed over a small backpack. Looking at the backpack, Chao Xing was also slightly excited. After all, this is the spoils of the entire headquarters of the Church of Light. How many souls and hearts of power can there be in it? It's really exciting. He transferred all the things in his backpack to his dragon-patterned bag. Obtained, Archbishop Michael's Dominant Soul *1. Obtained, Hero's Heart *1. Obtained, Red Robe Bishop's Commander Level Soul *3. Obtained, White Robe Priest's Leader Level Soul *15. Obtained, Black Robe Priest's Leader Level Soul *78. Obtained, Master Level Power Heart *24. Obtained, Expert Level Power Heart *57. A large number of power hearts were put into his backpack. Next is some equipment. Obtain, Dawn, Orange, *1. Obtain, Sky-Splitting Blade, Orange, *1. Obtain, Spirit Snake Coat, Orange, *1. Obtain, Leaf Pattern Chest Guard Gold, *1. Obtain. These more than 100 strong men contributed nearly 100 souls, dozens of hearts of power, and 3 pieces of orange equipment to him. It can be said that these gains alone are worth the trip. The corners of Chao Xing's mouth rose slightly again. Some even couldn't wait to digest all the harvest. Of course, the current matter is not over yet, and digesting these harvests will have to wait until returning to the territory. Bron's voice sounded on the side. Lord, the bodies of these people have been piled up together. Okay, I come over now. Chao Xing walked over quickly, and put all the bodies into his backpack. In an instant, the ground was cleared. At this point, all the harvest in this underground palace was taken by Chao Xing. He clapped his hands in satisfaction. Chao Xing sensed the atmosphere outside again. After all, the old king was still fighting with the legendary creature of the Church of Light. However, the fighting aura of these 2 legendary masters disappeared without a trace as soon as the aura of the God of Light erupted. It looked like the old king was chasing the other party. Chao Xing thought to himself, these two masters disappeared while fighting, and I don't know what the battle situation is. Thinking of this, he shook his head and said, okay, come here, we are ready to go out. Just as everyone was preparing to reunite, an old figure in armor suddenly appeared beside Chao Xing. It was the old king. He was still as invisible as ever. Chao Xing was slightly stunned, and then asked, Your Majesty, how is the battle outside? Where is the legendary creature of the Church of Light? The old king shook his head and sighed. That guy ran away. Run away? Yes. The old king said, This guy is a white-maned snow ape that the god of light sealed here. Knowing that he was no match for me, he took advantage of the explosion of the divine power below and fled from here. However, although I can defeat this guy, it is a bit difficult to kill a legend without using a semi-divine weapon. And you should know about my body. Every explosion will increase the loss of my vitality. Chao Xing nodded slightly. He knew this. For strong men of their level, every battle will consume a lot of blood and energy, which is also vitality. In other words, the old king can only take action a few times. Thinking of this, his brows gradually knitted together. The old king said, But Lord Chao Xing, don't worry, this old guy, like me, doesn't have many years to live. After it is unsealed this time, it will definitely find a way to make itself live longer, and it will have no time to trouble us again. After a moment, the old king changed the subject and chuckled. By the way, Lord Chao Xing, this operation went smoothly. I basically cleared all the 30 strongholds I dealt with, and cleared most of the cultists. Only a small number of believers escaped. How about you? Chao Xing also said with a smile on his face. It's almost the same here. All the strongholds have been successfully cleared. I also killed the Seed of Light, by the way. In this way, the Church of Light can basically not cause any trouble. The old king's eyes showed surprise. You even solved the spokesperson of the God of Light? Chao Xing smiled and nodded. The old king also smiled. Not bad, not bad. The Church of Light is indeed dead in name only. However, our actions this time have also made the kingdom of Varen aware that the army is approaching the border, and seems to be preparing to start a war between kingdoms. Are you interested in going to the border with me? Hearing this, Chao Xing's expression changed slightly. Now we are facing a powerful enemy, and the Blood Legion is about to descend and sweep across many kingdoms. At this time, wars between countries must not break out. When the old king said to go around, he certainly didn't just take a look. It is even possible that the legendary war will break out again, and in this chaotic battlefield, maybe we can get some benefits. Chao Xing nodded without hesitation. Okay, let's go for a walk. This place is more than 2,000 kilometers away from the border of the kingdom. Before this, even if Seraphis and the king of the spiritual vision Goshawk went at full speed, it would take 2 hours to arrive. However, if they have the special means of the old king, their speed can be increased by more than 10 times, and they can arrive in a few minutes. So Chao Xing quickly said, Come and gather. In the hall, powerful figures came one after another. The people who had just won a victory were even more imposing at this moment. The old king praised, Yes, there are many strong people in the Church of Light, and there is no damage on your side. What a group of powerful warriors. In the face of praise from a legendary strongman, Assam, Braun and others seemed a little excited. After all, this is also a recognition of their strength. Chao Xing smiled. Of course the old king didn't know that these people were all blessed with the eternal power. This kind of battle of the same level was basically a crushing victory for them, and there would be no casualties. Soon, everyone jumped onto the backs of the giant dragon Seraphis, and the king of the spiritual vision Goshawk. Hold on tight, we're ready to go. After the words fell, 2 huge figures quickly flew into the air. As soon as they got out of the underground palace, the strong cold air hit again. Chao Xing looked around. Originally, there was an empty valley nearby, surrounded by mountains, with no way to enter. However, now, several huge cracks appeared out of thin air, as if someone had forcibly cut out several passages. The ground was covered with all kinds of terrifying sword marks, and gullies thousands of meters long crisscrossed. Even the high mountains in the distance were flattened directly. Obviously, this should be the traces left by the old king when he fought with the giant ape. The fighting power of the legendary strongman was once again revealed. At the same time, Seraphis was still leading everyone to continue to rise, and in the blink of an eye, they reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. The old king waved his hand again, and 2 magical powers were bestowed on the spirit vision Goshawk King and Seraphis. The speed of these 2 flying creatures increased dramatically in an instant. Then, they flew towards the border at high speed together. Whoosh! The wind in the sky was as terrifying as ever. The surrounding scene was rapidly retreating. The speed of the giant dragon Seraphis per second has exceeded 3 or 4 kilometers. In less than 10 minutes, they crossed the distance of 1 or 2,000 kilometers. From a distance, Chao Xing and others saw a special scene in front of them. On the dark land, there were 2 continuous sparks. It seemed like 2 luminous rivers that were several kilometers long. Only after getting closer did they realize that it was not a luminous river, but a scene of soldiers on both sides holding torches and confronting each other in the dark. The atmosphere at this time seemed tense. The armies on both sides had already assembled, and there were a large number of war tools behind them ready to go. The border is an important location of a country, and the number of permanent soldiers stationed here by the Ice Crystal Kingdom has exceeded 1 million. Moreover, they are not those 2nd or 3rd level soldiers, but elite soldiers of at least 4th level strength. Every soldier in night is wearing sophisticated equipment, with a firm look in their eyes, ready to fight at any time. The army of the Kingdom of Varen is also not weak, with hundreds of thousands of well-equipped soldiers, all of whom are above level 30. In front of the Kingdom of Varen's army, there is also a special army. It was a group of tall creatures that looked like withered creatures, and they exuded a terrifying, cold aura. It seemed that they could freeze and devour all life. These were the armies of the others, and it seemed that the number was even more terrifying than the last time in Lake Dwalluan. It reached 100,000 directly. The million-strong army was still in a state of confrontation. Archbishop Sullivan in the crowd looked very anxious. After all, according to the original plan, he intended to put pressure on the army of the Ice Crystal Kingdom and force them to withdraw. However, the Ice Crystal Kingdom was tougher than he had imagined. The moment the Violent Kingdom army took action, the Ice Crystal Kingdom was ready to fight. And it seemed that they were ready to fight them to the end. Obviously, the Ice Crystal King had issued an order that the Violent Kingdom must not be allowed to cross the border before they killed the Church of Light. And the Violent Kingdom, seeing how tough the Ice Crystal Kingdom was, did not dare to continue to launch a full-scale war for a while. At this time, Archbishop Sullivan did not know about the death of the Seed of Light and the destruction of the headquarters. He came to a military camp. There were 2 figures sitting leisurely inside. One was a middle-aged man in his early 40s, wearing battle armor. The other was a woman wearing a mage robe that outlined her fiery figure and holding a staff. The powerful magic fluctuations on her body even made Sullivan feel a little palpitating. Moreover, this female mage was sitting on the main seat. Sullivan looked at the middle-aged man and asked anxiously, "General, when can we launch the attack? Now many of our Church of Light strongholds are under attack by the King's Legion. If we delay any longer, it will be too late." However, the general was still very calm. He shook his head and said, "Bishop Sullivan, please be patient. I received news that the Ice Crystal Kingdom has developed a batch of new war tools with strong strength. If we rush in rashly, I am afraid we will suffer heavy losses. At present, I have sent scouts on the front line to go deep into the enemy camp to investigate what this new war tool is." Hearing this, Sullivan immediately said anxiously, "What else is there to investigate? We have 3 heroic creatures here, plus 100,000 alien army, and Aurora Sage is also a heroic wizard. She can cause heavy losses to the Ice Kingdom army with a forbidden spell." Hearing this, the 2 people in the barracks remained silent. Sullivan seemed to understand something at this moment. He gritted his teeth and said, "Since you are afraid of too much loss, then I will let the alien army charge first and lead the charge for you. How about it?" After hearing this, the commander-in-chief also smiled. "If that's the case, then it couldn't be better. Bishop Sullivan, after your alien army finds out the Ice Kingdom's trump card, we will immediately launch a general attack." Sullivan snorted coldly, said nothing more, and left the barracks directly. Then, he came to the alien army. Looking at the alien master next to him, he instantly ordered, "Osgar, charge." Roar! A large number of aliens took the lead and directly crossed the border and rushed towards the direction of the Ice Kingdom army. Boom! When the warriors of the Ice Kingdom saw this scene, they knew that the war was about to begin. They all held their shields, lowered their bodies slightly, and prepared to meet the attack of the White Walker army. "Everyone, defend our land, and never let these guys break through the defense line. Kill! The war is about to start." The orderly shouts of killing came. It was seen that the group of White Walker army was about to attack the border defense line. At that time, the battle between more than 2 million soldiers on both sides will also start instantly. The entire battlefield will become a bloody grinding wheel, and countless people will be killed. And at this moment, a shocking sword light appeared, flashing like lightning in the dark night. Shwa! All the White Walkers, who crossed the border were chopped into pieces by this sword, and even the damaged figures did not appear. At least more than 20,000 White Walkers turned into nothingness under this sword. Dust rose all over the sky. And in front of this group of soldiers, a gully with a length of dozens of kilometers appeared. This sudden scene directly brought the actions of the millions of troops on both sides to a standstill. At the same time, they also noticed the direction from which the sword light came, and looked up at the night sky. At a glance, they saw two giant beasts hovering in the sky. It was a dark blue dragon and a gray-white goshawk, and on the head of the spirit vision goshawk king, there was a majestic figure standing. He held a bright long sword, wore armor, and his white hair was flying in the air. Chapter 537. Although it was already dark, the old king's aura was as dazzling as the sun. When the enemy saw him, they could not help but feel fear. And when the friendly saw him, they would feel respect. At this moment, the eyes of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Ice Crystal Kingdom had already shown fanaticism. They shouted excitedly, "It's His Majesty the King! He's here! His Majesty the King is invincible! The Ice Crystal Kingdom will win!" In the fanatical shouts of the soldiers of the Ice Crystal Kingdom, the soldiers from the Kingdom of Varen looked uglier. After all, a legendary creature was too terrifying. It was the power to turn the tide of the war. If there were no other strong men to hold him back, he alone could win the war. At this moment, a vast magical aura burst out from the Legion of the Kingdom of Varen. A person wearing a robe and holding a staff quickly flew into the air. It was the hot female mage. A hero-level wizard also has extremely terrifying destructive power on such a large-scale battlefield. And she is also one of the trump cards of the Kingdom of Varen. At this moment, the woman slowly raised her head, revealing a charming face. There was a black mole on her mouth, and a small nose bridge under her curved willow leaf eyebrows. At this moment, she looked at the old king, smiled and said, "Elton, I didn't expect you to be so radical at your age." At the beginning, all countries united together to make an agreement that legendary creatures could not personally participate in the war, and could not attack those ordinary soldiers. Are you going to unilaterally tear up the agreement? The old king moved his eyes over, and his sharp eyes instantly locked on her. Just this one look made the woman a little unbearable. You are all going to start a war, so what if I tear up the agreement? If you keep talking nonsense, I will kill you too. Hearing this, the smile on the face of the female mage froze. Without waiting for her to speak, the old king said lightly, "Go back and tell your king that the Church of Light has been destroyed by me, and the spokesperson of the God of Light is also dead. If you want to start a war, just come." Hearing this, some of the remaining members of the Church of Light below suddenly changed their expressions. Archbishop Sullivan said in disbelief, "This is impossible. Lord Seed of Light is protected by the God of Light, who can kill him." Including the female mage in the air, there was also a look of doubt on her face. "Elton, are you telling the truth?" Although they all knew that the Ice Crystal Kingdom had launched a surprise attack on the stronghold of the Church of Light. But now, how long has it been? Less than half an hour. Such a huge force was destroyed just like that. It's really unbelievable, the old king snorted coldly. "Is it true? Open your dog eyes and see." At the same time, Chao Xing took out the Seed of Light, and the body of Archbishop Michael in time. The old king waved his hand, and held the two bodies in the air. Then he pointed his finger, and a dazzling light emanated from it, illuminating the two pale bodies. Millions of eyes looked up at the sky. The moment they saw the two bodies, the remaining cultists below suddenly had red eyes. "It's the Seed of Light, and the bishop! Damn it, you actually killed them!" The old king said disdainfully. "A group of lawless people who disturb the order of the Ice Crystal Kingdom all day long, and even sacrifice millions of lives in Dwelluin Lake City. They should be killed. Now, we have flattened the stronghold of the Church of Light. And you, the remnants of the Church of Light, are just right to be cleaned up together." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the long sword in his hand, and slashed it out instantly. Shwa! A shocking sword energy passed by and fell into the crowd. The woman holding the staff seemed to want to attack. But the old king asked, "Aurora, have you thought it through? The Church of Light has been destroyed, and your Kingdom of Varen has no one to rely on. Are you sure you want to stop me?" Hearing this, the woman paused for a moment. And without the protection of this heroic wizard, the group of light believers below had no power to stop the legendary attack. A large number of cultists were chopped into pieces by this sword, including Archbishop Sullivan, who also felt a sense of oppression deep in his soul when facing the attack of this legendary creature. He shouted, "Don't think of killing me so easily." After the words fell, a dazzling white light burst out from his body, as if he wanted to escape from here. However, Is it so easy to dodge the sword of a legendary creature? Puff! The sword instantly passed through his body. Then, a bloodstain gradually appeared on Sullivan's body. Chao Xing saw a damage number appear above his head. -204752418 a full 20 million. Obviously, this should be a skill of the old king. Although the power of the kingdom's holy sword was not used, it was still quite terrifying. At this moment, Chao Xing saw this number, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. So that's it. After using the skill burst, the legendary creature can deal more than 20 million damage. According to this calculation, the old king's attack power should be more than 1 million. And with the various equipment on his body, and the coefficients of his skills, each attack can deal millions of damage. It's still very terrifying. In addition, the most powerful thing about legendary creatures is their even more terrifying attack speed and range, which far exceeds that of hero-level strongmen. Below the legendary level, there is no chance to dodge at all. At this time, Sullivan was hit by this sword and his health value was instantly reset to 0. He turned around with difficulty, seemingly not expecting that he, a great archbishop, could be killed so easily. With a crash, the whole person split into two, facing the attack of a legendary creature. Even if Sullivan's strength reached that of a hero, even if his potential was that of a master, he still had no chance to resist. And at this moment, a strong light suddenly burst out from Sullivan's body that was about to split into two. This light contained a vigorous vitality, as if it was going to force his body to connect again. In other words, Sullivan is resurrecting at this moment. As one of the two archbishops of the Church of Light, he also has a way to save his life. The old king frowned slightly, and just as he was about to continue to strike the second sword, his blood suddenly surged up, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. Chao Xing saw his condition and quickly said, "Sarah, go." The moment he received the order, the death dagger in the hand of the dark elf exuded a dark breath, and the whole person disappeared directly from the spot. When he reappeared, he had come behind Sullivan. It was the special effect of the death dagger, Dark Flash. At this moment, the archbishop had just walked through the gates of hell, and his heart was filled with a strong crisis of death. He no longer had any thoughts of stopping, and now, he just wanted to escape from here as soon as possible. However, a black figure had come behind him. The death dagger fell like a phantom, without making any sound. Puff! Sullivan, who had just recovered, felt a sharp pain in his heart before he could react. A pitch-black dagger pierced his heart from behind. -584-2351. Fatal attack. He turned his head with difficulty, and took a last look at Sarah. "It's you." Then he died. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, successfully killed the Archbishop of the Church of Light, Sullivan Light Embers LV-75, an 8th level dominant creature, and gained experience points, 660,000. Combatants gained experience points, 330,000. So far, the two Archbishops of the Church of Light have all been killed. At the moment of his death, Sarah picked up the soul that fell to the ground and the staff in his hand. Then, she turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. The soldiers stared at this scene in a daze, and they all felt a chill rising from their backs. After Sullivan died, the old king in the air also smiled. Then, he looked at the female wizard again. "Aurora, now, do you want to continue the war in the kingdom of Varen? If you want, go and call your king. Otherwise, I'm afraid that your hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers are not enough for me to kill." At this moment, not only the female mage, but the entire battlefield was silent. A legendary creature is too powerful. If he bursts out with all his strength, these hundreds of thousands of troops will indeed be directly slaughtered by the opponent. Although the kingdom of Varen also has legendary combat power, that is their king. But, the king dare not take action. Because everyone knows that the Ice Crystal King Elton will not live for many years. However, it is this kind of enemy that is the most terrifying. After all, they know that their death is approaching, and in the last period of time, they can do anything crazy. If the old king takes him away at the cost of his death during the battle, it would be a real loss. So, this is why there are so many enemies in the Ice Crystal Kingdom, but they dare not force him too much. Under the old king's aggressive questioning, the woman in the air sighed. Although she was a hero-level wizard, she couldn't possibly deal with a legend. In addition, she noticed the figure who had just killed Sullivan. He was also a hero-level assassin. On the battlefield, this kind of assassin posed too great a threat to wizards, so she didn't dare to say anything harsh. After a moment, she directly ordered, "Retreat." Beep. The retreat horn sounded. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the kingdom of Varen breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and then retreated to the back. including those terrifying armies of the aliens. They also retreated like a tide at this moment. This war involving millions of soldiers was eliminated invisibly because of the appearance of the old king. This is the power of a legendary strongman. Every country that has existed for a long time needs to have this kind of power. Countries without such strongmen have almost been destroyed or annexed. Below, the soldiers were so excited that their blood boiled. When they looked at the figure in the sky, their eyes showed fanaticism. Everyone couldn't help wanting to shout out loud. After a while, the border situation had stabilized. The old king turned around and said, "Let's go back." Cao Xing thought for a moment, then asked, "Your Majesty, now that the Church of Light has been destroyed, should we just kill all the alien army?" Hearing this, the old king looked at him unexpectedly, then smiled and shook his head. "Lord Cao Xing, your murderous nature is more serious than I thought. But we can't destroy the White Walker army for the time being. These evil creatures do not belong to the Church of Light. There are more powerful and terrifying forces behind them. If we slaughter the White Walkers wantonly, it may lead to some bad consequences. Before that, let's focus on dealing with the Blood Legion." Cao Xing nodded suddenly, and there was not much regret in his heart. Although this time, he couldn't directly destroy the White Walker army, the overall harvest was already quite good. After Sarah killed Archbishop Sullivan, his mission progress increased by another 3%, directly to 86%. Next, as long as the other remnants of the Church of Light are slowly eliminated, a breakthrough to 90% is just around the corner. And Sullivan's death also cut off the last hope of the Church of Light. The Kingdom of Varen also lost the ally of the Church of Light, so in the next short period of time, the other party should not continue to harass the border. In this way, the Kingdom of Ice Crystal can have more energy to deal with the Blood Legion. At the same time, Sarah had appeared silently behind Cao Xing. This powerful assassin successfully completed the task again. "Lord Cao Xing, we are going back." The old king's voice sounded. "Okay." The next moment, the Spirit Vision Goshawk King led everyone again and moved forward in the direction of Yongshuang main city. But this time, the old king did not use that kind of acceleration method. It seems that this method also consumes divine power. After they moved forward for about 10 minutes, they were completely away from the border. At this moment, the old king, who was so strong just now, suddenly lost a lot of energy. Ahem. Accompanied by a violent cough, the old king slowly turned around. Cao Xing saw the bright red blood in his palm. It was obvious that tonight, he first fought with the legendary Whitemane Snow Ape, and then rushed to the border and slashed those two swords. It was equivalent to overdrawing a lot of his strength. Looking at his increasingly old look, Cao Xing frowned, and at the same time, his heart was shrouded in a cloud of gloom. Now, he has established a cooperative relationship with the Ice Crystal Kingdom to fight against the Blood Legion and the Watcher. In other words, with the old king, he can help him block the attack of the legendary strongman on the Watcher side. If he dies, not only will Cao Xing be in crisis, but the Ice Crystal Kingdom will also fall into chaos in a short period of time, or even be destroyed. The old king seemed to notice his worried expression, chuckled and said, "What's wrong, Lord Cao Xing? Are you worried that I won't live for a few days?" Cao Xing nodded, and did not deny it. The old king wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled again. "Don't worry, although I am old, it is not a problem to hold on for a while. As I told you before, I will die on the battlefield, not on the throne." He looked forward firmly. Cao Xing said no more. He has always adhered to the concept of asking others for help rather than asking oneself for help. Everyone can see that the old king has made up his mind to die, and now his biggest obsession is to wait for the war to start and take away a few legends. During this period, Cao Xing himself must have the power to deal with a legend. Although the lizard statue can kill the legend in seconds, it is not enough. He needs more powerful power. The spiritual vision hawk under his feet is still leading everyone forward. Soon, they returned to the territory of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. On the back of the hawk, the old king sat down. Then he said, "Lord Cao Xing, you should know the Kingdom of Ascalon, right?" Cao Xing nodded slightly. As you can see, 1,000 years ago, the territory of the Ice Crystal Kingdom was called the Kingdom of Ascalon. Later, the country was destroyed by the Watchers and the Blood Legion. The king died in battle, and their palace was sunk underground. The Watchers' philosophy is to overthrow all ancient dynasties, overthrow the feudal system, and not to attack the civilians. They did so, but they never considered the consequences of doing so. When the blood faded, the entire territory of the Kingdom of Ascalon fell into a state of disorder. The surviving nobles and generals were instantly caught in a melee in order to compete for territory. They formed gangs and factions, and divided the land into kings, but no one could really control the situation. It was a mess back then. It was really very messy. There was no kingdom, no order, and those bandits and refugees rushed into the village to steal supplies, clothes, and people. Basically, many people died every day. The civilians were miserable and displaced. They fled everywhere, but found that as ordinary people, they couldn't even escape too far in this world. They either froze to death in the snow or were eaten by hungry beasts. We thought that after the Blood Legion retreated, this land would return to peace, but we didn't expect it to become a living hell in the blink of an eye. The old king sighed slightly. The people on the back of the eagle also looked at him. No one had heard of this story, and it also aroused their interest. I was just a teenager at that time. A group of so-called new human legions broke into the village. They slaughtered everyone in the village, and made the villagers into food reserves. I was lucky enough to escape in the village tunnel. During those days, I could hear the heart-wrenching screams from above my head every day, as well as the cries of the women in the village and the laughter of the group of new humans. When I came out, I found that the village had been destroyed. The gang had already left, leaving only ruins. They didn't even leave the bodies of my parents behind. I was just 14 years old, kneeling in the snow and crying until I had no strength left. At that time, I felt that we couldn't go on like this, and we had to establish order. The old king seemed to have opened up his mouth. He began to tell how he had gone from being an ordinary boy to embarking on the road of revenge. And in an ancient ruin, he found a swordsman's manual and embarked on the road of transcendence. Later, he practiced his fighting skills day after day, and finally broke through to the 3rd level. With the 3rd level combat power, the old king began to gather a group of like-minded companions. Then, in just over a decade, he broke through from a 3rd level warrior to a hero level, completely establishing his position as the overlord of his side. Later, the old king reached the legendary realm and established a new kingdom on this land, the Ice Crystal Kingdom. He was like an old man in his twilight years, sharing stories of his youth with everyone. Chao Xing and others also listened quietly, with only the whistling wind and the old king's narration around them. Chapter 538. The old king continued to talk. The Ice Crystal Kingdom has existed for nearly 900 years, and I have lived for more than 900 years. More than 900 years, equivalent to the lifespan of an ordinary person for 20 lifetimes. I have personally witnessed the Ice Crystal Kingdom go from disorder to order, and the civilians have gone from being displaced and insecure to having the right to live. I am relieved in my heart. I also know that the oppression of the nobles against the common people still exists. But compared to the cannibalistic period, it is really much better, and I don't know how to completely eradicate these stubborn problems. Lord Chao Xing, you come from another world. What is the situation in your world? The old king asked curiously. Chao Xing thought for a moment, then replied, In our world, there is no distinction between commoners and nobles, and no one has strong personal force. Although classes still exist, people rely more on their own efforts and talents to cross classes. Everyone has equal opportunities to receive education, and no one will be buried or trampled on just because of their humble origins. There are not strict barriers between classes, but there are many channels for upward mobility, which keeps society vibrant. After hearing this, the old king's eyes became thoughtful. Equal education, breaking down classes? It is indeed a good method, but it is very difficult to implement. After all, in our world, force is supreme. It is impossible to treat those 5th and 6th level warriors the same as those civilians, and it is even more impossible to abolish force. This is equivalent to a tiger without fangs. The old king has governed a country for many years, so he can see the biggest gap between the two worlds. At this time, the old king's eyes lit up. Huh? Maybe there is another way to achieve the equal society you mentioned. After a moment, he shook his head again and denied this idea. I probably won't see that time. After I die, even the Ice Crystal Kingdom will probably cease to exist. Chao Xing asked, Is it that serious? The king nodded slightly. As you can see, our world still values force above all else. And I am the only legend in the Ice Crystal Kingdom. If a country doesn't have a legendary warrior, it can't possibly control other countries. In their eyes, it's just a piece of fat meat. Chao Xing asked, Has your majesty ever thought about training a successor? The old king chuckled and said, Of course I have thought about it. But it's too difficult to break through to the legendary level. For so many years, there haven't been many people in the entire royal family who have become heroes, let alone legends. You met Gar last time. This kid has good talent. I was planning to train him to be the next successor. But there is not enough time. Chao Xing also knew why the old king said there was not enough time. At this moment, the king continued, "So, I have been prepared for a long time. After I die, I will send guard to the kingdom of Yuan, and give the kingdom's holy sword to King Yuan. Then we see if there's any hope of restoring the country. Of course, the premise is that we can all survive the impact of the Blood Legion." He said it as if it was a commonplace thing. On the back of the eagle, everyone fell into silence. At this time, Chao Xing changed the subject and said, "By the way, Your Majesty the King. This time, I killed many members of the Church of Light, and it seems that I have gained a lot of honor points. Can you let me redeem some more rewards?" He has 150,000 honor points. Although the Church of Light has been basically eradicated, these honor points cannot be wasted. A little bit of money is a little bit of money. The old king was slightly stunned, took a look, and noticed the number of honor points on Chao Xing. Then he smiled and shook his head and said, "I am really old and confused. I knew that I had to destroy the Church of Light this time, but I forgot to cancel the bounty." "You got a bargain." Chao Xing laughed embarrassedly after hearing this. Of course, he was not worried that the old king would not admit it. After all, the Ice Crystal Kingdom was a big country, and it was impossible for him to deduct even these 150,000 honor points. The old king said, "Although you can exchange these honor points for rewards, I don't have any new legendary equipment for you." Chao Xing said, "It doesn't matter, you can exchange for something else. For example, those Neros artillery, give me 10 or 8 of them." The old king looked at Chao Xing again. "I almost forgot that you also have your own territory. This kind of artillery is indeed an excellent war tool when there are enough of them. Including us in the border battlefield, we also killed many enemies with the Neros artillery." At this point, the old king changed the subject. "However, if you want to have more Neros artillery, you can't get many by just exchanging. I suggest you directly exchange our artillery blueprints, and then go back to your territory to build them. Are you willing?" Chao Xing's eyes lit up immediately, and he replied without hesitation, "Of course I am willing. After all, compared to the Finnish artillery, the blueprint is more important." Hearing this, the old king nodded slightly. In this case, the artillery blueprint counts as 100,000 honor points, and the remaining 50,000, what do you want to exchange for? Chao Xing was happy. He originally thought that these 150,000 honor points could at most exchange for a blueprint, but it turned out that there was still 50,000 surplus. He really hadn't thought about this. "Your Majesty, does our Ice Crystal Kingdom have any other powerful war tools?" The old king chuckled and said, "In addition to the Neros artillery and the Destroyer siege crossbow, there are also the Bull Chariot, Fire Meteor, etc. For details, wait until you go to the munitions department to see." "Okay, no problem." Chao Xing nodded, and at the same time, he was looking forward to it. At this time, Chao Xing remembered something and asked again, "By the way, Your Majesty, I have another question to ask you." Through tonight's cooperation and the conversation just now, the old king's impression of Chao Xing has become better and better. At this moment, the two of them were not only allies, but also friends. He chuckled and said, "If I say I won't answer, you won't ask any more?" "Of course, I will continue to ask." Chao Xing smiled. Then he asked directly, "I want to know if His Majesty the King knows some powerful doctors, or priests, who can help repair the injuries of the body. There is a member in my territory whose vocal cords are damaged. I want her to restore her voice." Hearing this, the old king's eyes showed a thoughtful look. "A means to repair the vocal cords? The church should have it. The healing abilities of those holy light sages are still very strong, and they can even regenerate broken limbs." "The church?" Chao Xing was slightly stunned. "You mean, that ancient organization?" The old king replied, "Yes, people from the church have contacted me before. They also want the semi-artifact in my hand, and promise me that they can protect the kingdom after the Blood Legion comes. But the condition is that all the people in the Ice Crystal Kingdom need to believe in them. I don't want the Ice Crystal Kingdom to become a country ruled by religious beliefs, so I refused." Chao Xing asked with some doubts, "What kind of power is the Holy See? Can they help fight the Blood Legion?" The old king shook his head. "It's useless, you can't count on them. This ancient organization was still very active 10,000 years ago, and its believers were almost all over the world. If it was at that time, it might have taken action against the Blood Legion. But I don't know what happened to this organization. Thousands of years ago, it suddenly gave up the power it had been operating for a long time. Overnight, all the believers and priests disappeared. They have gradually disappeared from the continent in recent years. According to my guess, they seem to be conserving their strength, and they seem to be waiting for something." Chao Xing's eyes showed doubt. "Disappeared? conserve their strength? He turned his head and looked at Isabel next to him and asked, "Do you know what happened?" The holy light priest also heard the old king's words, shook his head and said, "I died about 10,000 years ago. During this period of time, I don't know what changes have taken place in the church." She frowned slightly, because even she herself heard for the first time what happened in the church in recent years. No wonder Isabel hadn't met anyone from the church for so long after her resurrection. The old king continued, "The church is well hidden. Unless they take the initiative to show up, no one can find the members of this organization. So, if you want the holy light sage inside to help repair your friend's injuries, it is probably unlikely." At this point, the old king changed the subject. "But it's not that there is no hope." Chao Xing looked up at the old king again. "Your subject has a similar experience to a friend I knew when I was young." She also lost her voice for some reason. But this woman, by chance, with the help of some inherited power, recovered her voice and possessed some special abilities. "When I was young, even I couldn't beat her." Chao Xing asked in confusion, "Your Majesty, what is the strength of your friend?" The king said, "More than 100 years ago, she was ready to reach the legendary realm. After so many years, with her talent, she should have reached the legendary realm." Chao Xing was slightly surprised. "Wow, another legendary. If it is in existence of this level, there may be hope to help Gwyneth recover her voice." Chao Xing asked again, "Then please tell me, where can I find her?" The old king thought for a moment. "I haven't heard from her for hundreds of years. As far as I know, she finally went to the kingdom of Yuan. Perhaps you can go to their capital, Linglong Main City, and see her. Her name is Rosie of Chuahai Fort." Linglong Main City, Rosie of Chuahai Fort. Chao Xing remembered this somewhat strange name in his heart. Coincidentally, he has two acquaintances in the kingdom of Yuan, Marita Villegas and Princess Fran Villegas. The status of these two people is very high in the kingdom of Yuan. With their power, they should be able to find this Rosie of Chuahai Fort. "Thank you, your majesty." Chao Xing thanked him solemnly. The old king waved his hand, then sat on the back of the goshawk alone and began to adjust the chaotic aura on his body. At the same time, Sarah came behind Chao Xing and said respectfully, "Lord, this is the item dropped from the bishop, please take a look." Chao Xing also smiled and took the item from her. Obtained, Archbishop Sullivan's Dominant Soul, level 8. Obtained, Brilliant Ruin Staff, orange. Obtained, Master Element Crystal * 85. Obviously, the things that exploded from Sullivan were also good. However, Chao Xing did not check it immediately, but prepared to wait until he returned to the territory to digest it together. The speed of the Spirit Vision Goshawk King was very fast. After about 20 minutes, they were about to reach the main city of Yongchuang. After a night of traveling and fighting, the sky was already bright. The dawn light shone from the horizon, shining on the backs of the dragon and the goshawk. It made their soft feathers and hard scales shine brightly. Survivors, please note that you have reached the 29th day of the development period, and there are still 16 days before the next round of Monster Siege. Today's weather, sunny, accompanied by a breeze. The lowest temperature is -56°C to -63°C. When the system prompt sounded, the survivors were excitedly sharing their experiences and what they had gained yesterday in the chat channel. Some survivors had discovered some special areas or dungeons and were looking for other survivors to form a team. The chat channel was in full swing. No one knew that last night, when the moon was dark and the wind was high, a huge force had quietly collapsed. The Spiritual Vision Goshawk King and the Dragon Seraphis were still moving towards the center of the main city. Soon, they landed on the square in the center of the palace. Everyone quickly jumped off the backs of the two beasts. The old king turned around and said, "Lord Chao Xing, you can go to the military supply department to get the blueprints you need. If you want to exchange the other 50,000 honor points for something, you can also go to discuss with Officer Charles. I still have to deal with something, so I won't accompany you." Chao Xing immediately replied, "No problem, your majesty, go ahead." After saying that, the old king disappeared again. Including the Spirit Vision Goshawk King, they also rushed directly into the sky. Then, Chao Xing looked at the people around him and said, "Okay, you guys go to the teleportation array at the east gate and wait for me. We return to the territory together later." "Yes." Everyone turned around quickly and left. Chao Xing, on the other hand, came to the quartermaster department alone and was familiar with the route. It was the officer named Charles, who came out to receive him. After seeing Chao Xing, Charles immediately greeted him with a smile and said excitedly, "Lord Chao Xing, you're here again." "Hello again, Quartermaster Charles." Then, He got straight to the point and said, "We eliminated a lot of cultists last night and gained some honor points. His Majesty the King asked me to come to you to exchange the drawings for the Nero's cannon. Do you think there is a problem?" The officer was stunned. He didn't expect the king to open such precious drawings to Chao Xing for exchange. After all, the Nero's cannon is already one of the top war tools in their kingdom, and it will not be given to outsiders easily. But when Charles thought of the strength and status of this lord, he thought it was natural. Since it is the order of His Majesty the King, of course there is no problem. I will ask someone to get the blueprint. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the warehouse behind him. Wait a moment. Chao Xing stopped him and continued, "In addition, I have 50,000 honor points. I don't know what to exchange for them. Does Officer Charles have any good suggestions?" The officer had a faint smile on his face, and seemed to understand something. "In that case, I recommend that Lord Chao Xing exchange another powerful blueprint, which is not even inferior to the Nero's artillery. How about it?" "Oh, what is it?" Chao Xing also showed a hint of interest. "It's the third-generation Iron Colossus." Charles had a proud look in his eyes, and then he explained, "The third-generation Iron Colossus is a new war tool recently developed by our Kingdom War Research and Development Department. In terms of rarity and difficulty in research and development, it far exceeds the Nero's artillery. But in the same way, if this kind of Iron Colossus can be made, it will be a powerful weapon on the battlefield. Not only do they have the destructive power of the 7th level, but they are also huge and fearless of pain and death. If we can mass-produce 1,000 of them, the destructive power they cause on the battlefield will be no less than that of an army of 100,000 people." Chao Xing also understood the power of this steel giant, and immediately said excitedly, "Officer Charles, then exchange this for me. But I only have 50,000 honor points left. Is it enough to exchange this blueprint?" Charles, the quartermaster, smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, Lord Chao Xing. In fact, your Nero's artillery blueprint is not open to the public. Since His Majesty the King asked you to come to me, I will definitely give you the best." Chao Xing also laughed after hearing this. This is the benefit of having a favorable impression above intimacy. "Thank you, Quartermaster Charles." The officer waved his hand. "You're welcome. Lord Chao Xing, please wait here. I get it for you." "Okay." Chao Xing stood there and waited silently. After a while, Quartermaster Charles brought up 2 boxes. Chao Xing opened the box and immediately saw 2 yellow drawings. On one of the drawings, a huge cannon is depicted, and next to it are the production methods and assembly processes of various parts. On another drawing, a huge steel puppet is depicted, and next to it are many parts and production processes. Unlike ordinary steel puppets, there is a melee weapon slot in its left hand, which can be loaded with melee weapons such as big swords, giant hammers, and chain hammers. And the right hand is a huge gun muzzle. This shape is similar to the Predator robot, but more threatening. Obtained, Nero's Cannon Manufacturing Drawing, Orange, *1. Obtained, 3rd Generation Iron Colossus Manufacturing Drawing *1. After getting the 2 drawings, Chao Xing smiled. "Thank you very much." Charles smiled and said, "Lord Chao Xing is very polite. Since you have already exchanged your honor points, I will not bother you for now." "Okay, go ahead." Soon, the officer left, and Chao Xing took a look at the attributes. Nero's Cannon Production Drawing. Quality, Epic. Drawing description. A powerful Nero's cannon can be made, causing large-scale explosive damage to the enemy. Attack power, 81,867 to 92,317. Maximum range, 15 kilometers. Attack interval, 7.2 seconds per time. Attack power, 81,867 to 92,317. Additional effect, fire coverage. Armor, 1,500 points. Durability, 80,000/80,000. Materials required for construction, Level 21 Energy Tower, Advanced Blacksmith Shop, Refined Iron *100,000, Copper *50,000, Mithril *10,000, Eternal Gold Ingot *5,000, Master Level Element Crystal *2500. Sure enough, to make this kind of cannon, the materials needed are beyond imagination. This is much more terrifying than the materials needed for a frost catapult. In addition, Chao Xing discovered something else. That is, this kind of Nero's cannon is not made in a machine factory, but in a blacksmith shop. In other words, making this thing is the job of a blacksmith like Harold. Chapter 539. Chao Xing thought, It just so happens that Zierda seems to have captured a lot of blacksmiths this time. We can let them take over Harold's work of forging equipment, and Harold can concentrate on making this kind of Nero's cannon. Then, he took another look at the attributes of the blueprint. 3rd generation Iron Colossus production blueprint, boss level. Level 70. Blueprint effect, can be used in the mechanical factory to mass produce boss level Iron Colossi, with skills such as steel bones, Colossus trampling, destruction charge, etc. Note, each Iron Colossus will occupy 5 population, material required for production, advanced mechanical factory, frost white crystal stone * 1000, star meteorite ingot * 100, refined iron * 10,000, copper * 2000, mithril * 500. TSK, it is worthy of being a level 70 boss war tool. The materials required to build one are much more than those of the Predator robot. And it also requires a material called meteorite ingot, which I've never heard of. It seems that there is still a long way to go before we can mass-produce the Iron Colossus. Xiaoxing sighed. But in general, these 2 blueprints are still very good. With sufficient resources, Xiaoxing can mass-produce a large number of war tools with these 2 blueprints and crush the enemy with firepower. Satisfiedly put it in his backpack. At this time, the communication device beside Xiaoxing's ear made a buzzing sound. It was sent from Boji and Zierda. Boji's voice sounded, "Lord, we have cleared all the resources in the base and are now preparing to return to the territory." Xiaoxing replied, "Very good, be careful on the road." "Yes." Boji hung up the communication. Xiaoxing sighed. "Next, I will also go back to the territory to digest this harvest." Then, he came to the teleportation array in the corner of the east gate of the palace. Assam, the dragon speaker and others were waiting here. Let's go back." "Yes, sir." After saying that, everyone stepped into the teleportation array together. "Do you want to activate the teleportation array and return to your territory?" Xiaoxing directly clicked to confirm. Buzz. The familiar light enveloped everyone again. The scene in front of them flashed, and everyone disappeared. When they appeared again, they suddenly felt the temperature around them warm up. It was like returning from the cold snow to a warm shelter. Even the main city of Yongshuang is not as warm as Xiaoxing's territory. At this moment, looking at the familiar buildings in front of them, everyone's faces showed a relaxed smile. "I don't know why, every time I return to the territory, I feel relaxed." Xiaoxing smiled and said, "Okay, everyone worked hard in the battle last night, you all go back and rest." "Yes." After that, Assam and others left. Lu Muxia also walked towards the Lord's castle. At this time, Xiaoxing was walking while reviewing the battle in his mind. This time, their operation was very smooth. Not only did they get rid of the great enemy of the Church of Light, but the progress of the task of uprooting had reached more than 80%. The old man, the God of Light, would not be able to come out in a short time. But there was another more difficult problem. In addition to the God of Light, he had another enemy. Through a conversation with the God of Light, Xiaoxing learned that when the Blood Legion descended, there would be a period of disordered rules. During this period, gods will rush out from the netherworld. Among them is the nightmare god Dim. This nightmare god seems to be a vengeful god. Last time, I ruined his plan in the Witch Forest. This guy will probably do something to my opponent after he comes out. It's a bit troublesome. Thinking of this, Xiaoxing frowned slightly. Although Xiaoxing shouted harsh words when negotiating with the God of Light, they are just a group of gods who have lost their divinity and are not to be feared. But at that time, it was to create a strong image. It was still difficult for him to fight against these gods. After all, no matter what, they were gods. Even if they lost their godhood, they at least had the strength of a demigod. And how powerful a demigod is, Xiaoxing has seen it on the Lizardman statue, which can severely injure or even kill legendary creatures in seconds. Obviously, with Xiaoxing's current strength, he can't deal with demigod creatures. Xiaoxing couldn't help cursing. Damn it, if these gods who violate the rules run out, won't the genuine gods take care of it? Where are the 6 true gods? After cursing, Xiaoxing shook his head. After all, up to now, he has not really come into contact with any gods except the God of Light. It is unknown what attitude these gods have towards gods like the God of Light and the God of Nightmares. After a moment, Xiaoxing shook his head and said, "Forget it, don't think about it so much. It will take some time before the Blood Legion is fully born. During this time, you can think of ways to deal with this God of Nightmares." As mentioned before, Xiaoxing has always adhered to the principle of relying on oneself rather than others. As long as those demigods don't come out immediately, then there is still hope. Next, let's take a look at the harvest of this trip. Thinking of this, Chaoxing looked at the pile of resources in his backpack, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. This time, there are a lot of harvests. A lot. If all can be digested, it will definitely make his territory's strength soar. The most important of them is naturally the dominant soul that the Archbishop exploded. This is a 10th level soul. In other words, even a dragon speaker can use it. In addition, the Watcher holding the knife also exploded a hero's heart after his death. Archbishop Sullivan exploded an 8th level master level soul. After that, the 5 red robe bishops exploded a total of 3 commander level souls, and 2 master level hearts of power. As for the things that the other white robe priests and black robe priests exploded, Chaoxing has not taken a close look. He plans to wait for Boji and others to return before organizing them together. In addition to these things, he also received a settlement reward of 5 pieces of Ode to Light equipment. Now, he has 6 pieces of Ode to Light in his hand, which can complete a complete set. Of course, the biggest gain is naturally the 2 legendary holy books. Chaoxing sighed. There are too many things. I have to take them one by one. Before that, let's check the properties of the 2 legendary holy books first. With excitement, Chaoxing first took out a holy book that exuded the breath of dawn. Voila! A strong aura of light erupted instantly. The holy book began to turn pages automatically, shaking in Chaoxing's hand, as if it was a little scared. Chaoxing slapped it, making the holy book quiet down. Then he looked at the attributes. Light Holy Book, Dawn Chapter. Quality, Legend. Equipment type, Offhand Weapon. Divine Power, 15/100. Equipment Special Effects. 1. Spirit plus 2000, Constitution plus 1500, Magic Damage plus 30%. Additional Special Effects. 2. Dawn Star, after binding, it will increase the power of Dawn, and increase the light attribute attack range and attack strength by an additional 50%. Additional Special Effects. 3. Dawn Teleport, consumes 3 points of divine power to teleport yourself or a friendly unit to a friendly unit immediately, cooling time, 1 hour. Additional Special Effects. 4. Dawn Chapter, you can use this holy book to release various powerful Dawn magics, including Dawn Punishment, Dawn Redemption, Forbidden Spell, Light Prison Advent, etc. Note, the Dawn Chapter contains 11 skills, 3 advanced spells, and 1 forbidden spell. Additional Special Effects. 5. Rebirth, Legendary Special Effect, consumes 10 points of divine power, permanently increases all attributes of a single friendly unit by 30%, each friendly unit can only be used once, cooling time, 24 hours, item introduction. One of the 3 holy scriptures of light can be combined with the glorious chapter and the shining sun chapter to form a complete holy scripture of light. Note, this holy scripture has been bound to the will of the God of light, and no one except his creator can use it. After reading the attributes of this legendary holy scripture, Chaoxing's eyes showed amazement. Turtle, this Dawn chapter looks like it will improve me even more than the Glory chapter 1 got before. The Dawn Star has greatly increased the damage and range of light skills again. This legendary special effect is even more abnormal, permanently increasing the attribute by 30%. If combined with Goddess Nesha's Blessing Ring, it is equivalent to only 5 points of divine power, which can give all members a 30% attribute increase, which is equivalent to everyone being a mutant-level creature. Thinking of this, Chaoxing couldn't help but get excited. Obviously, compared to the Glory chapter, the Dawn chapter is more of an auxiliary system, and it is really powerful. In Chaoxing's hands, it can usher in a qualitative change. However, it is a pity that this Dawn Holy Book has also been bound to the user, and Chaoxing cannot use it. Unless he can get another contaminated alien insect crystal now. But obviously, the probability is very small. The soul-devouring underworld insect is a creature from another plane, and it is impossible to find it. However, this also gave Chaoxing a different idea. Now, I have 2 of the 3 holy books. The last one should be in the hands of the God of Light. If we can kill the God of Light, not only will the mission of uprooting the whole thing reach 100%, but I can also get the last holy book. When the time comes, the 3 holy books will be fused and become a semi-artifact level treasure. Chaoxing has already seen how powerful a semi-artifact is. The old king's holy sword of the kingdom has been coveted by countless people. By then, he will also have one. Of course, the premise is that he can kill the God of Light. Then, Chaoxing took out another black magic book that exuded an evil aura. Buzz! When the Devil's Code appeared, the black magic energy swept out instantly, and collided with the holy book of dawn in his left hand. Sizzle, sizzle. The devil's power and the power of light collided with each other, making a series of boiling sounds. The two forces refused to give in to each other. However, as Chao Xing put the Dawn Codex into his backpack, the Demon Codex also calmed down. He looked at the attributes. Demon Codex. Quality, Legend. Equipment level, level 70. Equipment type, offhand weapon. Additional effects. 1. All attributes plus 2000, casting speed plus 30%. Additional effects. 2. Devil's Spokesman, after binding this codex, launching demon skills or attacks will increase the damage and range by 50%. Additional effects. 3. Demon Authority, after binding, all demon creatures will not be able to cause harm to you. Note, although demon creatures cannot cause harm to you, they can refuse to obey your orders. Additional effects. 4. Demon Codex, which records many demon abilities, such as Demon Flame Burning, Demon Rain, Hero Combat Skills Extinction, etc. Note, the Demon Code records 21 common attack skills, for high-level skills, and 2 heroic combat skills. When used, it will consume a lot of mental energy. Attached special effects. 5. Demon Gate, legendary special effects. Open the Demon Gate and randomly summon a demon above level 100 with legendary combat power to assist in the battle, which lasts for 100 seconds, and the cooling time is 24 hours. Note, the monsters that appear in the Demon Gate are different, including Demon Quinn, Demon Old Man, Demon Warden, etc. Equipment Introduction. The Demon Code contains part of the power of the Demon Lord, and has extremely evil abilities and destructive power. My goodness, this Demon Code is just as perverted. Not only can it greatly increase the damage of demon skills, but it can also randomly summon a legendary demon to help fight. Chao Xing was amazed again. This Demon Code is even more powerful than Glorious Chapter in a sense. After all, it is a legendary creature. Any one of them is a strategic level of power. If it can be bound, combined with his advanced demon transformation state, it will greatly increase his strength. Of course, this thing, like the Holy Book of Light, already has a user. At this moment, Chao Xing was a little depressed when he saw 2 powerful holy books that he couldn't use. Damn it! What's the difference between this and 2 beautiful women lying naked in front of you? You can only look but not touch. Shaking his head, Chao Xing sighed. Forget it. I find a way to kill the God of Light, and the so-called Demon Lord in the future, and this thing will be usable without the binder. With a look of regret, he put the 2 legendary codes into his backpack together. Then, he took out the equipment that exuded a strong aura of light from his backpack. From helmets to armor, to belts and boots, etc. Finally, a total of 6 pieces of equipment with exquisite workmanship and gorgeous, with light flowing on the surface, were placed together, like a set of exquisite works of art. These equipments are the Ode to Light set. Chao Xing scanned the equipment one by one. Except for the Ode to Light helmet that he had obtained before, the attributes of the other 5 pieces of equipment are very powerful, and can increase a lot of attributes. Even for a frost mage like Chao Xing, the attributes can be improved by about 20%. This is just the attribute improvement. You should know that the most powerful thing about epic equipment is the special effects that come with it. The 6-piece set of Ode to Light, even if it is separate, has very powerful attributes, including the Echo of Light special effect of the chest armor. When releasing light skills, there is a 30% chance of releasing 2 at the same time, and even a chance of triggering forbidden spells. The Wheel of Light special effect of the shoes can condense 2 light wheels after being attacked, allowing the wearer to step on them and take you away. For example, each piece of equipment has different special effects, which can greatly increase the user's attack power and survivability. Of course, the most powerful is the activated 6-piece set effect. I looked at the attributes. Prelude of Light. After it is turned on, all attacks will be accompanied by 40% light attribute damage, and all friendly units will increase the light attribute resistance by 20%. A full 40% light attribute damage addition, combined with Eternal Power, is a permanent 40% damage bonus. This is an extremely terrifying improvement. After reading the properties of the suit, Chao Xing nodded again with satisfaction. It is worthy of being an epic suit. The effect is really good. Obviously, the 6-piece set of Ode to Light is very good for both Lu Muxua and Isabel. After all, they both have light abilities. But in comparison, this set of Ode to Light is actually more suitable for Lu Muxua. First, because she is a melee profession, there is a greater probability of triggering various special effects on the equipment. Second, she has an angel form. In the angel form, her passive skill Dark Nemesis can cause an additional 30% damage to dark creatures. Moreover, The equipment Lu Muxue is wearing is still level 40 gold equipment, and it is time to replace it. After thinking about the distribution of the suit, Chao Xing continued to look through the harvest in the backpack. Next is the 15 expert level emblems, which is also a good resource. According to the calculation that one can increase the proficiency by 5,000 points, this is a full increase of 75,000 points. His expert level command skill now, he still lacks a command heart. Otherwise, with these emblems, he can directly stack this skill to the master level. Of course, it is also very good to give all the emblems to the blacksmith Harold to greatly improve his forging skills. Chao Xing thought, I will ask Harold later to see if there is any way to break through his forging skills to the master level or above. He put it in his backpack with satisfaction. At present, the harvest of the first 7 rounds of the uprooting mission has been almost counted. Next, it was the rewards for the 8th round. In addition to the 3 divine power fragments, this time I also gave a new item. I took it out of my backpack and looked at it carefully. This was a special item the size of a palm, as if it was made of pure light elements, emitting a strong light. But in my hand, it felt like the weight of a stone. I looked at the attributes. Relic Mark of Light. Quality, unknown. Item effect. It contains a part of the divine power of light, and is one of the main materials needed for a light mage to break through to the legendary realm. Item effect 2. You can directly absorb the divine power contained in it, and gain 100 points of divine power, but the relic will disappear because the divine power is exhausted. Chapter 540. Seeing the effect introduction above, Chao Xing's eyes widened instantly. What the hell? This thing, the light mage, is actually the material needed to break through to the legendary level? Good guy. The 8th round actually rewards such an important thing, it's a bit outrageous. And this also made Chao Xing understand something. If a heroic creature wants to break through to the legendary level, it needs a corresponding relic. The Mark of Light corresponds to the light mage, so what does a frost mage like me need? There are also Assassin Sarah and Dragon Speaker Binglon. What kind of relics do they need to break through the legend? Chao Xing couldn't help but start to associate. Before, he was completely ignorant of the legendary realm. Now, he has a vague understanding. This is also the first relic he has obtained so far, and he put it solemnly into his backpack. Very good, when I have time, I will ask Binglon if she knows the specific method of breaking through the legend. At this point, uprooting the 8 rounds of rewards have been counted. The reward was so great that it was worthy of being an S-level mission. This also gave Chao Xing a new idea. In addition to uprooting, I still have an SS-level mission to complete. The rewards for each round of the S-level mission are so abnormal, I guess this SS-level mission is even more amazing. Of course, the difficulty is also more amazing. After all, the first round is to kill a legendary monster, which is not something Chao Xing can touch at this stage. Next, let's take a look at the equipment dropped by the red-robed bishops and archbishops. This time, he killed 2 archbishops, a watcher, and 5 red-robed bishops. In total, he got 3 epic quality weapons and 1 epic quality equipment. As for why it is not 8 pieces, of course, it is because even the red-robed bishops do not have an epic equipment or weapon. The 3 bishops killed in Duo in Lake City before all dropped epic weapons, because the Church of Light needed them to perform some important tasks. So before going out, they will be equipped with corresponding top-quality weapons. Therefore, even the Church of Light is short of epic equipment. Chao Xing first checked the properties of the broadsword and the coat. Sky-splitting broadsword, orange. Quality, epic. Equipment level, level 80. Weapon attack power, 6173 to 6245. Attached special effects. 1. Strength plus 1700, agility plus 1500, attack speed plus 20%. Attached special effects. 2. Advanced energy amplification. When releasing skills, there is a 50% chance of converting all spirit into power. Attached special effects. 3. Sky slaying. Open the power contained in the broadsword, so that your normal attack has a sword effect, and the attack range is increased by an additional 30 meters, lasting 80 seconds, cooling time, 60 minutes, equipment introduction. A broadsword with the power of sky splitting, be careful not to be scratched by its sword energy. Conn Schmidt. Brilliant Ruin Staff, orange. Quality, epic. Equipment level, level 70. Weapon attack power, 5448 to 5619. Additional special effects. 1. Spirit plus 1300, Constitution plus 1000, casting speed plus 20%. Additional special effects. 2. Advanced light element amplification. At the moment of launching a light element attack, there is a 30% chance to increase the damage of this attack by 70%. Additional special effects. 3. Ruins power. After activation, all light spells of the user are reduced in cooldown by 30%, casting speed increased by 50%, lasting 60 seconds. Equipment introduction. An ancient staff that has been sealed in the ruins for many years, and some unknown changes have occurred on it. Snake coat, orange. Quality, epic. Equipment level, level 60. Armor, 842 to 893. Additional effects. 1. Agility plus 1500, Constitution plus 1000. Additional effects. 2. Snake in the cup. When attacked, increase your own movement speed by 30% for 30 seconds. This effect can be triggered every 2 minutes. Additional effects. 3. Eyes of the Spirit Snake. When controlled by a skill, you will be immune to the control effect once, and increase your own movement speed by 30% for 30 seconds. This effect can be triggered every 5 minutes. Equipment introduction. This coat is made of mysterious spirit snake skin and has extremely flexible characteristics. Wearing it, you will be like a ghost in battle, and no one can catch you. After reading the introduction of the equipment, Chao Xing was immediately happy. This coat is quite interesting. Both special effects can increase the movement speed by 30%, a total of 60%. If you add the Queen's Wool and the Black Smoke Totem, it's almost a 200% speed bonus. After getting this number, Chao Xing smiled again. Obviously, this equipment is very suitable for Sarah or Heli. After wearing it, their movement speed will make the enemy despair. However, Sarah already has a golden leather armor, so this equipment will be given to Heli first. Needless to say, the choice of the staff was naturally the Holy Light Priest Isabel. As for the other sky-splitting sword, its attributes were average, and there were no people in his territory who used swords to fight, so we could only wait and see. Chao Xing put the 3 epic equipment into his backpack with satisfaction. Next was another epic equipment. It was a long sword with a very special appearance that exploded from Archbishop Michael. When Chao Xing took it out, it was like a meteor passing in front of him. When you hold the hilt in your hand, you can't feel its weight at all, nor can you see the shape of its blade. When you swing the sword to attack, a dazzling light will burst out to form the sword body. The sword body exudes a sharp breath, as if it can cut through everything. TSK, this appearance can be regarded as a legendary weapon. Although the appearance of this weapon is quite gorgeous, it is a pity that it is only of epic quality. I looked at the attributes. Dawn. Quality, epic. Equipment level, level 90. Weapon attack power, 7871 to 8156. Additional special effects. 1. Spirit plus 1800, Agility plus 1500, Attack speed plus 20%. Additional special effects. 2. Morning Light Assault. When attacking, reduce the opponent's armor by 300 points, up to 5 times. Additional special effects. 3. Dawn Light. When activating the skill, there is a 50% chance of restoring 5% of its own health. The triggering interval is 10 seconds. Equipment introduction. A lightsaber made of a large number of light runes, with powerful destructive power and healing power. Chao Xing exclaimed, "Not bad, the equipment level of this lightsaber is quite high. And the 2 special effects attached to it are also very powerful, taking into account both output and survivability. After all, at the hero level, the vitality of those strong people is too strong. If there is no eternal power, it will take a long time to recover to the peak state. However, this weapon can restore health points according to a percentage, which is still very powerful. Of course, the most important thing is that this weapon is cool. Imagine that when you are fighting with someone, the other party takes out a cold weapon, and you just took out a lightsaber, and the appearance alone crushed the opponent. If Chao Xing was not a mage, he would have wanted to use this weapon himself. When I saw Binglan fighting before, she always condensed an ice sword. She probably doesn't have her own weapon yet. That's right, let's give this weapon to her." After thinking about who to assign this weapon to, the harvest this time has basically been counted. Next, it is the part that Chao Xing is looking forward to even more, that is, digest these rewards and improve the strength of the territory members. The first one, of course, is the master level soul. This soul is undoubtedly given to the dragon speaker Binglan. After all, as the only mutant commander level creature, plus the strength of the 10th level, there is no one more suitable than her in the entire territory. Chao Xing first went all the way to the buffer zone of the territory, and came to a place close to the 4th ring area of the territory. At a glance, a tall building made of stones and ice appeared in front of him. It looks like a nest, with a high entrance that can accommodate dozens of people. This is a dragon nest built specifically for Seraphis. After Chaoxing walked in, he saw two figures inside. Binglan was holding a towel in her hand, washing the blood off Seraphis. The sound of running water was heard, and the dragon was lying on the ground, seeming to enjoy this feeling. At this moment, the man and the dragon looked at Chaoxing at the same time after seeing him come in. Binglan turned around and saluted him slightly. By now, she had already recognized Chaoxing's status as a lord, so she was not as cold as before. Then, she opened her thin lips and asked, "Is there anything?" Chaoxing did not speak, and directly threw the dawn in his hand. Buzz! This lightsaber composed of light elements made a slight tremor in the air. Binglan subconsciously grasped the hilt of the sword, and at the same time felt the magical power contained in this weapon. It was enough to increase her attack power again. Binglan's cold expression was slightly moved. Then he nodded gently and said, "Thank you." Chaoxing did not say much, and took out the dominant soul of Michael from his backpack. When this huge soul appeared, the dragon speaker and the giant dragon Seraphis felt a throbbing in the depths of their souls. Now, one of them is a mutant commander, and the other is a commander-level creature. This soul has a huge effect on this person and the dragon. Especially the dragon speaker. If she uses this soul and successfully transforms, she will be a mutant-dominant creature, the same level as Marlenina. Is this the soul that can help me break through to the master level? Binglan asked with a puzzled look. Yes. Chaoxing threw the soul directly over. Try it, and see if you can break through to the master level. The dragon speaker reached out his hand, and took it solemnly, then nodded and said, "Okay." After saying that, the woman slapped the soul into her body. A few minutes later, waves of destructive aura gradually emanated from her body. And in a short period of time, this aura filled the entire territory. At the same time, Chaoxing saw the shadow of the giant dragon appear behind the dragon speaker again. It was a giant white dragon, crawling behind her. The huge dragon eyes were tightly closed, but it exuded a suffocating majestic aura. The vast dragon power rose up, and the momentum of the dragon speaker became more amazing. A few minutes later, the aura of the dragon speaker had condensed to a peak. Just when Chaoxing thought that she was going to succeed this time, the shadow behind the dragon speaker suddenly dimmed a lot. Her brows gradually twisted together, and her whole body began to tremble violently. She seemed to be in great pain at this moment, and even the shadow of the giant dragon behind her became increasingly dim. Chaoxing sighed. Is it going to fail? Sure enough, it's not that easy to break through to become a mutant master. But it's okay. Next time, I can get another master soul, and I should be able to break through successfully. Including Seraphis on the side, the eyes looking at Binglan were full of worry. Just when Chaoxing thought Binglan was going to fail, the giant dragon phantom suddenly opened its eyes. A pair of deep pupils seemed to have crossed the endless space and came to Chaoxing. Then, it slowly opened its huge mouth and let out a terrifying dragon roar. Roar. The sound waves instantly spread in the air, and also instantly suppressed the extremely chaotic breath of the dragon speaker. The next moment, a terrifying breath burst out from Binglan. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Dragon Speaker Binglan, has successfully transformed into a mutant-dominant creature. Basic attributes increased by 30%. Activated domain, Dragon Rider domain. Dragon Rider domain, increase the attributes of yourself and the controlled ice dragon by 30%, and reduce the cooldown time of your own skills by 30%. At this moment, Chaoxing's face instantly showed surprise. Wow, I thought it was going to fail, but it turned out to be successful. Is it the power of the white dragon? Binglan opened her glasses at this moment, and seemed very surprised. She whispered, I didn't expect that this breakthrough should have failed, but it was affected by the power of blood and succeeded by force. Chaoxing smiled and said, It seems that the power of blood in your body doesn't want you to fail. The dragon speaker nodded gently. Although her breakthrough had some twists and turns, overall, the result was not bad. Chaoxing glanced at the newly activated domain attributes. Binglan's Dragon Rider domain compared to Zierda's Queen domain each has its own advantages. Zierda's effect is on all blood spiders, increasing the attributes by 20%. The dragon speaker can only increase the attributes of himself, and the dragon he controls, by 30%. If we talk about the overall benefits, it seems that the Blood Spider Queen has a better advantage, but it is not actually calculated that way. After all, the domain activated by each dominant creature is the most suitable for itself. Binglan has extremely strong individual combat power, and now after activating the domain, it is equivalent to completing a qualitative change. The aura on her body is even close to that of a Valkyrie. With excitement, Chao Xing glanced at Binglan's attributes. Dragon Speaker Binglan. Race, Half-Dragon. Level 94, 10th Order Mutated Dominant Level Creature. Detailed attributes, click to view. After reading the long attributes of the Dragon Speaker, Chao Xing was amazed. More than 80,000 attack power, and nearly 20,000 four-dimensional attributes. Compared to when she just came to this territory, her strength is more than doubled. In addition, the damage value of all her skills is more than doubled. It can be said that the current Dragon Speaker can beat almost 10 of her previous self. At this moment, the giant dragon Seraphis also felt the transformation of his master, and seemed very happy. He gently rubbed Binglan's body with his huge dragon head. And Binglan also stretched out her jade hand, and stroked Seraphis's forehead, with a relieved smile on her face. No one knows better than her how important it is to become a mutant master. This means that she will have a greater chance of reaching the legendary realm in the future. She looked at the man in front of her and said solemnly, "Thank you." Chao Xing waved his hand, and didn't pay much attention. The stronger Binglan is, the stronger his territory is. At this time, Chao Xing seemed to remember something and asked, "By the way, Binglan, I have a question for you." The cold woman nodded slightly. "You say?" Chao Xing, "Do you know what conditions are required for a heroic creature to break through to the legendary realm?" Now, the one closest to the legendary realm in his territory is naturally Binglan. Although the Valkyrie is a level 100 mutant master, she is the remains of a god. In other words, she actually fell from the god realm. Chao Xing also doesn't know whether Marlenina can break through to the legendary realm through normal methods. So if possible, letting Binglan break through to the legendary realm is the best choice. Binglan's eyes showed a thoughtful look, and then nodded gently. "I heard a mysterious strongman say this by chance before. In order to break through to the legend level, in addition to reaching the limit of the 10th level, we must also find some different relics. These relics must be the most suitable for our own attributes. In addition, just like when we break through to the master and hero levels, we need some special power carrier. Before I joined the territory, I didn't know what this power carrier was. Now that I have joined your territory, that thing is called the Heart of Power." Chao Xing nodded suddenly, which was almost what he expected. To break through to the legend, 3 conditions are required. 1. Reach level 100, which is the limit of level 10. 2. Need to have the relics of the corresponding profession. 3. Need to have a legendary Heart of Power. P.S. Although the requirements for breaking through the legend are very high, the improvement will far exceed the 7th to 8th levels. Each legend is a strategic level power. With the opening of the later expansion pack, the corresponding props exchange will also increase. Obviously, each of these 3 conditions is not something that can be easily achieved, and the difficulty is quite great. Binglan continued, "In addition, I have said before that there is a probability of failure in breaking through to the legendary level. Once you fail, not only will the Heart of Power disappear, but even the relics will also be exhausted and need to be replenished with divine power. Only when your own potential is higher will the probability of breaking through to the legendary level be greater." Chao Xing's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he thought to himself, "This is really a bit difficult. Not only does it require the Heart of Power, but it also requires the corresponding relics, and the most important thing is that it is not 100% certain to succeed in breaking through. No wonder the old king hasn't trained a legendary successor for so many years." Chao Xing sighed, and then continued to ask, "Do you know what kind of relics we need to break through to the legendary level?" Binglan replied, "For strong sword-wielding warriors like us, we need some broken swords that contain divine power. And you mages, depending on your attributes, need some legendary mage badges, staffs, etc. In short, something that contains divine power. Besides that, I don't know about those special professions." Chapter 541. Chao Xing nodded again. After a conversation with Binglan, he had a vague idea of how to break through to legend. I see if I can find a sword relic later, and let you try to break through to legend." Binglan was slightly startled, and suddenly turned her head away. "Due to your words and deeds, the loyalty of the territory member, Dragon Speaker Binglan, has been increased. Current loyalty, 98. Seeing the system prompt, Chao Xing smiled. He left without saying anything more. Yes, the Master Soul succeeded at one time, and Binglan also became a 10th Order mutant master creature. Next, we have to digest the other gains. Now in Chao Xing's backpack, there is still a Master Soul, 3 Commander Souls, a Hero Heart, and more than a dozen Master Power Hearts. These can greatly enhance the strength of those fighting people. However, the core combatants in the territory have basically broken through to the Master level. So now, Let's digest those hero hearts and commander souls first. Chao Xing pressed the communication on his ear and called Assam, Rennies, and Braun over. After a while, 3 figures came in front of him and saluted respectfully. Respected Lord, good day. Chao Xing didn't say much, first gave the hero heart and Sullivan's dominant soul to Assam. Then he gave a commander-level soul to Rennies and Braun respectively. The 3 of them held the things in their hands, and gradually showed excitement on their faces. Especially Assam, the 2 things in his hands were the most valuable. Obviously, this was a special treatment given to him by Chao Xing. Of course, Rennies and Braun had no objections, and they thanked him solemnly. Thank you, Lord, your glory shines on us. Chao Xing smiled. Okay, let's start the breakthrough now. Yes, Lord. With excitement, they used the props in their hands at the same time. Ding! Assam was the first to crush the hero's heart, and the pure power contained in it was absorbed into his body. After all, Sullivan's master soul is of the 8th level, and he can continue to use it even after he transforms into a hero. Instantly, the powerful aura on his body began to burst out continuously, giving people a sense of majesty and power. On the other side, Braun and Rennies also slapped the commander-level soul into their bodies. The 2 also felt a wave of soul. The movement of the 3 powerful men breaking through together was equally astonishing, no less than Bing Lan's breakthrough into a mutant master. The powerful aura once again covered the entire territory. At this moment, Chao Xing was also looking forward to the performance of these 3 people after their successful breakthrough. After waiting for a few minutes, 2 consecutive system prompts appeared. Your territory member, Assam, used the hero's heart and successfully transformed into an 8th level commander-level creature, with basic attributes increased by 100%, and skill attack range increased by 100%. Note, each subsequent upgrade will gain 1000 attack power bonus and 10% skill damage increase. Your territory member, Rennie's Hawkeye, has successfully transformed into a commander-level creature, basic attributes increased by 30%, and learned the commander-level skill, Life-Seeking Arrow Point Kill. Life-Seeking Arrow Point Kill. Increase the attack damage of the next arrow by 1000%, and the range by 300%. If the enemy is successfully killed, the life-seeking arrow skill cooldown is reset, up to 10 times. If the enemy is not killed instantly, the attack speed will be increased by 30% for 30 seconds, and the cooldown time is 30 minutes. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's face again. Obviously, both Assam, who broke through to the 8th level, and Rennies, who became a commander level, have been greatly enhanced. The actual combat ability has been greatly improved, especially Rennies' life-seeking arrow point kill this skill. The 10-fold attack coefficient bonus and the 3-fold range increase are equivalent to a super long distance head harvester. And after killing the enemy instantly, the cooldown time will be reset. When dealing with a large number of enemies, Rennies directly transformed into a super sniper. Moreover, if combined with some special arrows with penetrating effects, the lethality of this skill will be greatly increased again. However, this time the 3 of them broke through together, but there were only 2 prompts. This also means that Braun next to him failed to break through. At this moment, the big guy put the shield of origin on the ground, with a frustrated look on his face. Gods above, Braun failed again. Chao Xing smiled. Don't be discouraged, I still have one here. He had already made preparations, and he had kept a commander-level soul before, naturally for this moment. After saying that, he threw it directly to Braun. The big guy stretched out his big hand and took it with excitement. Haha, I knew the Lord would take care of Braun. Thank you, respected Lord. Stop talking nonsense, break through quickly, and Assam, you also use that master-level soul. Yes, sir. The 2 responded at the same time, and then without hesitation, they slapped the soul into their bodies. Buzz! Powerful soul fluctuations rose from the 2 powerful warriors. This time, Braun's breakthrough seemed to be very smooth. Including Assam next to him, the aura became stronger. Not long after, an invisible aura spread from the Frostwolf Knight, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Chao Xing knew that this aura was called Domain. Your territory member, Assam, has successfully transformed into an 8th level dominant creature, with basic attributes increased by 30%, activating the dominant domain, Glory Knight Domain. Glory Knight Domain increases the movement speed and attack speed of all friendly knights and mounts around by 30%, and suppresses the attributes of the enemy knight core by 20% in battle. At this moment, Assam, who has become a dominant creature, exudes a faint white light, which makes him look brave and powerful, like a knight of the apocalypse. Chao Xing couldn't help but smile. Assam was already very powerful. At the 7th level commander level, he could suppress the 8th level commander, and even the dominant creature. And now, his strength has undergone another qualitative change. Even Chao Xing didn't know how powerful this knight was when he was at full power. Okay, now only Braum has not broken through. It was a bit strange. Braum only broke through to the commander level, but it took him longer than Assam to break through to the dominant level. 4 or 5 minutes had passed, and the big guy was still in a state of transformation. Just then, Chao Xing suddenly discovered that Braum's body seemed to have undergone some strange changes. His shoulder area bulged high, forming 2 strange flesh balls. These 2 flesh balls were constantly squirming, and thick fingers and palms grew on them. It was as if Braum was going to grow a pair of arms again. Voila! With a squirming sound, a pair of big hands actually grew on his shoulders. Chao Xing was shocked. What the hell? What's going on? Braum mutated when he broke through? Assam and Rennies were also surprised. But the big hands only flashed and disappeared in an instant. Braum's shoulders also returned to normal. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Braum Iron Wall, has successfully transformed into a commander-level creature. Basic attributes increased by 30%, and learn commander-level skills. Four-armed giant form. Four-armed giant form. After it is activated, it will grow 2 extra arms, and condense the ice giant double swords to attack the enemy. Each attack will have a 20% blood-sucking effect, which lasts for 120 seconds. The cooling time is 2 hours. Chao Xing immediately understood what the arm he just saw was. I see. Is it actually a four-armed giant? This skill is a bit abnormal. Although Braum's previous defense ability was strong, as mentioned before, he lacks efficient offensive means. Even after he transformed into the Origin Titan, he could only attack the enemy by stepping on it and smashing it with his shield. Now, with this four-armed giant, not only did he grow an extra pair of hands, but he also condensed 2 weapons for him, and these 2 weapons also have a 20% blood-sucking effect. It can be said that it allows Braum to take into account both output and endurance. This gave Chao Xing a different idea. This skill only gives Braum 2 extra arms, and does not change his body shape. If Braum is in the 100-meter-high original giant form, can this four-armed giant form be superimposed? At that time, the destructive power is really exciting to think about. Thinking of this, Chao Xing decided to let him try. Braun, enter the Origin giant form first, and then try to activate this commander skill. Braun was admiring his muscles that had become much stronger after the breakthrough, and he seemed very satisfied. After hearing Chao Xing's voice, he immediately replied, Okay, Lord. He did it without hesitation. Then, from the Origin shield in his hand, bursts of mysterious and vast power emanated, and Braum's body began to grow rapidly. 30 meters. 50 meters. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a giant that was 100 meters tall. The next moment, Braum activated the four-armed giant skill. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of blood and flesh wriggling rang out, and in the shocked eyes of everyone, 2 huge arms grew out from Braum's shoulders. Compared to the normal form, the size of the newly grown arms is about the same as that of an adult. In the original giant form, the arm span of these 2 arms directly reached more than 40 meters. The huge palms were spread out, and even more than a dozen people could stand on them. Compared to his original hands, the newly grown arms looked much wider. Aha! Braun has 4 hands! The big guy shouted excitedly. At the same time, he gradually spread his hands, and waves of strong cold air surged and gathered in his palms. In the blink of an eye, 2 giant swords with cold light, and dozens of meters long were held by him. Your territory member, Braun Iron Wall, used the four-armed giant form, and under the influence of the talent Eternal Power, it has become a permanent form. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing also smiled. Obviously, this four-armed giant can be superimposed with the original giant form. In the dual giant form, it not only makes up for Braum's lack of attacking means, but also greatly enhances his destructive power. In other words, it is precisely because of the Origin shield that this form has undergone a qualitative change. At this moment, Braum, holding this pair of ice swords in his hands, looks very excited. Ha ha. Braum also picked up a weapon. He tried to wave it. Whoosh whoosh. It was as if the air was cut open. 2 great swords swept by, with terrifying killing power. Braun held the shield of Origin in both hands, and the great sword in the other 2 hands. The tall figure stood there, like a god of war from a myth. At this moment, he was full of vigor and vitality. Not only did he have the best defense in the entire territory, but now, he also had this powerful destructive power. On the battlefield, he could be said to be truly both offensive and defensive. Of course, Brown could only clear the miscellaneous soldiers. If he encountered a real strong man, he would have to rely on strong men like Assam and Sarah. After all, although his destructive power and defense power have been strengthened, his agility is too low, and he doesn't have many combat skills. Chao Xing was also very satisfied, and then said, "Okay, Brown, change back." "Yes." After that, Brahm's body shrank rapidly, and his arms returned to normal size. Chao Xing checked the attributes of the three people. Frost Wolf Knight, Assam. Race, human. Level 70, level 8 dominant creature. Detailed attributes, click to view. Ascalon Archer, Rennie's Hawkeye. Race, human. Level 70, level 7 commander creature. Detailed attributes, click to view. Ice Shield Guard, Brown Iron Wall. Race, human. Level 70, level 7 commander creature. Detailed attributes, click to view. So strong. Chao Xing was full of praise. Especially Assam, who had just broken through. He was only at the 8th level Overlord level, but his attack power was almost catching up with the 94th level Mutant Overlord Binglan. The reason why he was so powerful was, on the one hand, the bonus of the Sword of the Lake Lady, and on the other hand, because he absorbed 50% of the 4-dimensional attributes of the Frost Wolf. Of course, Brown and Rennie's, as 7th level commander level creatures, were also quite good. Chao Xing was very satisfied. Very good, the biggest rewards have basically been digested, and there are still 2 days before Hilda and the others come back. You can't be idle these 2 days. So Chao Xing said, "Assam, I have a task for you." Assam, who has become an 8th level commander, stepped forward and said respectfully, "Lord, please give me your orders." Chao Xing said, "You will use the teleportation array to go to Yongshuang main city first, and then go to a special area. There seems to be a hidden tomb in that area, which is related to the helmet you are wearing now. Look inside, and see if you can find other parts of the helmet. Although this Lloyd's tomb is definitely an advanced map, there may be many dangers hidden in it. And according to the style of this world, places like tombs and underground palaces have some puzzle elements in addition to monsters. It often takes a whole team to conquer it. But Chao Xing believes in Assam's ability. With just one person, he is enough to rival a powerful team." Assam looked at the tyrant's skull he was equipped with, and his expression suddenly straightened, as if he understood something. The knight said solemnly, "I remember, Lord. I will do my best to complete the task you assigned." Chao Xing smiled and said, "It's okay if you can't complete it. Don't force yourself. If you encounter difficulties or enemies that you can't defeat, remember to contact me directly. I will bring people over when the time comes. By the way, take this soul and let Winter break through to the leader." This time, they successfully raided the headquarters of the Church of Light, which can be said to be a great harvest, and naturally they are not short of a leader-level soul. Assam took it respectfully. "Thank you, Lord." After saying that, he came to the side of Frost Wolf Winter and squatted down gently. He stroked Winter's head, and then directly slapped the leader's soul into its body. Buzz! In an instant, Winter's aura also surged. From behind it, a shadow of a white wolf appeared. The white wolf looked a little vicissitudes, with many claw marks on its body, like a wolf pack leader who had experienced countless battles. Waves of powerful aura rose from Winter. This mount's breakthroughs have always been powerful, and it succeeded every time. This time was no exception. Awooh! Winter raised its head high, and with a burst of empty howls, its aura also underwent a qualitative change. Your territory creatures. Winter has successfully transformed into a leader-level creature, basic attributes increased by 30%, and learned leader-level skills. Wolf Pack Call. Wolf Pack Call. Summon a large number of Frost Wolf Phantoms, and start to bite the enemy crazily. A maximum of agility *1 Frost Wolf can be summoned, and the skill cooldown time is 2 hours. Chao Xing nodded with satisfaction. In this way, Winter has become a level 70 leader creature, with greatly increased combat power and basic attributes. Moreover, its leader-level skill can be said to be quite powerful. Winter's current agility is also more than 4,000, which means that it can summon more than 4,000 Frost Wolf Phantoms. After a wave of bursts, it is still quite terrifying. Of course, Winter's output ability is not the main thing. After it transforms into a leader, its attributes are further improved, and Assam can share more attributes with it through Dance with Frost Wolf. It can be said that they were running in both directions again. After the breakthrough, Assam said solemnly, "Lord, I am ready to set off." Chao Xing nodded slightly. "Okay, go." After that, the knight stepped onto Winter's back and stepped into the teleportation array. Buzz! After a burst of light, Assam disappeared from the spot. Chao Xing looked at the archer next to him and asked, Renice, I want to discuss something with you. Chapter 542. Renice, let's discuss something, Chao Xing said. The archer had doubts in his eyes, but still said respectfully, Lord, please speak. What do you think is the probability that all the elves in the forest will surrender and come to live in our territory? Hearing this, Renice was stunned for a moment, and then replied, The probability is very low. These elves are arrogant and extremely exclusive by nature, and basically do not communicate with the outside world. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stayed in such a secret and dangerous place for tens of thousands of years. It's probably as difficult as ascending to heaven to make them surrender. Chao Xing nodded slightly. He also knew that this was a bit difficult. But Master Chao didn't want to give up this rare race. After all, up to now, he had only seen the corpse of an elf, and hadn't seen a real elf. So he also wanted to know what kind of abilities these ancient elves had. So he said, well, take this letter first, and then try to contact this elf tribe. Tell them that the current situation of the elf tribe is not safe, and they need a more stable home. And in my territory, not only can they be sheltered, but there are also sacred ancient trees of knowledge. Of course, if they are particularly tough, and would rather die than surrender, then forget it. Renice took the letter from Chao Xing and said solemnly, I understand, I will contact them, and find a way to make the elves of this tribe surrender. There was a certain determination in her tone. Obviously, even if the elves disagreed, Renice would use various means to make them agree. Chao Xing nodded slightly, and then summoned an adult griffin. Crashed! The huge griffin flew over quickly, and landed beside Renice. Although the Knights of the Silver Hand took away most of the griffins, there were still a few left in the territory in case of emergency. Renice jumped lightly, and jumped onto the back of the griffin. With Chao Xing's help, she flew up to the sky. Compared to the last time she went out, her strength has improved a lot. She must be able to come and go freely even in that dangerous jungle. At this time, Braun suddenly asked, Lord, is there anything I can do for you? He saw that Assam and Renice had tasks, and he also wanted to make some contributions to the territory. Chao Xing smiled, there's nothing you need to do. If you are really bored, you can go patrol outside the territory. Okay, I go right away. The big guy carried his shield, and walked out of the territory excitedly. Chao Xing continued to walk leisurely in the territory, thinking about what to do next. At present, the Tyrant Su tomb and the ancient elf tribe have sent people to explore and contact. But he still has a lot to do. For example, go to the Daisha Highlands, find the dragon's nest, and see if he can tame a young dragon. And the place where the legendary wizard was passed down, he also needs to take people to explore. Then we went to the Orchid Kingdom to look for Luo Shi from Chuanhai Fort, and the ruins mentioned by the Lord of Dwello in Lake City. In addition to this ruins, Chao Xing still remembered that the merchant Jace from the Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce once said. There is also a large ruins near the Orchid Kingdom, which gathers a large number of gold diggers and mercenaries. There is also a black market with the largest scale in several surrounding kingdoms. There may be a lot of good things in it. And the most important thing is that Chao Xing also found that the ancient ruins mentioned by the Lord of Dwello in Lake City last time, where there is a champion arena, is also near the Orchid Kingdom. In other words, there are actually 2 large ruins there. It seems that it is necessary to go to the Orchid Kingdom. Just as he was thinking about this, 2 crisp voices suddenly sounded behind him. Lord, please wait for us. Chao Xing heard the call, and gradually turned around. At a glance, he saw 2 beautiful figures. It was the beautiful tree spirit sisters. Today they wore a plain dress, their hair was tied up and fell naturally on their shoulders, and each of them had a flower inserted in their temples. It looks beautiful. Chao Xing smiled gently and asked, Juliet, Neve, what's up? The sisters nodded gently and said, there's good news, Lord. After half a month of growth, the ancient tree of knowledge in our territory has grown successfully. Oh, it grew so fast. Chao Xing was very interested in this ancient tree. After all, according to the introduction on the seed, this ancient tree can even teach elves and dark elves some special abilities. Take me over there to have a look. Okay, please follow us. Little Nif and Julia took Chao Xing's hand again and led him forward. Then, they came to the buffer zone outside the territory. There was a small forest here with more than 100 ancient trees. When there was no fighting, these ancient trees would gather together. Chao Xing looked over and saw that in addition to the ancient war trees and the ancient wind trees, there was indeed a special ancient tree. It has dark brown bark, a trunk nearly 2 meters thick, and a height of about 15 meters. And on its crown, there are strangely shaped emerald green fruits hanging. Rustle, rustle. The breeze blows past, making a pleasant sound. After sensing Chaoxing's arrival, human faces appeared on the trunks of those ancient trees. Including this special ancient tree, a human face also appeared, staring at Chaoxing. The war ancient tree was the first to say, "It's the Lord. Elder Simo, this is the owner of this territory that we told you about. He has magical powers." Hearing this, the knowledge fruit tree with fruits hanging on it said, "Hello, the owner of this sacred territory." Chaoxing said happily, "Hello, I am Lord Chaoxing." The expression on the face of the ancient tree was full of piety. "My name is Simo, and I am honored to grow up in this sacred territory. The ancient tree clan will contribute their own strength to this territory." Chaoxing also smiled and nodded. He was very satisfied with these ancient trees. Then he glanced at its attributes. Ancient tree of knowledge, Simo. Quality, epic. Level, none. Life force, 2 million/2 million, pale tree bonus. Armor, 3000 to 3000. Attack power, none. Special ability, knowledge fruit. Every 10 years, the knowledge fruit tree will grow a batch of fruits. Elves/dark elves can activate some special talents and skills by taking the fruits. Number of remaining fruits, 105. Chaoxing wondered in his heart, can you only comprehend special abilities by taking the fruits? There are 105 fruits here, in other words, they can be eaten by 105 elves. Then what abilities will be awakened? Chaoxing decided to ask it. Elder, by eating these fruits of yours, are the abilities that can be comprehended fixed, or are they different for each elf? Rustle, rustle. The branches and leaves on the top of the ancient tree of knowledge swayed with the wind, and then replied, "Not fixed, this holy lord. Each elf has the ability to take the fruit of knowledge only once in his life. These fruits contain the wisdom of many powerful elves and their abilities. You may get a memory, a powerful combat skill, or awaken a talent. In short, it depends on the elf's comprehension ability." Chaoxing nodded suddenly. He looked at the fruit hanging on the ancient tree of knowledge, and suddenly had the idea of testing it. So Chaoxing called out, "Sarah." Hearing the voice, a shadow appeared silently beside Chaoxing. No one even knew when she came. This is the power of an 8th order dominant assassin. The ancient tree of knowledge locked its eyes on Sarah at once, and then exclaimed, "What a powerful dark elf. This territory is indeed as incredible as the tribesman said." And Sarah also looked at the ancient tree of knowledge with curiosity. Chaoxing said, "This elder, Sarah, is the most powerful assassin in my territory, and also a dark elf. Can she gain new abilities by eating your fruit?" The ancient tree of knowledge quickly replied, "Of course. However, as I said before, the awakened abilities of each elf after taking the fruit of knowledge are not fixed. It is likely to be some small skills or magic talents, which may not be of much help to this powerful dark elf. You should be mentally prepared." Chaoxing chuckled and said, "It doesn't matter, let Sarah try first." Okay. So, the tree of knowledge split a branch, specially selected the largest fruit on the crown, and took it down. Then it was handed to Sarah. The dark elf slowly reached out and took it, with a look of emotion in his eyes. Sarah said, "The ancient tree of knowledge has always grown in the depths of the Dark Night Valley, and only those powerful dark elves can eat it. It's the first time for me to eat the fruit of the ancient tree of knowledge." After she finished speaking, she stuffed the fruit into her mouth without hesitation. At this moment, Sarah only felt a lot of memories pouring into her mind, impacting her senses. Because the memory was too vast, she had to close her eyes, and began to comprehend with her heart. Chaoxing and a group of ancient trees, as well as the sisters of the tree spirit tribe, were waiting silently beside them. They were also looking forward to what special abilities Sarah would gain. As waves of shadow power spread from Sarah's body, Chaoxing heard a sound similar to the flow of sand. Sand? Chaoxing's eyes were filled with doubt. After a moment, Sarah took all the shadow power into her body, and the system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, ate the fruit of knowledge and learned the special skill. Shadow Hourglass, passive. Shadow Hourglass, passive. Every time you attack an enemy, the hourglass will be activated. After accumulating 30 damages, you can activate the power of the hourglass to return your status and position to 5 seconds ago. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Note, after the time is reversed, the cooldown time of skills below the legendary level can also be returned to 5 seconds ago. Chaoxing was slightly surprised. Wow, you can return your status and position to 5 seconds ago? This is a bit abnormal. You should know that recovery is not just about restoring health, but can also clear all kinds of negative states on the body, including control effects, etc. In other words, even if you are hit hard, as long as you still have a breath, you can use the recovery ability of this hourglass to make yourself alive again. And the most important thing is that this skill can also reset the cooldown time. It is equivalent to Sarah's burst, just stacking up the number of hourglasses, and then resetting it, and then bursting again. Chao Xing nodded in satisfaction. This passive skill can be said to be quite good. Sarah looked at the hourglass mark on the back of her hand, and a thoughtful look appeared in her eyes. The power of time? Incredible. The ancient tree of knowledge beside her had a gentle smile on its face. It seems that this dark elf lady has activated a good ability. Chao Xing replied, Indeed, thank you Elder Simo for the fruit. The ancient tree of knowledge, you are polite, the lord of the sacred territory. The fruit on my head grows once every 10 years. Even if the elves don't eat it, it will all wither in less than half a year. Chao Xing nodded suddenly, I see. Then, everyone continue to rest. Juliet, Neve, you guys go get busy too. Yes, Lord. The tree spirit sisters left respectfully. And Chao Xing also left the area under the gaze of the group of ancient trees. At this moment, he continued to sort out the harvest in his backpack while walking. The biggest improvement has been digested, and I still have some resources in my backpack. How about trying to activate the advanced function of Balthazar's altar? It just so happens that the group of warriors under my command have been stuck at level 50 for a long time. According to previous estimates, in order to activate the function of breaking through the 5th level to the 6th level, 100 points of divine power are required, and my divine power fragments are completely sufficient. Thinking of this, Chao Xing directly took out the huge altar. Clang! The heavy red altar fell to the ground. Then, Chao Xing looked at the divine power fragments in his backpack. After the second monster siege, he still had 9 pieces left, plus the 3 pieces given after 80% of the progress of uprooting. Now there are 12 pieces. Then, there is the divine power rosary. After 22 days of collection, the divine power value in it has accumulated to 22 points. Altogether, there are about 144 divine power points. There is still a long way to go before the Valkyrie can open the second form. According to Chao Xing's estimation, to open the altar's advanced function, at least 100 points of divine power are needed. And in his backpack, there are 2 items that can increase divine power. In addition to the A-level talent crystal, there is another relic emblem of light. After absorption, both can increase divine power by 100 points. After thinking about it, Chao Xing decided to use the talent crystal of the Seed of Light. Although this talent crystal is very powerful, once it is fused, it is almost immune to most light damage. But this thing has a fatal drawback, that is, after the talent is integrated, it will be controlled by the God of Light. So let's absorb this talent crystal stone directly now. So, he took the crystal stone out of his backpack. Do you want to consume the talent crystal stone, A-level, to replenish the altar with divine power? Yes. The next moment, the glowing crystal stone in Chao Xing's hand shattered in an instant, and then turned into starlight and fell on the altar. At the same time, a red light burst out from this red altar. Buzz! When the red beam of light dissipated, a system prompt appeared. Unlocked successfully, the new function of the altar has been enabled. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's face. Haha, it's done! As expected, 100 points of divine power are enough to enable the advanced function of the altar. Not only that, with the infusion of divine power, the statue of Balthazar on the altar seems to be more majestic. With excitement, he quickly glanced at the altar's attributes. Balthazar's Divine Warrior Altar, Orange Special Building. Quality, Epic. Item Effect. You can submit certain sacrifices to obtain ancient blessings, allowing your subordinates to reach the maximum level of warrior profession advancement. Details of sacrifices required for advancement. Level 2 breakthrough to level 3. Same as before, remaining uses. 4623/5000. Level 3 breakthrough to level 4. Same as before, remaining uses. 1934/2500. Level 4 breakthrough to level 5. Same as before, remaining uses 767/2000. Level 5 breakthrough to level 6. Crown * 1 million, Food * 10,000, Mithril * 2000, Master level Elemental Crystal * 10, remaining uses 2000/2000. Oh my, after opening a new stage, the materials required for breakthrough have increased 4 or 5 times. It takes 1 million crowns just to make one soldier break through to the 6th level. For more than 1,000 soldiers, that's more than 1 billion? Fuck. After getting this number, Chao Xing was shocked. But fortunately, it's just crowns. The amount of mithril has increased 4 or 5 times. The amount of food has only doubled. But it's normal to think about it. After all, this is a cold world, and it's extremely difficult to get food. Even crops can only be grown in greenhouses, and the yield is not that high. After all, even a territory as large as Chao Xing's cannot be self-sufficient now. Chao Xing thought to himself, as for food, based on 1,300 people, it will require 13 million units, about 2 million kilograms. This time, Zirda and Boji looted a large number of strongholds. Plus there are still more than 100,000 kilograms of food left in my territory. The quantity should be enough. As for the mithril and master-level elemental crystals behind, I can go to the trading channel to think of a way. The biggest shortfall right now should be the crowns. This time, it will cost more than 1 billion crowns, and even Fitzwalker can't get him that much. After all, he helped Chao Xing get 300 million crowns last time. Chao Xing thought to himself, it seems that I can only wait for Burji and the others to come back, count the resources, and then see how much is still missing. If it doesn't work, I can only ask the old king to borrow some. After all, I helped him a lot this time, and I'm sure he won't refuse to borrow some money. At the same time, Hilda and the others were advancing at high speed in the air, and the airship gradually crossed the border and entered the territory of the Ice Crystal Kingdom, getting closer and closer to the territory. And the subsequent impact caused by Chao Xing's joint action to destroy the Church of Light with the old king was still spreading. In that mysterious hall, 14 stone chairs were floating in the air. Among them, the mysterious being sitting in the main seat asked in a deep tone, "What do you mean? More than 80% of the strongholds of the Church of Light were pushed down by the old king and the Lord of the Other World, including the Seed of Light?" Beside him, another elder of the Watcher replied solemnly, "Yes, great leader. This is the result of our 8 elders' investigation. Including the Watcher we sent out to protect the Seed of Light was also killed. All the followers of the Light in the stronghold were killed, and the resources inside were looted." On the main seat, the leader was silent, and his expression became more gloomy. The whole hall was shrouded in a depressing atmosphere. Chapter 543. After a moment, he sighed softly. I didn't expect this old guy to act so quickly. The fog disaster just ended, and he immediately launched an action against the Church of Light. It seems that the God of Light is useless. During the next period of rule turmoil, this guy is unlikely to come out. This organization has lost its function. After hearing this, the Watcher elder beside him also frowned. At this time, the leader seemed to remember something, and his frown suddenly relaxed. Elder Han Jian, notify everyone immediately and ask all the Watchers in various places to return to the headquarters, saying that it was my order. The elder named Han Jian had an uncertain look in his eyes. Leader, are you going to? On the main seat, the man had a strange smile on his face. The destruction of the Church of Light is not a bad thing for us. What the old king doesn't know is that his move this time will not only fail to stop us, but will also bring forward the time for the blood to fall. Our goal is about to be achieved. Hearing this, the legendary Watcher looked even more excited. He quickly stood up and said respectfully, "Yes, great leader, I will go and inform the other members." And the Watcher leader called him again. "Wait a moment, Elder Cold Sword." The legendary Watcher said respectfully, "Leader, please give me your orders. You go and inform Elder Dark Crow to go to the Snowstorm Plains to put an end to this Lord of Another World. He is developing too fast. If we continue to let him go, he may become a threat to us. We must kill him as soon as possible." The Elder of the Watcher was slightly startled and asked again, "What about the old king? He will definitely help the Lord of the Other World to deal with us, right?" A smile gradually appeared on the other party's face, and he slowly said, "It doesn't matter. When the Dark Crow Elder takes action, I will let 2 more elders attack the Yongshuang main city to delay the old king. No matter how strong the old king is, he is only one person after all. He can't take care of 2 battlefields at the same time." After hearing this, the Elder of the Watcher also showed a touch of surprise on his face. He didn't expect that this lord actually paid so much attention to the Lord of the Other World. In order to deal with Chao Xing, they actually dispatched 3 legendary masters. And a smile gradually appeared on the face of the elder. In his opinion, a 7th level Lord of the Other World, no matter how strong he is, has a limit. Being targeted by 3 legendary masters, he is already doomed to die. "Yes, I will inform the elders right away." Then the Elder Watcher disappeared in the hall. Around the hall, there were many Watchers in gray robes waiting silently in the shadows. One of the Watchers had a slightly changed expression at this moment. Then he left here quietly. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Nothing happened during this time. Master Chow still spent his time leisurely in the territory, and sent 2 legions out to find the enhanced ice nest to earn gold points for him. Assam and Rennies have sent messages that they are about to arrive at Lloyd's tomb and the primeval forest with elves. Including Hilda, she has also sent messages that she has arrived at the Bliss Wilderness, and will soon return to the territory. Seeing the messages from everyone, Chao Xing smiled again. Very good, Assam is going well, and Hilda and the others will be back soon. After these warriors return, I will be able to harvest a large number of resources, enough to greatly increase the strength of the territory. But before that, we have to prepare other materials. When those warriors come back, we can see if we can help them break through to the 6th level at once. Although the altar of the gods has been unlocked, a large amount of material still needs to be sacrificed to allow those warriors to break through to the 6th level. The most of them are mithril and master level element crystals, which require at least more than 200,000. This is a very astonishing number. If Chao Xing relies on his own collection, it will take who knows when. So, he can only rely on the power of the survivors again. So, he first went to the market and opened the trading interface. Then he directly put a batch of dominant level lizard meat on the shelf and set the trading information. Consignment items: fresh lizard meat, orange. Stock reserves: large quantities. Required items: mithril, master level elemental crystals, skill books. Consigner: Chao Xing. Seller's notes: epic quality lizard meat, 1 portion equals 10 mithril equals 2 master level elemental crystals, Orfrost Mage, Aurora Knight, Cold Iron Mechanic skill books, equipment blueprints, building blueprints, etc. The last time he traded, Chao Xing set the price based on 1 portion of lizard meat equals 10 expert level elemental crystals. Now he doesn't need expert level element crystals, but more advanced master level element crystals. However, this kind of advanced material has a chance to drop from monsters above level 6. Given the current strength of the survivors, it is obviously impossible for them to kill monsters of this level. However, there is more than one way to obtain master level element crystals. In addition to killing monsters, there is a chance to obtain them by opening some treasure chests in the wild or in some special areas. With the base number of hundreds of thousands of survivors in the 4 major areas, it should still be possible to receive a lot. As for the skill books and blueprints, it was because Chao Xing hadn't traded on a large scale for a while. After so many days, maybe the survivors have some good stuff. So I thought, let's just collect it again. Just like last time, as soon as Chao Xing's lizard meat was put on the shelves, it immediately attracted the attention of a large number of survivors. They shared it in the chat channel as soon as possible. Good news, good news. Big brother Chao Xing has put epic quality lizard meat on the shelves again. Brothers who didn't get it last time are blessed. Wow, it's finally here. I've been dreaming about this epic quality meat for a long time. The 5% armor increase is really abnormal. Yes, the properties of this meat are really abnormal. My shield maids have amazing defense. If everyone can eat another portion, the armor can be increased again. Brothers, hurry up. Soon, the news that Chao Xing put lizard meat on the shelves again spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, and a large number of survivors learned the news. Although the survivors at this stage have greatly improved their strength, they can obtain meat with added attributes by hunting elite beasts. Some people have even killed leader-level beasts and obtained golden quality beast meat. However, epic beast meat like Chao Xing is unique in the entire market and has never been put on the shelves. After all, it was exploded from a 7th level dominant creature. In the entire 4 major regions, there are only a few strong people who can kill creatures of this level, or simply none. And the surviving lords also knew how popular this kind of meat was. Basically, the quicker you act, the better. So no matter what they were doing now, they just gave up what they were doing and rushed to the market frantically to buy these lizard meats. In an instant, Chao Xing's screen was flooded with a large number of transaction information. Transaction successful. You got mithril * 500. You lost fresh lizard meat, orange, * 1000 G. Transaction successful. You got master level element crystal * 35. You lost fresh lizard meat, orange, * 700 G. Transaction successful. You got 5th level imperial soldier armor blueprint, blue, * 1. You lost fresh lizard meat, orange, * 1000 G. Transaction successful. You got 5th level imperial soldier armor blueprint, blue, * 1. You lost fresh lizard meat, orange, * 1000 G. Success. You get level 5 imperial knight long sword blueprint, purple, * 1. you lose fresh lizard meat, orange, asterisk 3000G. Trade success. You get Lightning Magazine Skill Book, purple, asterisk 1, you lose fresh lizard meat, orange, asterisk 2000G. Trade success. You get Ice Spirit Skill Book, orange, asterisk 1, you lose fresh lizard meat, orange, asterisk 8000G. Trade success. Trade prompts kept coming. This terrifying trading event lasted for nearly half an hour. He directly consumed nearly 35,000 pieces of beast meat, which is about 3,500 pieces of lizard meat. It sounds like a lot. But there are still nearly 10,000 pieces left in his backpack. Chao Xing can exchange these lizard meats for a huge amount of resources. That's great. Killing a dominant lizard has allowed me to exchange so many resources, and even completed 2 rounds of transactions with some left. If one day I can kill a legendary beast, then I will be rich, right? Chao Xing thought longingly, and he also began to look forward to it. Of course, the legendary beast must be very powerful, and he is not sure about dealing with such a strong beast. After the transaction was completed, Chao Xing also counted the gains this time. First of all, there are 2 resources that he needs most at present. Mithril asterisk 218620 Master Element Crystal asterisk 23647. Nearly 220,000 mithril, and more than 20,000 Master Element crystals. Together with the reserves in the territory, it is enough for more than 1,000 soldiers to break through to the 6th level. A smile gradually appeared on Chao Xing's lips. Very good, now the materials for the breakthrough are solved. In addition, he also obtained several skill books, equipment, and weapon drawings this time. In the previous transactions, Chao Xing basically collected all the skill books of the Frost Mage and Aurora Knight on the market. So this time, he only received 2 skill books. One is for the Frost Mage, and the other is for the Frost Iron Mechanic. As for the Aurora Knight, there is none. Maybe there are some powerful skill books on the market. But these skill books are either so powerful that the survivors are unwilling to trade them, or they have already learned them by themselves. But it doesn't matter. For now, his skills are almost enough. He glanced at the properties of the 2 skill books. Ice Spirit Soul, Frost Spell Exclusive Skill Book. Quality, Epic. Learning Level, above level 50. Skill Effect, summon the Ice Spirit Soul to possess the body. In the next 30 seconds, all the small skills of the Frost Mage will enter a no cooldown state, such as Ice Ball, Ice Arrow, Ice Wall, Ice Spear, etc. But when using magic, the spirit consumed will be doubled. Skill cooldown time, 10 minutes. Chao Xing exclaimed, this skill is quite powerful. After all, within 30 seconds, all small skills enter the CD-free state, and with Chao Xing's terrifying casting speed, he can almost cast hundreds of magic. Even an 8th level commander cannot withstand this level of bombardment. In other words, this skill has greatly improved Chao Xing's burst ability. However, this skill also has a fatal disadvantage, that is, the mental consumption will double. At the current stage, most mages' mental attributes are not high, and they don't have many props to restore mental power. They have to rest for a while after releasing a few magic. So even if the Ice Spirit state is activated, it is very likely that the spirit will be exhausted before the 30 seconds are over. However, Chao Xing is an exception. He has thousands of drops of top-quality tree sap on him to replenish his spirit. In addition, the increase of eternal power. In other words, as long as the spirit is replenished in time, it is completely possible to enter the infinite bombardment state. Thinking of this, Chao Xing smiled and clapped his hands to the skill book. In an instant, a large amount of memories flooded into his mind. 2 minutes later, the system prompt appeared. Skill successfully learned, Ice Spirit Soul. Next, it's another skill book. Lightning Magazine, Frost Iron Mechanic Skill Book. Quality, Rare. Learning Level, above level 30. Skill Effect, make the next 50 bullet shots have an electric current effect, causing 120% lightning damage to the enemy, and there is a chance to paralyze it, but each shot will consume 2 ammunition, cooling time, 3 minutes. Chao Xing nodded slightly. Although this skill is only of rare quality, its properties are quite good. It will not only enhance Tong Chuchu's normal attack ability, but also have a certain control effect. With the power of eternity, it will usher in a qualitative change. Of course, this thing has a disadvantage like the Ice Spirit Soul, that is, it will consume double the ammunition. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, my mechanical factory can already mass-produce ammunition. It's nothing more than consuming more resources. Chao Xing put it into his backpack with satisfaction. Next, there are 3 equipment drawings. I glanced at the attributes. Level 5 Imperial Soldier Armor Blueprint, green. Blueprint description. This blueprint can be used to mass produce this armor in the blacksmith shop. Quality, excellent. Equipment level, level 40. Material required for production. Intermediate blacksmith shop, iron * 30, refined iron * 10, expert elemental crystal * 5. Level 5 Imperial Knight Longsword Blueprint, purple. Quality, rare. Equipment level, level 40. Material required for production. Advanced blacksmith shop, refined iron * 100, mithril * 10, expert elemental crystal * 10. Level 5 Tribal Longbow Blueprint, purple. Quality, rare. Equipment level, level 40. Material required for production. Advanced blacksmith shop, wood * 10, refined iron * 20, mithril * 10, sinew * 1, expert elemental crystal * 10. The three equipment blueprints were quite standard, and there was nothing too eye-catching about them. The quality of the equipment ranges from excellent to rare. These blueprints are naturally prepared for those warriors. Next, if the materials are sufficient, we can replace the weapons and armors of the warriors and archers in the territory. In addition, there are two architectural blueprints. As usual, I looked at the properties. Advanced Farmland Blueprint, gold. Durability, 10. Area, 60 cm * 60 cm. Effect, speed up the growth rate of crops by 20%, increase the yield of crops by 10%. Fountain Construction Blueprint, gold. Quality, rare. Drawing description. You can build a fountain in the territory, increasing the prosperity of the territory by 100 points. The two architectural blueprints are also very good, and they are also the buildings needed in Chaoxing's territory. Chaoxing thought, for this transaction, I wanted to see if there were any architectural blueprints for Advanced Mage Tower and Advanced Knight Hall to upgrade these buildings in the territory. But it seems that there is none at the moment. It seems that the level of this kind of building is too high, and most survivors cannot access this kind of advanced architectural blueprints. Thinking of this, Chaoxing closed the market interface. At this point, this transaction was officially over. Although there is nothing too amazing, it is pretty good overall. Next, let Duan build the fountain, and then have people reclaim all the primary farmland in the territory into advanced farmland. Just as Chaoxing was about to leave the market, he suddenly saw a friend message appear in the private chat bar. The sender was Bai Ji. Clicked on the message and took a look. Bai Ji, Chaoxing, I have something I want to trade with you. I wonder if you are interested. Seeing this message, Chaoxing's eyes showed surprise. However, as a strong person in the 4 major districts, this woman should have a lot of good things in her hands. So he replied and asked, what is it? A few seconds later, Bai Ji replied, do you still remember the angel transformation skill book I traded with you last time? Chaoxing replied, I remember. What's wrong? Of course he remembered. After all, this skill book was very powerful, which improved Lu Mushua's combat power to a higher level. Bai Ji said, this time, I found the advanced version of the Four-Winged Angel skill book. Do you want it? Chaoxing was slightly surprised when he heard the word advanced version. Maybe other people may not understand what the advanced version means, but he knows it very well. Just like his demon transformation skill, after devouring a commander-level demon, it becomes advanced demon transformation, which is an advanced skill. Presumably, this angel's arrival should be similar to his demon transformation. Chaoxing also reacted quickly. He did not answer this question, but asked tentatively, have you found a special area related to angels? Angel Advent and Four-Winged Angel Advent are obviously skill books from the same series. Although it is said that epic quality skill books can be opened by opening the Haoyue treasure box. However, given the rarity and randomness of the Haoyue treasure box, no matter how lucky Bai Ji is, it is impossible to open 2 skill books from the same series in a row. In other words, they are likely to come from the same area. Chapter 544. Bai Ji did not deny it and replied, yes, I do have a special area, which also contains a powerful inheritance. Just like the Sword Saint inheritance where Wei Jianyi is, I need to pass rounds of trials before I can obtain the final inheritance. During this period, I have been trying to challenge the trials inside. After my unremitting efforts, I finally broke through the previous challenges. After passing the first round of trials, I was given a Haoyue treasure chest, and then opened the skill book Angels Descend. After passing the second round of trials, I was given this skill book, Four-Winged Angel Descends. However, I can only pass the second round at present, and there is no way for the third round. Chaoxing thought to himself that as expected, these top survivors in each region all have special opportunities. After a pause, Baiji continued to ask, "Do you have any interest in this skilled book?" Chao Xing replied, "Of course I am interested. Tell me, what do you want?" The other party was silent for a moment, and seemed to be thinking about the corresponding conditions. Baiji replied, "First, I want 5 goblin airships, plus 500 portions of lizard meat." Chao Xing nodded slightly, but he didn't think she was asking for too much. In comparison, this 4-winged angel skill book is completely comparable to his advanced demon transformation skill, or even surpasses it, not to mention 5 goblin airships. Even 50 goblin airships can't be exchanged. As for the 500 portions of lizard meat, it is only equivalent to 50 pieces of meat, which is completely insignificant to him. Replied directly, "Okay, do you have any other conditions?" Baiji said, "I have one last condition. When you are free, can you come and help me explore this special area?" Just like exploring the Sword Saint inheritance at that time. Chao Xing was immediately happy. Of course, he wanted this kind of good thing. "Okay, I promise you." Hearing this, Baiji on the other side seemed a little happy. "Then I will go to the consignment channel to post an exclusive transaction. Just remember to take a picture later." "Okay," Chao Xing replied readily. Soon, Baiji posted the transaction information, and set it so that only the survivor Chao Xing could buy it. He also used 50 Lizard Overlord meat to bid for it. Transaction successful. You lost Lizard Overlord meat *50, and you gained 4-winged angel advent skill book, orange, *1. After getting the skill book, Chao Xing smiled again. Then he sent a message. "I have received the item. How can I give you the 5 goblin airships you asked for?" Baiji replied, "Let's trade in Yongshuang main city. I can't run too far at the moment. Yongshuang main city is the farthest place I can go." "Okay, but you have to wait a few days. I'm still a long way from Yongshuang main city. I call you when I get there." "No problem." Soon, both parties decided on the date for the trade and closed the private chat. Chao Xing couldn't wait to take a look at the properties of this skill book. 4-winged angel advent skill book, orange exclusive to Aurora Knight. Learning level, above level 60. Skill effect. Summon a 4-winged war angel and merge with it, transforming into a 4-winged war angel form. In the next 5 minutes, all attributes increase by 100%, and additional new skills are learned. Angel Wings, Sword of Judgment, Angel Baptism. Note, in the 4-winged war angel form, the original skills of Aurora Knight will not be available. Very good, it is worthy of being a skill book comparable to the transformation of a high-level demon. Not only does the attribute increase from 50% to 100%, but there are also 3 new skills on it. Chao Xing was amazed. Then he looked at the properties of the 3 new skills. Angel Wings, passive grow 4 angel wings, increase your movement speed by 50%, and gain the ability to fly freely. Sword of Judgment, passive increase the attack range of all 4-winged angels by 100%, and strengthen the 30% additional damage effect of Dark Nemesis on dark creatures. Holy Baptism, concentrate a large amount of holy power, causing continuous 3 by 354% baptism damage to all creatures within a range of 1,500 meters below. Dark creatures cause an additional 50%. During this period, all creatures below the level of the 4-winged angel will be suppressed. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Wow, 2 passives and a super strong group attack skill. This 4-winged angel form is quite powerful. If it is combined with the 6-piece set of the Song of Light, even I dare not say that I can win against Mu Shui in this form. These 3 skills are very powerful. Angel Wings makes Lu Mu Shui's movement speed soar, and she can fly freely. The passive skill of the Sword of Judgment is also abnormal. In this way, it is equivalent to an additional 60% bonus to dark creatures. If the 40% additional light attribute damage effect of the 6-piece set of the Song of Light is taken into account. Here is a 100% attack power bonus. It can be said that Lu Mushui is really a nemesis to those dark creatures in the angel form. High-level demons like Chao Xing are suppressed by her without any chance to fight back. But fortunately, Chao Xing also has a hidden profession. Although he can't beat him in the demon transformation form, if Chao Xing switches to Frost Dragon Mage, he will win. After all, this is a hidden profession derived from the system's own profession, which is unique in the world. Thinking of this, Chao Xing came to the Lord's castle with excitement. Creaky. The door was pushed open, and Chao Xing called upstairs, "Mu Shui, are you there?" A response came from the 2nd floor area. "I'm here, Xing, what's wrong?" "I have something to give you, come down first." "Okay." After a brief exchange, a heroic beauty in armor walked down from the 2nd floor. She looked at Chao Xing and asked softly, "Xing, What is it? Chao Xing smiled and said, "Come on, Mushua, try on this new equipment first." As he said that, he took out the 6-piece set of the Ode to Light. Buzz! Bursts of white light flashed. 6 exquisite pieces of equipment, emitting a soft glow at this moment, appeared in front of the two. Looking at this set of gorgeous armor, Lu Mushua showed a happy smile on her face. She could also feel that this set of armor was a great improvement for her. "Okay, I try it on." After saying that, she gently took off the armor and helmet on her body. The soft hair instantly fell on her shoulders. Then, Lu Mushua put on the light hem armor, combat boots, and belt. As she put on each piece of equipment, her aura continued to rise. Finally, she slowly raised a white helmet and put it on her head, instantly covering her beautiful face. Her temperament also ushered in a sacred transformation. At this moment, Lu Mushua was wearing a pure white epic armor, exuding a faint glow, holding the legendary weapon Mag-El. She exudes a heroic and sacred aura. This set of armor protects a large area of her body, including her head. However, through her delicate facial features, it can still be seen that she is a peerless beauty. Lu Mushua turned around and admired her new equipment, feeling very satisfied. Then she said with a smile on her face, "Axing, my attributes have improved a lot. I feel like I can now deal with a 7th level master." Before this, Lu Mushua had not awakened her hidden profession, so even after entering the angel transformation form, her attributes were only equivalent to that of a leader of the same level. With various amplifications, she can fight against commander-level creatures alone. Now wearing this set of armor, she has jumped to the level of a master. This shows how much the 6-piece set of the Anthem of Light has improved her. Chao Xing smiled, and then took out the 4-winged angel skill book. "Not bad, learn this skill as well." After Lu Mushua gently took it, a look of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes again. "Wow, it's an advanced skill book for the angel form. You are so amazing to be able to get such a skill book, Ah Xing. In a sense, this skill book is even more precious than the 6-piece set of the Anthem of Light. The attributes after the transformation have been increased from 50% to 100%, and with the 3 major skills, it is enough for her to fight against heroes of higher levels. You know, it is already amazing for most survivors to challenge and defeat elite creatures of the same level." Chao Xing and Lu Mushua were not only able to deal with commanders and masters of the same level, but also had the ability to fight against those of higher levels. It goes without saying how amazing this was. At the same time, Lu Mushua clapped her hands, and the skill book disappeared, turning into a soft light that entered her mind. A large amount of memories came, causing the Aurora Knight to gradually close his eyes and begin to absorb the memories. A few minutes later, Lu Mushua opened her eyes, and a sacred light burst out from her pupils. "Axing, I have learned successfully." An ethereal voice sounded. At this moment, Lu Mushua seemed to have just received a holy baptism, and her whole body was emitting a faint glow. Chao Xing also smiled and said, "Just transform and see." "Okay." After the words fell, Lu Mushua first entered the 2-winged angel form. The soft wings echoed in the castle hall with waves of ethereal singing. Then, a 2-winged archangel appeared. And when she used 4-winged angel descends, the sky outside seemed to have some magical changes. The polar people who were working outside could not help but look up at the sky, because they saw that a certain area above their heads suddenly burst into a strong light, illuminating half of the sky. The next moment, a sacred beam of light fell straight down from a height of 10,000 meters. Buzz! The beam of light fell squarely in the center of his territory and penetrated into the Lord's castle. Faintly, everyone seemed to see a holy figure descending from the beam of light. The figure was radiant, and the specific face could not be seen clearly. There were 4 white wings growing behind it. As the other party approached, holy singing sounded throughout the territory. This singing sounded like some special language. Chao Xing didn't understand, but he only felt a sense of awe and solemnity. Including the staff of the entire territory, they all subconsciously made a prayer gesture at this moment. Soon, the figure descended from the sky and entered the Lord's castle. The entire Lord's castle was completely illuminated. Just when Chao Xing wanted to raise his head and see the figure clearly, he felt a terrifying sense of oppression, which made him look away instantly. It was as if the other party was the most sacred existence in the world, and just looking at it was an unforgivable blasphemy. "Turtle, this 4-winged angel form is much more impressive than when I transformed into a high-level demon." Chao Xing was amazed. At the same time, the 4-winged angel had come behind Lu Mushua and merged with her in an instant. In an instant, Lu Mushua's body trembled violently, and the sacred light on her body surged. the pair of holy wings behind her began to tremble slightly, and the white feathers fluttered. As the sacred power fluctuated, more feathers gathered. In the blink of an eye, another pair of white wings grew out from her back. The 4 white wings swayed gently, full of sacred beauty. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing couldn't help but exclaimed, "So beautiful!" Lu Muxua in the form of a 4-winged angel was really stunning. At the same time, Lu Muxua tapped the ground with her toes, and the whole person floated into the air like a beautiful swan. The wings behind her carried her back and forth in the hall on the first floor, and she looked very flexible. She turned a few times, and then said happily, "Axing, I can fly too, great." Chao Xing also smiled. "Not bad, Muxua. This skill makes your fighting style more flexible. Go outside later, and adapt to the ability in your body." "Okay, Axing." After saying that, Lu Muxua landed lightly on the floor of the hall, and the 4-winged angel form on her body also dissipated. Then, the two of them pushed open the door of the Lord's castle together. As soon as she arrived in the territory, Lu Muxua couldn't wait to enter the transformed form again, and the wings behind her spread out, carrying her lightly into the air. Seeing this scene, the staff of the entire territory cast their eyes. The polar people said excitedly, "Mother Earth Goddess, this is a real angel. Angels have descended on our territory." Just as they were about to kneel down, the 4 strong men next to them slapped them. "Don't talk nonsense. This is our Lord's wife." Other polar people also reacted, with surprise in their eyes. "Oh, it turned out to be the Lord's wife. I thought a real angel had descended." Ha ha ha. Under the gaze of everyone, Lu Muxua slowly flew out of the territory. She was going to find some monsters to fight and adapt to the power in her body. Chao Xing watched her fly out of the territory, then pressed the communication device beside his ear and called Duan over. The polar man came to his side quickly, then bowed slightly and said, "Lord, please give me your orders." "Duan, now I need you to build a fountain. Just build it in the square." "Yes." After receiving Chao Xing's order, the polar man acted quickly. And Chao Xing came to the buffer zone of the territory and approached the agricultural area. Before he could get close, the village chief of Zelko came over with a smile on his face. He said happily, "Lord, you are here?" Seeing his happy look, Chao Xing asked happily, "Village chief of Zelko, is there anything good happening?" "Indeed, there is something good, respected lord. At present, the first batch of crops in the territory, Hanlu rice and Kulin barley, have matured. Silver dew berries and agate grapes have also entered the growth period. In about a month, they can also be picked." Hearing this, Chao Xing also smiled. With the multiple blessings of primary fertile land, planting proficiency and pale tree, these crops can be said to grow very fast. "Very good, take me to see." "Please follow me, Lord." After that, the old village chief Zelko took Chao Xing to a greenhouse area. The two entered the greenhouse, and the temperature inside was warmer than outside. There were also some villagers in Grapevine Village taking care of these crops in the greenhouse. Then, Chao Xing saw at a glance that the fields of Hanlu rice had completely entered the maturity period. Each ear was hanging down heavily, full of crystal clear and round rice grains. Next to it was the Kulin barley of the same size. These barleys also had full grains, and the stalks were thick and straight, standing proudly in the farmland. The ears of wheat were tightly clustered, and each grain was swollen, like a piece of gold hanging on it. Obviously, the growth of this batch of crops was quite good. Chao Xing was also very pleased. After all, this was the first batch of crops grown in his territory, and the sense of accomplishment was indescribable. Chao Xing continued to ask, "Village chief Zelko, how many kilograms of cold dew rice and barley can be harvested from this batch of crops? Can you calculate it?" The old village chief thought for a moment, and then replied respectfully, "According to our daily experience, 1 acre of land can harvest about 600 kilograms of cold dew rice. However, this territory has a magical power that makes our land more fertile. With the blessing of primary fertile land, the yield per acre is conservatively around 800 kilograms. As for Kulin barley, it may be a little less, but there is also a yield of 400 to 500 kilograms per mu." Chao Xing nodded slightly. He had previously allocated 7 mu of land to grow Hanlu rice and Kulin barley. According to this calculation, the two crops combined have a harvest of about 4,000 kilograms. It doesn't sound like much, but you have to know that these are not ordinary grains, but food with a magical aura. The value is much higher than ordinary barley and rice. At this time, the peasant woman Dahua also came over and said, "This barley is of very good quality. Whether it is used for brewing or making bread, it is an excellent raw material." Chao Xing smiled, Next, you will harvest these crops. Then lead the villagers to cultivate more high-quality farmland. By the way, expand the farmland area to 200 mu. 200 mu of land, the land area alone is 130,000 square meters. Many survivors' territories combined are not as large as this. But Mr. Chow's territory is large enough. It is more than enough to free up 200 mu of space in the buffer zone for farming. Zelko immediately said respectfully, "Yes, respected lord." Then, he immediately led his men to start the action. Next, all the villagers of Grapevine Village had to be busy. After all, it was a big project to cultivate 200 acres of fertile land, build a greenhouse, and sow new seeds. But as long as it was completed smoothly, he could achieve freedom of Hanlu rice and Kulin barley. Even later, Hanlu rice could be eaten as ordinary food. His heart was full of yearning. After doing all this, Chao Xing found Xiao Chuchu again and handed her the Lightning Magazine skill book. The little girl happily took it and thanked him. "Thank you, big brother." Chao Xing smiled and touched her head. Then, he went to Elisa's room. At a glance, he saw a figure lying on the bed. It was Elisa who was unconscious. And there was a familiar figure next to the bed. Small body, hot body, and mature charm. This woman is the Baron's mother, Gracie. During the time he was away, it seemed that Gracie was taking care of Elisa. After seeing Chao Xing, the petite lady stood up quickly and said respectfully, "Hello, sir." Chao Xing nodded slightly and said, "No need to bow. You are not from my territory. You don't need to be so polite to me." Gracie responded softly, "Yes." After saying that, she raised her head and looked at Chao Xing with a touch of tenderness in her eyes. Chao Xing looked at Elisa lying on the bed again. She still closed her eyelids, and her lively appearance in the past was still vivid. However, compared with the first 2 days of coma, her face has become more red, and it seems that she is about to wake up. Chao Xing also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the Baron's mother next to him. "Gracie, our enemies have been dealt with, and no one will bother you and your son anymore. I say hello to Fitzwalker and ask him to take you back to the Baron's mansion. How about that?" Hearing this, the Baron's mother's shoulders trembled slightly, and her hands tightly grasped the bed sheet. Chapter 545. She raised her head, bit her lower lip, and looked at Chao Xing with a special look, as if she wanted to say something. Chao Xing asked, "What's wrong?" The Baron's mother seemed to have mustered up the courage and asked, "Lord Chao Xing, are you going to drive me away?" Chao Xing shook his head. "No, it's just that I promised you that I would guarantee your safety before the enemy is eliminated. Besides, I think you are not used to living in my territory." Hearing this, Gracie said softly, "How can I not be used to it? I live very well here." "Sir, do you dislike me because I am too old and unworthy to serve you?" Hearing this, Chao Xing's face darkened instantly. Then, he sat on the chair. "Come here." The petite woman listened to Chao Xing's serious voice, and immediately came to his side obediently. "Lie on my legs." "Yes." Gracie followed his instructions, and leaned on his legs. Her soft body rested completely on Chao Xing, with her round and perky buttocks raised high. At this time, Chao Xing raised his right hand and slapped him hard. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. He only used 10% of his strength in this slap, but even if it was only 10%, it was not something that ordinary people could bear. Gracie trembled all over and felt a burning pain. She tilted her head and looked at Chao Xing with a pair of hazy eyes. "My lord." Chao Xing did not speak, but slapped a few more times. Papa." A few consecutive slaps made Gracie's buttocks ripple, and the face of this petite lady turned red. Her eyes were misty, and she did not dare to resist at this moment, allowing Chao Xing to do what he wanted. Until he stopped, turned his head and asked tentatively, "My lord, are you angry? I was wrong. Can you please forgive me?" Her tone was filled with pleading. Chao Xing let go of his hand, and then said earnestly, "Listen, I don't think you are too old. I forgive you this time. Don't say such things next time, understand?" The Baron's mother lay on Chao Xing's legs, and a happy smile suddenly appeared on her face. She nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Yes, I understand, sir. I will never say such things again." After that, she continued to lie on Chao Xing's legs. Chao Xing also felt an unprecedented soft touch. Gracie whispered, "My lord, you seem." Chao Xing glanced at Elisa next to him and chuckled. Then he lifted the woman up and put her on his shoulders and went into another room. Bang! As the door was closed, Gracie immediately knelt down in front of him obediently. "My lord, please let me have a taste. Gracie is hungry." Chao Xing knew before that the Baron's mother was actually very open. However, because of her identity, she has been suppressing herself. Now that she has come to his territory, she has completely let go in front of Chao Xing. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's face, and then he said, "If you want to eat, do it yourself." "Okay, sir." Gracie kept kneeling and came to him. Swish. Then, the Baron's mother began to eat heartily. After a few minutes of tasting, Grace's face was ruddy. She whispered, "Sir, the place where you hit me just now is a little painful. Please help me see if it is swollen." After saying that, she squatted down, with her buttocks slightly raised in front of Chao Xing. Chao Xing saw at a glance that the round and white buttocks were left with several slap marks from his previous blows. His mouth suddenly became dry. Without any hesitation, Chao Xing pressed his hands on her plump waist and approached her instantly. It was not until about an hour later. Chao Xing walked out of the room refreshed. The Baron's mother put on her clothes with a ruddy face. At this moment, Chao Xing stood in the territory, thinking about what to do next. At present, the threat of the Church of Light has been resolved. Next, we need to find a territory for Tianjing and then prepare to build a legion. After the legion is almost done, we can explore the inheritance of the legendary wizard. Then see if there is time to send someone to the Daisha Highlands to explore the dragon's nest. Finally, we will go to the Kingdom of Orchids to find Luo Shi of Chuanhai Fort. These things are relatively important, and need to be done one by one. Of course, the premise is to wait for Hilda and the others to come back. But it will be soon, because in the morning, they sent news that they have arrived at the Bliss Wilderness. Calculating the time, it should be almost time to return to the snowstorm plain. Sure enough, it was a little after 1 in the afternoon. The staff heard the sound of breaking through the air from above. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One after another huge shadows quickly flew over the territory. That was a group of griffins. Obviously, the Silver Hand Knights returned first. At the same time, griffins landed in the buffer zone of the territory. Chao Xing saw that in addition to the Silver Hand Knights, there were some unfamiliar figures on the backs of these griffins. They were ragged, wearing worn-out cotton clothes and cotton hats, and their bodies were of different heights. They were a group of polar people, and there were blacksmiths from various races. In addition to the dwarves, there were also human blacksmiths. There were nearly 200 people in total. After landing at this moment, these blacksmiths and polar people jumped off the backs of the griffins one after another, and then stood there a little awkwardly. Knight Captain Fortigan stepped forward and said respectfully, "My lord, these are the blacksmiths captured by Lady Hilda in that stronghold." The other polar people were collected from other strongholds. Because there are so many people, I took the griffins first and brought all the captives back. Chao Xing nodded slightly. "You did a good job. You worked hard." The knight immediately replied respectfully, "It's not hard, respected lord. It's our honor to contribute to the territory." Including other knights, they looked at Chao Xing with respect and admiration. Chao Xing asked the knights to wait on the side, then his eyes fell on the hundreds of captives and scanned their panel information. There is no need to say much about the group of polar people. In this world, they are a hard-working race. They eat 1 bowl of rice and do 10 bowls of rice. This describes them. The levels of these polar people are between level 3 and level 10, and there are more than 150 people, which is still very good. As for the blacksmiths next to them, most of them are human or dwarf. Their skin is dark or dark yellow with mottled lines on it. This is caused by dealing with high temperature and fire for many years. These blacksmiths have forging mastery life skills on their panels. There are from junior blacksmiths to senior blacksmiths, and even 2 expert blacksmiths. Seeing this scene, Chao Xing smiled. These blacksmiths are rare talents. Now, there are more and more soldiers in his territory. And those soldiers are still wearing the initial equipment they brought when they were just summoned, which basically has little protection. Although Chao Xing's ice armor can increase their armor by several thousand points, which is equivalent to the bonus of more than a dozen pieces of armor. But if these soldiers can wear equipment and improve their strength, it would be a good thing. He had this idea before. However, because there was only one herald in the territory at that time, his forging tasks were always saturated. Now that there are so many blacksmiths, this model can be implemented. With sufficient resources, combined with the 3 blueprints he obtained from the transaction not long ago, a large number of equipment can be mass-produced. Chao Xing walked over and said, "Everyone, as you can see, the Church of Light has been destroyed by us. You will no longer have to worry about this church taking you away, and you will no longer have to work for them. And now, my territory is in a state of development, and it still needs a lot of manpower. Are you willing to join my territory?" On the field, the group of polar people immediately responded without hesitation, We are willing. They had already seen that the polar people in this territory were all strong and powerful. It is obvious that those polar people live very well here. So, what is there to hesitate about in such a territory? Of course, join. However, the group of blacksmiths did not respond to Chao Xing's question immediately, but stood there and seemed a little hesitant. Some blacksmiths hesitated to speak, as if they had something to say. Chao Xing could see it, so he said, "You can speak freely if you have anything to say. Even if you don't want to join my territory, I won't force you." Hearing this, the blacksmith's expressions changed again. At the same time, two figures walked out of the crowd. They were one tall and one short. One was a human, and the other was a dwarf. Chao Xing took a glance and found that both of them had expert forging mastery. In other words, they are also the ones with the highest forging skills among this group of blacksmiths. Among them, the expert blacksmith of the human race asked tentatively, "This powerful lord, we are honored to receive your invitation to join this powerful territory. We also hope to join your territory and work for you. But before that, I would like to ask a question on behalf of everyone." Chao Xing looked at this human blacksmith. His name is Hogsun. He is about 40 years old, his right foot is slightly disabled, and he walks unsmoothly, looking like he was injured when he was young. Chao Xing said, "Ask it." The blacksmith named Hogsun said respectfully, "We want to know, if everyone completes the work, can they have a few days off every 6 months or a year?" "A few days off? Do you want to rest?" Chao Xing's eyes showed doubts, and then he said, "Don't worry, in my territory, there is no need to overwork, and everyone's working hours will not be too long every day. After finishing the work during the day, you are free at night." Hearing this, the people on the field looked at each other, seeming a little surprised. However, the blacksmith Hogsun still shook his head and said, "Lord, you misunderstood. We are not afraid of working too long and being too tired. We just want to have a little time every year to go back and see our families." Chao Xing was slightly stunned. At this time, another senior blacksmith behind him said, "Dear Lord, since we were captured by the Church of Light, we have been making weapons for them day and night. I haven't been back to visit my family for several years. When I was captured, my wife's baby was only a few months old, and I don't know how she is doing. We really miss our family." Including other blacksmiths, they all mustered up their courage and said in a pleading tone, "This kind Lord, please have mercy and let us see our family. Please." Chao Xing didn't speak, but was thinking about something. After a moment, he asked, "Where is your home? Do you know?" The blacksmiths immediately spoke at once. "My home is in Talon City in the Kingdom of Ostia. My home is in Oak Village in the Bliss Wilderness. My home is in the Blue Water Town in the Kingdom of Varen." After listening to their reports, Chao Xing suddenly felt a slight headache. These blacksmiths came from all corners of the country, basically from 4 or 5 nearby kingdoms. And each kingdom has a geographical range of 4 to 5,000 kilometers, plus the barren areas outside the border. From one kingdom to another, the distance is at least 7,000 to 8,000 kilometers. Not to mention, there are some blacksmiths here who come from even more distant countries. Chao Xing said, "I can give you a holiday, and even give you enough time to go back and see your family. But are you sure you can make it back? This is the Ice Crystal Kingdom. Except for a few blacksmiths who live nearby, do the rest of you have the ability to cross several countries?" After Chao Xing finished speaking, most of the blacksmiths on the field fell silent. They all knew how difficult it was to cross a kingdom in such a dangerous world. Even those experienced caravans had to find a large number of mercenaries or escorts to travel between countries. And they had to take the routes they were familiar with. Otherwise, there would be a high probability of casualties once they left the trade route. For ordinary people like them, this was even more impossible. If all of these more than 100 blacksmiths really wanted to go home, 99% of them will die on the road. Thinking of this, a trace of dejection suddenly appeared on their resolute faces. Some blacksmiths even felt a black screen in front of their eyes, and almost fainted. Chao Xing said, "Let me give you a plan that will allow you to see your family." Hearing this, everyone on the scene had a terrifying light in their eyes, and then looked at him excitedly. Chao Xing continued, "Next, you all join my territory and work for me. After I stabilize my territory, I will send someone to pick up your family and settle them in my territory. What do you think of this plan?" Hearing this, all the blacksmiths on the field were stunned for a moment. But they also knew that this was a great thing. Everyone wanted to agree immediately, but they were a little unsure. For a moment, they all stood there awkwardly. It was still the expert blacksmith who spoke. "This respected lord, what you said, is it true?" Can we really bring our families here and settle down in such a prosperous territory? Before Chao-Shing could speak, the big guy Braun on the side spoke first. Aha! Our Lord never deceives his own people, and what he says is what he means. For this point, other people in this territory can be said to have the same feeling. The other warriors nodded one after another. Chao-Shing also clearly replied, It's true. There are not only a large number of griffins in my territory, but also many goblin airships. These are highly mobile units that can bring your families here safely and without worries. After getting his personal confirmation, the blacksmiths showed excitement in their eyes. If that's the case, I'm willing to work for you here for the rest of my life. Me too. We are willing to join this kind and great lord. All of a sudden, these blacksmiths signed up. Most of these blacksmiths have families. For them, what is the point of working so hard in those small towns or cities? Isn't it just to make their family live better and have a warm home? The biggest dream is to save some money and move to a big city in the future to ensure their safety. And now, this territory has all the conditions. Not only is it warm and safe, but the Lord also looks kind. This is simply the perfect residence they have dreamed of. Chao-Shing also smiled. Very good, then welcome to join us. After that, he issued a recruitment invitation to all these people. Recruitment successful. Blacksmith Luca Ali Stone joined your territory, and the territory population increased by 348. When everyone joined, Chao-Shing nodded again with satisfaction. In this way, the number of staff in the territory increased again. Chao-Shing called Duan and called Harold, the dwarf blacksmith, who was working. When Harold came over with a forging hammer, the steady and heavy breath on his body kept coming. In addition, Harold is now a master blacksmith, and even his steps have a special rhythm and charm. The two expert blacksmiths on the field recognized the source of Harold's temperament at a glance and exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is a master blacksmith. Gods, am I seeing things? There is a forging master in this territory." Hearing this, the other blacksmiths suddenly widened their eyes and stared at Harold. Only if you are a blacksmith, you will know how rare it is to be a master blacksmith. That is a person who is hard to find among hundreds of expert blacksmiths. After all, it is too difficult to awaken the craftsman's soul. If you don't awaken the craftsman's soul, you can't break through even if you have full proficiency. If it weren't for the forging god statue in Chao-Shing's territory, even Harold would be stuck at the expert level and unable to break through. For such a person, even the nobles have to be polite to him. The other captured dwarf blacksmiths were even more excited. Facing the admiring eyes of the other blacksmiths, Harold just glanced at them and stopped paying attention, then came to Chao-Shing respectfully. "Lord, please give me your orders." Chao-Shing said, "Harold, as you can see, there are many more blacksmiths in our territory. Next, you will lead this group of blacksmiths. First, arrange a place for them to live, and then take them to the blacksmith shop to have a look. Later, you will be responsible for forging the batch of high-level materials I brought back. They are responsible for making the armor and weapons that the soldiers wear. Then you can guide them when you are free." Chao-Shing issued a series of tasks. "By the way, you also take these drawings and let them forge tomorrow." Harold took the drawings from Chao-Shing and replied solemnly, "Yes, Lord, I will lead them well." After that, he turned around and looked at the other blacksmiths, and then said, "Everyone, come with me, I will arrange a place for you to stay first." "Okay, master." They obeyed Harold's words. Soon, a large number of blacksmiths followed Harold and walked towards the residential area. After the blacksmiths left, Chao-Shing called Duan again and said, "Duan, these polar people are under your command. First, take them to familiarize themselves with the territory, and then take them to the cafeteria for dinner. Now that we have more manpower, you can assign a group of people to build a few blacksmith shops, and then upgrade them all to expert level. After finishing this, send these polar people out to mine the surrounding mines." "Yes, Lord." Duan looked at the other polar people. "Folks, follow me. I will lead you to get familiar with this sacred territory." The polar people were immediately excited and said, "With pleasure." They also followed Duan, exclaiming as they walked, "Oh, this tribesman, you are so strong. Are you the polar people who inherited the blood of the earth bull in the legend?" Duan replied, "No, this is the power of the Lord. If you perform well, you will also be treated like this in the future. Mother Earth, this is really something to look forward to. Haha, we will definitely perform well and work hard." Soon, the voices of the polar people gradually faded away. After arranging these people, Chao-Shing asked the griffins to return to the griffin nest to rest, including the Silverhand Knights, who also returned to their own residences. Next, we just need to wait for the other fighters to return. It was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. With his keen hearing, Chao Xing heard the movement coming from the sky above his head. Buzz buzz buzz. The vibration sound continued, which was the sound of the propeller of the goblin airship. It should be Zierda and the others who were back. Chao Xing thought to himself. Sure enough, after a while, the voices of Zierda, Boji and others rang in his ears. Lord, we have arrived at the territory. A smile instantly appeared on Chao Xing's face, and then he quickly pushed open the door of the Lord's castle with excitement. Including other combatants, they also heard the movement above their heads, and then came to the buffer zone of the territory to wait. Under the gaze of everyone, more than a dozen goblin airships slowly landed. Teams of powerful soldiers came out of them, and there were also terrifying 7th-level strongmen. Zierda, Eilina, Boji, Tianjing and others walked over. They came to Chao Xing and saluted respectfully. Then he said loudly, Lord, we have successfully completed the mission and all members have returned safely. Chapter 546. Lord, we have all returned. Chao Xing took a glance and found that there were no casualties, and a smile appeared on his face. Yes, you are all great, I am proud of you. Hearing the Lord's recognition, the soldiers looked at Chao Xing with excitement. This time, they traveled tens of thousands of kilometers back and forth and took 4 or 5 days to kill the enemy. It can be said that it was a pretty good win. At this time, the 14 leading captains stepped forward and handed over dozens of backpacks. Lord, these are the supplies we collected in there. Please take a look. Chao Xing took it. When he saw the huge amount of resources in the backpack, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise wildly. Damn! There are too many things in here. He saw no less than 200 or 300 expert-level hearts of power alone. Then, there were various elites, leaders, and leader-level souls, and there were also many of them. After that, there was a large amount of food and miscellaneous resources. It was a huge amount. If all these resources were digested, it would definitely greatly improve the strength of his territory again. Chao Xing suppressed his excitement. Then he transferred all the resources inside, except for the food, into his dragon-patterned bag. Anyway, his backpack was large enough to hold these things. Obtain, Hero's Heart *1. Obtain, Strong Blood *1. Obtain, soon, Chao Xing collected all the resources. Finally, he did some statistics. First, he looked at the number of various power hearts, and counted what he had gained in the headquarters before. The number of power hearts here is Hero's Heart *1 Master Power Heart *32 Expert Power Heart *285 Advanced Power Heart *1894. The 4 grades of power hearts have exceeded 2,000. It can be said that this is the time he has obtained the most hearts of power in history. Then, there are those souls. He also took a look at the number. 7th level Red Robe Bishop Soul, Commander level *1. 6th and 7th level White Robe Priest Soul, Leader level *15. 5th, 6th and 7th level Black Robe Priest Soul, Leader level *84. 4th, 5th and 6th level Hunter Elite Soul *357. The number of these souls also reached more than 400. Chao Xing almost couldn't hold back his smile. Then, there are other miscellaneous gains, including various iron, copper, mithril ore, cloth, etc. Added together, it is almost 2 million units. This is an astonishingly large sum of money. Even though Chao Xing's territory now has so many staff members, it still takes about 3 or 4 months to mine such a large amount. It can be said to be an instant wealth. In addition, there is another more important gain. Those attribute books. Looked at the number. Large attribute books, strength, agility, spirit, physique, *1348 books. Medium attribute books *2976 books. These attribute books are also a good resource. If there are enough of them, they can improve the attributes of many members of the territory. Speaking of which, since the last battle of Duelu in Lake City, it has been a long time since these attribute books were used to improve them. I don't know how many there are now. Then, Chao Xing looked at the backpack. The total number of various attribute books in it has exceeded tens of thousands. Wow, I have so many without realizing it. What a feeling! In addition, there are all kinds of weapons and equipment. There are 16 gold quality weapons and 7 equipment. There are 95 blue quality and purple quality weapons and 64 equipment. Not to mention the whiteboard and green quality ones, there are thousands of them. There are so many things. For a moment, Chao Xing didn't know which resource to use first. After thinking about it, Chao Xing quickly made a decision. Obviously, the souls should be digested first. After all, these souls have level restrictions. Once the level of those fighters exceeds the level of the souls, they can no longer be used. So Chao Xing shouted. All those who participated in the battle this time, step out. After all, they were the ones fighting this time, so these resources should naturally be provided to these fighters first. Soon, more than 1,400 people stood up. Chao Xing continued. Now, each branch of the army sends a captain to come to me to collect souls. Then these souls will be awarded to the warriors, who killed the most enemies. After hearing the order, 7 or 8 captains came out one after another. Since there were 600 Ascalon warriors going to fight this time, they only needed to let Yaskin come up to collect them. Chao Xing first distributed about 25 elite souls to each branch of the army according to the proportion. The Ascalon warriors received more souls, a total of 150. Soon, more than 300 elite souls were distributed. Then, the captains of the various legions turned around and began to give rewards to the top warriors, who killed the most enemies in this battle. The fighters who got the souls had excited looks in their eyes, and the others, who didn't get any, were very envious. At the same time, they secretly decided in their hearts that if there is such an action next time, they must perform well. Try to kill more enemies and get the reward from the Lord. At this moment, more than 300 combatants held the souls in their hands and shouted excitedly. Thank you, Lord. Chao Xing waved his hand and said, start the breakthrough. Yes. After that, the more than 300 warriors simultaneously slapped their souls into their bodies. Buzz, buzz. Waves of soul fluctuations appeared. The movement of more than 300 warriors breaking through the elite at the same time was still very shocking. In the blink of an eye, the powerful aura fluctuations covered the entire territory. They broke through very quickly. In less than 3 minutes, the system prompts kept appearing. Your territory member, Feng transformed into an elite creature, basic attributes increased by 30%, learn new skills, Eagle Fall. Your territory member, Vito Newman transformed into an elite creature, basic attributes increased by 30%, learn new skills, 5-segment slash. Your continuous system prompts sounded one after another. Soon, all the warriors' breakthroughs were coming to an end. Chao Xing made a brief count and found a total of 357 elite souls, and finally 301 were successful. This probability cannot be said to be low, and it can even be said that his luck has exploded. Chao Xing was very satisfied with this result. With the breakthrough of this group of warriors, the strength, prosperity, and population of Chao Xing's territory has skyrocketed. After all, an ordinary creature occupies 1 population, and an elite creature occupies 2 population. It is equivalent to an increase of more than 300 people at once. But it doesn't matter, anyway. Chao Xing's Lord Castle has been upgraded to level 13, with a total of 10,019 people. So the population limit is still sufficient. Chao Xing thought to himself, next, we need to digest those leader-level souls. 84 of them, which can also be upgraded. He glanced at the combatants below and continued, in the territory, except for the elite creatures just now, all others who have reached the elite level should step out. Upon hearing the order, 4 to 5 to 10 elite members appeared in each type of soldiers. After all, Chao Xing had helped the soldiers upgrade on a large scale once before. So there are still quite a lot of elite creatures. Of course, the dragon blood fighters have the most. Among the more than 100 people, there are more than 40 elites, which shows how terrifying the quality of their strong men is. There are also many elite members of other arms. Chao Xing continued, come here to receive souls. A group of elite strong men came over and took the souls. Finally, Chao Xing gave 30 leader souls to the dragon blood fighters. The remaining 54 were distributed to the warriors of other major arms. They said respectfully, thank you, Lord. Then, they simultaneously slapped a large number of these boss-level souls into their bodies. The throbbing in the depths of the soul appeared again. Your territory member, Roosevelt, has successfully transformed into a boss-level creature, basic attributes increased by 30%, and learned a new skill, Dragon Blood Extraction. Your territory member, Lamia, has successfully transformed into a boss-level creature, basic attributes increased by 30%, and learned a new skill, Double Blade Wheel Dance. As system prompts appeared one after another, these combatants also ushered in the transformation. Chao Xing counted the 84 leader-level souls, and finally succeeded in 74 of them. Obviously, this success rate is far higher than the success rate of the soul itself. The attribute of luck value is really abnormal, which can be said to have saved him countless resources in disguise. There are more than 70 leader-level strongmen in the territory all of a sudden, and Chao Xing is in a good mood. Next, It is the 15-liter level souls. After digesting these souls, he will probably be able to have a large number of 5th level leader level strongmen. Then he digested the dozens of master level power hearts. This also means that he will be able to immediately have more than a dozen master level masters. However, Chao Xing still took away 3 souls, one each of the 5th, 6th, and 7th levels. These 3 souls were naturally prepared for Assam's Lake Lady Sword. It was Chao Xing who took the initiative to request to seal the basic attributes of the Lake Lady Sword, and the price was to devour 4 leader level souls to recover. Although the price sounds a bit shocking. But now, Assam had used the Sword of the Lady of the Lake a few months in advance, and used the legendary special effects on it to kill enemies every day, which increased the basic attack power of the weapon by more than 10,000 points. It was equivalent to exchanging 4 souls for nearly 10,000 points of weapon attack power. Obviously, this deal was not a loss at all. The remaining 12 souls were also easy to distribute. Except for the Blood Spider Legion of the Blood Spider Queen, which did not need to use souls. Other arms basically had 1 or 2 boss-level creatures. Soon, 12 fighters with boss-level strength came out. Under the gaze of the crowd, they slapped all these souls into their bodies. Buzz, buzz. Waves of fluctuations emerged. Continuous system prompts appeared again. Your territory member, Ragumi, Silver Hand Knight, successfully transformed into a leader-level creature. Basic attributes increased by 30%. Learn new skills. Knight's Journey. Your territory member, Patty, Earth Mage, successfully transformed into a leader-level creature. Basic attributes increased by 30%. Learn new skills. Meteorite Impact. Finally, 9 of the 12 leader-level souls were successful. This success rate is quite impressive. So far, Chao Xing still has a commander-level soul, thousands of hearts of power, and nearly 10,000 attribute books in his hand. So, he took out all the attribute books first, and then said, it's still the old rules. Each branch of the army sends a representative to come and collect these attribute books. Give priority to those members who have not been assigned souls. Hearing the order, except for Zierda, the other captains came forward and began to collect attribute books in batches. In the blink of an eye, everyone had finished distributing all the attribute books piled in front of him. Just like before, the number of books distributed to each type of soldiers was about the same. They clapped these attribute books, and basically all of them had their attributes upgraded. So far, another thing was digested. Chao Xing's eyes swept over the more than 2,000 combatants in the territory. At present, there were basically no soldiers below the 4th level in his territory. So the more than 1,000 high-level power hearts were of little use. Of course, when the level of the Polar People or other staff members is upgraded in the future, they can also be used by them. As for the nearly 300 expert-level power hearts, they can be used to upgrade the Star Country Swordsmen, Silver Hand Knights and other arms. But these numbers are still not enough. After all, in addition to the above 2 arms, Chao Xing also has Nightmare Archers, Earth and Wind Mage groups, all of which need expert-level power hearts to break through the 5th level. After thinking for a while, Chao Xing decided to distribute these expert-level power hearts first to improve their strength. So he shouted, all Star Country Swordsmen, Silver Hand Knights, and Nightmare Archers, step out. More than 300 people stood up at the same time. Chao Xing continued, Xiao, Fortigan, and Melita, the 3 of you come as representatives to receive these expert-level power hearts. 95 for each type of soldier, and then distribute according to contribution. Hearing this, the 3 people on the field stepped forward at the same time, received these expert-level power hearts, and distributed them to the members below. The warriors also thanked him respectfully. Then, they crushed the Heart of Power and broke through. Your territory member, Feng broke through to the 5th level creature, basic attributes increased by 100%, and health increased by an additional 50%. Your territory member. After hundreds of system prompts, Chao Xing once again made his statistics. 295 expert-level hearts of power, a total of 263 were successful. This probability also far exceeded the average. Chao Xing felt very satisfied. At this point, the harvest of this trip has basically been digested. Currently, there is still 1 hero's heart, 32 master-level power hearts, and 1 7th-level commander-level soul that have not been digested. Chao Xing has already chosen the hero's heart and soul. As for the 32 master-level power hearts, they need to wait until these leader-level creatures that have just broken through to the 5th level reach level 50 before they can be distributed. So Chao Xing said, okay, everyone has worked hard on the journey and fighting these days, now go back and rest. The soldiers looked at each other and said excitedly, yes, respected lord. More than 2,000 people left like a tide. They all had happy smiles on their faces. In this battle, they can be said to be crushing. In addition, they have been traveling for 4 or 5 days in a row, and they are indeed a little tired. At this moment, they just want to go back to their rooms and have a good rest. However, Tianjing stayed where he was. Chaoxing noticed that he seemed to have something to say, so he asked, Tianjing, what do you want to say? It has been almost half a month since Tianjing was rescued from the basement by Chaoxing. After spending this period of time with the soldiers, his aura is no longer as gloomy as before, and he often smiles. Of course, because of his lizardman appearance, this smile is so creepy. When Tianjing heard Chaoxing calling him, he immediately came over and excitedly reported, Boss, I went to the mountain you mentioned to explore. On the top of the mountain, there is indeed a huge humpback giant eagle nest, in which lives a humpback giant eagle tribe, about 70 or 80. It seems that there are still some giant eagle eggs, which are currently in the incubation stage. Chaoxing's eyes showed surprise. Oh, are there so many? Yes, boss. Chaoxing nodded slightly and said, very good, I understand. When I have time later, I will send people to tame all these humpback giant eagles and bring them back. You should also go and rest. Yes. After saying that, the lizard man left here. After Tianjing left, Chaoxing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. This group of humpback giant eagles is quite important. Although they have little combat power, their ability to transport goods is unique, and they can easily grab several tons of goods. If they can bring all of them back to the territory, they are also a good means of transportation. Of course, these humpback giant eagles also have a disadvantage, that is, they are very greedy. From the actions of the group of black-robed priests in Duoluan Lake City before, it can be seen that these giant eagles can even eat a whole horse in one meal, and their appetite is amazing. And they won't work if you don't feed them. If you bring them all back to the territory, you will consume a lot of food every day. Therefore, it's better not to catch them before you figure out how to make these giant eagles create value. Otherwise, there will be dozens of gluttons, and even he can't afford to support them. After making the decision, Chaoxing stopped thinking about it, and continued to count other gains. He took a look at some of the resources in the 14 backpacks. Coins * 532 million. Food * 5.143 million. Mithril * 149235. Iron * 1.5462 million. Copper * 332, 400. Eternal gold ingot * 16245. Magic pattern stone * 21781. In addition to the above materials, there are some relatively rare miscellaneous materials, such as various gold and silver ornaments, gems, gem fragments, etc. If all are sold, it should be worth 200 to 300 million crowns. Yes, 500 million coins, and 5 million food. According to this calculation, if I want to let more than 1,000 warriors break through to the 6th level, I still need about 1 billion crowns, and about 7 million units of food. It seems that I have to shamelessly ask the old king to borrow some. Chapter 547. Chaoxing looked at the time. It is now 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the teleportation array has a 6-hour cooling time. If we rush to Yongshuang main city now, we can rush back again in the evening. However, before that, I have to do something. Digest that commander-level soul, and let the holy light priest Isabel break through to the commander. And that hero's heart, also give it to Mu Shui, let her upgrade to the 8th level. In this way, Mu Shui's various auxiliary skill values can be strengthened again. Thinking of this, Chaoxing entered the mage tower. He pushed open a meditation room with ease, which was also the meditation room that Isabel often used. At this moment, the holy light priest was still in a meditative state. After seeing Chaoxing, Isabel suddenly opened her yellow gem-like eyes, and the power of holy light flashed. Then she stood up and said respectfully, "Respected lord." Chaoxing nodded slightly, took out a bright soul from his backpack, and said, "Next, Isabel." The holy light priest subconsciously reached out to take it, and after feeling the breath contained in the soul, a happy smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Thank you." Chaoxing smiled and said, "Use it, and see if you can successfully break through to the commander." Although Isabel has a dark witch form, she is a commander-level creature, but she rarely uses that form. Moreover, as a holy light priest with auxiliary abilities, holding the holy book of light, Chaoxing is actually more helpful than the dark witch form. If Isabel's light form can be transformed into a commander, her auxiliary ability and combat ability can be greatly improved. At the same time, Isabel held the soul in her hand, and a ball of soft holy light power overflowed, covering and wrapping the soul. In the blink of an eye, all the power contained in the soul was absorbed. As the strong power of holy light burst out from her body, it directly filled the entire meditation room. Not only that, this holy light also overflowed from the gap, illuminating the entire mage tower with sacredness. Buzz! Compared to the movement of Hilda breaking through the commander, Isabel was no less. The entire territory was filled with holy light. The system prompt appeared. Your territory member, Isabel Gospel, successfully transformed into a 7th level commander level creature and learned a new skill. Revelation him. Revelation him. Concentrate the power of holy light, so that a friendly unit will immediately restore 100% of its health and resist the next attack. Cooldown time, 3 minutes. Good guy, restore full health immediately? It's a bit abnormal. And there is a special effect of resisting attacks later, plus 3 layers of holy shield, that's 4 attacks. The most important thing is that this skill has a very short cooldown time of only 3 minutes, and it can be used multiple times in a battle. Chao Xing is very satisfied with this commander level skill. Yes, Isabel, your breakthrough has made our territory members more survivable. The holy light priest also had a gentle smile on his face, and then whispered, "Thank you, Lord, for making my holy light power more abundant." At this time, Chao Xing seemed to remember something, and then asked, "Isabel, are all the holy light priests in your church good at healing?" Hearing this question, she shook her head slightly, and then said, "In addition to the holy light priests, the church also has paladins, inquisitors, etc., who are responsible for fighting. Of course, the most powerful are the legendary holy light sages. They not only have powerful combat capabilities, but also outstanding healing capabilities. I once saw with my own eyes that a holy light sage took action to revive a heroic creature who was already terminally ill and had little time left." Chao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. He had heard from the old king before that the legendary holy light sage had extremely powerful healing abilities, and could even reattach broken limbs. If there was a holy light sage in his territory, not only would the territory's strength be greatly enhanced, but the ability to survive would also increase dramatically. However, it was too difficult to train a legendary holy light sage. No, maybe there was hope, Chao Xing thought to himself. According to what the dragon speaker said, I have already met one of the 3 conditions for breaking through the legend. The next step is to obtain a legendary heart and raise Isabel's level to level 100, and then we can start to break through. The most difficult of the 2 is naturally the legendary heart, which can only be obtained by killing legendary creatures. But I also have the inheritance of a legendary wizard, which seems to be light-based. Maybe there is hope there. Thinking of this, Chao Xing made up his mind to explore the inheritance of the legendary wizard as soon as possible, so he looked at Isabel next to him and said, "You continue to adapt to the power in your body, I will go out first." "Okay, Lord," Isabel responded softly. With a happy mood, Chao Xing came to the outside of the territory. Next, there is one last thing to digest. That hero's heart. Lu Muxua is the best candidate to use it. As the Aurora Knight, who has the most status skills in the territory, and these statuses will increase with the growth of her attributes, if she can break through to the 8th level, it will definitely give all the members of the territory a huge improvement. Thinking of this, Chao Xing quickly entered the Lord's castle, and then found Lu Muxua and handed her the hero's heart. "Muxua, try to see if you can break through." Looking at this deep red heart of power, the Aurora Knight also showed joy on his face. "Okay, Xing, I will succeed," the woman said firmly, stretched out her hands, took it and smashed it directly. Crack! The pure power was absorbed by her. In an instant, the whole room was filled with gorgeous aurora. After a while, the aurora spread out of the Lord's castle and filled the entire territory. The members of the territory looked at the gorgeous scene in front of them, as if they were in the aurora, and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. This time, Lu Muxua's breakthrough was also quite smooth. Just a few minutes later, all the power of the aurora was absorbed back into her body, and her aura soared. Your subordinate lord, Lu Muxua, successfully transformed into an 8th level creature. Basic attributes increased by 100%. Skill attack range increased by 100%. Note: after the survivor breaks through to an 8th level creature, each upgrade will also gain 1000 attack power bonus and 10% skill coefficient increase. Success? Chao Xing was instantly excited and felt extremely happy. Lu Muxua, who had just completed the transformation, also had a happy smile on her face. At this moment, the two looked at each other, and both of them showed relief on their faces. Chao Xing didn't know if Lu Muxua was the first survivor in the entire server to break through to the 8th level. But what he could be sure of was that no one in the 4 major regions should be faster than her. With excitement, he looked at the attributes of Lu Mushua after the transformation. Survivor, Lu Mushua. Race, Blue Star Human. Level 70, 8th level Aurora Knight. Detailed attributes, click to view. After reading the panel information, Chao Xing couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Wow, this is really abnormal. After the breakthrough, the spiritual attribute soared to more than 7,000. In other words, the Aurora Blessing can add 5,700 damage, and the Courage Blessing can increase the attack power by nearly 11,000. Plus she also has a Strength Blessing skill. With all these skills added, a level 1 Polar Man can be strengthened to the level of level 6 by her. Chao Xing was amazed, and after becoming a hero-level creature, there is an even more outrageous improvement. That is, each subsequent upgrade will not only increase the attack power by 1,000 points, but also increase the skill value by 10%. What is the concept? For example, Lu Mushua's Blessing of Courage can increase the physical attack and magic attack by Spirit * 1.5. After the 10% increase, it will increase the attack by Spirit * 1.65 equals 11,756. This means that each subsequent upgrade will increase the attack by more than 1,000 points, and combined with Nesh's Blessing Aura the group. This is the metamorphosis of hero-level creatures. Especially for auxiliary heroes, like Lu Mushua, it is equivalent to a qualitative change. From this point of view, how terrifying is a legendary auxiliary profession? For this level of assistance, a blessing is enough to make a mortal instantly have the 6th or even 7th level of combat power, right? This also makes him look forward to the day when Lu Mushua can break through to the legendary level in the future. Chao Xing said with satisfaction. Mushua, re-add the status to the warriors after a while. I have something to do at the palace. You should rest tonight. When Lu Mushua heard that Chao Xing was going to the palace alone, a trace of worry appeared on her face. But she also knew that the old king now valued Chao Xing very much, and he would not encounter any danger when he went to the palace. So she nodded gently. Okay, Axing, you go. Then, Chao Xing turned around and walked out of the Lord's castle and called Yaskin over. Lord, please give me your orders. Captain Ascalon said respectfully. Chao Xing said, Yaskin, you just came back and haven't rested for long. But I have another task for you now. The Ascalon captain immediately looked serious. It is my honor to serve the Lord. Please give me your orders. Chao Xing smiled and said, it's not a big deal. Next, you take dozens of Ascalon warriors, and then drive 4 goblin airships to the main city of Yongshuang, and stop at the south gate to wait. If you leave now, you will arrive in about 2 or 3 days. After you arrive, contact me using the communication device next to your ear. Yaskin did not ask what the purpose of driving the goblin airship was, but straightened his body. Yes, respected lord, I will leave now. Soon, the captain of Ascalon walked towards the buffer zone of the territory and called 60 Ascalon warriors, dividing them into 4 teams. Chao Xing asked him to drive the goblin airship to the main city of Yongshuang, which was naturally prepared for Bai Ji. After all, I promised her that I would exchange it with an airship. Since someone gave you such a precious skill book, Chao Xing will naturally keep his promise. Since the goblin airship cannot move through the teleportation array, this is the only way. After arriving, Chao Xing will go directly to the main city of Yongshuang through the teleportation array, and then transfer the operation rights of the airship to Bai Ji in person. Buzz. The sound of propellers rang out one after another. The 4 goblin airships gradually flew into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in a short while. As for why there are 4 instead of 5, it is because Chao Xing has another one parked at the south gate. Mr. Chao remembers his assets very well. After Yaskin and others set off, Chao Xing thought, next, I have to go to Yongshuang main city to discuss the loan with the old king. So, before it gets dark, he quickly came to the 4th ring area of the territory. Then he stepped directly into the teleportation array. There was a flash of light in front of his eyes, and after the familiar teleportation screen, the system prompt appears. You have arrived at the main city of Yongshuang. Looking at these familiar buildings in front of him, Chao Xing stepped out of the teleportation array with ease and strolled leisurely in the palace. When the patrolling soldiers saw Chao Xing, they not only did not stop him, but saluted him slightly. Chao Xing also nodded slightly. After the soldiers left, he quickly came to General Crow's residence. At this time, the burly general was talking to someone in his mansion. Opposite him, there sat a powerful figure. Chao Xing also knew this person, and it was the city lord Orlan, who was rescued by him in Dwelluan Lake City before. After seeing him come in, General Crow and City Lord Orlon looked over at the same time. Especially Orlon, looking at Chao Xing, there were all kinds of complicated emotions in his eyes. There was surprise, astonishment, and emotion. Before Chao Xing came, he and Crow had a conversation here. After learning that this lord of another world was the demon who made a fuss in Dwelluin Lake City and rescued him, he didn't believe it at first. It was not until Crow said that the lord of the other world took out the holy book of light in that battle that he was completely convinced and felt even more deeply moved. At the same time, he also thought about visiting his territory in the future to express his gratitude for his rescue. But before he could take action, Chao Xing came by himself. Crow's voice interrupted the thoughts of the Lord of Orlon. Lord Chao Xing, you came to the palace so soon. Have you dealt with the affairs in the territory? Chao Xing smiled and said, No one comes to the palace for no reason, General Crow. This time I come here to trouble you again. The general said immediately, Just tell me, as long as it is within my ability, I will do my best to help you complete it. Crow seemed easy to talk to. A smile appeared on Chao Xing's face, and then he looked at the Lord of Orin next to him. The other party took the initiative to speak. We meet again. Lord of Orin sighed. Chao Xing nodded slightly. We meet again. I wonder if Lord of Orin still remembers the promise we made at the beginning. At this moment, the corner of Lord of Orin's mouth twitched, and he was sure that Chao Xing was the devil. After all, after being rescued, he made a promise. No matter what happens in the future, he will do his best to help Chao Xing. He nodded and said, Of course I remember. This promise is still valid. Chao Xing laughed. Crow also knew their relationship and interrupted. Okay, Orin, you can say whatever you want later. Now let Lord Chao Xing tell me what you want me to do for you. The city lord on the side shut up. Chao Xing nodded slightly, and then explained his purpose to him. After listening to this, Crow was slightly startled, then smiled and shook his head. I thought it was a big deal, but it turned out to be just borrowing money. Chao Xing replied helplessly, Yes, my territory has just been developed for a short time, and various infrastructures have not kept up, so now the funds and food are quite lacking. In fact, Chao Xing's territory has been prosperous enough, and the reason why it can't keep up is that the strength of his combatants has soared too fast. No problem, Lord Chao Xing, I will report to His Majesty the King now. Crow said readily, A few 100 million crowns is not a problem for your majesty. Chao Xing smiled and said, Then I trouble you. The general waved his hand, quickly stood up and said, Then you can chat here first, I come over in a while. After that, he left the mansion. He and the Lord of Orlon were the only two people left here. Chao Xing found a chair and sat down. Olin looked at him and said with emotion, I didn't expect that the demon I met at the beginning has grown to such a height. Now it has even become an ally of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. Chao Xing laughed and said, Lord Orin, how come you have time to come to Yongshuang main city today? The Lord replied, It's still because of the Dwelluin Lake City incident. After the blood sacrifice last time, all the residents and soldiers in the city were buried there. It is basically equivalent to a deserted city. But His Majesty the King said that this city is close to Dwelluin Lake, which has rich aquatic resources and many mineral veins around it. It is an important city, so let me go to redevelop it. But to develop such a big city, it takes a lot of manpower and resources, and I am alone now. I came to the main city to borrow some troops from His Majesty the King. After hearing this, Chao Xing was also happy. I didn't expect that the purpose of Lord Orin was similar to his. Olin continued, I heard that Lord Chao Xing's territory has developed well, and now there are more than 20 masters. I am ashamed of myself. Chao Xing shook his head, nothing, just a master, not even a hero, far from a real big force. By the way, Lord Orlon, the lost royal city you mentioned last time has resources that can help people break through to the hero level, as well as potions that greatly increase combat power, etc. Is that true? Of course it's true. The Lord replied without hesitation. At this time, he seemed to realize something and asked, Lord Chao Xing, are you going to the lost royal city in the near future? Chao Xing did not deny it. Yes, many masters in my territory are waiting to break through to the hero level now. And if we want them to break through, we need a lot of resources, so we can only go there and have a look. There are still about 17 days before the third round of Monster Siege. It's almost enough time for him to take people back and forth. But the Lord of Orlon shook his head and said, Lord Chao Xing, I'm afraid you can't go there in the near future. Huh? Why? Chao Xing asked in confusion. Because it's not open yet. The Lord explained, the lost royal city will be open 3 times a year, once every 3 months, and each opening will last for 1 month. Under normal circumstances, the city gates are always closed, and even legendary masters cannot force their way in. And I calculated the time, and the last time it was opened was about a month ago. That means, if you want to go in, you still have to wait for 2 months. A trace of regret appeared in Chao Xing's eyes. Because this is the only place he controls that can allow these masters in the territory to break through to heroes on a large scale. He thought to himself, 2 months? I guess the Blood Legion will appear by then. It seems that we have to find other ways to improve our strength. At this time, the Lord of Orlon whispered, Lord Chao Xing, according to the information sent by a friend of mine, they discovered a hidden tower in the lost royal city last time, and there seemed to be legendary fluctuations inside. This place may be another discovery comparable to the ancient arena. Chapter 548. Chao Xing's eyes lit up, and he became interested. After all, the ancient arena is an important place. After passing rounds of challenges, you can get some powerful rewards. If you pass the 4th round of challenges, you can even get the title of champion fighter. Oren seemed to know that he was interested, and then said, Lord Chao Xing, next time the Lost Royal City is open, how about we form a team and go there together? He finally told his purpose. Obviously, he thought Chao Xing was strong and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to curry favor with him. Chao Xing thought for a moment, then nodded and said, No problem, Lord Oren. The majestic lord also smiled. Then it's settled. When the Lost Royal City is open, I will visit Lord Chao Xing's territory. Okay. The two of them quickly discussed the matter of exploring the Lost Royal City together. After a while, General Crow returned and said excitedly, Lord Chao Xing, His Majesty has agreed. I will prepare the supplies tonight, and have them delivered to your residence tomorrow. Chao Xing was even happier. He didn't expect this trip to be so smooth. Sure enough, the Ice Crystal King is a big country. Hundreds of millions of crowns and millions of units of food are just a drop in the bucket for them. Of course, Chao was thick-skinned enough to think of borrowing money from the king. If it were other strong men or allies of the Ice Crystal King, even if they could lend money, they probably wouldn't be able to do it. He bowed and said, Thank you, General Crow. You're welcome. Crow chuckled. Then, Chao Xing stayed in his mansion for a while, and talked about the human empire, and the center of the western continent, and the great lords. When the 6-hour cooling time was over, Chao Xing bid farewell to the two. He used the teleportation array to return to his territory. He looked at the time above his head, and it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Chao Xing thought to himself, This time is just right. It's time to go to bed soon. After saying that, he pushed open the door of the Lord's castle and took a hot bath. Then he went back upstairs, hugged the beauty, and fell asleep comfortably. At night, in that mysterious hall, the 14 stone chairs were all full of people. Except for the powerful man, who was sitting in the main seat, his aura was unpredictable. The aura of the other 13 figures was no less than that of the legendary powerful man who attacked the main city of Yongshuang. In other words, there were 13 legendary creatures gathered here. In addition to these beings on the stone chairs, there were many standing figures in the hall. They are all watchers, and everyone's aura is no less than level 8. At this moment, the mysterious being on the main seat said, I think you all know the strategic deployment behind the watchers. Next, we will concentrate all our strength to summon the Blood Army. Within a month, I will let the power of blood come to the world. Then, let the blood cleanse everything and open a new era for mankind. Hearing this, everyone on the field looked convinced. Then, they said in unison, We are willing to give everything for the rise of new humans. There was a fanaticism in their eyes, as if they were reciting some kind of oath. After a moment, the being on the main seat continued, But something happened in the Ice Crystal Kingdom. The Church of Light was destroyed by a lord from another world, and the old king. This lord from another world is weird, and may hinder us in the next action. So, after discussion, we decided to kill this person in advance. The eyes of the people on the scene showed a weird look, as if they didn't expect that a lord from another world would be so valued by their leader. On the main seat, the leader of the Watchers paused, his eyes swept over everyone. Then he fell on the 3 legendary Watchers. Elders Cold Sword and Bloodfire, you go to the main city of Everfrost now, and then wait for my order to launch an attack on the main city of Everfrost. You two's goal is to hold the old king back, so that he can't take action. Elder Dark Crow, you take advantage of this moment to sneak into the snowstorm plain. If possible, kill the lord of the other world directly, and then take over all his subordinates in his territory, and let them all join the Watchers. If they can't do it or resist, just destroy the entire territory. The 3 legends who received the order straightened their bodies, and responded at the same time. Yes, great leader. Then, the leader of the Watcher continued, "Now, the other elders and members of the Watcher should take action." "Yes." After the words fell, the strong men in the whole hall took action. When the time came to 12 o'clock in the evening, that is, the second half of the night, the world fell into darkness. This world is terribly dark at night, and it is rare to see light. Except for a few prosperous countries and cities, most villages, towns, and cities will turn off the lights at night. The same is true for the Ice Crystal Kingdom. The kingdom is shrouded in darkness in the second half of the night, and under this darkness, there are many unknown conspiracies and weirdness. The Ice Crystal Kingdom, which has been peaceful for a few days, seems to be undercurrent surging again. The next day, a system prompt appears. "Survivors, please pay attention. You have reached the 30th day of the development period, and there are still 15 days before the third round of Monster Siege. Today's weather. Some areas of the snowy plain will see light snow, with the lowest temperature being minus 57 degrees Celsius to minus 65 degrees Celsius." After the prompt ended, Chaoxing opened his eyes instantly. He thought to himself, there are still 15 days before the third round of Monster Siege begins. Half a month is quite enough, and we can take advantage of this time to improve again. Lu Muxua, who was lying beside him, whispered, "Ah Xing, now that we are stronger, we don't have to worry about the Church of Light anymore. Can I continue to lead people out to look for enhanced ice nests?" After hearing her suggestion, Chaoxing smiled. It was obvious that this woman was thinking about scoring again. But just as Lu Muxua said, the territory hadn't sent anyone out to deal with these enhanced ice nests for a few days, and now is about the right time. He nodded and said, "Okay. Today, we will continue to send out Boji and Xiao, as well as other Ascalon warriors. Divide into a dozen teams, and go to the wild to find as many enhanced ice nests as possible." At this time, Chaoxing had a different idea in his mind. "By the way, we can send out all the Silverhand Knights, and have them search within a range of 100 to 200 kilometers near the territory. If you see an enhanced ice nest somewhere, share the location in the team channel. This way, we can achieve a more efficient sweep. Compared to the ground search some time ago, Chaoxing's method will be many times more efficient. With the high mobility and search capabilities of the Griffin, the nearby ice nests will be nowhere to hide even if they are hiding in the mountains. Under the search of the Griffin Knights, relying solely on his territory strength, he can cover all the enhanced ice nests within a 200-kilometer radius. But in this way, the other survivors in the snowstorm will not be able to get many gold points. But the level of those ice nest monsters is very high, and there are not many lords who can deal with them. Moreover, Chaoxing really wants that master-level recruitment scroll." Lu Muxua also realized the feasibility and efficiency of Chaoxing's method, and an excited smile appeared on her face. Soon, the two of them got up from the bed quickly. As soon as the door of the Lord's castle was opened, a prosperous scene appeared in front of them. Several polar people were setting up ladders, and using various materials to upgrade the energy tower in the center of the territory. There is also a group of polar people behind the Lord's castle who are upgrading. More staff are busy building more blacksmith shops, upgrading city walls, arrow towers, etc. Looking forward, in the buffer zone in the distance, the old village chief Zelko led the villagers of Grapevine Village to harvest crops in the greenhouse, while sending people to cultivate a large amount of fertile land. The entire territory is in a thriving state. Chaoxing's eyes showed relief. Not bad, with more staff, the efficiency of work has indeed become faster. After a period of development and accumulation of more resources, we can expand the territory for the third time. Chaoxing did not send the warriors out to find the enhanced ice nests immediately, because killing those ice nest monsters will gain experience points, and most of the warriors in the territory have reached the current stage limit, and going out now will waste a lot of experience. Now Balthazar's altar has the function of breaking through the 6th level. So Chaoxing thought that it would not be too late to raise the level of all these warriors to the 6th level first, and then send them out. I don't know when Crow will be able to send me the resources. When his stuff arrives, I can make a large-scale upgrade. Just as Chaoxing was thinking about this, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Lieutenant General of Ice Crystal Kingdom, Crow Bronson applied to enter your territory through the teleportation array. Do you agree? Chaoxing's eyes flashed with surprise. Wow, so fast! He had just discussed with Crow about borrowing money and food last night, but he came early in the morning. But this is good news for Chaoxing. Then, he directly clicked to agree. Buzz! A beam of light shot up into the sky again from the large teleportation array in the distance. When the light dissipated, Chaoxing saw 7 or 8 figures appear there. However, this time it was not just Crow who was there alone. There was also a group of warriors in armor behind him. They looked quite powerful, and each of them had a special temperament. From their attire, it could be seen that they were the captains of the royal palace. Lord Chaoxing, sorry to bother you so early in the morning. Crow's voice sounded from afar. Chaoxing walked over with a smile. What's the point of bothering you? I've been looking forward to General Crow's arrival. Then, Chaoxing looked at the people behind General Crow. Who are these people? Before Crow could speak, the soldiers introduced themselves. Haha, we are the captains of the 3rd to 8th squads of the Royal Guards. General Crow said that he couldn't carry so many supplies by himself, so he asked us to come together and visit Lord Chaoxing's territory. Sorry for disturbing you. The captains were very friendly and kind. Chaoxing said with a smile on his face, It's okay, my territory also welcomes your arrival. The last battle was quite smooth, and it also allowed Chaoxing and the Ice Crystal Kingdom to establish a good cooperative relationship. Then, Crow looked at the captains behind him and said, Okay, everyone, stop chatting and give the things to Lord Chaoxing. Hearing Crow's order, everyone's smiles faded and they said solemnly, Yes. After that, the team leaders came forward and handed Chaoxing several backpacks. Chaoxing took it, and after seeing the things inside, a smile appeared on his lips. Then, he put all the resources inside into his backpack. Get coins *1 billion. Get food *8 million. Chaoxing sighed in his heart. Very good, now the resources are completely enough. Next, as long as all these warriors break through, I will soon have more than 1,000 6th level warriors. Moreover, these warriors are not ordinary 6th level warriors. With the blessing of a body, each of them has the fighting power to fight against the leader of the same level. In other words, except for the lack of additional skills, they are actually equivalent to the leader. In other words, Chaoxing will have more than 1,000 masters in one leap. You can imagine what this concept is. You know, even the foundation of a kingdom does not have so many master-level strongmen. It's really exciting to think about it. Chaoxing suppressed the excitement in his heart, and then said, General Crow, the teleportation array will take 6 hours to cool down. During this period, you will wait in the tavern first. I asked the bartender to entertain you. Crow said, No problem, I've long wanted to taste the fine wines collected by Lord Chaoxing. My brothers have also heard from me that the wine in Chaoxing's territory tastes great, and they are craving it. Chaoxing laughed, No problem, everyone drink as much as you want. Anyway, during this period of time, Zelko has brewed a lot of fine rum in the brewing workshop. It is no problem to let these team leaders drink to their heart's content. Then, Chaoxing called the bartender Lachi over, and asked them to lead the kingdom's generals and captains to the tavern. Next, we can let the warriors break through. Chaoxing thought excitedly. But before that, he had to use the Shining Star special effect on the Shining Throne, which appears once a week. Pushing open the door of the Lord's castle, Chaoxing quickly clicked on the special effect. Buzz! A shining star rushed into the sky and landed somewhere in the southwest. On the small map, a location was instantly lit up. Chaoxing took a look and saw that the area was called Snowy Wasteland. It was another area he had never explored before. As usual, Chaoxing first called the Centaur Harati, and then gave her the task of exploration. The saint said respectfully, I promise to complete the task, respected lord. Soon, she left here with a team of centaurs. Chaoxing clapped his hands and walked out of the lord's castle. At this time, he heard a burst of sizzling electric current in his ears. It was a message from Assam. Lord, I will report my exploration progress to you. Last night, Winter and I successfully arrived at the target area. As you expected, this is a hidden tomb. The location is quite hidden, and there is also a gate blocking my entry. About 3 days ago, Chaoxing sent Assam out to find other parts of the suit. So now we have reached the destination. Assam continued, the gate is very hard and cannot be broken by brute force, but in the end, I successfully cracked the mechanism above through a symbol on the helmet and opened the gate. After entering, I encountered 2 more battles. The enemy was a dark creature. After I successfully killed these monsters, I entered the tomb and saw a group of corpses of survivors inside. They seemed to have entered through some special means, but encountered those dark creatures and were killed here. They have been dead for almost half a month. Bypassing this group of corpses, I explored the tomb, then entered the trial ground, and started the first round of challenges. After passing the challenge, I successfully got the second piece of equipment, the Tyrant's Hand. This trial seems to have 6 rounds in total. According to my guess, there should be a Tyrant's equipment in each round. As for the last round, I don't know what it is. Due to their ultra-long distance communication device, there is a 30-second cooling time, so Assam also said a lot at once. Chao Xing thought for a moment after listening. Sure enough, like this Lloyd's tomb, there are also puzzles and challenge mechanisms similar to those in the Sword Saint Legacy. You have to pass rounds of trials to get other parts of the set. And Assam lived up to expectations, and passed the first round of trials so quickly. Chao Xing replied, I understand, Assam, you can continue to participate in the trials. If you encounter any problems or enemies that you cannot defeat, don't resist, remember to retreat immediately and contact me. Be careful. At this moment, Assam, who was in the tomb, gradually showed a look of emotion in his eyes after hearing Chao Xing's instructions. Then he replied solemnly, Yes, respected lord. Assam will live up to your trust. After saying that, the knight hung up the call. Looking at the bright red trial field in front of him, he stepped into it resolutely. Not long after entering, a special voice appeared in front of him. Trialist, the next round of trial is the second round of trial, the burning hard trial. Please stay in the high temperature environment for more than 30 minutes. During this period, the temperature will continue to rise, and some special monsters may appear. Once the challenge begins, you cannot quit. Please choose carefully. Assam took a deep breath and said firmly while riding on the back of the Frost Wolf, Come on, I'm ready. As you wish. Instantly, the door behind him closed. The temperature in the entire room suddenly increased a lot. In less than a few seconds, it soared to more than 100 C. As a Frost Wolf Knight, who has lived in the polar regions for a long time, he suddenly entered such a high-temperature environment and felt uncomfortable all over. Even the air he exhaled into his lungs had a strong burning sensation, corroding his internal organs. Assam instantly felt a piercing pain, and this was just the beginning. As strange creatures appeared in the tomb and approached him quickly, the Frost Wolf Knight also felt a strong sense of crisis. However, he quickly adjusted his state. Sitting on the back of the Frost Wolf, he looked forward with a firm gaze and said, Come on, I won't lose. The battle started instantly.